I had been reviewing the novel, The Great Ruler, all night, and when I woke up, I came to this world that was similar to Earth. By chance, I became the personal bodyguard of the wealthy woman Ningxia. Today, Ningxia took me to visit Mount Tai. At Yaguang Peak, I opened the Zishan World Sign-In system, and signed in to obtain ancient double pupils. This double pupil not only made my eyes change strangely, but also had the function of perspective. I rejected Ningxia's pursuit, and she fired me in anger. At this time, Yi Fan and his group also came to Yaguang. We were talking happily, and at this moment, 9 dragon corpses appeared with bronze coffins. Everyone was panicked, and I knew that this was an opportunity to lead to the world of covering the sky. Can I use the system to reach the top in this mysterious world of covering the sky? My adventure journey began here. Mount Tai, majestic and magnificent, is revered as the first of the 5 great mountains and is known as the best mountain in the world. Mount Tai has been a sacred symbol since ancient times. It is surrounded by the Yellow River and the Wan River. In ancient times, Mount Tai was regarded as the place where all things first emerged and developed. There is also a mysterious legend that Mount Tai was transformed from the head of the great god Pangu and is the first of the 5 sacred mountains. There is no mountain greater than this, and no history older than this. In front of the majestic Mount Tai, people feel as small as ants, and even the stars in the sky seem insignificant. At this moment, at the foot of Mount Tai, a brand new Lamborghini stopped, and a man and a woman got out of the car and looked up at Mount Tai. Mount Tai is truly majestic and magnificent, worthy of being the first of the 5 mountains. The young man sighed and spoke. He was about 20 years old. As soon as he got off the car, he took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of clear and bright pupils. He had a very handsome face, fair skin, and a well-proportioned and upright body. Yeah, it's a good date, a place to go to, let's hurry up and get on the mountain. The woman also sighed. She looked to be about 30 years old, with a delicate face, light makeup, a plump figure, and big wavy golden hair on her head that shone brightly and was dazzling. I accidentally said, what was on your mind? Chen Xuanji's face darkened slightly when he thought of this. Okay, Sister Ning. A professional smile appeared on Chen Xuanji's handsome face, but his expression was a little stiff and unnatural at this moment. The reason was simple. This beautiful woman stared at him with fiery eyes from time to time, which made his heart palpitate and he felt as if he was being stared at by a wild beast. Moreover, at the foot of Mount Tai, many tourists looked at him in a strange way, which made him very uncomfortable. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that although this couple were handsome and beautiful, there was something weird about them. There's nothing wrong with the man, he's young and handsome. As for the woman, although she's extremely beautiful and well-maintained, you can still see some signs of aging. Old cows eat young grass. I don't want to work hard anymore. Being taken care of by a rich woman, another one of my generation has fallen. Is this the extinction of humanity or the decline of morality? Many people were whispering, the men looked extremely envious, while the women looked very strange. Let's go. Ningxia stretched out her jade-white little hand and subconsciously tried to hold Chen Xuanji's strong arm, but the latter dodged it calmly. Ningxia was not angry and continued to smile. She thought that the young man was just shy and embarrassed. But Chen Xuanji felt very bitter in his heart. After going through so much, he looked at Mount Tai and suddenly his mind became dazed. He is not from this world, but comes from another time and space. However, what surprises him is that this world is basically very similar to the world on Earth, like a parallel time and space. A few days ago, after staying up all night to review the novel, The Great Ruler, I woke up and found myself in this world. By chance, I was spotted by a rich woman and chosen as her personal bodyguard. At first, he was against it, thinking that as a man he should have dignity, and being a bodyguard for a rich woman would make him lose his dignity. But when this wealthy woman named Ningxia, who worked in real estate, offered him a high salary of 100,000 a month, he agreed. After all, survival was the only important thing, and being a bodyguard would accept anything. A personal expert of a rich woman. He originally thought that this was the script for his future life, but he didn't expect that it was far from that simple. Ningxia also suggested that we come to Mount Tai today. Why did we bring a bodyguard with us? The deep meaning is self-evident. The two of them traveled along the way, and saw mountains of all sizes undulating like rolling waves, huge waves emptying out. The nearby mountains were a piece of deep green, the distant mountains were a piece of lush green, and in front of the mountains were bands of clouds and mist, just like a fairyland. When they arrived at Jade Emperor Peak, the two stopped. Jade Emperor Peak, formerly known as Taiping Peak and Tianju Peak, is the main peak of Mount Tai, the first of the 5 great mountains. It was named after the Jade Emperor Temple on the peak. The Jade Emperor is mainly enshrined here. It was built so long ago that it is unknown. It was rebuilt during the Qinghua period of the Ming dynasty. There is a plaque on the shrine titled, Chaoyang Legacy, which shows that ancient emperors once burned firewood here to offer sacrifices to the sky and the gods of mountains and rivers. Are you in good physical condition? Ningxia's beautiful eyes revealed an inexplicable light, her phoenix eyes moved, she glanced at Chen Xuanji, and said meaningfully. Chen Xuanji felt ashamed. His physical fitness was surprisingly good. After walking on the mountain road for several hours, he didn't sweat much. His breathing was still very even, his face was not red, and his heart was not beating fast. He was very surprised. It's okay. Chen Xuanji smiled slightly, but a hint of surprise emerged in his eyes. This Ningxia was actually very relaxed and natural, not at all like an ordinary delicate woman. Ding, we have arrived at the Jade Emperor Peak of Mount Tai. The sign-in system of the Shrouding Heaven world has been activated. The sign-in location has been refreshed. Do you want to sign in? Is it here? The legendary system. Chen Xuanji's heart suddenly became excited, and he couldn't help but light a cigarette tremblingly. He felt a little lost and needed a cigarette to calm down. Fortunately, I didn't give up. After all, the system finally came. I was alone in a strange world. It seemed unreasonable not to have a system. This damned system finally showed up in time. I was almost controlled by someone. I couldn't help but feel lucky. The world of Zitian is actually Zitian, which makes him even more excited. He read this novel all night and came here after waking up. In his heart, this novel is a real masterpiece, which is unforgettable. Climb the road to heaven, sing and dance, and cover the sky with a snap of your fingers. The vast and endless world of immortal heroes was bizarre and mysterious. Just imagining it made his blood boil. It is estimated that if the system does not come, he will not be able to withstand the pressure from the rich woman, and will completely fall into the happiness and tenderness of this rich woman from now on. Sign in. Ding, I have successfully signed in at Jade Emperor Peak on Mount Tai, and received the novice sign-in reward, the ancient double pupil. As he signed in successfully, an extremely bright light fell and merged into his eyes. Then Chen Xuanji's expression was shocked. He felt that his eyes had undergone some abnormal transformation and became different. 1 eye, 2 eyes. Chen Xuanji turned on the mirror function on his phone and discovered that he had 2 pupils in 1 eye. It was the legendary double pupil. His eyes, which were originally a little short-sighted, were unusually bright and deep at this moment. Looking into the distance, he could actually see ants crawling 100 meters away. Xiaochen, what do you think of me? Ningxia was looking at the vast sea of clouds in the distance and suddenly walked over. She spoke out of the blue, and a natural fragrance emanated from her. A touching smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she looked at Chen Xuanji with a smile on her face. Unexpectedly, after just 3 days, this woman wanted to take him down. Could it be because she saw that he was in good physical condition when he climbed the mountain? Sister Ning, you are a good person, but we are not suitable. Chen Xuanji thought quickly in his mind and said it very tactfully. He refused directly. If he had not got the sign-in system, he might have been tempted, but now, he thought it was unnecessary. Asking this kind of question shows that the other person has made his thoughts clear, so he might as well answer directly. After all, the sign-in system has arrived, and I should have greater pursuits, otherwise my trip to this world will be in vain. What's more, when he went to pick up the rich woman from the hotel yesterday, he would never forget the pale man walking with his hands on the wall behind the rich woman's sister. Will you not reconsider it? Ningxia was a little stunned. She didn't expect that the men in front of her would directly reject her. With her wealth, it should have been easy for her to capture some young people, but she didn't expect that she would fail this time. As Chen Xuanji once again clearly refused, a trace of frost appeared on Ningxia's pretty face, and the gentleness in her eyes disappeared. Then I'm leaving. You're fired. Take care of yourself. After saying that, Ningxia looked at him deeply, turned around and left without hesitation, her big golden waves shining brightly. She did not look back again, and seemed very angry. Chen Xuanji's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Ningxia's receding back, silent. Then his pupils moved slightly, and he was suddenly startled. His pupils suddenly widened, and he found that the other person's clothes had all disappeared. However, after 3 seconds, everything returned to normal. The double pupils can actually see through things. Chen Xuanji was shocked and realized that this was the ability of double pupils. Throughout history, double pupils have been endowed with endless legends, and are known as the exclusive vision of saints and emperors. People like Zhangjie, the saint who created Chinese characters, Xiang Yu, the king of Western Chu, and Li Yu, the last emperor of Southern Tang, all had double pupils. In the world of shrouding the heavens, at Jade Emperor Peak, could it be that the 9 dragons' coffin is about to set sail? Chen Xuanji understood the plot and was suddenly excited. He came to the Jade Emperor Peak. Could it be that there was an arrangement in the dark? While I was thinking about it, suddenly a group of young men and women climbed up to the Jade Emperor summit. They were talking and laughing. There were about 30 people, both men and women, and there was even a young foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes. Could this be Yi Fan and his group? Oh my God, is this the legendary Jade Emperor Peak of Mount Tai? The blonde man seemed very excited. He danced with joy and looked at the mountains below. He couldn't help but exclaimed in broken Chinese, attracting the attention of tourists nearby. Cade, stop shouting, it will disturb other tourists. A beautiful woman wearing a cartoon t-shirt and shorts reminded him, then translated and explained to him, looking at Chen Xuanji. When Chen Xuanji heard Cade's name, he became even more excited. This should be the legendary Western god of light, who was also a member of the group that entered the Big Dipper with Yi Fan in the early days. At this moment, there were still many tourists on the Jade Emperor Peak, but Chen Xuanji standing there was very eye-catching, and people looked at him from time to time. There is no one else, only handsome you. After climbing to the top of Jade Emperor Peak, I saw a handsome guy at a glance. Many women couldn't help but look at him strangely and kept looking at him. Some even came over to ask for his WeChat. What? He's a little more handsome than me, but unfortunately he has cataracts. A 1.9-meter tall young man couldn't help but mutter, looked at Chen Xuanji, and jokingly whispered to the women who were traveling with him. Several female classmates rolled their eyes, put their hands on their foreheads and looked speechless. Chen Xuanji was speechless. His hearing was very sharp and he immediately locked onto the man. The burly man couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed to be discovered. I said something bad and someone heard it. That's really embarrassing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. The sturdy man walked over, scratched his head, and said somewhat embarrassedly. Chen Xuanji looked at the burly man in front of him and smiled slightly, indicating that he didn't care. He understood in his heart that this was probably Yi Tiandi's best friend Pang Bo. No, logically speaking, Pangbo shouldn't be here at this time. He should have appeared when he was in the bronze coffin. Could it be that my arrival triggered a butterfly effect that allowed him to arrive at the class reunion in time? But cataracts still need to be treated. Pang Bo reminded him in time again, and Chen Xuanji was speechless again. He could see that he was sincere this time, and there was no teasing on his face, so he didn't know what to say. Unexpectedly, just after Pang Bo said this, a young man about 24 or 25 years old walked over. He had a tall and straight figure, a handsome face, and an inexplicably calm temperament. At first glance, he was one of the outstanding men. Pangbo, stop talking nonsense. Hello, brother. My name is Yi Fan. I apologize to you on behalf of Pangbo. Yi Fan couldn't bear to watch it any longer and couldn't help but stand up. At the same time, he was speechless to Pang Bo. How could he persuade someone to treat an illness as soon as he met them? It doesn't matter. Unexpectedly, the young man in front of him turned out to be Yi Fan, and he took the initiative to talk to him, which surprised Chen Xuanji a little. Your Excellency actually has the legendary double pupils. In ancient times, that was considered a sign of a saint. Yi Fan smiled. He was smart and easily resolved the awkwardness with just a few words. I see. Chen Xuanji knew that Yi Fan was knowledgeable and liked to read strange books. When he saw the legendary double pupils, he was naturally very curious, which prompted him to take the initiative to strike up a conversation. Ha ha ha, of course. The legendary Yushan also had double pupils. Then some examples of ancient people with double pupils were listed. When Yi Fan heard this, his eyes lit up. It seemed that this person had similar interests to him. They both liked these strange things that were not understood by ordinary people. The two talked for a long time, from the legend of Mount Tai's origin to various historical secrets and anecdotes about Mount Tai, and they felt that they had met too late. Pangbo on the side was very depressed. He looked at the two people chatting and couldn't get a word in for a while. He just kept nodding and agreeing, indicating that he felt the same way. I don't know how long it had been, but at this moment the sun was setting in the west. Above the cloud peaks, there was a layer of golden bright edges, sparkling with the brilliance of treasures. Suddenly, several black spots appeared in the sky and kept approaching. Then, they made a whistling sound like wind and thunder. 9 huge monsters fell down like 9 long rivers. Everyone was startled and couldn't help but turn pale. 9 huge dragon corpses, pulling bronze coffins, pressed down towards the top of Mount Tai. Dragon, a creature of legend. It actually appeared. Faced with such an incredible thing, everyone was stunned. After a brief silence, people ran in all directions. Everyone screamed, panicked, and fled away. It's finally here. Chen Xuanji's eyes were shining. The 9 dragons were pulling the coffin to take Yi Fan away, and he was also ready to get a chance to get the coffin ticket to Beidou. Boom. 9 huge objects sank down like 9 mountains, causing huge cracks on the Jade Emperor Peak, with earth and rocks flying everywhere and dust filling the air. 9 huge dragon corpses, each 100 meters long, with most of their bodies lying quietly on the top of the mountain and the other half hanging under the cliff, are like a black steel great wall, full of shocking power and extremely shocking visually. Although Chen Xuanji had read the novel, he was still shocked at this moment. This was the first time he had seen such a legendary thing. He couldn't help but move his pupils and look over there, only to see that the inside of the dragon's body was empty and hazy, like a dead place. Brother, don't just stand there, let's go down the mountain together. Yi Fan quickly reminded. Go down the mountain, go down the Hammer Mountain. If you miss this train, can you still buy a ticket? Chen Xuanji was speechless. The ruthless emperor must have secretly welded the car door shut, so you can't leave even if you want to. Look, what is this? In the big crack, the crowd discovered some jade books one after another, and there was also a 5-colored earth altar next to it. That's the Tang and Song Dynasty Jade Book. Chen Xuanji walked over, took a closer look, and couldn't help but speak. You actually know this thing? Pangbo couldn't help but speak, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes, and everyone looked over. In the 20th year of the Republic of China, Ma Hongkui led his troops to station at the foot of Mount Tai and accidentally discovered a 5-colored earthen altar, which contained 2 sets of jade books, which were the legendary Tang and Song Jade books. Yes, then these 5-colored earth altars should be altars. It seems that all of them are used by the emperors to worship Mount Tai during the Fengshan ceremony in the legend. Yi Fan couldn't help but speak. When everyone heard this, they were suddenly excited, realizing how precious this thing was. This is our destiny. Pangbo laughed and looked at the jade books engraved with obscure symbols. His expression was a little hot and he couldn't help rubbing his hands. Young man, your idea is very dangerous. Aren't you afraid of spending the rest of your life in prison? Chen Xuanji smiled and teased, and Pangbo was speechless. After thinking about it, he realized that this was the truth, but he looked a little regretful and seemed a little unwilling. He actually grabbed a handful of soil outside the 5-colored soil altar and put it in his pocket. This is probably a good thing too. Take it home as a souvenir. Pangbo couldn't help but mutter, the action of receiving it was indeed not slow at all. Everyone was speechless. Chen Xuanji's mouth twitched. This brother was a wolf killer, just like a swarm of locusts. No wonder he even dared to gnaw on the coffin of the immortal emperor. There's more out there. As everyone watched, they were surprised to find that there were more than 10 5-colored altars. Could it be that in ancient times, there really were emperors who offered sacrifices here? Yi Fan whispered. Perhaps, there really is such an incredible period of time that has been forgotten, buried in history and unknown to the world. Chen Xuanji replied. Everyone found a huge altar and was surprised. The altar had previously borne an extremely terrifying weight, but it was still intact without any signs of being broken. No one knew what material it was made of. Let's go. We shouldn't stay here for long. Someone suddenly spoke and instantly gained everyone's approval. This place was too weird, making them feel very uneasy and want to leave. Just as everyone was about to leave, the five-colored stone altar began to shake, the Jade Emperor's peak swayed, and after a dizzying spin, everyone was shaken down and fell onto the stone altar, knocking over some jade stones and ancient books. Light flickered, rocks shattered, and scenes began to appear. Everyone exclaimed, but could not change anything. They felt as if they were inexplicably enveloped by a force, unable to move, and extremely desperate. Bang! The bronze coffin vibrated, and the cracks on the coffin lid kept getting bigger. Everyone felt dazed, and they were absorbed into the coffin. What the hell? Oh my god! I'm torn apart. What the hell is this place? Bang! The 9 huge dragon corpses hanging on the cliff were shaking. At the same time, the lid of the ancient bronze coffin made a loud noise and then completely returned to its original position and closed. Everyone's faces turned pale. The huge coffin actually closed automatically, as if it had locked them all in. This made them feel despair in their hearts. At this moment, Chen Xuanji was huddled in a corner, his eyes showing a thoughtful look. He thought of one thing. According to the original book, there would be a Hadao flower left by the ruthless emperor for Yifan in this bronze coffin in the future. He was quite excited about it, but unfortunately he didn't put it down now. If he ate it, he would instantly become an emperor, which was like ascending to heaven in one step. This good thing made him feel very excited, but it was a pity that he couldn't get it now. I wonder what's inside it now. Chen Xuanji activated his double pupils, and a ray of mysterious aura flickered in his eyes. He stared carefully at the center of the coffin, but found nothing, as if the aura was blocked by something. My double pupils are probably still in the growth stage. I haven't started formal training yet, so it's not so convenient for me to detect many things. The double pupils are said to be able to see through illusions, penetrate the glitz and get to the essence. At present, it is only convenient to see through ordinary people. Chen Xuanji understood that he had no way of getting the Hadao flower at this moment, and it was a bit unrealistic. Even if he really had it, he could not open the coffin. What's more, the Hadao flower was originally prepared by the Henrin Emperor for Yifan, who left it there for fear that he could not become an emperor. As Yifan's secret protector and the leader of the world of Zhutian, the Henrin Emperor is incredibly powerful. He is one of the most powerful emperors. It would not be a good thing if he was targeted by her. Ding, a new sign-in location has been refreshed, the Great Lane Temple, please sign in as soon as possible. Ding, the system has launched the recharge function. What good stuff will there be this time? Last time he signed in directly to get Chongtong, and he didn't know what it would be this time, which made him quite excited. There was even a recharge function, which surprised him even more. Just as Chen Xuanji was thinking about the Hadao flower and the sign-in, some other people in the bronze coffin, Yifan's classmates, had already been complaining and looked gloomy. Why is this happening? My phone has no signal. This is the latest model of kidney machine. I'm turning from a fan to a hater. I'm going to buy a Chinese one when I go back and give a bad review to the kidney machine. Stop shouting. The Taishan base station is probably damaged. We have no signal. There must be something blocking the signal inside the copper coffin. Everyone, don't panic. If something like this happens on Mount Tai, the whole country will know about it very soon. Even the world will be shocked. There is no way there would be no news. We just need to wait for rescue. The person who spoke was Yaoi. He was very steady and his words were very calm, which instantly calmed some people down. Everyone felt a lot more at ease, but some female classmates were still secretly sobbing with their faces covered. Let's all get together. Yaoi made a suggestion. Everyone agreed to this suggestion and gradually moved closer together, gathering together in the dim light of their cell phones. The dim shadows illuminated everyone's flickering faces, which looked very strange. At this moment, Chen Xuanji, who was still thinking about Hadao flower, suddenly came back to his senses. Looking at the people with a weird look on their faces, he suddenly took out a large flashlight from his backpack and turned it on. In an instant, the inside of the bronze coffin became much brighter. Even the atmosphere wasn't that weird anymore. After all, it was much brighter now, and the people gathered together staring at each other, awkwardly discovering that some of them were almost touching each other. The extremely strange atmosphere just now disappeared without a trace in an instant at this moment. Everyone looked back at this man in surprise. He came to Mount Tai to play, but he actually had such a large flashlight. I wonder if he came here for tourism or prospecting. As if sensing everyone's gaze, Chen Xuanji smiled awkwardly. Well, I'm a mountaineering enthusiast and I like adventure, so I always carry this flashlight with me, and this is no exception when I come to Mount Tai. Everyone's faces suddenly became enlightened. No wonder this was the case. However, the brighter interior did make people feel more at ease. After all, darkness can most easily arouse people's fear of the unknown. Only Chen Xuanji himself knew the true situation of the flashlight. When he entered the bronze coffin, the sign-in system actually prompted him to enable the updated recharge function. This made him feel anxious. Did he have to become an immortal by spending tons of money? Some daily necessities can actually be recharged and redeemed, such as this flashlight, which can also be exchanged for some food and drinks. According to the introduction, after entering the practice page, you can also obtain practice techniques and weapons by recharging. Now, although I have double pupils, I have not practiced cultivation and am still immortal. Therefore, the only things I can recharge and exchange are some daily necessities. He directly recharged 648 yuan without any other reason. It was the first recharge and the minimum requirement was 648. He didn't feel anything about it. After all, he wouldn't be able to use the money when he arrived in Beidou. Moreover, after redeeming a large-sized lighting flashlight with the first recharge of 648, the system prompted that there was actually a first recharge reward, which was very similar to the routine of a certain news channel before the time travel. The first charge reward is a whip and 2 candles. Chen Xuanji was like, wow, what's the use of this thing? It's not practical at all, and besides, this sign-in system doesn't seem to be very serious. As the light grew brighter, everyone began to observe the interior. On the walls of the bronze coffin, there were many bronze carvings from ancient times, densely covered with deep star maps, as well as carvings by ancient ancestors, ferocious beasts of various shapes, and even some gods that seemed to have tears on their faces. Following the light, everyone discovered a bronze coffin in the center, which made people exclaim in surprise. This is a real coffin. The outer layer is the outer coffin. The two together form the coffin. Pang Bo began to explain to some students who didn't understand, and looked at Chen Xuanji and Yi Fan, as if to take credit, to show that he also understood these profound knowledge. After all, he was a respectable undergraduate student, not just someone who knew how to do it. Chen Xuanji laughed. This Pang Bo really had a childlike and straightforward character. Everyone's faces turned pale, and they couldn't help but feel a little scared when they thought that this real coffin might actually contain a corpse. However, because the light was very bright and everyone was close together, the fear was reduced a lot, and soon everyone began to whisper. The appearance of all this seems to be related to the 5-colored altar in the center. Is it the 9 dragons pulling coffin that he summoned? Do these bronze carvings record this unknown myth? And the ancestors in these bronze carvings summoned the unknown existence here. Why did the altar summoning succeed now? Was it because our ancestors missed the time to summon us in ancient times? Should the traces of ancient times be manifested in the present? Everyone was talking about it, and the fear was reduced a lot. Everyone started chatting, and even some of Yi Fan's unmarried female classmates wanted to add Chen Xuanji, but they found that there was no signal and could not add him. Chen Xuanji took the initiative to briefly introduce himself to everyone. He also became familiar to this group of Yi Fan classmates. With his outgoing personality, he quickly integrated into the group and became one of them. Bang! After an unknown amount of time, everyone seemed to feel the bronze coffin tremble, as if it was falling, but the force was neutralized by an invisible force and it landed steadily. Have we reached the ancient planet of Yinghua? Chen Xuanji's heart trembled. He was about to arrive at the first stop after leaving the coffin. This place was a dangerous area, suppressing the most powerful monsters. Even if he had double pupils, he had to be very careful. Is the rescue team here to save us? Oh my God, thank God. Everyone was overjoyed, and a few people even started crying, because seeing the coffin lid open and light coming out from outside gave them hope. At that moment, everyone felt as if they had turned into light. Everyone left the coffin and crawled out. But the scene before them stunned them. The majestic Mount Tai in front of them disappeared, and the earth was like red blood, dark and deep. Huge rocks stood like tombstones, which looked extremely weird. Everyone followed the direction of the light and found a huge rock in front of them, with large, powerful characters engraved on it. This seems to be bell and tripod script. The first character is Ing. Yaoi spoke. It's Inghua, or Mars. Yifen recognized the two complete words and said this, looking at Qin Xuanji. Qin Xuanji also nodded with a serious look on his face. Everyone's expressions changed drastically and they were dumbfounded. They never expected that it was Mars. Everyone looked at the moon in the sky again, and it was only half its usual size. Everyone then understood that they were no longer on Mount Tai. Even if it was not Mars, it was in an unknown place. Everyone was in a heavy mood, except Qin Xuanji, who still looked somewhat calm. As soon as he came down, he looked at the ancient star with his double pupils and found that the earth was extremely desolate, with red all over the ground and a barren land, but no living creatures were seen for the time being. He knew that according to the development of the plot, they had to enter the Great Lane Temple and take away the temple artifacts, then the demons would be unsealed and unexpected situations would occur, so he took a few bags of potato chips from his backpack and shared them with Yifan and his companions, but Yifan and his companions declined. Under such circumstances, they really had no appetite. Everyone was speechless. In this situation, Qin Xuanji could still have an appetite. He was also a werewolf, but Qin Xuanji felt bitter. He just realized that using pupil techniques was extremely exhausting. It was okay for a cultivator, but if it was an ordinary person, there would be relatively large losses. But even though he was smacking his food, his pupils were open and staring at his surroundings, keeping their focus at high speed to avoid any unexpected situations. Not long after, everyone stepped on a piece of rubble and instantly perked up, thinking that this place was once inhabited by someone, so there was hope. Everyone followed the light source and found many collapsed palaces. After passing the ruins, they were surprised to see an ancient temple appear before their eyes. Qin Xuanji understood that this was the place where the crocodile ancestor was suppressed. Ding, we have arrived at the Great Lane Temple. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Ding, sign in successfully, get the 5-star reward, Emperor Seal Technique. An obscure and complicated martial arts method was transmitted into his mind. Qin Xuanji took a quick look at it and automatically started reading the quantum fluctuations. He felt that it was very extraordinary and his heart was burning with excitement. The Emperor Seal Technique is divided into 5 styles, each one is more powerful than the last. If practiced to the extreme, one can even overturn rivers and seas and swallow the sky and earth. It's a pity that I haven't practiced it yet. If I practiced it formally, I can practice the first seal. Opening Mountain Seal. Everyone stopped in front of the ancient temple, looking excited. In front of the ancient temple, there is a Bodhi tree that is as vigorous as a dragon, dotted with 5 or 6 green leaves, each of which is crystal clear and sparkling with green light, like a divine jade. The double pupils moved, and the pupils merged into one as he stared at the Bodhi tree. He felt that it was infinitely mysterious and unfathomable. The Bodhi tree is known as the tree of thinking and enlightenment. He knew that this was Yifan's chance, and in order not to spoil the plot, he was not going to grab it. Double pupils are invincible, why do you need to fight for the Bodhi seeds? Ahem, I went to the wrong set. As for opportunity, with a pair of double pupils like mine, there are all kinds of good things that I can get. I just need to find an artifact in the ancient temple. As expected, after a while, some artifacts in the ancient temple were taken away by these students, such as futons, prayer beads, jade rui, and so on. Even the foreigner Cade found half of a broken wooden fish and tapped it gently. Qin Xuanji wanted to laugh when he saw it. It was like a foreign devil pretending to be a holy monk. It was funny no matter how he looked at it. Qin Xuanji's pupils turned slightly, and with his amazing eyesight, he also found half of the Vajra, which was shining with golden light and was obviously not an ordinary object. But the best one was the bronze lamp that Yifan got, which was far better than other objects. Looking again, it turned out that Pang Bo was no ordinary person. Somehow, he actually took down the ancient temple plaque of the Great Lane Temple, leaving everyone speechless. Lu Yunji, who was previously hostile to Yifan and was hit in the face by Yifan with a Mercedes-Benz car, now had a black face. He found nothing. Chen Xuanji glanced at him and realized that the Vajra originally belonged to him, but he found it first. It's fate. As the saying goes, good people don't live long, but evil deeds last for thousands of years. It probably doesn't matter whether you, a black-hearted boy, have a Vajra or not. Chen Xuanji couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Just as Pangbo took down the plaque, the ancient temple also collapsed, and everyone gradually realized that perhaps the five-colored altar was the only way to survive. So they planned to return the same way. Not long after they returned, a female classmate suddenly fell to the ground and died inexplicably. Everyone was horrified because they saw a horrible bloody hole on her head. Before everyone had time to feel sad, they found that several more people had fallen down, all of them had blood holes on their foreheads. It was extremely weird, and the frightened people quickly tried to get away from this place. Then they were surprised to find that the Buddhist artifacts and objects of gods in the ancient temple could actually resist the unknown danger. They held them in their hands and carefully headed towards the altar to escape. Originally, Lu Yunji wanted to use the Vajra to cause trouble, but at this moment his face was pale, like a stray dog. Without the Buddhist weapon, he could only hide under other people's objects to escape. Soon after, they arrived at the altar and heard an earth-shaking roar coming from the direction of the Great Lane Temple, which shook the sky and made everyone terrified. What is that? Are there other creatures on Mars? It is said that a peerless demon is suppressed under the ancient Lane Temple. Someone said in a trembling voice. Puff. Everyone was surprised to find that not far away from a corpse, there was a cone-like black head covered with scales, shaped like a crocodile. It was these little crocodiles that killed their classmates. When everyone realized that those who fell to the ground were actually caused by them, they were horrified and kept backing away. It turned out that there were not just one little crocodiles, but they kept surrounding them in an endless stream. The obscure Bagua diagram in the sky above the five-colored altar was left with only a little light. It was obvious that it lacked energy and could not be activated. You 3-inch bastard, you actually killed several of my classmates. I will kill you. Pangbo let out a strange cry, his eyes were red, and he was the first to come out. He waved the plaque of the Great Lane Temple with great vigor and pressed it forward, smashing a large area. Yifan also held the lantern forward and blew at the wick. Suddenly, a divine flame spewed out, burning a group of divine crocodiles into a black and stinking state. Chen Xuanji held a Vajra in his hand and used the double pupil technique. In his eyes, the speed of these little divine crocodiles slowed down. He killed them one by one, and everyone looked at him closely. He actually killed as many divine crocodiles as Yifan and his companions. God and Buddha, please give me a helping hand to suppress these demons. Cade also took the stage, very bravely, turning the wooden fish, chanting, God is lenient, and Buddha is merciful, but he was not vague at all when he took action. The little crocodiles were killed one after another, and their screams were so shrill and strange that it made people shudder. Alas, the blood of these little crocodiles has gathered into the energy of the Bagua diagram. Chen Xuanji gave an appropriate reminder, and everyone came to their senses and smashed it harder. If the five-color altar had enough energy, it could be activated. This is their hope of escape. That's right. If we sacrifice their blood as nutrients for the altar, we will have hope. Zhou Yi also spoke. As everyone sped up, suppressing their fear, and fighting the divine crocodile, the light of Tai Chi Bagua in the sky became brighter and brighter, as if it was gathering energy one after another. In the distance, the earth-shaking roar of the crocodile ancestor was heard, and a pair of blood moons appeared in the sky. Those were the eyes of the crocodile ancestor. Get into the bronze coffin. Due to Chen Xuanji's intervention, this blood sacrifice was not as thrilling as the original text. The blood sacrifice was completed ahead of time and everyone entered the bronze coffin. There was actually a female classmate who had not entered, as if she was looking for something. You don't want to live anymore, get in now. Chen Xuanji yelled, and kicked her butt from behind. Chen Xuanji was shaken by the rebound, and the female classmate staggered and entered the bronze coffin. Bang! When the coffin lid was closed, everyone appeared inside the bronze coffin. As for the kid crocodile ancestor, it was a long time after the bronze coffin was closed before everyone could hear his earth-shaking roar of unwillingness. That's it. Chen Xuanji complained in his heart. He originally thought that the crocodile ancestor would arrive the moment the coffin lid was closed. How thrilling it would be. He didn't expect that this blood sacrifice was too fast. The crocodile ancestor didn't have time to react before the altar started to work. By the time it reacted, the car gods of Qiuming Mountain had already set off, so it could only rage and roar helplessly behind them. Thank you, Chen Xuanji. The female classmate who was kicked was still trembling slightly, unable to believe the thrilling scene just now. If she was caught up by the crocodile ancestor, she would definitely be torn to pieces. You're welcome. We came out together and have been through thick and thin together. It can be considered fate. I'm actually very curious, what were you looking for in that situation? Was it something important? No, it's just a cell phone. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's foot, and she seemed a little embarrassed. What's the use of mobile phones? I can buy another one, it's not expensive. No, mainly because the phone has some photos of me. The female classmate whispered to Chen Xuanji. Chen Xuanji's mouth twitched, and his eyebrows raised slightly. Ah, this girl's words seem to contain a lot of information. However, are you afraid that the Crocodile King will look through your phone again? He complained silently in his heart. Although everyone escaped, they were still silent. It was a pity that many of those lives that were saved before had been lost forever. Suddenly, Chen Xuanji, who was closing his eyes and regulating his breathing, noticed something unusual, which made his body feel cold. His eyes were so deep that he himself did not realize that there was a faint mist spreading. A figure, with disheveled hair, was vague and hidden in the crowd, appearing on the wall of the bronze coffin from time to time. The great sacred body divine thought. Chen Xuanji's eyes were solemn. He knew that this was the god Nian who escaped from the ancient temple with the crocodile ancestor. This god Nian was captured by Amitabha Buddha in the past, but because of his gratitude for his achievements, they could not bear to kill him, so they suppressed him on Mars. Crack. Not long after, the god's mind really took action. A male student came down with clear marks of strangulation on his neck and the ruler in his hand fell to the ground. I still did it. Chen Xuanji's eyes were solemn. But it didn't happen like in the original text where Lu Yunji suspected Yifan and thought he was the one who defiled him. The reason was simple, everyone in the bronze coffin was relatively close to each other, and the key point was. Chen Xuanji had thoughtfully taken out a headlight. The place where they were sitting was very bright, so it was probably easy to see who had taken action. Chen Xuanji's unintentional action resolved many conflicts. No matter how bad Lu Yunji was, he couldn't lie with his eyes open. I have unintentionally resolved many conflicts. If the system has the function of achievement, I estimate that I have achieved it initially. I have achieved the achievement of the peace ambassador of the heaven-shaking world. I saw a fingerprint suddenly appear on Lu Peng's neck, and then she fell down. The weak woman named Lu Yi suddenly started to explain, her voice trembling. Could it be that there is a ghost here? Don't talk nonsense, I'm scared. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. They had just experienced the disaster on Mars, and now they had to encounter ghosts. If it wasn't a ghost, how could a healthy person inexplicably have fingerprints on his neck and then die? But then everyone discovered that a small crocodile was wriggling inside his body. Everyone quickly killed it and felt relieved. The matter came to an end, and everyone thought that it was the little crocodile that caused trouble, but Chen Xuanji's eyes were deep, and the divine thoughts were hidden very deeply. He glanced at it inadvertently and found that the divine thoughts did not notice him, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after, Chen Xuanji discovered that Yifan had actually stood up, with an inexplicable aura of Taoism all over his body. He knew that it was the opportunity of Bodhi seed that came into play. Did you hear any noise? Yifan looked at the small coffin in the center in confusion. Everyone shook their heads, all very confused. Only Chen Xuanji understood. That was the 100-character scripture, which made him somewhat envious. He couldn't help wanting to go over and get a taste of it, but when he saw the disheveled-haired god Nian lying not far away, he felt a pang of fear in his heart. Yi Fan is the protagonist of Destiny, so naturally there is no problem. As an outlier, I guess I am not big enough for the gods to think of. Still focus on stability. Chen Xuanji comforted himself, and then thought, why not, just listen to it. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that this was the case. I thought to myself, what the hell, I'll just go for it and kill him. Chen Xuanji gritted his teeth, remained expressionless, and when he was sure that the great saint body god had not noticed him, he quietly slipped to Yi Fan's side. Not far ahead, a few people looked over and saw a few old vines as thick as buckets surrounding an open space. There was a 1-meter square spring pool, flowing like sweet spring water. There are more than a dozen small trees more than half a meter high growing beside the spring. Their emerald green leaves are as broad as human palms. Each small tree has a red fruit that is shaped a bit like a cherry. 9 wonderful elixirs of immortality. A flash of heat flashed through Chen Xuanji's heart. This was a great fortune of this forbidden land. He, Chen, was going to mix fortune with Comrade Yi Fan today. Although he didn't know whether the peerless Empress in white was standing in the bronze palace under the abyss, perhaps looking at this place. But after thinking about it, he felt relieved. After all, Yi Fan and he had a good relationship and they called each other brothers. Moreover, they had forged a deep revolutionary friendship during the Battle of Mars. How could it be called freeloading when it came to things between brothers? The 3 of them walked quickly through the vines. From a distance, they could smell a rich fragrance. I'm starving. I wasn't in the mood to eat your potato chips before, but you finished them all. Now I can finally fill my stomach. Pang Bo said. Chen Xuanji looked at him speechlessly. Such a fragrant fruit, it can't be poisonous, right? Yi Fan was a little hesitant. After all, the brighter something looks, the more attractive it is, but also the more toxic it is. This is true not only for humans but also for animals. You eat first. You have thick skin and flesh, so you will definitely be immune to all the poisons. Chen Xuanji smiled. No, 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 you should come. I'm a little hungry and need to go to the toilet. Pang Bo said nonsense. Yi Fan looked at the 2 living treasures and couldn't help being speechless. Come on, eat. Chen Xuanji picked a fruit and took a bite. The juice flowed and the aroma lingered, letting him feel a fragrant aroma that reached directly to his internal organs. Eat it, you're afraid of a bird. Pang Bo and Yi Fan were a little shocked, thinking that Chen Xuanji was a wolf killer, but they did not hesitate and began to eat the fruits. Even if Chen Xuanji did not take the lead to test the poison, they would still eat it. After all, they were too hungry, plus the fruits it was indeed too tempting, and the fragrance tickled their hearts. Chen Xuanji secretly laughed in his heart. He dared to eat it directly, so naturally he had something to rely on. Chongtong's basic function was to see through the glitz and get to the essence. He could clearly tell whether it was poison or not. It's not poisonous. I even feel a lot more energetic. Keep eating. The 3 of them devoured the food, wishing they could swallow their own tongues because it smelled so good. Chen Xuanji knew it clearly in his mind, after all, it was an elixir of immortality. Hey, this spring water seems to have a faint fragrance. Peng Bo took a breath. Yi Fan picked up some and smelled them. The fact that such fruits can be grown here is probably related to this spring water. This spring water is a bit sweet. Chen Xuanji took a sip and pretended to be surprised. Take some more water back. I think this spring water is extraordinary. Peng Bo took out a few mineral water bottles and filled them with water. Chen Xuanji also took out a large sports water bottle and filled it with water. Chen Xuanji sighed inwardly. He had wanted to exchange for some goodies and get more water, but when he tried to contact the system, he received a message that the system was under maintenance. No wonder, a place like the ancient Forbidden Land should have triggered the sign-in reward. No wonder there has been no movement. The system actually needs maintenance. This is too imperfect. After returning, Pang Bo gave 2 of the remaining 4 fruits to Zhang Xiling and Lu Yi respectively, and threw the remaining 2 to Yi Fan and Chen Xuanji. Chen Xuanji did not eat them immediately, but put them in his backpack. Then Chen Xuanji keenly felt that something was wrong. Everyone looked silent and depressed. Lu Yunji and the others. Chen Xuanji was a little surprised that the small group of 3 people did not show up at this moment. Lu Yunji and the other 3 are probably in trouble. While they were looking for food, they probably strayed into a tiger's den. Just now, we heard an earth-shaking tiger roar and their screams. Lin Jia's pretty face turned slightly pale as she stated this fact, which made Chen Xuanji feel surprised. This trio, in the original story, had been targeting Yifan's group. In the original story, they were plotting to murder Yifan, but they were discovered and thrown into the tiger's den instead. Because of my arrival, some of the original trajectories were overturned. They did not target Yifan and others as they had originally planned, but in the end they still fell into the tiger's den, which was really regrettable. Let's leave as soon as possible. I always feel that this area is too dangerous. Yifan was silent for a while and then suggested. Everyone looked at the mountains and terrain in the distance and determined a direction, thinking that if they followed this road, they would most likely be able to get out. The crowd walked along the mountain forest, holding the Buddha artifacts of gods that had long lost their divinity. The function of the Buddha artifacts now is probably only to be used as bricks. The vegetation in the mountains was very dense, and the group found a lot of wild fruits, which temporarily solved the food problem. Soon it was night. In the abyss, the terrifying figure that Chen Xuanji had observed with his double pupils before was dancing with iron chains and roaring to the sky. The deafening sound waves made their eardrums hurt. The next day, Chen Xuanji, Yifan and their group set out again, facing the sun. As they moved forward, they actually discovered a palace in heaven. When everyone looked over, they saw a huge mountain, which was very far away from here. There were several peaks between them and there were buildings stretching out in a row. There are actually cranes flying. Could this be the palace where the immortals live? Ah, it seems quite fat. Pangbo added in a low voice, his eyes a little fiery. Everyone prepared to speed up their pace, and many people were whispering that they should travel separately when they reached a populated area. Chen Xuanji took a deep puff of smoke and calmed himself down. His eyes looked a little deep. He knew that it was probably the ruins of the legendary ancient heaven. After stepping out the cigarette butt, he took out a cigarette, lit it, and followed the crowd. "Brother, you are such a heavy smoker," Pangbo complained on the side. Chen Xuanji just smiled and said nothing. He also handed them cigarettes, but found that none of them smoked. Originally, Chen Xuanji wanted to take a photo to commemorate the scene of the future Emperor Yi Tian and the great demon Pangbo puffing out clouds and smoke, but, well, it's a bit of a pity. A few hours later, everyone moved forward in the direction of the heavenly palace, crossing mountains and rivers, and almost disturbed a monster that was shedding its skin, but in the end they escaped without any harm. When they arrived at a meadow, they became hot all over and fainted. As Chen Xuanji had expected, their appearance had changed. "Little ghost, why are you wearing Yifan's clothes? Why are Pangbo's clothes on you? Little brat, where did you come from? You are so young and you are not a good person. You even smoke." Chen Xuanji, Yifan and Pangbo became people who looked like they were about 12 years old. They looked at each other in silence. After a long time, they realized that it might be the problem of the fruit. They didn't expect that they would become younger. Louis did not change after eating 2 fruits, but Zhang Xiling became about 10 years older. The people under him had already turned into dying old men with white hair. Pangbo was a very naughty person. He supported 2 people, an old man on the left and an old woman on the right, and kept shouting, leaving everyone speechless. They all guessed that it was this strange forbidden place that deprived them of their lifespans, but Chen Xuanji and his companions became younger after taking the fruit. Chen Xuanji silently experienced this unimaginably young body. He felt that although his body had become smaller, it seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. His strength had not decreased, but had increased a lot. In order to find the hope of becoming young again, everyone continued to move towards the fairy palace. As expected, they met the beautiful girl Wei Wei who was flying on the divine rainbow. They were really shocked. Those who had just entered this world thought that she was a fairy. However, Chen Xuanji felt a little uncomfortable. He felt that the girl's gaze was somewhat surprised and she was actually glancing at him from time to time. Yifan was unaware of it at this moment, because he was holding the ancient bronze coffin, standing there motionlessly, with an extraordinary aura emanating from him. Chen Xuanji approached, also concentrating and calming his mind, trying to comprehend it silently. The embarrassing thing was that he couldn't sense anything at all. Was it because of the Bodhi seeds, or was it Yifan's exclusive opportunity? Although Chen Xuanji was a little confused, he did not continue to investigate. Do you think they are possessed by some ghost? Lu Yunji said this to Li Chongqing standing beside him. Li Chongqing nodded in agreement. Chen Xuanji naturally heard it at that moment. His face turned dark and he glared at him with a bad look. These guys had never been on good terms with Yifan in the first place. Now that they saw that he was close to Yifan, and because he was not part of their group, they actually began to target him and Yifan and his group. You're asking for a beating, biting people randomly. Pangbo held the plaque of the Great Lane Temple with an unfriendly look on his face, as if he wanted to continue the rotation. Chen Xuanji's expression changed slightly as he discovered that Lu Yunji seemed to have obtained a broken ruler from a classmate who had died in an accident. No wonder. A sneer appeared on Chen Xuanji's lips. It turned out that he felt that he was good enough again. Lu Yunji was the kind of person who was timid when he was weak, but would strike hard once he gained the upper hand. Before Lu Yunji got the Buddha's weapon, he was well behaved and didn't dare to cause trouble. But now, probably because his classmates were harmed by the divine crocodile, for unknown reasons, he started to act like a demon with his small group again. Even though Qin Xian had put in a lot of effort in the early stages, the weird atmosphere and hostile calculations in the original work had been reduced a lot. But there are still some things that will happen in another way. Okay, stop arguing. Zhou Yi frowned slightly, then glanced around and said, we can't be 100% sure it's safe right now, so we need to be careful. Some people looked tense and stopped talking when they heard this. After all, those creatures were too terrifying. I don't know what kind of changes have happened right now. After all, I am a variable here, so I still have to be very careful. Because of my participation, the bloodstains were completed ahead of time. According to the original book, the Buddhist artifacts obtained from the ancient temple had almost lost their divinity, but now they can still exert great power. Not long after, everyone suddenly heard a strange sound. Although it was very faint, it was shocking. There was the sound of drums coming from afar, as if coming from a distant time and space, dull and full of sorrow. Then the funeral bells rang, and the sadness was pervasive, ethereal yet real. Everyone was surprised to find that the sounds of drums and bells seemed to be coming through the coffin wall, which made them feel creepy. Isn't this the funeral song of an ancient emperor? Suddenly, more mourning sounds were heard, faintly gathering together, as if tens of thousands of people were mourning for a person's funeral. Then, a dragon's roar was heard, resounding through the mountains and rivers, shaking the universe. It was as if a real picture was faintly engraved in the historical starry sky. Everyone had a certain feeling at that moment, as if they had witnessed with their own eyes a scene of an ancient emperor ruling the world and roaming the world, and then there was an unprecedented and grand funeral. Our relics of gods are beginning to shine. Everyone was horrified. Divine light was shining, and thousands of rays of light flowed out from the Buddhist artifacts and sank into the carvings on the wall of the bronze coffin. The walls of the coffin were originally covered with green copper rust, but at this moment, the blurry carvings of ancient ancestors and gods seemed to have come alive. Look over there, the star map is flashing. Pangbo exclaimed. Where everyone was looking, the largest ancient engraving was a vast starry sky. At this moment, all the stars were shining, but the bronze coffin wall, which served as the background color, did not change at all. These 7 stars are exceptionally bright, and they appear to be the Big Dipper. Wang Ziwen pointed and said, look at that shiny thin line. It seems to be extending and getting closer to the Big Dipper. Could it be that the route we are taking is the Big Dipper? With current human technology, it would be impossible to fly there even in millions of years. It is indeed too far away. That thin line stopped spreading and stopped at the Big Dipper star region. Are we about to get out of the coffin? This is really a weird journey. Pangbo couldn't help but mutter. To be precise, we are illegal immigrants. We didn't buy tickets or even buy additional tickets to go to the coffin. Chen Xuanji also laughed, and everyone couldn't help but smile. Dear passenger, the interstellar coffin number 9527 you are on has arrived at the terminal. Pangbo suddenly said this jokingly, and before anyone could react, he finished his words. Everyone felt dizzy, the bronze coffin was shaking violently, and seemed to be sinking. It seems like we have really reached the end. Is this another starry sky? Following the path of the gods, could it be the legendary fairyland? Everyone was excited and nervous, even Qin Xuanji was a little excited. They had finally arrived at the legendary Beidou. So many brilliant and glorious stories had been played out here, and the endless legends made him fascinated. Bang! The coffin lid seemed to have been opened, shifted out of position, and slid heavily to the side. A bright world. A breath of freedom. Saved. The people in the giant bronze coffin shouted excitedly. This was no longer the barren land on Mars. Fresh air mixed with the fragrance of earth hit their faces. Everyone stood up and rushed out of the bronze coffin quickly. The scenery they saw was magnificent and beautiful. At this moment, they were on top of a mountain and could overlook the scenery. In the distance are beautiful rolling mountains, strange protruding rocks and ancient trees that look like dragons, full of vitality. Qin Xuanji put on sunglasses and carried a backpack, like a young traveler, carefully looking at everything in front of him. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly, it was worthy of being the dojo of the ruthless emperor, it was indeed extraordinary. It's amazing. It's really a beautiful world. It's more beautiful than many 5A national scenic spots. It's a pity that my phone is out of battery, otherwise I would have taken some good photos. Finally, we don't have to worry anymore, some people cried with joy. Bang! Just as everyone was sighing, the huge bronze coffin made a metallic vibration. Everyone discovered that the bronze coffin was actually on the edge of a cliff and fell into the abyss. This made everyone feel scared. Looking carefully at the surroundings, everyone discovered that 9 large mountains were interconnected and surrounded an extremely huge valley. Looking down, it was pitch black. Where is this place? There is half a stone tablet over there. Zhang Xiling ran over. What was written? Many people were puzzled. Ancient Forbidden. What's the meaning? There are also broken parts. Everyone peeled them apart and finally confirmed that when they were put together, they formed the 4 characters of Ancient Forbidden Land. The forbidden area suddenly gives people many bad associations. Careful people find that although there are flowers, vines, and trees around, there is no trace of any biological activity, which is totally unscientific. Qin Xuanji knew everything in his mind, but he didn't show it. All he had in his mind were those fruits and the holy spring. After all, it is a magical item that can restore youth. It can return you to your teenage years. That way, your starting point for cultivation will be higher. Who said there are no living creatures? There is an eagle there. Qin Xuanji was holding a cigarette in his mouth, with smoke curling up. He looked comfortable, puffing out smoke and looking into the distance. Everyone was speechless. This guy was a heavy smoker, smoking right after being put out of the coffin. However, the eagle also attracted everyone's attention. It was circling, and its whole body was golden, as if it was made of gold. What a noise! Wang Ziwen saw the eagle approaching from afar, and her body trembled with fear, and she bumped into Qin Xuanji, causing the cigarette in his mouth to fly out, and by chance, it landed on the back of Lu Yunji's hand not far away, causing him to grimace in pain. Lu Yunji looked unfriendly and Wang Ziwen apologized repeatedly. There was a reason for her shock. The eagle flew closer, rushed to a woodland, and then flew up again. Everyone realized that what he was holding in his claws was actually a giant elephant. One can imagine what a huge and ferocious bird it was. Could it be the golden-winged dupeng? Yi Fan whispered. This is a great discovery. This is a new species that has never been discovered before. It will definitely shock the entire scientific world. You're a scientist. Pengbo was speechless. You kid, God has abandoned you here, and you are still talking about science. Pengbo, be nicer. Li Xiaoman was dissatisfied. Qin Xuanji picked up another cigarette, a faint smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. He naturally knew that Pengbo did this to vent his anger on Yi Fan. Li Xiaoman brought Cade back this time. Pengbo probably thought that Li Xiaoman was angry because Cade dumped her good friend Yi Fan, so naturally she wouldn't have a good tone towards Cade. By the way, it seems that in the original book, Li Xiaoman was possessed by a crocodile-like divine consciousness. I wonder if history has not been rewritten at this moment. He activated his pupils and found that there was something in Li Xiaoman's body that prevented him from checking. This meant that there was something wrong with Li Xiaoman. Everyone else can view it, except Li Xiaoman, which explains the problem. What kind of world have we come to? Everyone was silent and clenched the Buddhist artifacts in their hands. Then they were surprised to find that the light in their hands was dimming and some of the Buddhist artifacts were cracked. Chen Xuanji understood that inside the bronze coffin, in order to activate the engravings, the walls of the bronze coffin also absorbed the energy. These Buddhist artifacts, just like the original texts, can no longer be used. Is this the destiny of fate? Then he used his pupils to look into the ancient abyss. He thought he would not gain anything, but he accidentally found a huge black shadow that seemed to be bound by iron chains. Chen Xuanji's eyes jumped and he refocused his gaze. The investigation had exhausted him greatly and deprived him of too much energy. He staggered and seemed to fall. Yi Fan, who was standing by, was quick-witted and caught him. Many women came over and looked at him with concern. "Brother, you seem a little weak. Your cataracts haven't been cured, and your body is too weak." Lu Yunji on the side actually spoke, with a hint of jealousy in his eyes. Chen Xuanji turned a deaf ear and didn't want to pay any attention to this clown, while some girls glared at Lu Yunji, who felt a little embarrassed. In an instant, Chen Xuanji stood firm. The weakness at that moment was only a brief moment and was not serious. Gurgle. Someone's stomach rumbled and everyone felt a little embarrassed. People have to eat, drink, defecate and urinate, so many people moved and went to a secluded place to relieve themselves. It's a shame to save face. Pangbo curled his lips in disdain and said, "Fortunately, I am a smart guy. I have left my traces in that sky palace a long time ago. That will be a great testimony of human exploration of the starry sky." Puff. Yi Fan suddenly felt that the mineral water in his hand no longer smelled good and he almost threw it away, coughing repeatedly due to choking. No wonder Pangbo didn't find anything at the beginning and could only take down the plaque in the end. It turned out to be because of this reason. That's right. If humans find traces of you when they go there to investigate, they can propose a theory of human origin on Mars, saying that Mars has been an inseparable and inherent territory of mankind since ancient times. Chen Xuanji also smiled. Pangbo gave Chen Xuanji an approving look, as if they were fellow travelers, while Yi Fan looked at them both with some resentment. "By the way, do you have anything to eat? Do you still have those potato chips? I'm a little hungry, Lao Chen." Chen Xuanji shook his head. He had eaten all of them. Now the system could not be redeemed for the time being. He had to wait for a refresh. Besides, eating those fruits was the top priority. Pangbo looked a little regretful, but soon he said, "There is a spring pond over there. Here I come." Chen Xuanji was excited, and a flash of heat flashed through his heart. He knew that the novice gift pack prepared for them by the ruthless emperor of the ancient Forbidden Land had arrived. No way, if it was the handsome and tall body in the previous game, it would be fine. It's normal for a girl to be attracted to him. Could this girl be a pedophile? Chen Xuanji complained in his heart without making any expression. Although she looked at others as if she were examining a treasure, her eyes were particularly eager when she saw him. It made him feel uneasy. That's right. Chen Xuanji suddenly remembered that this Weiwei who had just appeared seemed to possess the legendary fairy eyes that could see through illusions. She probably saw some clues in his eyes, so she stared at him like that. Sure enough, just as the plot went, Weiwei gently raised her hand, and suddenly a rainbow light fell, carrying them into the air. In the eyes of everyone, this is magic. In town. Why do you have short hair? Why are you dressed so weirdly? Did you emerge from the ancient Forbidden Land? After the simple answer was confirmed, everyone's eyes were eager. Although some of the people who came out of the ancient Forbidden Land had lost time, they also had the potential for cultivation. What surprised Chen Xuanji was that he was the first person to attract people's attention. After Weiwei lowered her head and whispered a few words to the elders of Lingshu Dongtian, they looked at Chen Xuanji with extremely enthusiastic eyes. When people from several major caves came to snatch the immortal seedlings, Lingshu Cave Heaven, led by Weiwei, won and obtained the qualification of priority in selecting immortal seedlings. The old men from Lingshu Cave Heaven immediately pulled Qinshuangji, Yifan, and Pang Bo to their side. Wrinkles appeared on his face and his mouth was crooked with a smile. Sure enough, it was a pair of terrifying pupils. They were double pupils in the shape of a Tai Chi. After looking into their eyes, I actually felt a palpitation. The old man from Lingshu Cave was trembling with fear. He was an old man who had practiced for a long time, but when he looked at such a young junior, he actually felt a sense of panic. It was really incredible. What kind of constitution is this? Everyone was shocked and confused, as if they had never seen it before, and there seemed to be no related records in historical books. Is it a newly born physique? Double pupils, they actually exist. I read in an ancient book that people with double pupils are born with divine talents. It seems to date back to the forgotten days of the chaotic ancient times. Ma Yun, the old man from Eating Cave Heaven, seemed to remember something, and looked at Qinshuangji with some eagerness in his eyes. Yes, I'm cultivating the immortal eye, and I seem to have heard such a legend. It seems that there is no such physique in the history of our world, and there are only a few words mentioned in ancient books. The girl Weiwei also said. Because this physique only exists in legends and has not been verified, it has not yet been recorded in the list of the strongest physiques known to the public. The old men in the several caves were beating their chests and stamping their feet, extremely frustrated. They all hated themselves for not performing well today and missing out on such a fairy seedling. The following plot is the same as before. Yifan is first discovered to be a peerless holy body and arouses everyone's envy, but then it is proved that the holy body is no longer suitable for cultivation, and it becomes a useless body. No one cares about him. His life is full of ups and downs, and the world is fickle. Then, the old men began to talk about the vastness of this world, but knowing that Lingshu Cave Heaven was just a drop in the ocean, they could not help but feel confused. However, the old man Lingshu explained that getting started in cultivation is the most important thing. Although they are in a cave heaven, they do belong to a certain holy land, and every opportunity can be used to introduce them there. Such a familiar feeling. Hearing the old man's sermon, Qinshuangji felt the same as when he was looking for a job in his previous life, when his boss was talking nonsense and painting a rosy picture for him. After a speech, the general meaning is to say, young people, you must work hard, we are the branch campus of the Holy Land Yen State, and you will be admitted to Tsinghua University and Peking University in the future. At the request of Qinshuangji and Pang Bo, Yifan, who was still at the lowest point in his life, was also brought into Lingshu Cave Heaven. Finally, the group stopped in front of a misty fairy mountain. It was a peaceful place with lush trees, pavilions, and buildings dotted around, flowing springs and waterfalls, and flying cranes. It was lively and natural, and it was really a wonderful place. This crane is really fat. Pumbu's old problem came back. He looked a little greedy, as if he was looking at the cranes in heaven, while the old man next to him looked at them with displeasure and said bluntly that he could not beat them yet. This place is not Lingshu Cave Heaven, it is just the mountain gate. There is fairy mist floating in the air, and it is hazy and misty, with exotic flowers and plants everywhere. When you come to the cloud depths, you will see a large blue stone standing in front of you, with two ancient characters engraved on it, Lingshu. Qinshuangji, Yifan, and Pang Bo were brought to a low mountain. There were 3 or 5 thatched huts, 2 or 3 bamboo forests, a medicinal field in front of the houses, and several old trees closely connected. You guys stay here first. An old man who was leading the way gave them a few instructions and then left leisurely. Oh, I feel a little sad. Qinshuangji fumbled around in his pocket and took out a cigarette. After lighting it, there was a hint of depression between his brows. You haven't finished your cigarette yet? Yifan came over and asked curiously. Not much left, I don't have much left. Qinshuangji smiled slightly. The next day, Qinshuangji was surprised to be informed that the leader of Lingshu Dongtian had summoned him. Under the puzzled gazes of Yifan and Pang Bo, Qinshuangji followed a little boy and walked over. Because of my arrival, I did come to some crossroads. Originally, there was no leader. If we talk about it in the game, it just triggered some side quests. Could it be that because of my double pupils, I unlocked new characters? When they arrived at a dilapidated hall, the boy entered first and said loudly, "Report to the headmaster, the person has been brought here. Let him come over." Chen Xuanji entered the hall, and after paying his respects, he looked at the person in front of him and was slightly stunned. The leader in front of him was actually a woman. She was extremely beautiful, tall and slender, with a swallowtail hairpin hanging down her head, a graceful body, and a light green robe. She sparkled under the scattered light, exuding an immortal aura, and was calm and self-assured, pure and unworldly. As expected of a woman in cultivation, her temperament was indeed far superior to those vulgar women with rouge and powder he had seen before. He never expected that the Lord of Lingshu Cave Heaven was such a beautiful woman. The fluctuations emanating from that woman also made his heart palpitate. This woman was unfathomable. What a pair of double pupils, truly mysterious and unparalleled. The beautiful leader's heart was slightly shaken, and a hint of shock flashed across her face for an instant, but she quickly covered it up without any expression, as if she thought of some legend. You can practice with me these days. After a brief conversation, the head of the sect, Li Wenjing, actually said such a thing, which really surprised Chen Xuanji. Chen Xuanji nodded. Although he didn't know why the sect leader offered to teach him, as a person with double pupils, he was deep-minded, intelligent, and had amazing judgment. He felt that the other party had no ill intentions, so he agreed. In spiritual practice, it is very important to have someone to guide you. You can't rely entirely on your unreliable system, which needs maintenance from time to time. You also need to be down-to-earth on the path of spiritual practice. Sect Master Li Wenjing arranged a new place for Chen Xuanji to live in a bamboo forest, and the cave master's room was not far away. Chen Xuanji went back to get his things, temporarily said goodbye to Yifan and the others, and moved into a new residence. The headmaster told him that he would come to guide him into practice tomorrow. At night, the starry sky was bright and the cool breeze was blowing. Chen Xuanji leaned against a big bamboo, his eyes deep, thinking about the next step. Ding! System maintenance is complete. New sign-in location refreshed, Demon Emperor's Tomb. Demon Emperor's Tomb. Chen Xuanji looked at the starry sky and couldn't help muttering to himself. The Demon Emperor's Tomb was the last emperor of the post-ancient era. It is said to be the burial place of the Green Emperor. It contains the complete Tao Jing, the basic scripture for practicing in the Wheel Sea realm, which is known as the strongest practice method in the basic chapter, as well as a Demon Emperor's heart and a copper block that is suspected to be the Emperor's immortal cauldron. The next day. As the sun rises, soft sunlight pours down, casting a faint halo on the houses and the treetops, making it appear peaceful and tranquil. The beautiful leader Li Wenjing also arrived early. She had a gentle and quiet appearance. She was wearing a white long dress and came slowly, like the Guangan fairy descending to the earth. She planned to teach Chen Xuanji and guide him on the path of cultivation. She was very surprised when she first tried bone touching and spirit measurement on Chen Xuanji, and found that this boy's talent was truly amazing. However, Chen Xuanji felt a little uncomfortable and a little embarrassed. He thought to himself, fortunately it was a beautiful woman. If it was an old man, he would be disgusted. As expected of a legendary god. Li Wenjing sighed inwardly, and looked at Chen Xuanji with increasingly fiery eyes. Then Li Wenjing began to teach him the concept of cultivation. For example, all things have their origin place, and there is also such a place in our human body, which is the root of life vitality and contains the essence of the whole body. It is called the source wheel of life, or the wheel of life, and is the foundation of cultivation. According to her, to embark on the path of cultivation, one must first sense the wheel of life, and then try to open up the sea of bitterness, before one can officially embark on the path of cultivation. Created in the sea of suffering, brewing vitality in the desolation, cultivating divine veins, offering sacrifices to build a sky bridge, reaching the other side, and coming to the end of the sea of suffering, this is the first secret realm of the human body, the secret realm of the sea of wheels. Chen Xuanji nodded thoughtfully. The mysterious principles of all things in the world suddenly emerged in his mind. Unconsciously, the sun had set and it was almost evening. He didn't expect that he had reached the point of neglecting food and sleep before even embarking on the path of cultivation. Another day passed, Li Wenjing was explaining the theoretical basis, and Chen Xuanji was also immersed in the principles of nature and the wonders of heaven and earth, unable to extricate himself, and even didn't want to smoke. On the third day, Li Wenjing wanted to explain the basics to him as before, but she didn't expect that Chen Xuanji's words would shock her. I sense the wheel of life. Sect leader Li Wenjing's face changed slightly immediately. After confirming that it was indeed the case, he was a little bit unbelievable and looked very surprised. This kind of talent is really rare in ancient and modern times. He could probably be compared with the descendants of those holy places, right? Moreover, he did not take any medicine. Ordinary practitioners would use 100-herb liquid to assist in sensing, but for some people with special physiques, this 100-herb liquid has little effect. Some people rely on their own extraordinary perception to sense the wheel of life. Chen Xuanji had indeed sensed it and could guide the flow of his vital energy. Next, he was almost ready to open up the sea of bitterness. Li Wenjing had left behind the Taoist scripture the day before yesterday, which is known as the most powerful method for basic entry. Although it is a fragment, it is still precious. The truly complete method is in the Demon Emperor's tomb. At this moment, under the guidance of Li Wenjing, he was practicing his profound skills and preparing to try to open up the sea of bitterness. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly this world was filled with golden light and a tsunami-like sound erupted, deafening. At Qinchuanji's Sea of Suffering, there were thousands of brilliant divine lights, and the blue sea was surging like thousands of troops galloping. The Sea of Suffering of ordinary people is lifeless, but his Sea of Suffering has an indescribable vitality, as if it contains vigorous vitality. Then something even more surprising occurred. Above the rolling waves, the yin and yang energies actually emerged. The yin and yang energies evaporated, constantly circling above the Sea of Suffering, where they formed a mysterious trajectory, constantly arranging and combining in the air, and then transformed into brilliant rain of light, like white petals, slowly falling into the boundless Sea of Suffering. Yin and yang recreate chaos. Chen Xuanji's heart was shocked, and he felt something in his heart. The yin and yang energies, which were constantly circling and evolving, actually contained the trajectory of the great Tao. All things carry the yin and embrace the yang, and the collision of qi makes them harmonious. Is the rotation of the yin and yang energies evolving chaos? Although it is a tiny change now, he can sense it in his mind. In his vast Sea of Suffering, wisps of chaos are rippling. What a mysterious change this is. He even thought, would his Sea of Suffering one day completely turn into chaos and become a sea of confusion? Yifan's Sea of Suffering is golden, like divine iron, and is very difficult to open up. However, due to his double pupil physique, his Sea of Suffering is also different from that of ordinary people. Moreover, it was opened up so quickly, and it may turn into a sea of chaos in the future. This makes him excited. At this moment, his body was bathed in light, emitting crystal light, which was very magical. His originally smooth skin was like jade, flowing with divine light. After successfully opening up the sea of bitterness, he felt something in his heart. He felt that as he officially embarked on the path of cultivation, his double pupils began to change. He felt his eyes were numb and itchy, as if something was wriggling in his pupils, giving him a strange feeling. He who was originally sitting cross-legged in the open space suddenly stood up, which surprised Li Wenjing, who was standing beside him. However, she knew that he seemed to be in a state of transformation at the moment, so she did not disturb him. Relying on his senses, Chen Xuanji slowly closed his eyes and walked towards the bamboo forest beside him. There were some boulders as big as water tanks standing there. He felt that his eyes seemed to be about to burst out with energy, so he prepared to use those big stones to experiment. Not long after, Chen Xuanji stood silently, with the breeze caressing him, as if time had stopped. He suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes shone like golden lamps, carrying an imposing aura, very terrifying. Boom! 2 dazzling golden beams burst out from his eyes at a very fast speed, with clanging sounds like swords, piercing through gold and splitting rocks. A huge stone in front of him was smashed into pieces by the 2 golden beams and turned into powder on the ground. This. Li Wenjing's pupils shrank slightly, her heart was in turmoil, her chest kept rising and falling, and she seemed to be in a very uneasy mood. In terms of power alone, it's probably better than the full-strength attack of the Divine Bridge Monk. It's indeed the legendary terrifying physique. And Chen Xuanji had a feeling in his heart that this was probably the innate magical power of those with double pupils, just like the divine arts brewed by the supreme bone of Shihao in the perfect world, the hand of heaven, the tribulation light of heaven and the like. In this world, the records about double pupils are only a few words, and there is no record about innate divine powers. Therefore, he named this pupil technique in his mind as Eye of Nirvana. The sudden control of such a powerful force made Qin Xuanji feel a little unreal. It is true that those with double pupils are born gods. It was not just talk. Before he had practiced it, it was not very obvious. But now, he felt more and more that this physique was extraordinary. Let me write about the reputation of Chongtong. A sense of pride suddenly rose in Qin Xuanji's heart. Gurgle. Qin Xuanji was a little embarrassed. After practicing for a long time, he was still hungry. Looking at Li Wenjing beside him, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, but Li Wenjing seemed to be unaware and was still staring blankly at the powder on the ground. Master, I will take my leave first. Qin Xuanji bowed, while Li Wenjing nodded blankly, not knowing what they were thinking. Qin Xuanji found it a little funny, and then his mind moved. He felt a little worried about Yifan and Pang Bo, so he thought about taking a walk over to Yifan and Pang Bo to see how they were doing. It was already nighttime, the moon was high in the sky, the moonlight was as soft as water waves, the clear light was scattered, and it was hazy and quiet. In front of the thatched cottage beside the medicinal field, the three people sat down separately. There were some exquisite side dishes, wine and meat on the table, which was a very sumptuous meal. Ah, Lao Chen, you are really capable. We have been eating so much these past few days that our mouths are almost dry. Pangbo raised his head and took a sip of wine, saying this enviously. Alas, we have been eating vegetarian food these days and haven't eaten meat for a long time. Yifan also complained a little, grabbed a chicken leg and said this. Qin Xuanji smiled. He certainly wouldn't say that he exchanged it in the system. The wine and meat had used up all his savings. Of course, he hadn't enjoyed them recently because the head of the sect had once seriously told him that a cultivator must learn to be pure in mind and desire. When they learned that Qin Xuanji had opened up the sea of suffering, the two of them congratulated him again, and were very excited. However, after the joy, Yifan also looked a little melancholy. The sea of bitterness is like divine iron, hard as a rock. The physique of the ancient saint is extremely special. Although he has not yet entered the stage of cultivation and is still in the stage of absorbing common sense, he has been told that it will be very difficult for him to sense the wheel of life and open up the sea of bitterness. Qin Xuanji patted Yifan on the shoulder with a drunken smell. I believe in you, the ancient saint body will definitely shine here with you. Yifan smiled upon hearing this, feeling grateful. He knew that Qin Xuanji was encouraging him, and his mood improved. He was a tenacious and cheerful person, so he would not stop moving forward just because of the blow of a crippled body. By the way, what special function do your double pupils have? Pang Bo asked, why do those elders like you so much? Nothing much, just a simple perspective. Ah. Pang Bo subconsciously put his hands in front of his chest with an exaggerated expression. A black line appeared on Qin Xuanji's forehead, and he gritted his teeth and said, no matter how useless I am, I will not stare at a grown man. That's a pity indeed. Our place is mostly populated by male cultivators, and the few female cultivators are relatively old. Well, I don't know if you like them. If you have the opportunity to join a holy place in the future, there will surely be many goddesses and fairies there. Then you will have the opportunity to feast your eyes. Yifan smiled and teased. As expected of you. Qin Xuanji complained in his heart. After all, he had seen the legendary Yihei's true face. Just a few words from him made Qin Xuanji roll his eyes. In the following month, Qin Xuanji returned to the residence arranged by the headmaster, and continued to practice the mysterious arts, finally completely stabilizing his state of suffering. But he was still not satisfied. In order to practice Emperor Seal art, he needed to at least break into the Life Spring realm. There will be many powerful cultivators in the Demon Emperor's tomb. It seems that even people from the Yaguang Holy Land and the ancient family will come. The Sea of Bitterness realm may not be enough to serve as a delivery boy. In fact, in the original book, Yifan strolled in the primitive ruins, but did not dare to get too close, and could only observe from the edge. The years of cultivation passed quickly, and before I knew it, half a year had already passed in Lingshu Cave. What? The conference asked me to speak and talk about my experience in cultivation. The corner of Qin Xuanji's mouth twitched. In the past 6 months, he basically did not move around. He was always practicing. And now the head of the sect suddenly came and told him this. According to the leader, he he has made rapid progress during this period, and the organization has noticed it. At this conference, he will be allowed to speak as a representative of the new students, exchange his experiences, and encourage some of the latecomers who have not yet made progress. Of course, it will also be recorded as an important and valuable practical experience to prepare for future selection into the Holy Land. In short, it is an excellent freshman representative and a gold-plated internship experience. All right. Chen Xuanji didn't want to go at first and didn't want to be in the spotlight, but since the master was nice to him, he agreed. In front of Lingshu Cliff. You are so young, yet you have already opened up the sea of bitterness. You are indeed an immortal seedling. She's just a kid, but she's already achieved so much. His pupils are very special. When I looked into their eyes, I felt a palpitation. Everyone was talking about it with amazement. In front of Lingshu Cliff, Chen Xuanji looked serious. He first thanked the headmaster for his teachings and cultivation of Dongtian, and then said that it was thanks to his fellow disciples. The elders who listened nodded repeatedly, secretly sighing that the young boy was teachable. He was formally explaining some of his insights and experiences from spiritual practice. Spiritual practice is inherently mysterious and profound. Things like this that are hazy and ambiguous are the most likely to make people ponder. He was surprisingly good at this aspect. Seeing the thoughtful and surprised expressions of many newbies below, Chen Xuanji couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. However, when he glanced down, he inadvertently discovered that Yifan and Pang Bo had also come. According to the plot, they had already opened up the Sea of Bitterness at about this time. Coming here at this time was undoubtedly to support Chen Xuanji. After Chen Xuanji finished speaking, he found that they had actually left. However, this was followed by a wave of stares, which of course avoided his eyes, and the vague glances would occasionally glance over at him. Chen Xuanji looked over and saw the man who was looking at him. His body was as dry as a dead tree. He was dressed in black as if wrapped around a short bamboo pole. His disheveled white hair made him look a little eerie and scary. Chen Xuanji narrowed his eyes slightly. As per the convention, the elders had introduced themselves before the opening of the Lingshu Cliff speech. This person's surname was Han. He didn't know why, but he always felt that he was staring at him with ill intentions. Although the feeling was vague and he had concealed his presence, he still caught it at that moment. Chen Xuanji was so perceptive. People with double pupils were intelligent and extremely perceptive. He seemed to have some impression of Elder Han from Lingshu Cave Heaven, who was a villain who appeared in The Great Ruler. Chen Xuanji was not afraid of him. Not to mention the many elders present, just in terms of cultivation, that elder was only at the Life Spring realm. With the most powerful pupil technique he possessed, even at the Sea of Bitterness realm, he was not afraid of him at all. It's you. Chen Xuanji's mind moved. He knew this person. In the original novel, this person knew that Yifan had taken the holy fruit and the holy spring. In addition, Yifan was the legendary waste body, so he wanted to refine him into a human medicine. Unexpectedly, he actually paid attention to him now. In fact, Elder Han felt bitter and aggrieved. How could he dare to touch Chen Xuanji, who was an immortal seedling? Moreover, it was said that he had a close relationship with the head of the sect. He was watching him just now because he thought that this child had also taken the holy fruit and the divine spring. So he subconsciously imagined that he was making medicine for him. He actually caught the breath that was inadvertently revealed. Chen Xuanji's eyes moved slightly, a faint light shone, and he looked over. Elder Han's mind trembled violently in an instant, his face turned pale, and he felt as if he had fallen into a dark abyss, being torn apart by the storm. Seeing Chen Xuanji coming over, everyone was a little surprised. At this moment, many practitioners had left, and only a few elders of Lingshu were still there. Elder Han, what's wrong with you? Chen Xuanji walked over and looked at Elder Han kindly. His eyes seemed concerned, and he had a harmless and kind smile, but there was a trace of double pupil power in his eyes, which continued to erode his mind, and was only directed at him. Others had no idea how much pain Elder Han was in at this moment. In the eyes of the other elders, they were very pleased and thought that this was a good child who cared about the elders. What a good kid, not only does he have amazing talent for cultivation, but he also has a kind heart. Old Han, I told you to stop tinkering with those poisonous insects and drugs. Your body is already so weak. Yes, get more sun exposure. Look at your pale skin and dark circles under your eyes. You should manage your time well and don't hide in the cave all day. I have. A friend gave me some tiger penis and deer antlers. Come to my place later and I'll give them to you to replenish your body. Elder Han was under great pressure at the moment. Looking at Qin Xuanji's kind eyes, he felt like crying but couldn't. In his heart, he just wanted to say, he has a kind heart and cares about his elders. Qin Xuanji bowed and said goodbye to the elders, then walked away leisurely with a slight smile on his lips, leaving Elder Han standing there with a terrified expression and a gloomy look on his face. When he returned to his residence, it was already late at night. After Qin Xuanji came back, he sat cross-legged on a large smooth and flat stone in front of the house. His eyes were somewhat deep. He was pondering the next path and how to go on. The Sea of Bitterness realm is indeed too weak in this world. It is okay to be in Lingshu Cave Heaven, but if you want to go out for training, you will definitely encounter many crises, and you need to keep signing in, and you are destined not to be able to live in peace in a corner. Moreover, Lingshu Cave Heaven is indeed too small, like a drop in the ocean. He closed his eyes slightly, seemingly in deep thought, but his heart was active, because in the recharge system, in addition to ordinary coins used to purchase daily necessities and items, there is now a new recharge system that can be used to exchange for skills and classics. And the recharged items actually need to be extremely precious sources. According to ancient records, in the era when heaven and earth were united, vegetation flourished, creatures were powerful, and elixirs were endless. Many sources were formed, as crystal clear as amber, containing a large amount of life essence. There are even some rare divine sources that contain powerful creatures from ancient times. After such sources are mined, they can provide a huge amount of life essence. But Qin Xuanji knew that this source was really hard currency. Yifan practiced the ancient saint body, and his body was like a bottomless pit. It was unknown how much source he had consumed in the early stages of his practice. And those ancient emperors and celestial masters who were sleeping in the restricted area also cut themselves off and sealed themselves in the divine source to delay the loss of vitality. Because he hadn't obtained the source yet, the page for exchanging items in the system could not be displayed, which made him quite regretful. The most important thing right now is to enter the life spring realm, so that I have the courage to go out, and then find a way to get some source. For the next month, Qin Xuanji stayed at home and rarely went out. She went out occasionally to ask some Lingshu elders about matters of cultivation. Because the head of the sect was still out from time to time during this period, she could not ask them in time and could only ask some elders. However, the head of the sect was still very concerned about his breakthrough into the life spring realm, and would get him some elixirs every now and then, and Qin Xuanji's sea of suffering was gradually expanding. Finally, a week later, when he fell into the ethereal state again, the sea of suffering was no longer calm, and began to gush wildly. This was a sign that he was about to communicate with the wheel of life and release the divine spring. He naturally knew that this was a sign of a breakthrough. Although it is more difficult than the Sea of Bitterness, it is still not a big problem. He once again studied the Tao Sutra, which contains some annotations left by the sect leader. With his unparalleled natural talent, he naturally made a breakthrough quickly. Boom! A powerful aura burst out, and Qin Xuanji's whole body was filled with energy, like a vast ocean, shaking the surrounding grass and trees, rocks into the air, and the ground was shaking. He sensed that a spring had appeared in the central part of the Sea of Bitterness, connecting to the Wheel of Life. The sacred spring was flowing. What surprised him most was that the yin and yang energies that were originally floating above the Sea of Bitterness were actually separated, and the interweaving and fusion of the yin and yang energies actually became a part of misty chaotic energy, entwining around the sacred spring. And his eyes at this moment unexpectedly changed again. The left eye showed strong vitality, and the right eye contained the power of destruction. The power of yin and yang seemed to flow in his eyes. But in an instant, everything disappeared, as if it was an illusion. Is this the next path for the double pupil technique? Chen Xian's team had a deep feeling about the power of destruction, as they had already awakened the first kind of innate magic. He vaguely felt that if they activated the second kind of innate magic, it would probably be related to the Eye of Life and Creation. Life and death are opposites, but they also complement each other. Destruction and vitality are originally the process of reincarnation, just like the black and white Tai Chi diagram. Only when both are combined can a certain subtle and perfect balance be achieved. He has already felt it in his heart. It's time to practice the weapon. When one has mastered the mystical arts to a small extent, one can use the divine patterns to refine weapons. He was just about to refine the weapons, but now Qin Xuanji was surprised to find that the divine patterns that should have existed in the bitter sea did not appear. Where is the endless life essence? Suddenly, Qin Xuanji suddenly realized that there seemed to be a rich life force contained in the yin and yang energies. Could it be that these are my divine patterns? Qin Xuanji was shocked at the moment, and then he looked over again. The intertwined yin and yang energies were distributed in a very regular pattern, like a chain of divine order. Although the color was not so dazzling, it was very deep, containing the principles of vitality and creation. I see. I didn't understand it before, but now I finally understand. The yin and yang energies that were created when the sea of suffering was opened up are probably the divine patterns that are exclusive to people with double pupils. It turns out that people with double pupils do not just rely on pupil techniques. There are probably some differences in their bodies from ordinary cultivators. After all, people with double pupils are born divine and do not rely solely on a pair of eyes. Qin Xuanji further realized the unfathomable depth of the double pupil physique. In the perfect world, the only ones who can rely on the accumulation of one lifetime to compete with geniuses such as the 10-crown king exiled immortal who have accumulated knowledge for many lifetimes are those with double pupils, except for the eternal anomaly, Emperor Desolate Sky Shihao, who was born for the purpose of practicing Taoism and experiencing tribulations. You can say that what is important is the person, not the physique, but don't forget that in the world of shrouding the heavens, there are only a handful of people who can reach the pinnacle with a mortal body. Only when one has truly achieved great success and realized the origin of all things, can one say calmly that physical constitution is not the most important, and that the mortal body is the source of everything. Qin Xuanji didn't dare to fully agree with this statement. He could only say that it made sense to a certain extent, because not everyone can reach the top, so physical fitness is also crucial. It's like, after someone becomes successful, he can naturally say, "I'm not interested in money." Qin Xuanji also believed that he was successful and famous now, and he had everything, so it was understandable that he had no interest in money. However, he would never believe that he could say so calmly that he had no interest in money several years ago when he was still young. After sighing in his heart, Qin Xuanji fell into a dilemma again. There was a major problem at hand. What weapon can be trained with the divine pattern? Qin Xuanji frowned, feeling somewhat helpless. In fact, he could kill the enemy with the power of his divine pattern without turning it into a weapon, but Qin Xuanji felt that his divine pattern was different from that of ordinary people. In order to keep a low profile and make it easier to fight against the enemy, he still had to turn it into a weapon. Ordinary monks can sacrifice the divine pattern into various shapes, such as flying knives, daggers, etc., which can be released outside the body to kill the enemy, which is more effective than the divine pattern. Some people will spend a lot of time and effort to sacrifice the original divine pattern into flying swords, small shields, divine halberds, etc., which are easier to control and have much greater power when fighting against the enemy. There are also some people who are not afraid of complexity and mystery. They repeatedly practice the shapes of tripod, bell, or tower and can exert all kinds of mysterious powers. Representative works include the Mother Chi of all things cauldron, the beginningless bell, etc. Generally speaking, the more complex and mysterious the weapon made with the original divine runes, the more powerful it is, and of course the more difficult it is to form. Many cultivators may waste their entire lives without achieving any significant results. How about hammering out a cigarette or a pair of sunglasses? Qin Xuanji suddenly felt a sense of evil interest when he thought of this. Later generations recorded, Emperor Xiantian has profound magical powers, his true body does not come out, he patrols the star field with a cigarette, and shocks all the major life-forbidden areas. Thinking of this, Qin Xuanji couldn't help but smile, revealing his white teeth. His smile was so bright that it actually revealed a bit of his youthfulness, which was rare. Turning his training weapons into cigarettes and sunglasses was naturally just a temporary bad taste of his and he couldn't do it seriously. He already had a vague idea in his mind. Tai Chi diagram. Tai Chi is divided into two energies of yin and yang. The 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth are produced by the 2 energies of yin and yang. The essence of the 5 elements condenses to give birth to human beings, and the combination of yin and yang gives birth to all things. According to rumors, the Tai Chi diagram ion has the power to pacify the earth, water, fire, and wind, the strength to transform the yin and yang and the five elements, the ability to organize the mysteries of the way of heaven, and the ability to encompass all phenomena. The mutual transformation of yin and yang and the compatibility of chaos are indeed very consistent with his pair of pupils that contain supreme destruction and creation. Chen Xian made up his mind to practice the divine pattern into the shape of the Tai Chi diagram, and to finalize its shape in his mind. However, what surprised him was that he thought it would be very easy to practice the Tai Chi diagram with the divine runes. After all, the Tai Chi diagram had a simple structure and was far less complex than those tripods or towers. However, he melted the divine patterns repeatedly and tempered them many times, but he still could not reach his expectations. There are some flaws after all. After thinking hard for a long time, he suddenly realized. Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. This Tai Chi diagram is both one and all things. The truth is simple. It turns out that the Tai Chi diagram, which looks the simplest and plainest, contains the ultimate truth of heaven and earth and the origin of all things. Chen Xuanji also understood that if he wants to practice the Tai Chi diagram well, it is as difficult as practicing the cauldron. He practiced repeatedly, concentrating his mind on practicing the Tai Chi diagram, and before he knew it, 2 whole days had passed. During these 2 days, even when sect leader Li Wenjing came, he didn't even notice. Finally it worked. Chen Xuanji opened his eyes, and his eyes were shining brightly like the morning glow. He couldn't help but smile. After a long period of polishing, the Tai Chi diagram has basically taken shape. Although it is not perfect yet, it basically meets his expectations. Yes, I have entered the life spring realm. A faint fragrance wafted over, and a beautiful figure in a purple dress suddenly appeared in front of Chen Xuanji. She was tall, with a delicate face and a faint and elegant smile. You. Li Wenjing smiled faintly and was about to say something, but suddenly her face changed slightly, and a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she seemed a little excited. What's wrong? The Demon Emperor's tomb is opened. Brush. The figure of sect leader Li Wenjing disappeared instantly, leaving Chen Xuanji with a look of astonishment on his face. It seems that I missed the training in Lingshu Cave Heaven. In the next 2 days, the Demon Emperor's tomb is about to be opened. Chen Xuanji felt a little regretful. He estimated that Yi Fan and the others had been out for several days, and the scripture was probably almost obtained by Yi Fan. However, he did not care much. Although the Taoist scriptures were extremely precious and were known as one of the strongest scriptures in the Wheel Sea realm, there were also some scriptures that were not much worse than his. At the moment, he was thinking about rushing to the Demon Emperor's tomb to see if he could sign in. This was his original purpose. Chen Xuanji knew at this moment that time was running out, but fortunately he had already broken into the life spring and his speed had greatly increased, so he would probably be able to get there soon. The night sky was now pitch black with stars dotted across it. Chen Xuanji turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the distance. Then a dazzling divine rainbow appeared and covered him, and he slowly rose into the air. Travel to the North Sea in the morning and stay in Kangwu in the evening. Chen Xuanji finally experienced the feeling of the great masters in myths and legends, although he was still quite far away from them. Chen Xuanji rode the divine rainbow towards the primitive ruins. At this moment, he had a brand new experience. The mountains, rivers, and swamps, the vastness of the world were all at his feet, which made him feel a sense of pride. The Demon Emperor's tomb is located deep in the original ruins, with cornerstones and rubble everywhere, broken walls and ruins, a desolate scene. An hour later, Chen Xuanji controlled the divine rainbow. In order not to attract attention, he flew at a low altitude and kept approaching the Demon Emperor's tomb. Are you late? Chen Xuanji's face turned dark. He found that in front of the Demon Emperor's tomb, many powerful men were already fighting in a mess. Their shapes could not be seen clearly, only some dazzling lights floating there. He knew that according to the original text, the Demon Emperor's tomb attracted many forces. The main contenders were the Yaguang Holy Land, the ancient Ji family, and a group of a dozen pretty girls from the Yaoqi Holy Land who passed by to watch the show. Boom. Beams of light shoot up into the sky, and heat waves soar into the sky. A corner of the Demon Emperor's tomb was opened. But then, a terrifying aura instantly spread out, making Qin Xuanji tremble with fear. He couldn't help but want to retreat. Although the treasure was tempting, he had to live to get it, right? Qin Xuanji guessed that Yifan was still in some corner, watching like crazy. Ding, the environment is detected to be too harsh, the Demon Emperor's tomb check-in mission is cancelled. Suddenly, such a voice came in my mind. Qin Xuanji. Qin Xuanji was stunned. Can the system be operated in this way? After repeated confirmation, I found that the task of signing into the Demon Emperor was indeed cancelled. This system is really strange. It is not like the enchanting building systems in the novels I have seen before. You must complete related tasks or something like that. Otherwise, there will be various punishments, and they will threaten to wipe out the host at any time. That's weird, system boss, why did you cancel it all of a sudden? Qin Xuanji tried to communicate with the system, but unexpectedly, the system actually responded. This surprised him very much. You know, except for the previous sign-in task, no matter how Qin Xuanji asked him questions, he never got a response. He was like a cold program, mechanically issuing various tasks, but now he actually responded to him for the first time. The content of the reply was also very simple, which even left Qin Xuanji speechless. Saving your life comes first, signing in comes second. The system is still a wise person. Qin Xuanji felt that it was actually somewhat intelligent. If it continued to develop in this way, would it be able to communicate with the system like a human in a few years? Or could it transform into a human? He has a bold idea in his mind. Qin Xuanji's eyes suddenly lit up. His pupils were so sharp that he noticed a ray of light rushing over from a distance, with a brilliant green light. It seems to be a magical treasure from the Demon Emperor's tomb. Swish. A glowing green short sword sank into the ancient tree not far from Qin Xuanji, which made Qin Xuanji happy. What a good thing. His fingers glowed and he slightly circulated the power of the Sea of Bitterness, grasped the dagger in his hand and pulled it out. The dagger was emitting precious light and the middle of the hilt was carved with complex patterns. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. He didn't expect that he would have the chance to get a bargain. Holding the sharp dagger, he was reluctant to let it go. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a laugh. Ha ha ha. A fat Taoist priest with a ruddy face rushed over riding a divine rainbow. Although his body was a little fat and bloated, he was very flexible and landed like a fallen leaf. I didn't expect that my good fortune would come and I would actually catch up with another psychic weapon. Are these kids destined to be with me? He rushed over and was about to grab Qin Xuanji's hand, but Qin Xuanji's double pupils began to move again, and his eyes actually slowed down the fat Taoist's movement speed. He was able to dodge flexibly. This was the basic function of the double pupils, which could slow down the opponent's movement speed. No matter how fast the opponent was, in his eyes, it was as slow as a snail and he could dodge easily. Seeing Qin Xuanji dodged, he was a little surprised, then an extremely kind smile appeared on his fat face. He reached forward again and said, "Kid, this is a weapon, you can't hold it, let me do it." As expected, the fat Taoist priest missed again, because Qin Xuanji used his double pupils again to capture his trajectory, which was extremely slow. The fat Taoist priest missed his target and fell to the ground, looking as miserable as a dog chewing mud. Qin Xuanji laughed secretly at the sight. Unscrupulous Taoist Duanda. Qin Xuanji suddenly remembered that the unscrupulous fat Taoist priest in front of him was also related to Su Renai. The fat Taoist priest stood up flexibly, patted the dirt off his body, and said angrily, "Just now I also met a kid who was almost injured by the fierce soldiers. Fortunately, I intervened in time and the other party was very grateful to me. How could you, a kid, be so ignorant? Be good, hand over this dagger to me, and I will help you resolve the danger." The fat Taoist priest was very natural at making up lies, his face flushed, and he was very shameless. He never even breathed heavily when he told lies. Qin Xuanji felt speechless about Yifan's experience. He naturally knew that the unlucky guy whose magical treasure was snatched away by the fat Taoist Duanda was Yifan himself. The reason why Yifan was there and got spiritual treasures one after another was because the demon princess Yan Ryu's treasure pot attracted him. I didn't expect this fat guy to be so quick. Even though I was so quick, I was still targeted by him. Really, I don't believe it. Chen Xuanji now looks only about 12 years old, with a childish face, like a porcelain doll, and looks very innocent. Of course it's true. Fatty Duan's eyes turned, and he took out a glowing dagger and said, "Look, this is the vicious soldier. I have subdued him." Oh no. At this moment, many powerful men in the distance launched an earth-shaking attack. The vast divine power poured down like the Milky Way in the sky, and the vast energy waves swept across the entire sky. Boom. The final blow from several terrifying warriors finally shattered the Demon Emperor's tomb, causing a monstrous demonic energy to erupt, releasing its cruelty in all directions. A demonic aura swept over, and a strong wind whistled past. Fatty Duan, who was in front of Chen Xian, staggered back in the strong wind, and the dagger in his hand fell to the ground. Good opportunity. Chen Xuanji was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He jumped up like a civet cat, very agile and swift. He grabbed the psychic dagger and smiled from ear to ear, looking very happy. "Little fatty. You can't hold this dagger, so let me do it." "Well, this dagger of yours is a very evil thing, and it hasn't been completely transformed yet. Let me help you transform it. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will?" The fat Taoist wanted to vomit blood. He had wanted to take out his dagger to disrupt the other party's mind and take the treasure in the chaos. Unexpectedly, a gust of evil wind blew past, and in just that instant, his treasure slipped out of his hands and was snatched away by the other party. Moreover, this little brat returned the favor with a proud look of revenge, which made him grit his teeth. Seeing the fat Taoist gnashing his teeth, Chen Xuanji's eyes turned. He dared to trick Fatty Duan, of course there was a reason. When he just showed his weapon, he saw the head and several elders coming over. "Master Xuanji, why are you here?" The beautiful leader Li Wenjing just saw Chen Xuanji. Originally, he came here to share a piece of the pie, but when the people from the Holy Land and the ancient family came, he became a complete tool. He was about to leave, but he unexpectedly ran into Chen Xuanji. Chen Xuanji quickly hid behind the beautiful leader, which made the fat Taoist priest jump in anger. However, when he saw that Chen Xuanji's side had so many people, he felt a little timid. "Whose child is this? Ask him to return the magic treasure to me. The spiritual treasure belongs to those who are destined to receive it, fellow Taoist is obsessed." Sect leader Li Wenjing stood up and spoke calmly, his tone containing a hint of unquestionableness, clearly showing that he was protecting his protégé. "Ah, this." Feeling the powerful aura emanating from sect leader Li Wenjing, the fat Taoist Duanda was a little frightened, but also somewhat unwilling to accept it. "Do you want to be an enemy of the people of Yaguang Holy Land?" An old woman spoke lightly, her voice was very hoarse, but her tone was superior and indifferent. "Yaguang." The fat Taoist priest had a gloomy look on his face. He glanced at Chen Xuanji. He didn't expect that this little brat had such a great background and was actually from the Yaguang Holy Land. He didn't hesitate any more. With so many people here, he just got scared and knew he couldn't win. Anyway, his spiritual treasure was also obtained from others, so he didn't feel bad about it. So he was very decisive and ran away as fast as a rabbit. After hearing that Chen Xuanji had obtained the magical treasure, the Taoist wanted to seize it, but was tricked by Chen Xuanji instead and had his magical treasure taken away from him. Everyone was speechless. Sect leader Li Wenjing quickly introduced him to the old woman in black with white hair, extremely wrinkled skin, and almost no teeth. She was the one who had just spoken. Chen Xuanji saluted and learned that she was actually a junior elder in the Yaguang Holy Land. Chen Xuanji knew that even though she was a junior elder, her status in Lingshu Cave Heaven was extremely respected. After all, the Yaguang Holy Land was a real behemoth. Although it had never produced an emperor, it was also extremely brilliant and had an extremely profound foundation. Haha, don't be polite. This child is very introverted and quite smart. You can tell at a glance that he is a good candidate for cultivation. He was born with double pupils and is indeed a god. I heard that you have also consumed the holy fruit and holy spring from the Holy Land. That's incredible. The old woman was generous with her praise and was full of praise for Chen Xuanji. She kept looking at Chen Xuanji, which made Chen Xuanji a little nervous. Well, I hope that after you enter the Holy Land, you will practice diligently and make progress all the time. If you succeed in your practice, you can become a follower of the Holy Sun. Li Wenjing showed joy upon hearing this and looked at Qin Xuanji, but Qin Xuanji was a little frightened, because Lingshu Dongtian could be considered one of the affiliated forces of Yaguang Holy Land. I learned that I originally wanted to bring Qin Xuanji to Lingshu Cave Heaven, but I didn't expect Qin Xuanji to come here. It was really a pleasant surprise. Qin Xuanji was speechless. Did this count as walking into trouble? At first, I thought I would take it one step at a time and not be noticed so quickly. I would practice in Lingshu Cave Heaven for a while. I didn't expect that I would be noticed by the people of Yaguang Holy Land. Master Li, you have cultivated a good seedling. I will remember your great achievement this time. Qin Xuanji felt a little cold sweat coming out, and he suddenly thought that the Holy Sun Yaguang seemed to be a rather scary person. He himself is a mortal body, but he is the successor of the Henrin Emperor. He has practiced the Immortal Heaven Art and Heaven-Devouring Demon Art of the Henrin Emperor, which can devour people of all physiques. If his double pupils are targeted, he will probably not have a good ending. After all, the Holy Sun Yaguang is not some good man. He has a deep mind and extraordinary strength. In the middle and late stages of Zhan Tian, he even transformed into an acquired chaotic body. Qin Xuanji looked at sect leader Li Wenjing, whose face was filled with joy, and sighed inwardly. It turned out that there was almost no one in the world who would be nice to you for no reason. Li Wenjing treated him well, and although it was sincere, it also had a certain achievement element in it, which was to cultivate talents for the Holy Land. But Qin Xuanji could understand and was still grateful to her. It was estimated that a sect leader of Li Wenjing's level didn't know what kind of terrifying technique the gentle and elegant Yaguang saint was practicing. This place is too terrifying, we cannot intervene, let's leave quickly, I will take this boy away first. Li Wenjing nodded and gave Qin Xuanji an encouraging smile, while Qin Xuanji sighed inwardly. Qin Xuanji felt a chill down his spine. Are they going to Yaguang Holy Land now? The old woman called Qin Xuanji over. Qin Xuanji moved his feet and his mind moved. He saw a trace of the rules of Tao pattern flowing not far ahead, which he captured. He suddenly had an idea and pretended to walk over casually. The old woman looked at him and smiled, but then her expression froze instantly. When Qin Xuanji stepped into the Dao pattern, his figure disappeared in this world, and no trace of him could be found anymore. It seemed like a fleeting moment, but also like 10 lifetimes. When Qin Xuanji opened his eyes again, the scene in front of him was very different. The boundless land was extremely remote and empty, without any signs of life, except for some bare rocky mountains dotted across the horizon. This is a barren land, without any vitality, no human habitation, and a very dead place. Where is this? Qin Xuanji was puzzled. He probably thought that they had arrived at a new place. The scene before him was probably no longer the East Wilderness area. Before, he was in the original ruins and deliberately stepped into the teleportation Tao pattern engraved in the mountains and rivers, thereby forming some kind of divine momentum, which allowed him to be teleported to such a desolate area. Finally got away. Qin Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief, having temporarily escaped the danger of going to the Yaguang Holy Land. But when he thought of sect leader Li Wenjing, he sighed again. Forget it, I'll repay her if I have the chance in the future, he thought to himself. What we need to do now is to find a populated place and figure out what this place is so that we can plan what to do next. After walking for 2 whole days, he didn't see a single person. This desolate place seemed like a dead place with no human habitation. Finally, on the 3rd day, he met a cultivator, and learned from him indirectly that this place was already the northern region of the eastern wilderness. No wonder. The Northern Territory is boundless and famous throughout the world for its abundant mineral resources. Compared to the vast land, this place is indeed sparsely populated. There is no human habitation for thousands of miles and most places are deserted. However, Qin Xuanji did not find any source minerals along the way. There were very few people and it was a completely barren land. According to the original records, this place has too many sources. In order to condense the essence of heaven and earth, it sucked away the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, which led to this area becoming so desolate. Just when he was thinking about finding a place to settle down as soon as possible, something unexpected happened. Qin Xuanji looked into the distance and saw smoke and dust rising above the land in the distance. 5 or 6 ferocious-looking men were riding on wild beasts. They were covered with armor and their roars could be heard for dozens of miles, with murderous aura rising to the sky. This is a group of powerful knights, with blood and murderous intent all around them. It is obvious that they have killed many people in the past. They have gathered unimaginable murderous intent, and there is a bloody glow around them. Bandits. Chen Xuanji was shocked. After so many days, he finally saw the most famous bandits in the northern territory besides Yuan. They made a living by looting. Their power structure was extremely complex. Not only were there people from the eastern wasteland, but there were also wanderers from the northern plains and Zhongzhou. Even many holy places were very troubled by them. 7 or 8 wild beasts moved as fast as the wind, raising a cloud of dust, and instantly arrived in front of Chen Xuanji. "Hey, boy, hand over the treasure on your body and I will spare your life." "You've got the wrong person." Chen Xuanji was speechless. He was actually robbed, which made him speechless, and he really had no source. "You must be kidding. Although you look a little weird, you look so delicate and tender. You don't look like one of those poor laborers in the mining industry. You look more like a young master from a big family. You must have treasures. If you don't give it to us, we'll take it ourselves." A scarred man sneered when he heard this, and he gripped the reins tightly, controlling the beast. He was about to soar into the sky, wanting to trample Chen Xian into a pulp with one foot. Chen Xuanji sighed upon hearing this, then took off his dark sunglasses, revealing a pair of pupils that contained supreme mysterious meanings. He then leaped away with great agility, escaping from the range of the beast. At the same time, his blood surged and he began to circulate his divine power. Then, a pair of double pupils looked over indifferently. At this moment, the divine power in his sea of suffering was boiling. His eyes were as bright as golden lamps, and the terrifying energy contained in them was constantly gathering. The scarred man looked over and suddenly felt a palpitation in his heart. Those strange eyes were so terrifying that they seemed to tear his soul apart, causing cold sweat to break out on his back. The light was gleaming like a beam of energy. It tore through the heaven and earth, carrying a sense of destruction, extremely terrifying. Ouch! The beast roared towards the sky. It was hit by an energy beam. Then it let out a painful roar and its entire face was distorted. Boom! Something astonishing happened, and time seemed to freeze at that moment. The 5-meter-long beast was split in half from its forehead by Chen Xuanji's double pupils in midair. The scarred man sitting on the beast was also cut into 2 halves by the terrifying energy beam. Both bodies were extremely smooth and flat, as if they had been cut by a machine. They fell to the ground, and blood gushed out, dyeing the yellow sand red. In a flash, a bandit was killed on the spot, and his death was very unpeaceful. "He's alone, don't be afraid." The remaining bandits roared forward in shock and anger, and were filled with grief and indignation, wanting to kill him right here. At this moment, Chen Xuanji was neither hurried nor slow, and was very calm. He didn't know why, but he didn't feel any discomfort as if he was taking action for the first time. During the battle, he seemed to be a little too calm. Facing the attack, he raised a Tai Chi diagram on his body, with yin and yang energies flowing mysteriously, suspended above his head, with strands of mysterious aura hanging down to protect him. "You don't know how to live or die. I'll send you to hell." Chen Xuanji stretched out his fists and feet, his eyes were shining brightly, his divine power was like the sea, and his whole body entered into a mysterious Taoist rhythm. A bandit came over with a sledgehammer in his hand. The sledgehammer flashed purple light and made a sound like wind and thunder. It was terrifying. His pupils were shining, and the opponent's speed was slowed down a lot in an instant. He bent down to avoid an incoming hammer, while his palms and fingers glowed with a faint golden light. He jumped up, and his golden fist was as hot as an exploding sun, and he punched through the opponent's chest. The man looked in disbelief at the fist-sized transparent blood hole that appeared in front of and behind him. His eyes gradually dimmed and then he fell heavily to the ground. "Third brother." The 3 people under him cried out in grief and attacked him together with various weapons in hand. Almost there. Chen Xuanji's eyes were moving, and terrifying energy was gathering, as if one big star after another was rotating. This time it was even more terrifying than before. It was the first kind of innate divine art with double pupils. Ah! When those people met his gaze, they couldn't help but tremble violently all over. They hadn't yet been attacked, but they just felt that their souls were about to sink. Two golden lights burst out from his pupils and turned into two golden dragons, connecting head to tail in the air, and finally became a pair of golden dragon scissors. The three were so frightened that they turned around and wanted to run away. This man with strange pupils was too terrifying and they were impossible to defeat. I can't leave. Chen Xuanji's indifferent voice sounded, as cold and gloomy as a devil sentencing someone to death. The golden dragon shears flew out into the air, and they actually automatically searched for the automatic tracks of those people. This frightened the three of them so much that their faces turned pale. They had never expected that this young man could control such magical powers and be able to chase automatically. Crack! 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 Three voices were heard, people and animals fell to the ground, blood flowed like a stream. At this moment, the 5 major bandits were all killed. Chen Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief. He was very satisfied that the first time he used his innate magic to kill the enemy, it had such an effect. It's time to lick the bag. Chen Xuanji guessed that the bandits who made a living by robbing and looting would probably have a lot of good things. Just as he was about to lick the bag, a whimpering sound suddenly came from a sack. Is there anyone? Chen Xuanji was curious at the moment. His eyes flashed with golden light, and then wisps of chaotic energy spread out as he looked into the sack. I saw a girl tied up there, her hands and feet were tied, and even her mouth was stuffed with cloth. Chen Xuanji hesitated for a moment, then opened the sack and untied the girl. She's almost suffocating me to death. After the girl was untied, she took a few deep breaths of fresh air, then couldn't help cursing under her breath, her eyebrows raised and her expression somewhat gritting her teeth. Did you save me? The girl raised her head, revealing a pretty and bright face. She had big eyes and long eyelashes, which made her look very smart. Her neck was as beautiful as a white swan, her waist was slender enough to be held in one hand, her legs were long and straight, and her figure was slender and graceful, which was perfect. She was very surprised that the boy who saved her was only about 13 years old, but he was able to kill those vicious bandits. Chen Xuanji looked at him in surprise and nodded. Why would such a pretty girl come to this ghost place and be captured by bandits? But he didn't think much about it. After untying the sack, he began to search for treasures on the bandits. In addition to some gold and silver, he also found several stones of similar size. Several stones are light yellow in color, about as thick as a thumb and as long as a finger joint. Although they are small pieces, they feel heavy in the hand. Chen Xuanji can clearly feel a vigorous vitality hidden in them. According to ancient records, in the era when heaven and earth combined to give birth to all things, vegetation flourished, creatures were extremely powerful, and elixirs were endless. There were also many sources that were as crystal clear as amber, but contained a large amount of life essence. This must be the source. Thank you very much. The girl's eyes were bright and she smiled slightly, revealing 2 dimples. Chen Xuanji nodded with a calm expression, without any further expression. He turned around and continued to study the stone in his hand, then turned and left. He saved her just as a matter of convenience, and he had no intention of asking her to repay him. Seeing Chen Xuanji turn around and leave, the girl was stunned and stood there in a daze for a while. Wait a minute, benefactor. The girl was stunned for a moment, then she reacted immediately and called out behind him. Her voice was as clear and pleasant as an oriole. Chen Xuanji turned a deaf ear and continued moving forward, as if he didn't hear the shouting. He knew clearly that sometimes people are the biggest trouble and should not be provoked easily. He didn't dare to imagine how many complicated stories were hidden behind a young girl who accidentally fell into the hands of bandits. There must be huge troubles involved. The rescued girl was surprised to see that Chen Xuanji ignored her, and then she felt a little sad. However, she thought about it again and again, stomped her feet, and quietly followed Chen Xuanji's footsteps. What's up? Chen Xuanji turned his head. This girl was only at the Sea of Bitterness realm, so this little trick could certainly not fool him. I haven't repaid my kindness yet. Oh, in this vast northern region, alone and helpless, how do you want to repay me? Chen Xuanji's eyes were deep, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he spoke with interest. Under the girl's surprised gaze, he actually lit a cigarette, looking nonchalant. As he spoke, his eyes were still deliberately sizing up the girl's graceful figure, trying to scare her away. The girl's face changed slightly, she crossed her arms in front of her body, and a hint of vigilance flashed in her big, spiritual eyes. Chen Xuanji smiled, flicked the ash off his cigarette, and walked away. My benefactor, I see that you have 2 holes in your eyes, and it seems that you are sick. My family has been a famous doctor for generations, and we are well known in the Western Desert. If my father helps, I will definitely be able to make you healed. The girl actually followed him again, as if she had overcome her fear. She walked over and chattered nonstop like an oriole, a real chatterbox. The corners of Chen Xuanji's mouth twitched slightly, and he was speechless. But she still looked like she cared about him, and he didn't know what to say. Chen Xuanji secretly sped up, but he didn't expect that the girl could catch up with him. It seemed that her footwork was quite advanced. It was difficult for him to fly here, which gave him a headache. I am alone. If I can reach Yaoqi Holy Land safely, I will definitely reward you handsomely. The girl talked for a long time, but when she saw that Chen Xuanji had no reaction, she was about to cry. Sister, it seems that you are older than me. Chen Xuanji complained in his heart. According to his physical age, he was only about 13 years old, about 2 or 3 years younger than the girl. He also knew in his heart that the woman had been following him, probably because she was afraid of encountering bandits again. She kept following him and asking him to repay her kindness, but did not actively ask for his protection, probably because she was afraid of arousing his disgust. Sure enough, there are still more smart people in this world. Chen Xuanji said to himself. Ding, a new sign-in location has been refreshed, Yaoqi Holy Land. Chen Xuanji was shocked. Ever since the sign-in at the Demon Emperor's tomb was cancelled, a new task was finally refreshed. He became a little excited. The address of the Yaoqi is within the northern region of the eastern wilderness. It seems that I have to make a trip to the Yaoqi now that I have a destination. Wait, just now Chen Xuanji seemed to have heard that the girl was going to Yaoqi. This seems to be a breakthrough point to enter Yaoqi. A smile as warm as spring breeze appeared on his face, and he actually started to talk actively. You said you were going to Yaoqi. Have you ever been to Yaoqi before? No. The girl looked a little surprised. She didn't know why Chen Xuanji's attitude suddenly changed, which made a hint of unnaturalness appear on her face. Then why did you go to Yaoqi? After a conversation, Chen Xuanji learned that the girl in front of him named Dai Qiu was actually from that vast land, the Western Desert. The Western Desert is a vast area that is almost the same size as the Eastern Desert. Even if one were to fly on a rainbow, it would take more than 30 years to travel between the two places. You can imagine how far apart the two places are, and this girl actually came from such a place. Dai Qiu told him that she was sent to this area by his family on a teleportation array with the purpose of joining the Yaoqi Holy Land to practice. The reason why she ended up in the bandit gathering place in the Northern Territory was that the teleportation array seemed to have malfunctioned for some reason, causing her to lose contact with an elder in her family. No wonder. Chen Xuanji understood. He was a very thoughtful person and deduced that her expression did not seem fake. No wonder she was only at the Sea of Bitterness realm, yet dared to walk in this land full of bandits and robbers. I will go with you. Dai Qiu never expected that Chen Xuanji would change his face so quickly. He looked indifferent just now, but now he actually took the initiative to invite her. Originally, she planned to quietly follow Chen Xuanji to a safe place, and then leave alone to the sacred land of Yaoqi. In this case, she was happy to agree. Although she didn't know what the man was going to do in Yaoqi, she was smart enough not to ask too many questions. Then the two of them walked for an hour, both felt a little tired, and their pace gradually slowed down. I just got a lot of treasures from the bandits. Chen Xuanji was a little surprised to hear this. He really didn't expect that the first person he smoked in this world would be a pretty girl. Chen Xuanji handed her a cigarette and lit it for her. Dai Qiu was also very smart. She followed Chen Xuanji's instructions and soon she had learned how to smoke like an old smoker. In this world, they are all practitioners. To them, the so-called harm of smoking to health does not exist at all. In the ordinary mortal world, these two would be typical bad boys and girls. Having said that, as his cultivation improved, Chen Xuanji seldom smoked. After all, when practicing, entering that state of clarity and intoxication was very pleasant, much better than smoking. Otherwise, why would those powerful practitioners go into seclusion for decades? If they were not immersed in the mysteries of the natural scriptures, how could they be so happy to do so? Ordinary people really cannot imagine their happiness. And now, Chen Xian still smokes one from time to time. The reason is very simple: he misses his lost youth under the sunset. However, the sight of the beautiful girl in front of him holding a cigarette in her slender, white hand, her pretty face slightly flushed, and puffing out smoke did make Chen Xuanji feel a little weird. Just like that, not long after, the two of them set out again, heading for the holy land of Yaoqi. Fortunately, no bandits appeared along the way. If they were attacked by bandits of terrifying strength and too high a level, their situation would undoubtedly be extremely dangerous. Soon after, many stone houses built of rocks appeared on the vast land, as well as some human figures and a number of source mines. Many miners were coming in and out, looking exhausted. He is also a hard-working old man who works under the blessing of various holy places. Chen Xuanji sighed slightly and couldn't help but think that the Northern Territory mining area has a long history. Many years ago, many mining areas had been divided up by some holy places and ancient families. Because the source of monks is like money to mortals. For holy places and ancient families with huge consumption, these mining areas are undoubtedly an important source. Among these mining areas in the Northern Territory, the most famous is the Taichu Ancient Mine, which is one of the 7 life-forbidden areas in the eastern wilderness. It is located in the deepest part of this area and is surrounded by major forces, but basically no one dares to explore it. After all, it's unclear inside. Chen Xuanji knew that there were many ancient supreme emperors sleeping here, which was basically one of the most important existences in the 7 life-forbidden areas. Yaoqi Holy Land. The holy mountain is towering into the clouds, with waterfalls and springs, misty water, magnificent jade buildings, flying pavilions, and flowing red buildings accompanied by a hazy fairy air. It is very magnificent. The entire Yaoqi, pavilions, and towers seem to be shrouded in fairy air, very ethereal, like a dream, so beautiful that it seems unreal. After Chen Xuanji and Dai Qiu reported, they stopped and waited. They vaguely discovered that from time to time, the hazy sound of piano could be heard from the pavilion, and some graceful figures were looming. Colorful butterflies were flying around the pavilion, accompanied by fairy music, which made people intoxicated. It is worthy of being a holy land. This atmosphere is worthy of being one of the top forces in the eastern wasteland. Compared to him, Lingshu Cave Heaven is like a chicken coop. Chen Xuanji sighed inwardly. A holy place with a long history is indeed extraordinary and a huge thing. Suddenly, Chen Xuanji felt something in his heart, his pupils opened and closed, and light began to flow, like an ancient door slowly opening, diffusing with mist. At this moment, mountains, rivers, lakes, pavilions, and towers were scattered in his eyes, interweaving into a mysterious picture. He seemed to be in a god's perspective, looking down on all this. Those beautiful buildings and the misty white fog are no longer just beautiful scenery, but a mysterious pattern of Tao and Li. All things in nature return to their source. What's wrong with you? Dai Qiu, who was standing by, noticed that Chen Xuanji had a strange look on his face, as if he had accidentally fallen into an illusion and was unable to extricate himself. Don't interrupt him, he seems to be in some state of enlightenment. A beautiful and flawless woman appeared, with a strange color in her beautiful eyes, like moonlight covering her body or a fairy flower blooming. Her whole body was hazy and could not be seen clearly, but she gave people a flawless feeling. The graceful and slender body is covered with beautiful flowers, as if standing in the Guanggan Palace, holy and distant, with a sense of ethereal and hazy. Natural realm. Chen Xian's consciousness murmured, his mind concentrated and observed everything. Changes were also quietly taking place in his body. The sea of suffering rolled, the spring of life gushed out, and the spring became wider, as if a divine vein was about to be constructed. When that mysterious state faded away, Chen Xuanji came back to his senses. He had gained a lot this time. His double pupils were indeed full of mysteries. They could actually help him analyze the distribution of the Holy Land and gain insight into the mysterious texture of nature. At this moment, Chen Xuanji's sea of suffering had opened up to the size of a fist, with a cold and bright divine rainbow hanging high above it, spanning the sky. He finally formed a small section of divine vein, hanging above the sea of suffering, and he became a cultivator at the Divine Bridge realm. This is truly incredible. After communicating with the Fountain of Life, in just 1 month, he formed a divine vein and reached the Divine Bridge realm. Ding, we have arrived at Yaoqi Holy Land. Do you want to sign in? Just as I arrived at the Divine Bridge realm, the system's prompt sounded. Sign in, he said without hesitation. Ding, sign in successfully, get the 6-star reward Hongmeng Purple Chi. Call out. In an instant, purple clouds condensed in the sky, stretching for who knows how many miles. Auspicious and auspicious light gathered in clusters and soon filled the entire Yaoqi Holy Land. What's going on? Has the Queen Mother achieved a breakthrough? Thank God. Is my Yaoqi going to prosper? Such an auspicious sign has appeared. Purple air is coming from the east. Is someone going to become a saint? For a moment, many monks in the Holy Land of Yaoqi were alarmed. They all stood up, walked outside, and looked up at the magnificent scenery in the sky. The Holy Maiden of Yaoqi was as graceful as a fairy, with an alluring light flowing in her beautiful eyes. She stared at Qinshuangji, her heart beating fast, and she was very uneasy. It was a young boy who caused the strange phenomenon. Soon the news spread, and many female cultivators from the Yaoqi quickly rushed over to see what was going on. Qinshuangji was surrounded by purple air at this moment. The moment the purple air descended, he unexpectedly fell into enlightenment again. Chen Xian's appearance is very handsome. Surrounded by purple air, he seems even more ethereal and lively, like a young immortal who has been banished to the earth and can ascend to heaven at any time. His eyes were closed at the moment, and he exuded a natural and mysterious meaning, which made everyone look extremely shocked. This is exactly, looking west to the Yaoqi, the Queen Mother descends, and coming from the east, purple air enters the entrance. Enter enlightenment twice in a row. This is a natural-born god. Many people were talking about it, looking extremely excited, and they all thought they had witnessed the birth of a holy miracle with their own eyes. Something that many Yaoqi female cultivators could not have imagined happened. They saw that in the Yaoqi at the center of the Yaoqi Holy Land, soft streams of water essence were constantly converging. They first turned into trickles, then the trickles dispersed, and then turned into rays of energy essence light that merged into Qinshuangji's brows. At this moment, in the open area in the center of the Yaoqi Holy Land, there were many exotic flowers and plants around it, and there were palaces surrounding it. The central area was filled with spiritual energy and auspicious colors were flowing. There was a hazy lake in it. This is the sacred lake of Yaoqi, which is named after it. Although it is not the original place where it was sealed, but the Yaoqi that was moved to a new area, it is also extremely extraordinary. Yaoqi is located in the central area of the mountain in the center of the Yaoqi Holy Land. According to legend, the water of Yaoqi is holy water brewed naturally, and the holy water has the effect of healing the dead and curing bones. More importantly, as the representative of the Holy Land, Yaoqi continuously nourishes the spiritual energy of the entire Holy Land. It can be said that in addition to the excellent geographical location and rich spiritual energy of this area, 50% of the more refined spiritual energy comes from the heavenly spring in Yaoqi. Drinking the water from this pool for a long time can prolong the lifespan of ordinary people, and the effect is even better for monks. The reason why the women in Yaoqi are so holy and virtuous is related to this talent. It can slowly improve your physical fitness, and after dozens or hundreds of years, your skin will be flawless, which is amazing. Some big pharmacists also come to ask for the water to make medicine. Originally, the old Yaoqi site of the Queen Mother of the West, who was the first to create the sacred Yaoqi land, had long been sealed due to unknown reasons. Later, it was moved to the new Yaoqi because of its beautiful natural environment, the holy Tianquan pool, and the power of creation. And now, the pool water that was regarded as a divine object by everyone in the Yaoqi Holy Land actually took the initiative to lead into Qinshuangji's forehead. Many disciples of Yaoqi could not help but frown. The water of Yaoqi Holy Lake was extremely precious. People who were not from the Holy Land absorbed the holy water without the consent of the Holy Land, which naturally made them feel a little dissatisfied. Although he has the potential to be a god, he is not from their Holy Land after all, so naturally he has some grudges in his heart. Although the people of Yaoqi have always advocated living in peace with the world, taking one's own things without permission is considered robbery. but they had no way of making the decision and could only report to the current Queen Mother of the West. The Saint Maiden of Yaoqi turned around and came out not long after. The Queen Mother said that everything created by heaven and earth is predestined. The Saint Maiden of Yaoqi had beautiful features and spoke softly. Everyone looked shocked. The meaning of these words was very clear, indicating that the Holy Land was giving this young man an opportunity and would not interfere. Everyone was smart and understood that this young man was born with divine talent. He must be extraordinary to be able to attract purple air from the east, so it might not be a bad idea to establish a good relationship with him. Although the water of Yaoqi is extremely precious, a young man with divine talent is even more extraordinary. Besides, how much can he absorb even if he wants? A boy in the Luanhai realm, no matter how terrifying his natural appearance is, should have a limit. In a loft deep in the clouds, the contemporary Queen Mother of the West sat on the main seat, wearing a 9-strand golden hairpin and a wide-sleeved fairy skirt. She was elegant and dignified. At this moment, she was also paying attention to Qin Xuanji, with a look of surprise on her face. The essence of the energy from the Tianqi Lake transformed into one energy torrent after another, which continuously flowed into the center of Qin Xuanji's eyebrows, like a trickle of water, flowing into the space between his eyebrows from all directions, shining brightly, and actually gathered into a small transparent lake there. Qin Xuanji seemed unaware. At this moment, his spiritual perception had improved a lot and his 5 senses became extremely sharp. The Queen Mother of the West looked a little shocked and smiled, but she soon stopped laughing. The young man with double pupils in front of her was still absorbing the energy of the pool water half an hour later. She was shocked to discover that the water accumulated in the pool for tens of thousands of years had actually decreased by 1%. If she had known this, the loss would not have been so great even after hundreds of years of use of the Yaoqi, including by outsiders. Fortunately, after using almost 1% of the Yaoqi essence energy, the young man finally stopped absorbing. The transparent little lake between Qin Xuanji's eyebrows has calmed down. It is bottomless, with a restrained aura that is very astonishing. However, the purple air was vast in the sky, and the clouds lingered for a long time. The purple light that shot straight into the sky was all over the sky and stretched for countless miles. At the same time, the managers of the mining areas of the major holy places not far from the Northern Territory all saw this scene appearing above the sky. They were horrified and quickly passed the news of the Yaoqi Holy Land to their respective Holy Land sects. What do you think that is? A sharp-eyed female disciple of Yaoqi suddenly spoke to several female practitioners next to her, and everyone looked at her sideways. A golden lotus slowly appeared on the ground around Qin Xuanji. It was extremely magical. Before everyone could be surprised, a second lotus appeared. Then, with the gathering of spiritual energy in the sky, the third and fourth lotus appeared one after another. Golden lotus emerges from the ground. But there is far more than that. Under Qin Xuanji's feet, dozens of golden lotuses bloomed all in an instant. Golden light flowed, and there were dots of brilliance. It was beautiful and dazzling to the extreme. And then, everyone heard some faint chanting coming from the sky, which seemed to be the sound of Tao hidden in the void, just like nothingness, but it was deafening. After the sound of Tao, bursts of celestial music followed. In the void, people could vaguely see that there seemed to be 9-day fairies dancing with flower baskets, which was extremely graceful. Countless flowers flew over and fell down one after another, and Qin Xuanji's surroundings became a sea of flowers. The goddess scatters flowers. Everyone felt a sense of surprise. It was so unreal, as if all this was a dream. The miracles that appeared one after another were indeed too much for them to keep up with, and they could not calm down for a long time. The young girl Dai Qiu stared at Qin Xuanji in a daze. She never expected that this boy who looked 2 or 3 years younger than her and accidentally saved her actually had such a divine talent. Yaoqi, come quickly. The Queen Mother of the West, who was sitting in the Tianq Palace and looking at Qin Xuanji, was startled when she heard the words. This voice had not appeared for hundreds of years. Yaoqi is the name of every generation of Queen Mother of the West. Once the Holy Land is inherited, the original name will no longer be mentioned and it will all be called Yaoqi. The one who called her was the Queen Mother of the West of the previous generation. She had an extraordinary level of cultivation and was considered a saint. As her time was running out, she sealed herself in the source of gods and lived in seclusion for many years, not caring about worldly affairs. But now she was calling her. The Queen Mother of the West hurried to the depths of the Holy Land, which was a huge cave, extremely deep, with the light of divine power faintly emanating from it. Master. The Queen Mother of the West stood with her hands hanging down in front of a huge divine source with a respectful look. She knew that this master was extremely extraordinary. His cultivation had reached a level comparable to that of nature a long time ago, and he would only call on her when something big happened. That child is extraordinary. He actually has the legendary double pupils. He is a good seedling. We should find a way to bring him into the Yaoi Holy Land. The Queen Mother of the West was horrified. She had never expected that her master would actually say such a thing. Even though the young men had good talent and could become a sage of the ancient times, their Yaoi did not accept men. During this extraordinary period, this young man with divine talent must not be let go. We must find a way to keep him. Even if we can't keep him, we must establish a good relationship with him. Besides, this Yaoi holy water has been in my holy land for thousands of years and has long contained a trace of spirituality. It can be guided by this young man on its own, which means it has a connection with my holy land. The most crucial thing is that 100 years ago I vaguely felt the scenes of souls sinking and blood floating. Within 1,000 years, it seems that this world will be in turmoil. This young man may be the key to breaking the deadlock, and may also bring new vitality to our holy land. The contemporary Queen Mother of the West has a dignified manner and extraordinary bearing. Her beautiful eyes are filled with strange colors and a rare flash of shock. The glimpse of the future that her master talked about made her surprised. She knew that this master had mastered part of the Qian secret among the 9 secrets. As everyone knows, the Qian secret can predict good and bad luck. Some people with advanced cultivation can even get a glimpse of the future and know the changes in the secrets of heaven. She looked very serious as this concerned the future of the Yaoi Holy Land. She had to take it seriously and not be careless. I see. The previous generation Queen Mother of the West who was sealed in the divine source nodded, then closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep again. She seemed to have consumed a lot of energy after saying a few words, so she said no more. The current Queen Mother of the West hurried back and summoned many elders to discuss the matter. To her surprise, most of the elders actually agreed with the approach of the previous Queen Mother of the West. Yaoi does need to be reformed. Although he is a man, he has double pupils and is born with divine talent. He is destined to have a bright future. Such a talent should not be missed. Although we in Yaoi do not fight with the world, now that the major forces in the East Wilderness have supernatural powers, it is time for our Yaoi to prosper. We cannot let other holy lands and aristocratic families take the lead. Purple air is coming from the east for 30,000 miles. This is a sign from heaven. This child has made a breakthrough in our holy land. Surrounded by purple air, he is destined to have a connection with our holy land. This is also the good fortune of this child. Many elders nodded in agreement, knowing full well that although Yaoi was a place of peace and tranquility, it seemed aloof from the world. But that is also relative. A holy land with a history of more than 100,000 years can gain a foothold in the vast area of eastern wilderness, but it cannot get along well with other holy lands. The holy places and ancient families that have been able to stand for thousands of years are not easy to deal with. The prosperity of a sect not only depends on the leadership of the older generation of masters, but the potential of the younger generation is also extremely important. Once a latecomer does not have an outstanding next generation, no matter how powerful a force is, it will gradually weaken. What's more, this is a physique described in classics and only exists in legends. In the classics, it is only mentioned in a few words. It seems that it has not officially appeared in the clear records in history. To a certain extent, it is even rarer than the innate holy body, the Taoist fetus and the chaotic body. Surrounded by the innate purple aura, his future achievements, unless he dies prematurely, will at least make him a saint. They even speculated that the potential contained in this double pupil physique was enormous, comparable to the strongest physiques in ancient times, and there was hope of achieving enlightenment and becoming an emperor. How could they remain calm and unmoved by such a talented and beautiful woman? I just don't know what kind of character this child is. It doesn't matter. Look at that woman. The Queen Mother smiled and pointed at Dai Qiu who was beside Chen Xuanji, and said, "The mother of this woman and I are old friends. She is here to join our holy land. I have met her several times. Her character is not bad. The people who travel with her should also have good character. Everyone nodded. The girl looked extremely smart, with a restrained radiance and a very good foundation. Although she could not be compared with Qin Xuanji, she was still a rough jade that was worth carving. On the other hand, looking at Qin Xuanji's side, the purple air in the sky was gradually dissipating, and the scene of the goddess scattering flowers and golden lotus emerging from the ground was gradually disappearing into the clouds, as if everything was a dream. Everyone looked a little dazed, a little stunned. Having just experienced the birth of a miracle, many people have not yet recovered. The primordial purple energy that surrounded Qin Xuanji disappeared and actually merged into Qin Xuanji's body, constantly warming his blood and cleansing his bones. Not long after, his bones were washed white like jade, and the bones were incredibly hard, comparable to a divine weapon. His internal organs were soaked and flawless, without a trace of impurities, like a divine weapon. His body surface was nourished and crystal clear, almost transparent, and sparkling with precious light. Afterwards, a part of the hazy purple air still remained, and it floated automatically, like purple morning glow, automatically appearing in the sky above the sea of suffering, flowing with inexplicable light. Afterwards, Qin Xuanji finally woke up from that state of enlightenment and was stunned on the spot. He just came to his senses and realized that he had absorbed a lot of Yaoqi essence unconsciously just now. Seeing the indignant faces of many Yaoqi women, he couldn't help but sweat. This system was killing people. It sent down purple air and accidentally made him fall into the state of enlightenment. He didn't even have time to prepare, and he entered the state of enlightenment directly. If others knew about his thoughts, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. The enlightenment of a monk is so precious, and he actually despised him for not being prepared. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. Coming back to his senses, he clearly felt that the clear lake in the world between his eyebrows had greatly enhanced his spiritual perception. "Brother Chen, our Yaoqi Saint Lord invites you." At this time, a beautiful woman appeared, shrouded in a layer of faint light. She looked very hazy at first glance, but her temperament was very extraordinary. And who is Qin Xuanji? He was born with ancient double pupils, so he could naturally see the true appearance of the woman in front of him. She had a delicate face, fair and pretty skin, eyes as clear as autumn water, crimson lips, and a skin as white as ice and jade. Qin Xuanji sighed inwardly, thinking that with this kind of temperament, she might be the legendary holy maiden of Yaoqi. "The Queen Mother asked you to come with her." The Saint Maiden of Yaoqi glanced at Dai Qiu and spoke so softly. Her voice was gentle and as beautiful as the sound of nature, like a warm breeze blowing into people's hearts and touching their heartstrings. There was a strange magic that seemed to make people unconsciously like her. Dai Qiu looked calm, and naturally followed him. Qin Xuanji's eyes flickered. It seemed that Dai Qiu was not an ordinary disciple who joined the Yaoqi Holy Land. As for the call from the Saint Lord of Yaoqi, he naturally had to go. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. What's more, absorbing the energy essence of the fairy pool by himself is like owing Yaoqi a favor. He is feeling embarrassed. Inside the Yaoqi Holy Land. The lakeside is shaded by green trees, fluttering butterflies, and dotted with pavilions, creating a poetic and picturesque scene. There is no noisy discussion. The Queen Mother of the West and a group of Yaoqi elders are all sitting here, talking in low voices, and no one knows what they are discussing. Sitting in the main seat, the Queen Mother of the West is graceful and elegant, and looks calm and peaceful. Although she is a woman, she has her own majesty and people dare not underestimate her. Xiao Qiu. When Queen Mother of the West saw Dai Qiu, a gentle smile of concern appeared on her dignified face. After a conversation, Qin Xuanji finally understood the relationship between the Queen Mother and Dai Qiu. Dai Qiu seemed to be the daughter of an old friend of the Queen Mother, and she came to the Yaoqi this time to practice Buddhism. The Holy Land of Yaoqi only realized at this moment that there was a problem with the teleportation array of the domain gate on the western desert side, causing many people to be inexplicably teleported to various places and disappear. The Queen Mother of the West immediately promised Xiao Qiu that she would mobilize the power of the Holy Land to help her find news of her lost relative. After learning that Qin Xuanji had rescued Dai Qiu before, Queen Mother of the West felt slightly moved. She felt that her guess was correct, that this young man had a good character, and her previous judgment was correct. After Queen Mother she finished talking to Dai Qiu about business, she actually pulled Dai Qiu aside. It was unknown what they were talking about, but laughter could be heard from time to time, as if they were chatting about family matters. Having Qin Xuanji stand aside seemed a little awkward to others. But Qin Xuanji was very calm. Although he was a little frightened at first, he has calmed down now. He thought that the holy land of Yaoqi would punish him, but now it seems that is not the case at all. Although he was temporarily left aside, he still noticed that someone was looking at him secretly from time to time. Oh, woman. On the surface he looked indifferent, but secretly he was watching closely. Qin Xuanji laughed secretly in his heart, but on the surface he still looked calm and composed, looking very steady. The Queen Mother of the West and a group of elders in the holy land of Yaoqi secretly admired in their hearts that although this young man looked young, he was very calm and composed, and he remained calm when encountering any situation. Deliberately ignoring him in conversation was also a small test of his character. At present, it seemed that there was basically no problem. Qin Xuanji, are you willing to go to my holy land of Yaoqi? Queen Mother of the West's eyes were deep, and her tone was no longer casual, but became very serious and asked solemnly. As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Xuanji clearly felt that the atmosphere around him immediately became very solemn and very quiet, as if he could hear a pin drop. Except for the graceful Yaoqi elders who had indifferent expressions, as if they had seen through everything already, the Yaoqi saint and Dai Qiu were slightly shocked, with expressions of extreme surprise on their pretty faces. Dai Qiu, in particular, opened her bright eyes wide, her beautiful red lips formed into an O shape, and she was dumbfounded. Qin Xuanji was stunned when he heard this. He could never have imagined that the people of Yaoqi would actually invite him to join the Yaoqi Holy Land. He had just imagined countless possibilities, but he never expected that he would be invited to enter Yaoqi, because he knew clearly that Yaoqi had not accepted male disciples for such a long time, and today was an exception. It's probably because of my double pupil physique and my breakthrough in Yaoqi Holy Land, which triggered the strange phenomenon of purple air coming from the east. Qin Xuanji had already roughly guessed the reason why Yaoqi accepted him. To be honest, he had originally planned to go to the Zhuofeng Peak of the Taishuan sect in the East Wasteland after successfully signing in at Yaoqi, to practice for a while and wait for the right time to get the Jie secret, one of the 9 secrets. This was a magical skill that could instantly increase combat power by 10 times, and it had always made him yearn for it. But now it seems that Yaoqi has actually taken the initiative to invite him. In his opinion, joining the Yaoqi Holy Land seems to be a good choice, and it will not affect his going to Taishuan Gate at that time. After all, his realm is still a bit low at this time. If he goes there rashly, there may be unpredictable dangers. On the other hand, compared to joining those ancient families that value blood inheritance more than a single clan, or various holy places with complex environments, this place seems more stable, like a real holy place for cultivation. After all, the people of Yaoqi are relatively peaceful and don't have to worry about being caught and forced to make medicine in the Holy Land. From what I saw in the Demon Emperor Yang tomb before, a group of beautiful girls from Yaoqi passed by the Demon Emperor tomb, but they did not take the initiative to fight for it, but just watched the fun from the side. It seems that the people in this place are generally more Buddhist. Moreover, the Holy Land of Yaoqi has the ultimate weapon, Western Emperor Tower, and the Emperor Scripture, Western Emperor Scripture, which can provide him with a lot of security. Moreover, Western Emperor Scripture is known as the strongest volume in the Taoist Palace secret realm, and it also solves the embarrassing problem of the lack of Emperor Scripture in a new round of realm. Moreover, as a very famous holy place in the eastern wilderness, Yaoqi can also provide a lot of protection for oneself, provide cultivation resources and techniques, and also obtain guidance from famous teachers, which can easily overcome the difficulties in the early stages of cultivation. There are many benefits. It can be said that if Qin Xuanji joins Yaoqi, it is equivalent to being directly admitted to Tsinghua University and Peking University in the world of Zhejiang. Moreover, everyone here is a woman. If I were the only man, then the competition among the same sex would be 0. And as the only male disciple, I would be given extra attention. If that were the case, there would be fewer conflicts and contradictions, and the path of cultivation would be more stable and harmonious, not as bumpy and rugged as described in the novels. For example, because of his handsome appearance and good talent in cultivation, he is admired by women, which makes the men in the same sect jealous and makes trouble for the protagonist everywhere. At most, the women of Yaoqi Holy Land were jealous of him unilaterally. What's more, in this world, with your own talents, a powerful sect as your backer, and a sign-in system, as long as you don't seek death, you can surely make great progress and reach the top. He has decided. Join the Yaoqi Holy Land. Chen Xuanji then remembered that the elder from Yaguang Holy Land wanted to take him to Yaguang Holy Land, but he came here unexpectedly, so he told this concern to Queen Mother Shi. The Queen Mother of the West smiled indifferently and consoled him, "Don't worry. The fact that you didn't make it to the Holy Land of Yaguang was also a limited fate for you. Don't bear a grudge. Besides, the Yaguang Yaoqi people are like a family, there is no need to differentiate between them." If someone from Yaguang Holy Land heard this, they would definitely criticize it. You took such a talented and beautiful young man away from Yaoqi Holy Land. You just said that they were as close as family, and let them suffer a loss. The Queen Mother of the West smiled with a peaceful look, and at this moment she made people feel very close to her. She was both majestic and gentle. "Okay, I'll join." "Good." Upon hearing this, Queen Mother of the West showed a gentle smile on her face, and at the same time she felt a little surprised. She had not expected Chen Xuanji to agree so readily, and she had thought that it would take a lot of effort to persuade him. But she knew that some gifted young people preferred to be alone and did not like the constraints of the rules of the holy world. Chen Xuanji's consent undoubtedly made her feel relieved. Some elders were also very satisfied and smiled and nodded at Chen Xuanji. They were very satisfied that Chen Xuanji could make such a correct decision in such a short time. It seemed that the energy of the fairy pond water that was lost before was nothing. We are all family now, so it is no big deal if he absorbs the energy from the Yaoqi fairy pool. Great, from now on we are fellow disciples. A smile of surprise appeared on Dai Qiu's little face, and her big eyes sparkled, bright and charming. Welcome aboard. Standing aside, with her graceful jade neck and beautiful figure exposed, her skirt folds flowing like snow and moonlight cascading to the ground, more than 3 feet long, making her look even more luxurious and beautiful, the Saint Maiden of Yaoqi welcomed Chen Xuanji's joining and expressed her goodwill. Chen Xuanji nodded towards the two of them, feeling happy. He felt that he had made the right decision to come to the sacred land of Yaoqi. This was also an important step in his path of cultivation. Every decision an ordinary person makes may affect his or her entire life. The same applies to practitioners. Reporting that the Queen Mother is coming to visit the Yaguang Holy Land. The ancient Ji family came to visit. The ancient Jiang family came to visit. The Queen Mother of the West burst out laughing and said, "I didn't expect them to act so quickly. Unfortunately, the outcome has been decided. Xuanji's entry into my Yaoqi is the choice of destiny. Well, let's go meet them." The Queen Mother of the West stood up, looking like a beautiful woman in her 30s, with a beautiful and dignified face and a peaceful expression, but she had the majesty of a Queen Mother. At this moment, her momentum suddenly rose, and she was extremely majestic. The majesty of the Lord of the Holy Land was undoubtedly revealed. Chen Xuanji was taken away, and an elder was there to settle him down. The elder told him to practice peacefully and tell her if he needed anything, and she would try her best to arrange it. Half an hour later, standing on a high building in Yaoqi, Chen Xuanji stood with his hands behind his back. This was his residence and also the place arranged for him to practice. Looking into the distance, the mountains and rivers are verdant and beautiful, and the air is filled with spiritual energy. The white mist is like a fairyland, very dreamy. Among the pavilions and towers, pines and cypresses are interspersed. Many graceful women appear and disappear in the mist from time to time. They are all disciples of Yaoqi. This holy place is truly a country of women. Chen Xuanji couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Yi Fan's joke had actually come true. After worshipping a certain holy man, the perspective function of these eyes could be fully realized. In this way, Chen Xuanji began his journey of cultivation in the holy land of Yaoqi. A month later, a piece of gossip quietly appeared in the eastern wilderness and became a topic of conversation for many monks. Yaoqi Holy Land actually accepted a male disciple, which was a huge uproar. Yaoqi Holy Land, which claimed to never accept male disciples, actually made an exception for a teenager, causing an uproar throughout the eastern wasteland. How many forces that can be called holy places are ordinary? The resources of the skills are beyond the dreams of some casual cultivators, not to mention that the Yaoqi Holy Land has produced great emperors. How many holy places have such glory? Even though it was the most popular and powerful place in the world, like Yaguang Holy Land, it was still not as good as Yaoqi Holy Land. Although Yaguang Holy Land also had the ultimate weapon, the dragon-patterned black gold tripod, it was still a little behind because it had never produced a great emperor. Not to mention some weaker holy places like the Purple Mansion Holy Land and the Wanchu Holy Land. Among the holy places, even among the holy places, the Yaoqi Holy Land is a ceiling-level existence. Everyone knows that although the Yaoqi Holy Land is relatively low-key among all the holy places, no one will doubt its foundation. The ultimate weapon, the Western Emperor Tower, and the Imperial Scripture, the Western Emperor Sutra, all demonstrate the glory of its heritage. Not to mention the Empress Shi Huangmu, who was so stunningly talented back then. A mere woman, she suppressed many geniuses of her time and eventually became an empress. At that moment, many people began to have strange thoughts. Within a period of time, many men rushed to the holy land of Yaoqi, wanting to become disciples. Not to mention the temptation of the Supreme Emperor Scripture and the Western Emperor Scripture, the Yaoqi Holy Land, which is like a daughter country, is also a holy land that many male monks yearn for. After all, the women there are basically beautiful and charming. Moreover, when they heard that the person with double pupils was young, only about 13 years old, many male cultivators sighed to the sky that they could not control it, and said, "Why don't I, your brother, suffer for you?" But soon, these male monks hit a wall. The Yaoqi Holy Land announced that it would not accept anyone for the time being. As a result, some monks who had strange feelings towards the Emperor's Scripture and some simple LSPS came with high hopes but left disappointed. There are even some stubborn monks named Pu Kxin who think that the men who joined the Holy Land is not as good as themselves, and ask Yaoqi Holy Land to give him a chance to fight the men in single combat, so as to prove that they are more suitable for Yaoqi Holy Land. The Holy Land of Yaoqi had nothing to say about the eating behavior, and didn't even want to explain it. After all, low IQ was contagious, so they all were kicked out, which caused a lot of jokes for a while. Soon after, even more shocking news came. The reason why the Holy Land of Yaoqi accepted this man was because he was born with double pupils and had the potential to be a god. More importantly, the purple air coming from the east for 30,000 miles, which was a natural phenomenon, was meant for this person with double pupils, and it immediately caused a huge uproar. I've never heard of a person with double pupils. What kind of physique is this? Can it be compared with the Eastern Wasteland divine body? It seems that there has never been such a physique. Haha, it's not surprising that there is a divine body and a person with double pupils in the East Wilderness. I just don't know what's so great about him that he can be favored by Yaoqi Holy Land and make an exception for him. You don't understand this, do you? I am a scholar who knows everything about the past, present and future. I am known as the know-it-all in the cultivation world. According to me, people with double pupils are not a newly born physique. There are also fragmentary records in ancient books. It seems to be related to the chaotic ancient times that disappeared in the long river of history. For a time, there were many different opinions. It was understandable that people with double pupils were unknown, but the purple air coming from the east for 30,000 miles was a real auspicious sign from heaven and could not be false. Because some people were born extraordinary, even heaven would send down auspicious signs. No one would doubt the vision of a holy land, but they just don't know how far this person with double pupils can go in the future. Moreover, they have a strong interest in the abilities of this kind of physique. The purple air coming from the east must be a sign of achieving sainthood at the very least. Everyone felt sad in their hearts that in today's world, since the death of Emperor Wushi and the disappearance of Emperor Qing's transformation into Tao, spiritual practice has basically entered an era of the Dharma ending age. Saints are hard to find, and the realm of Immortal platform is already considered to be the pinnacle of power. Amid the noisy discussions in the outside world, Chen Xuanji was unaware that since entering the holy land of Yaoqi, he had been practicing for a month without paying attention to worldly affairs. The divine power of the sea of bitterness is boiling, the waves are surging, the fountain of life is flowing, the divine bridge is shining brightly and filled with mist, and the realm of the divine bridge is constantly improving. As expected of a holy land, the spiritual energy is extremely rich. 1 month is even equivalent to several months of hard training in Lingshu Cave Heaven. Drink the fine wine, eat the sacred beasts. As the only male disciple in the Yaoqi Holy Land, he is truly loved by everyone and has endless resources to enjoy. For example, the vegetarian food is vegetables grown under the essence of Yaoqi spiritual energy, and the meat food is some precious spiritual beasts that have been raised for many years. Even back then, Pang Bo kept talking about the cranes that were considered treasures by Lingshu Dongtian. In Yaoqi Holy Land, they were not a big deal. They were rich and powerful, and could easily kill one every 2 days and make a delicious dish for Qin Xuanji. Even the place where he lived was a pavilion located on the top of a beautiful mountain. It was like a misty fog, and the spiritual energy was extremely rich. Even if Qin Xuanji lay still for a long time, his cultivation would improve. There is a poem that can describe his fairy-like residence. The spring scenery invites me to walk on the clouds, and the emerald green screen surrounds the water. Layers of ancient trees welcome distant visitors, and springs flow faintly from the mountains. The divine brush of the sky draws 3 pavilions, and the beauty lying on the moon dreams for 10,000 years. Looking back at the vastness, green peaks are scattered among the evening mist. Not only does he receive food, clothing, and practice, but the elders who pass down the Western Emperor Sutra will also teach him from time to time, and he will also practice common sense and some insights, and even give him some notes from the sages. He already had an incredible talent for double pupils, and with the added bonus of so many famous teachers guiding him, he made rapid progress in the past month, which shocked the elders who taught him. They even said that the speed of cultivation of people with double pupils was astonishing. As a result, Qin Xuanji was treated as a treasure by the holy land of Yaoqi, and he had an endless supply of elixirs and magic medicines. Even the Holy Lord of Yaoqi personally took out some elixirs that he had treasured for many years to help him cleanse his body and strengthen his foundation. As a traveler who has been away from the mundane world for a long time, I climbed to the sky and looked down at the world from afar. Qin Xuanji sighed and couldn't help but feel some poetic inspiration. It was another ordinary day of training. Qin Xuanji stood up. Although he was only about 13 years old, he was already quite tall. His black hair was like a waterfall, simply held up by a jade belt. His face was as handsome as jade, with a smile on his lips, like a young immortal who had been banished. He looked at the distant mountains and suddenly felt his vision became extremely broad. Even very distant scenery became very clear. Qin Xuanji carefully experienced this change. Everything in the world, every blade of grass and every tree seemed to come alive all of a sudden. This was the result of his long-term practice. Moreover, ever since Qin Xuanji started practicing in the Holy Land, the worldly aura in him has become less and less, his spiritual brilliance has become more and more refined, and his temperament has inexplicably become more ethereal and vague. Since there was nothing to do today, the elders gave Qin Xuanji a day off. Qin Xuanji also planned to take this opportunity to visit the sacred place of Yaoqi. Unexpectedly, not long after he went out, he actually met the girl Dai Qiu. In the sacred land of Yaoqi, in a pond full of lotus leaves and lotus flowers, the girl Dai Qiu was boating on the lotus pond, with a gentle breeze and no waves on the water. Her cultivation level fluctuated and she had already reached the life spring realm. It was obvious that she had made a lot of progress during this period of time. Dai Qiu stood in the jade boat, wearing a fluttering white dress, her black hair was as bright as stars, her eyes were dreamy and charming, as if shrouded in mist, giving people a dreamlike feeling. Looking to the side, while picking lotus pods, she saw Qin Xuanji. The moment she saw Qin Xuanji, a strange look appeared on her face. Qin Xuanji followed her gaze, his eyes were like a pool of clear water, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "You are finally released." A hint of surprise flashed across Dai Qiu's face. He rowed the boat to the shore and came towards Qin Xuanji. When Qin Xuanji heard this, the smile on his face seemed to freeze instantly, and black lines appeared on his forehead. These words sounded as if he had just been released today, which really left him speechless. "I came to see you several times before, but they always said that you were practicing and it was inappropriate to disturb you." Dai Qiu smiled mischievously. Qin Xuanji laughed when he heard it. "Are you planning to take me home to get my eyes treated?" Dai Qiu felt a little embarrassed when she heard this, but it was only for a moment. She naturally knew that Qin Xuanji had double pupils, a very rare physique. "Of course I'm not here to get you some eye treatment, but to get you some cigarettes." Dai Qiu's playful response also made Qin Xuanji speechless. She could naturally tell that it was a joke and should not be taken seriously. The green mountains are stacked and lush, with waterfalls cascading down like the Milky Way in the sky. Fragrant herbs are everywhere, and auspicious beasts can be seen everywhere, making people feel as if they have come to a fairyland. Along the way, Daiqiu introduced various places in Yaoqi to Chen Xuanji. Although Daiqiu and she entered the sect at the same time, she knew everything about this holy land earlier than him. During the tour, from time to time, graceful and beautiful women from the Yaoqi appeared in twos and threes, looking at Chen Xuanji curiously. They knew that it was a rare occasion for their holy land to accept a male disciple, and they thought that it must be the little brother in front of them. Before long, groups of young girls appeared from time to time to look at this strange boy. Chen Xuanji felt sad in his heart, as if he was being watched like an animal, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. It was like entering a land of women, full of spring scenery. The female cultivators were like all kinds of beautiful and gorgeous flowers, all competing to bloom. Some women were rather shy and just looked at it from a distance, but there were also some curious and bold female disciples of Yaoqi. Wow, this little brother is actually so handsome. Come on, smile for your sister. Do you want me to find you a wife? As long as you give me the nod, I'll send someone over right away. There was also a more daring woman who said this and even pulled her pretty girlfriend over. At this moment, Chen Xuanji finally understood the situation of our elder Tang in the kingdom of women, and felt a sense of empathy. If you want to tease Chen Xuanji and want to see Chen Xuanji being shy, that will naturally not happen. Although he looks very young and innocent, he is a soul in his 20s after all, and his face is very plain and unruffled. Instead, he smiled and said, "Okay, give me your sister." After that, he walked forward, ready to pull the woman over. The women were startled and took a few steps back. Apparently they didn't expect Chen Xuanji to have such a coquettish move. "Brother, you are still young. Let's wait until you grow up a few years before we talk." Not to be outdone, the women teased a few words, leaving a string of laughter like silver bells, and then left in groups. It's all just talk without practice. Chen Xuanji complained speechlessly in his heart. These women were really good at oral pleasure. He didn't expect that the Yaoqi women, who were always known for their gentle and charming nature, also had such a bold side. "You seem a little regretful." Daiqiu looked at Chen Xuanji with surprise and said this. "How could that be? You saw it wrong." "I didn't." After walking around, Chen Xuanji felt a little bored. He said goodbye to his tour guide Daiqiu, then flew back to his residence on the Divine Rainbow. Next, it's time to engrave the Dao pattern. Chen Xuanji sat cross-legged on a cushion, his eyes flashing with a deep light, and his double pupils seemed to be creating the world and reenacting chaos. Before, he had already hammered out the general outline of the tool, but it had not been engraved with the Tao pattern. Without this finishing touch, it lacked a lot of divinity. The reason why he didn't engrave the Dao pattern before was because he lacked the opportunity to observe the Emperor's arms and the 9 secrets, and he didn't want to just find something random to engrave the Dao pattern on. After all, this device would accompany him for his entire life. The higher the level of the Dao pattern, the better. Chen Xuanji deeply understands this truth. Among all the holy places today, only the West Emperor Tower can truly meet his requirements. That afternoon, Chen Xuanji went to find the Queen Mother of the West. "You want to see the imperial weapons? The Dao patterns engraved on them." The contemporary Queen Mother of the West looked at Chen Xuanji in surprise and asked this. Chen Xuanji nodded, and Queen Mother she hesitated a little and said, "Okay, but I need to ask the elders for their opinions before making a final decision." The next day, the Queen Mother of the West and the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi appeared at the same time, indicating that most of the elders had recognized Chen Xuanji and agreed to let him observe the imperial army. Don't miss this opportunity, it's a rare and great chance. The Holy Maiden of Yaoqi came gracefully, with a graceful figure and full breasts that propped up her snow-white dress with several perfect curves, a slender waist that could be held in one hand, and straight and slender legs. Chen Xuanji nodded. Such an opportunity was not easy to come by, so he would naturally cherish it. "Okay, let's just get on with it." The Queen Mother of the West smiled and raised her hand. A brilliant light appeared, and she led Chen Xuanji and the Saint of Yaoqi to look into the depths of the sky of Yaoqi. "Is this the West Emperor Tower?" Chen Xuanji was dazzled as he looked at the ultimate weapon in front of him that was made of the legendary fairy tear green gold. Deep in the sky, chaotic air permeates. The West Emperor Tower appears and disappears, floating up and down, as if it was suppressed at the beginning of the creation of the world. The wisps of immortal air hanging down guard the entire Pure Land. Chen Xuanji sat down cross-legged, his pupils began to glow, and then he observed the imperial text on the West Emperor Tower and engraved it. Of course, at the current stage, he can only engrave it, and is far from being able to comprehend it, because his realm is too low, and the imperial text is really too mysterious for him. However, being able to get so close to the ultimate weapon is also a great opportunity. After all, some cultivators have never seen what the ultimate weapon looks like in their entire lives. It's done. Not long after, a look of joy emerged on Chen Xuanji's face. The sound of Tao was like thunder, and the sound of a huge bell resounded through his heart. A mysterious and wonderful aura appeared above the Tai Chi diagram. At this moment, the Tai Chi diagram engraved with the Emperor's words was filled with yin and yang energy, which then evolved into chaotic energy. The rhythm of Tao was everywhere, and it seemed to be basically finalized. It was complex and mysterious, and contained the Tao and Li. Boom. Just as the imperial text was engraved, the West Emperor Tower seemed to tremble slightly and made a noise. What's going on? This tremor. Something unusual happened in the Holy Land's sky. That's the direction of the extreme weapons. The people of the Yaoqi Holy Land felt something in their hearts and looked over subconsciously, with shock on their faces and a bit of surprise. Many elders also woke up from their retreat and quickly sent people to find out what had happened. The West Emperor Tower has revived. Chen Xuanji was slightly surprised, feeling that the West Emperor Tower in front of him was hidden in the chaos, floating up and down, and the vibration just now was indeed made by it. A ray of imperial majesty permeated the air, allowing the three of them to experience firsthand the desolate celestial sound that seemed to come from ancient times, grand and sacred, as if it had passed through eternity of time and space and descended into the present world. The Emperor's soldiers have revived. Could it be that the Holy Land is at the brink of life and death? The contemporary Queen Mother of the West, her originally majestic face was completely replaced by shock. She naturally knew what the revival of the imperial weapon meant. If we talk about the most powerful combat force in the world today, apart from those terrifying forbidden existences in forbidden areas, it is not the ancient superpowers dormant in some holy lands and families, but the ultimate weapons. The ultimate weapon is not only a tool for the great emperor and ancient king to prove their truth, but also a place to suppress the destiny of the Holy Land and sections. If the great emperor does not come out, who can compete? In theory, the imperial soldiers have spirits and generally will not actively revive except at critical moments of life and death. Once they revive, it means the arrival of a crisis. No, the imperial power is everywhere, but the atmosphere is very peaceful. After being shocked, Queen Mother of the West did not feel the fighting spirit of the imperial soldiers, and she relaxed a little, which meant that she was not encountering any invasion from foreign enemies, which also made her feel a lot more at ease. It is this that caused the revival of the imperial soldiers. The Saint Maiden of Yaoqi whispered, her black hair like a waterfall, her pearly teeth sparkling, her red lips moist, and her full breasts rising and falling. She was usually gentle and dignified, but at this moment her heart was shaken and she could not calm down. That is his chance. The revival of the West Emperor Tower is probably a rare opportunity. The Queen Mother of the West looked at Chen Xuanji, then turned her head and a look of relief appeared on her face. Upon hearing this, the Saint Maiden of Yaoqi was also shocked. A complex look flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she felt quite uneasy. Chen Xuanji's heart was filled with emotions, and he felt that ray of imperial power. He was extremely shocked. It was worthy of being the Western Emperor's instrument of enlightenment. Facing the Western Emperor Tower, he had deep feelings. It was mysterious and natural. He estimated that once this imperial weapon was revived, it could suppress the heavens. The magnificent sound from heaven resounded through the sky, as if separated from the eons of time. The mysterious meaning of nature emerged, and the Western Emperor Tower seemed to be a world of its own, suppressing the world. Buzz. The West Emperor Tower trembled slightly, and the tower body, which was made entirely of fairy tear green gold, was also emitting brilliant light, covering the sky and the earth, so dazzling that it was impossible to open one's eyes. Bang. The sound of Tao dissipated into the sky. The light that filled the sky and the earth was gathered into the chaos. The imperial power no longer lingered, but returned to the West Emperor Tower, which also returned to peace. Chen Xuanji used his double pupils to look forward, and vaguely saw a graceful and elegant figure sitting cross-legged in the tower. However, in a flash, he could not see anything again. The place was once again shrouded in chaos and could no longer be seen. Chen Xuanji felt something in his heart. It seemed like something just flew out of the tower and landed in front of Chen Xuanji with a bang. This is Immortal Gold. The Queen Mother of the West walked over quickly, staring at the magical stone that was the size of 2 fists and emitting brilliant fairy light. Her face changed, and then she became excited. Immortal gold is the material for refining ultimate weapons. Even a small piece of it is enough to make people from the outside world start fighting and go crazy. The West Emperor Tower actually took the initiative to bestow such a divine object. This is your good fortune. The Queen Mother of the West didn't know what to say. The reason why the West Emperor Tower was revived was to give this younger generation a piece of fairy gold and bestow a precious treasure. Although it is only the size of 2 fists, it is enough to drive countless people crazy. It can be seen that the West Emperor Tower treats Qin Xian so generously that the Queen Mother of the West's mentality has also quietly changed. It is actually the most mysterious Yuhua Qingjin in the rumors. The Holy Maiden of Yaoqi came over gracefully with light lotus steps, staring at the fairy gold with a strange look in her eyes. Feathered blue gold. Chen Xuanji was also surprised. The Yuhua immortal gold he remembered seemed to be the most mysterious kind of immortal gold in the heaven-shading world. It was extremely rare. The Light Clan's Shenlian pot seemed to be made of this immortal gold. As we all know, many supreme divine weapons are made of various kinds of immortal gold. For example, the dragon-patterned black gold tripod of Yaguang Holy Land is made of dragon-patterned black gold, the Hengyu furnace of the Jiang family is made of phoenix blood red gold, and this West Emperor Tower is made of immortal tear green gold. And this fairy gold has some ripples like wings, as if it is about to transform into an immortal and fly away. It contains infinite power and must be the fairy gold without a doubt. Chen Xuanji took it and was immediately surprised. He felt very surprised when holding it in his hand. It was not as heavy and indestructible as he had imagined. Instead, it was very light, with a soft texture and a very textured feel. What a blessing. I didn't expect the Emperor would think so highly of you. The Queen Mother of the West was filled with emotion. The West Emperor Pagoda personally revived and bestowed the treasure of immortal gold on the younger generation. For hundreds of thousands of years, Qin Xian was the only one who had this gift. Chen Xuanji's heart was no longer calm. He didn't expect that just after he watched the imperial text of the West Emperor Tower engraved on the Tai Chi diagram, the West Emperor Tower directly bestowed this precious fairy gold. I was just worrying about the materials for training weapons, and just when I dozed off someone brought me a pillow. It felt so good. Chen Xuanji bowed deeply to the West Emperor Pagoda. This favor was so great that he didn't know how to repay it. At the same time, he was also very confused. He had just joined Yaoqi not long ago, and Jidao weapon had taken a fancy to him. He even gave him immortal gold. Was it because of his potential, or what? Queen Mother of the West stood aside, and although she looked calm, she felt a little sour in her heart, because she had communicated with the West Emperor Tower before, but never received a response, let alone the granting of immortal gold to her. What? A person with double pupils actually caused the West Emperor Tower to revive. Shocking. The West Emperor Pagoda actually bestowed a divine object on the boy with double pupils. This is the first time in the history of the world. This is an epoch-making event. The people in the Holy Land soon got the relevant news. Not only the ordinary disciples, but even the elders were shocked and their hearts were surging. The only male disciple of the Yaoqi Holy Land was so extraordinary that he was chosen by the West Emperor Tower. Those with double pupils are extremely gifted and are considered the best among men. They will definitely have a place in the future of the Eastern Wasteland. The one with double pupils is the chosen one of heaven. He has come to our Yaoqi. It is time for us to prosper. A person with double pupils, recognized by the ultimate weapon, beautiful appearance, and the potential of an emperor. In the Holy Land of Yaoqi, except for Qin Xuanji, all the others are women. Most of them have not practiced for very long, and their minds are still like those of ordinary people. They are quite gossipy. The incident of the Emperor's gift of treasures has become more and more sensational, and it has gradually led to the effect of 3 people making a tiger. Finally, the news gradually spread, and was passed on to various places in the eastern wilderness by those women. In just 2 months, it had slowly spread to all parts of the eastern wilderness. Chen Xuanji never expected that before he was even born, his legend was already circulating in the world. A person with double pupils has the potential to become an emperor. Are people with double pupils really that strong? Of course. How can someone who is recognized by the ultimate weapon be an unknown person? The divine body of the eastern wasteland is really not to be underestimated. I wonder which one is stronger, this person with double pupils who suddenly appeared or the divine king body of the ancient Jiang family. For a time, there was a lot of discussion, and everyone was looking forward to what kind of storm the birth of this legendary person with double pupils would bring. Since Chen Xuanji came back, he has not paid any attention to the outside world. He doesn't know what the situation is outside and directly announced that he would go into seclusion. Now the Tai Chi diagram has been engraved with imperial writings, its magical powers are unfathomable, and it has also obtained the immortal gold of Yuhua. The next step is to practice the method of attack. After all, today's attack methods are relatively simple, although Yao Qi has also passed down to him many methods of attack, including the attack techniques in the Western Emperor Sutra. But he also thought that many times, especially when going out, some skills cannot be shown directly to others, as it is easy to expose one's identity. However, practicing Emperor Seal can eliminate these worries. There is no such skill in this world. In this way, when you go out in the future, you can use this skill to conceal your identity, which is equivalent to creating a new small account to travel around. Isn't it wonderful? Chen Xuanji stood on the top of Xiufeng Mountain, which was also the mountain where he practiced. His clothes fluttered and his face was calm. Under the moonlight, the entire mountain was shrouded in the bright moonlight, and he seemed to be flying away with the wind. Now he has grown a lot taller, his face has lost some of its childishness, and has begun to show some handsome features. If an inexperienced girl sees him, it is easy for her to have youthful thoughts. At this moment, he sat cross-legged, the moonlight was like water, the starry sky was bright as a painting, and Chen Xuanji was like an old monk in meditation, observing the Emperor's seal in his mind. Unexpectedly, whether it was because of his extraordinary talent or because the first move was not difficult, he almost mastered it completely in a very short period of time. He activated the power of the Sea of Suffering, penetrated the trajectory of the mysteries, and formed a hand seal. His palms and fingers changed unpredictably, constantly drawing various trajectories in front of his chest. It was very mysterious, like an ancient Buddha performing a seal. An hour later. Almost there. Chen Xuanji stood up, a cool breeze blew, his long hair fluttered in the wind, like a galaxy, each strand of hair was crystal clear, his whole body was filled with an indescribable aura. He walked forward with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, like a god-king descending to earth. With a loud shout, his palms and fingers began to move slowly, and then a blurry mountain emerged in the void, emitting a terrifying aura. The mountain was majestic and deep, as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and then suddenly exploded. Mountain opening seal. It was like a real mountain exploding. Although it was not very big, the terrifying wave was very frightening. In the distance, a small hillside exploded and turned into powder. Chen Xuanji was satisfied. He now had a new offensive technique in his hands, which was quite powerful and gave him more means. After practicing the first move of the Emperor's seal, he began to practice Taoism. Time flies, and 6 months have passed in the blink of an eye. During these months, Chen Xuanji did not move, and meditated quietly. After the 6th month, he finally reached the top of the divine bridge. In front of him was a washbasin-sized piece of source that was very pure and had basically no impurities. He was prepared to refine it in one fell swoop, so as to leap over the sea and cross the divine bridge to reach the last realm of the Wheel Sea, the other shore realm. As he practiced, he felt a sudden blur in front of his eyes, but it returned to clarity in an instant. The lost disaster of the divine bridge realm. Chen Xuanji suddenly thought of the words recorded in the scriptures, the human body has endless mysteries. If a cultivator does not want to be trapped in the sea of suffering, he must force his way through the sea of suffering if he wants to explore other secrets of the human body. However, many people will be blocked by fog when they form the Tianmai, and they will be unable to see the way forward clearly, which may very likely lead to failure. However, Chen Xuanji has double pupils. The most basic function of double pupils is to look directly at the origin and see through the illusion. This level is meaningless to him. So, he crossed the sea of suffering naturally without getting lost, and finally came to the end. Fairy air was floating in the air, and clouds were lingering. Faintly, he saw a huge Taoist palace in the distance. Not long after Qin Xuanji had made a breakthrough, the holy maiden of Yaoqi appeared. She was as beautiful and lively as ever, like a goddess from the sky descending to the earth. She told Qin Xuanji that after unanimous discussion by the elders of the Holy Land, it was decided that if Qin Xuanji could break into the realm of the Taoist palace, he would be made the holy son of Yaoqi, and the news would be made public to the world. Qin Xuanji nodded slightly, with a hint of surprise in his heart. He probably thought it was because the West Emperor Tower took a special liking to him, which naturally led to more attention to him. He originally planned to apply to go to the Fire region to practice weapons after breaking through the Dao Palace realm, and let Yuaxian practice Tai Chi diagram. Now he was informed that if he could break into the Dao Palace, he could become a holy son. But after thinking about it, he felt relieved. After all, he was the only man in the Holy Land, and he didn't seem to have any competitors. Life is really lonely like snow. By the way, look outside. The Saint Maiden of Yaoqi gently gathered her beautiful hair. Her voice was soft, pleasant and very friendly, which made people unconsciously feel good about her. At this moment, a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Qin Xuanji opened the embroidered door and looked down curiously. He saw several beautiful women dressed in the clothes of Yaoqi disciples sitting cross-legged at the foot of the mountain. They were looking up and suddenly saw Qin Xuanji appear. They couldn't help but show a look of surprise. They are. Qin Xuanji was a little confused and turned to look at the holy maiden of Yaoqi. The news of the divine object bestowed by the Western Emperor Tower that day has spread widely in the outside world. Everyone believes that people with double pupils have the potential to become emperors. Qin Xuanji stroked his forehead with both hands, and a strange feeling suddenly surged in his heart. Why did he feel that this was not a good thing to say? It seems that Wang Teng of the Beidou and Wang family, who was known as the Northern Emperor, was also said to have the potential to become a great emperor, but in the end he was tricked by his clansmen and the grass on his grave was 3 feet high. So many Yaoqi disciples want to come and learn from them, to see if the rumored person with double pupils is really worthy of the name. In fact, there are many disciples from the major holy lands and families in the East Desert who came to challenge you, but they were all turned away. The smile of the Saint Maiden of Yaoqi was like a spring breeze, making the whole world pale in comparison. Qin Xuanji was speechless. Why did he always feel that this Saint Lady of Yaoqi was a bit sinister? And she actually looked very expectant. Moreover, he probably knew the thoughts of those who came to challenge him. A person with double pupils had already become famous in the eastern wilderness before he was born. If one can defeat someone with double pupils, he will surely gain unprecedented reputation, and the status of the family Holy Land behind him will also rise accordingly. They all want to step on him to get to the top, and this was the situation when the news of their plan to make him the Son of God had not yet spread. I wonder what kind of uproar it will cause when Yaoqi confers the title of Son of God. Qin Xuanji sighed secretly. Even in the current Holy Land of Yaoqi, there were still people who wanted to challenge her. Those girls in cool clothing were representatives. He could clearly feel the fighting spirit of those people. As to whether they want to use his fame to get to the top, or whether they are just a group of pure battle maniacs because they are famous themselves and are excited about the opportunity, and want to hone themselves through fighting, it is still unknown for the time being. Okay, I'll go meet them. To the surprise of the Saint of Yaoqi, Qin Xuanji actually accepted the challenge directly. In Qin Xuanji's own judgment, it is better to take the initiative to attack rather than avoid fighting, otherwise he will always be passive and avoid being challenged every few days. Be careful, they are the 5 disciples of a supreme elder, known as the 5 Elements Goddesses. They practice the 5 elements kung fu and are rare battle maniacs in the Holy Land. Their cultivation is very advanced. Don't underestimate them. Qin Xuanji nodded, indicating that he understood in his heart that he did need a battle to prove himself a little, not only to the disciples of the Holy Land, but also to give an answer to the elders of the Holy Land. He then rode the divine rainbow down with the Saint Maiden of Yaoqi and landed in front of 5 beautiful women with extraordinary looks. His expression was very calm and natural, as if nothing had happened. He had already learned about these women from the saint of Yaoqi as the 5 elements heavenly maiden second only to the saint. They were extremely powerful, surpassing the disciples of many sects and could even stand shoulder to shoulder with some disciples of holy places. They also had great fame in the eastern wilderness. Regardless of her appearance or strength, she is considered a favored daughter of heaven and the dream lover of many men in eastern wilderness. The reason why they are called the 5 elements goddesses is because they have cultivated the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth to an extremely high level. Are you Qin Xuanji? A woman spoke. She was wearing a red outfit and a short skirt, revealing a pair of snow-white, slender thighs. She had a face like the autumn moon, a tall figure, and curvy figure. There was a flame pattern between her eyebrows, with a faint flickering light, making her look very extraordinary. Qin Xuanji felt it immediately. Her eyes were very pure and full of fighting spirit, as if she was delighted to see prey. She didn't look like someone who wanted to step on her reputation to get to the top, but probably someone who heard of her fame and simply wanted to challenge her. It is me. I wonder what business this sister has come to have here. Could it be that she has taken a fancy to me and has come to ask for my hand in marriage? After saying that, Qin Xuanji looked at the remaining 4 women with interest. They were all wearing tight-fitting short skirts, revealing their slender legs. They were all very pleasing to the eye, smart and cute. Propose marriage? The woman dressed in red was either slow to react or what. She was stunned for a moment, her brain seemed to be unable to react. Hey, you little brat, you're really something. It's just a competition between fellow disciples, and you want to earn a wife who's as beautiful as a fairy. A beautiful girl in golden clothes said dissatisfiedly with a bad look on her face. She felt that this little girl was indeed a little too bold. Her name was Jean Feng, the eldest sister among the 5 elements goddesses, and the girl in red who challenged her was called Qi Ling, the 4th oldest. He kept calling her a little girl, but in fact she was only in her 20s, but she acted very old-fashioned, bossing people around, leaving Qin Xuanji speechless. Are you all going to challenge me? The remaining women all shook their heads, saying that only the woman in red, Qi Ling, wanted to challenge them, and they were all just spectators. You can't possibly beat my 4th sister. You have just broken into the other shore realm. Although you have a special physique, your time in this realm is still very short. If you can win, I will call you my brother-in-law on the spot. Everyone looked speechless, except Qi Ling who was still in a daze. The rest of her beautiful sisters all had black lines on their foreheads. This little sister was good in everything except that she had a mouth. The one who spoke was the 5th of the 5 sisters, named Su Xian. She looked younger than Qin Xuanji and spoke in a childish voice. However, she was developing very well. Qin Xuanji smiled slightly and didn't say much. Instead, he looked at the beautiful woman in front of him who was wearing a fiery red outfit. She didn't seem to react to the teasing remark. Instead, she thought for a while, then said seriously on her beautiful face, if you can really beat me, I wouldn't mind marrying you. Qin Xuanji was dumbfounded. He wanted to say wow, he didn't know if the other party was pretending or was really so true to nature. He was so straightforward that he had so much to say that he couldn't express it. Sister, don't forget that Yaoqi women are not allowed to marry outside the family. A woman in green tights couldn't help but remind them. She felt a little embarrassed because she knew that her sister was more of a battle maniac than them. Although they like fighting, they are not as good as the red spirit. It seems that the battle fanatics are not very good at other things except fighting. Yaoqi seems to have a rule that Yaoqi women cannot marry outside the Yaoqi Holy Land at will, but he has already joined our Yaoqi Holy Land, so he is no longer an outsider. The red-dressed woman, Qi Ling, whispered, her big eyes showing a thoughtful look, looking a little silly and cute. The 4 sisters on the side were almost speechless, with black lines on their foreheads. This 4th sister was simply simple-minded, with muscles, well-developed chest muscles. At this moment, Qin Xuanji didn't know what to say. It was completely unlike the script he had in mind. At this moment, he has already started to introduce himself. I am Qi Ling, one of the 5 elements goddesses of Yaoqi, and I would like to ask for your guidance. You have also advanced to the other shore realm, so we can have a fair fight. Let me see how extraordinary a person with double pupils is. Qi Ling slightly raised her handsome eyebrows and put her high ponytail upright. She was dressed in a fiery red outfit that wrapped around her exquisite body, making her look extremely heroic and no less handsome than any man. Chen Xuanji nodded slightly, indicating that he was ready, and then they came to the martial arts arena of the Yaoqi Holy Land. There are usually very few people here because most of them are women, and unlike disciples in other holy places, they rarely like to fight in the martial arts field. But with the arrival of Chen Xuanji, the saint of Yaoqi, and the five elements goddess, the place gradually became crowded with people who all wanted to watch the grand battle. More importantly, this place has the only men in their holy land. For them, he is a real rare species. This martial arts arena indeed covers a very large area and simulates a real scene. They chose a woodland that is lush and full of vitality. Qi Ling stood in the void, her eyes emitting astonishing brilliance and bursting with scorching light. Her whole body exuded an aura, her ponytail fluttering gently, like a female god of war descending to earth. She took the first step and actually took a step forward, swinging her fists, which were glowing with a faint red light, as if a fire dragon was wrapped around them, roaring and ready to crush him. She gave a light scold, and her whole body was emitting a faint light. At this moment, she did not look like a woman. Her blood and energy were released from her body, just like an elephant or dragon. Her blood was boiling and almost condensed into substance. The roots of the trees were pulled out of the ground, and were swept into the sky by the aura emanating from the red spirit, and were wiped out in the storm. Chen Xuanji was slightly surprised. The person on the opposite side was full of blood and energy, but his speed was also extremely fast, just like a flash of lightning. However, under the operation of his double pupils, the opponent's speed slowed down a lot, and he dodged sideways very easily. Qi Ling was shocked. This was an ancient skill that she had acquired by chance before. She usually relied on this extreme speed to seize the initiative and suppress the enemy many times. But now, the opponent had avoided her so easily. Chen Xuanji stepped into the air, his hair flying. He no longer dodged, but took the initiative to meet the opponent, his palms and fingers glowing, and he collided with the opponent's fists. Infinite divine light burst out. Bang! So strong. Qi Ling staggered and retreated continuously, his heart was shocked. Although he knew that Chen Xuanji was a genius and extremely extraordinary, he did not expect him to be so powerful. Wow, this little brother is so awesome. Love it. Even the tomboy Qi Ling is at a disadvantage. It's so terrifying. The Yaoqi women on the martial arts field were all very excited, with blushes of excitement on their faces. They kept whispering comments to each other, saying that they did not expect that this little brother was not only handsome, but also so powerful at such a young age. Looks like you're going to call me brother-in-law. The eldest sister among the five elements goddesses whispered to her younger sister Su Xian, and a trace of pale regret appeared on Su Xian's pretty face. You're great. Traces of blood appeared on Qi Ling's body, and it even evaporated and dried up a small river in the distance. Her delicate body seemed to have turned into a huge furnace, burning fiercely. Yes, this is more interesting. Chen Xuanji's eyes lit up. She guessed that this was the opponent's method of the five elements. It really boosted her momentum. Chen Xuanji was just fighting casually just now. He also roughly understood the opponent's level and had some thoughts in his mind. Wow, fourth sister finally used her five elements technique. Now that boy is in danger. He will definitely lose. Otherwise, I will marry him instead of fourth sister. Su Xian, the youngest sister of the five elements goddesses, said with confidence. Does my Yaoqi holy land finally have its own holy son? I can't believe that in just 2 years, he was canonized as the holy son by the Queen Mother. A person with double pupils is indeed so terrifying, and his cultivation is improving rapidly. When the people of Yaoqi learned that Chen Xuanji was named the Son of God, they were very moved. Their Yaoqi finally no longer had just the Holy Maiden. This was a completely new atmosphere. However, Chen Xuanji was relatively calm inside. After entering the realm of the Taoist palace, he felt that heaven and earth were united and all things were born, and Tao followed the laws of nature. He unexpectedly gained a sense of detachment and peace. However, his natural calmness and peace did not last long, and he lost his temper and started to get angry. After he was canonized as the Holy Son of Yaoqi, Queen Mother of the West immediately sent someone to reward him with 10,000 gene of source. But when he was about to enter the recharge system to exchange for good things, he was completely dumbfounded. The cheapest drop of the saint's golden body liquid requires 100,000 kilograms of source. The more he looked at it, the more interesting his expression became, and his look kept changing. The treasures, skills and weapons in the recharge system are at the saint level at worst. No wonder they are so outrageously expensive. Sure enough, I still have to find a way to get some source. With my double pupils, it probably won't be too difficult to get to the essence directly. It's like a plug-in. Afterwards, the Queen Mother of the West sent someone to inform Chen Xuanji that a ceremony would be held to confer him the title of Holy Son. Chen Xuanji couldn't help but sigh. This was indeed the style of the Holy Land. It was very particular about the sense of ceremony. The enthronement of the Son of God would probably be very particular. Normally, it would be even grander than the enthronement of an emperor in the secular world. Moreover, the Yaoqi woman who had come to deliver a message to him also gave him a set of Saint Sun suits for him to wear on the day of the canonization ceremony. The enthronement ceremony was held 3 days later. As the bells of the Yaoqi Holy Land rang out, celestial music could be heard everywhere. On the high platform, some women were singing and dancing gracefully to the sound of stringed instruments. The entire Holy Land was decorated with lights and seemed to be filled with a lively atmosphere and joy. And it was unknown how long it had been before Chen Xuanji made a grand appearance under the gaze of everyone. This appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention, and his brilliance was so dazzling that people could hardly take their eyes away. He was wearing a crescent-shaped robe, he was as handsome as jade, with a slender and upright figure, and he walked slowly. He stood like a jade tree in an orchid, bright and clear as the moon, indescribably noble and elegant, like a poem or a painting, as if he was a young immortal who had walked out of a painting. At the moment, he looked to be about 15 or 16 years old, handsome and elegant, with a restrained charm in his own style, which made everyone fascinated. The young man who was still a little immature when he first entered the Holy Land has quietly grown up. Ah, Lord Saint is truly a handsome man. In the entire eastern wasteland, there are probably few who can match him. Well, I think it's about the same. Anyway, I have never seen anyone more handsome than the Holy Son. I guess only the legendary Yaguang Saint Sun and the recently born Ji family divine body can compare with him. Many women were talking about this, their hearts were a little excited. It was the first time for many of them to see this Holy Son. Seeing is believing. Apart from anything else, just from his appearance, he was indeed the most beautiful man in the world, rarely seen in the world. Chen Xuanji didn't know yet, but he had unknowingly gained a wave of fans from the Yaoqi Holy Land with his good looks. Chen Xuanji felt a little embarrassed when he saw the fanatical eyes of many women. He didn't expect them to be so crazy. They were just like those fanatical star chasers on Earth. The Queen Mother of the West, standing aside, could not help but nod secretly. Chen Xuanji really looked like a rare talent, and it seemed that the cohesion of the disciples of the Holy Land was quite good. Chen Xuanji followed the ritual process, lit 3 incense sticks, first worshipped the heaven and earth, and then worshipped the founder of Yaoqi, Queen Mother of the West. Then he delivered his pre-prepared speech, expressing his gratitude for being canonized as the Son of God. Looking at the speech that had been prepared for him in advance, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. This article can be said to be a very classic example. First, I expressed my respect and gratitude to the teachers in the Holy Land for their guidance and instruction, then I expressed my gratitude to my fellow students for their care. Finally, I made a speech and expressed my aspirations. After going through a set of tedious processes, the enthronement was finally done. Chen Xuanji couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Attending the ceremony was the most troublesome thing. Whether in the mortal world or in the world of cultivators, it was all troublesome. It was already afternoon when he finished all the trouble and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After Chen Xuanji was canonized, he stayed in the Holy Land for another 3 days, then went deep into the Holy Land to report to the Queen Mother of the West and asked to go to the fire region. Okay, that's perfect. After the matter in the fire region is settled, we can directly visit the Yaguang Holy Land. According to the explanation of the Queen Mother of the West, Yaguang and the sacred land of Yaoqi have been friends for generations. Whenever a new saint son or saint daughter appears in Yaguang or Yaoqi, they will present gifts to each other. The newly appointed holy son or holy daughter would visit each other's holy place every time, get acquainted with each other's next generation, and build good relationships with each other. Chen Xuanji was speechless after hearing this. The holy son of Yaguang of the Yaguang Holy Land was the successor of the ruthless emperor. He was a man of deep thoughts and practiced the immortal heavenly art of the ruthless emperor. He was not a good person. Good. Chen Xuanji nodded, indicating that he had formally agreed. Facing the saint of Yaguang, he was a little hesitant, but he was not too worried. With the support of a powerful sect, the other party would definitely have some concerns, and he was confident in his own strength. The gate to the Holy Land will be open tomorrow. You can go there without any worries. I will secretly send a guardian elder to protect you. Chen Xuanji nodded, feeling deeply moved in his heart. The powerful forces in the Holy Land were different. Not only were there many experts, but they also had their own domain gate. Unlike some independent cultivators, who have to rely on their own hands for everything, most of their resources and skills are hard-earned, and it is difficult for them to resist when they are bullied. On the next day, Chen Xuanji was taken by a young woman to the headquarters of a domain gate in the Yaoqi Holy Land. Outside a hall, there were already many women queuing up, most of them were from the Yaoqi Holy Land, and only a very small number were independent cultivators. Holy Son. Sir Holy Son. Hello, Holy Son. Many Yaoqi women obviously recognized Chen Xuanji and took the initiative to greet him. Before Chen Xuanji set out, he had put on the sunglasses he had exchanged for before in order to keep a low profile. Unexpectedly, he was still recognized in an instant. Seeing so many women in the Yaoqi Holy Land in various poses, greeting him in a charming way, he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of shame in his heart. It looks like some of my idol group members are traveling, and fans are enthusiastically welcoming them at the airport. Most of these women are people who have gone out to gain experience, or have returned home to visit their relatives. The composition of women in the Holy Land of Yaoqi is very complex, and they come from all over the eastern wilderness. As the son of God, Chen Xuanji received very high treatment and was directly admitted to the VIP channel. She did not have to wait in line like other women, wait for inspection, and pay fees. Even the beautiful female monk who was reviewing the case took the initiative to show his kindness to him, showing him a warm smile. The treatment was very different. Chen Xian's heart was touched, and he slowly realized the joy of the Holy Son. Chen Xuanji was first taken to a huge island floating above the sky. Surrounding him was rolling sea of clouds and hazy fog. Chen Xuanji was the first to arrive here. He had to wait for others to review and approve it before opening the domain gate and teleporting. The beautiful Yaoqi woman who had reviewed the qualifications for passing was afraid that Chen Xuanji and the others would be bored, so she even had people bring in chairs and filled them with fruits, snacks, and fine liquor. Just after Su Xin said this with a solemn oath, she looked towards the field again, and her beautiful little face froze in an instant. Although Qi Ling has already used the 5 elements method at this moment, his body is like a furnace, and his momentum is rising, bringing an incomparable sense of oppression to everyone present, but this does not include Chen Xuanji. At this time, the sky was full of flames. Large areas of trees on the site were enveloped by flames and turned into charcoal in an instant. The small river also evaporated, revealing a dry riverbed. Her fists were burning like the sun, and seemed to have turned into eternity. Chen Xian's heart was shocked. Although the woman's fighting ability was roughly felt by him, he keenly discovered that the opponent seemed to be getting stronger as the battle went on. Some minor flaws in the battle just now were actually discovered and corrected by her as the battle progressed. Her observation of the battle was meticulous to the point of being extremely detailed. She constantly gained insights and improved herself in battles, and her combat talent was extremely terrifying. However, for Chen Xuanji, it was still not enough. After all, the gap was still too big. She was forced to retreat continuously by Chen Xuanji's shock and was suppressed, but her eyes became brighter and brighter. It's so relaxing. Everyone's expressions were very shocked. This was a completely crushing situation. Qi Ling was constantly losing ground and her strength was constantly increasing. But even so, she was just struggling to hold on. Even the protective divine light on her body was almost extinguished. Let's end it. Chen Xuanji leaped up, with an incomparable aura on his body. He came from the air and pressed down with one palm, which brought about a violent gust of wind, even destroying the ground. Qi Ling raised her head, her fighting spirit burning in her. She did not choose to retreat, but took the initiative to fight back. A fire unicorn roared out from her palm. "Okay, sister, suppress him." Su Xin shouted from a distance. Boom. The light between the two of them became brighter. Chen Xuanji was unstoppable, opening and closing his arms like an eagle swooping down. No match for him. Qi Ling's palms were numb from the shock and he even started bleeding. His body was hit by the opponent's fist and it seemed as if he was hit by a wild elephant. The protective light shattered into pieces and was pierced through by Chen Xuanji. I lost. Qi Ling's eyes dimmed a little. She didn't expect that her opponent could suppress her in this way, which made her feel very complicated. Hurry and go. Su Xin's face turned pale, and she pulled Qi Ling to urge her to leave. She was really a little scared, afraid that Chen Xuanji would really want them to fulfill their original promise. The girls were speechless. This youngest girl among them had a mouth that seemed to have been blessed. Whoever she kissed would be unlucky. Thank you. I feel like I have gained a lot. Can I still spar with you in the future? Qi Ling, with her big, sparkling eyes, graceful figure and very attractive body, asked him this. Her defeated mood gradually calmed down. Although she lost the battle, it aroused her stronger desire to move forward. Chen Xuanji felt that such a person was pure and precious. Chen Xuanji thought for a moment and said, "If I were in the Holy Land, you could come find me." After getting a response, Qi Ling was satisfied and took his little sister away with an unnatural look on his face. The crowd of onlookers also gradually dispersed. Congratulations, we won the first battle. Sister Qi Ling's strength is such that she can be considered a core disciple in some major sections. Now you will have no worries in the Holy Land for a short time. The Saint Maiden of Yaoqi smiled and walked forward with graceful lotus steps. Her voice was as clear as the ringing of silver bells and very pleasant to the ears. Chen Xuanji smiled and understood, but didn't say much. The road ahead was still long, and he certainly wouldn't be complacent just for this small achievement. Just like that, the peaceful days passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, almost 2 years had passed, and Chen Xuanji had completely adapted to the life in the Holy Land of Yaoqi. During this period, Qi Ling would occasionally appear to spar with Chen Xuanji. Although she was easily suppressed by Chen Xuanji every time, she never got tired of it. Chen Xuanji even suspected that she had some masochistic tendencies. Moreover, she would bring her poisonous milk little sister with her from time to time. The little sister would always cheer her up, but what was speechless was that after the little sister's poisonous milk, Qi Ling was beaten even worse. Even if Chen Xuanji didn't believe in evil and intended to stop and let the opponent go, Qi Ling on the other side would still suffer a tragic defeat due to various accidents. This made Chen Xuanji think of the legendary god of misfortune, the great sage Hunchuo. Later, Qi Ling became afraid and came alone. Over time, her progress was rapid, which made Chen Xuanji feel incredible. He thought that this was a woman born for fighting. This made Chen Xuanji's other good friend Dai Qiu a little dissatisfied, because every time she came to Chen Xuanji to invite him to play together, she found that Chen Xuanji was either fighting or in seclusion. On the top of the mountain, the morning sun was rising, and the houses in the woods were all covered with a layer of faint light, which also enveloped Chen Xuanji's figure. It's time to break through the Dao Palace secret realm. On the top of the mountain, Chen Xuanji sat cross-legged like a petrified statue, sitting there motionless. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Xuanji suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were bright and deep, as if a starry sky was disappearing. He has now reached the great perfection of the Wheel of Sea. With every move he makes, divine power surges. He is about to enter the next great secret realm. Chen Xuanji shook his hand, and a thumb-sized piece of divine source appeared in his hand. This was the result of almost all of his savings over the past 2 years. Although it is only the size of a thumb, it contains extremely refined energy, far exceeding ordinary sources. Officially preparing to break into the secret realm of the Taoist Palace. The Taoist secret realm cultivates the 5 internal organs: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, also known as the 5 divine organs. They store essence and energy without discharging them, and contain life and immortality. It is an extremely powerful secret realm in the human body. Chen Xuanji held the tiny piece of divine source in his hand, which was being refined by him. A misty vapor spread out and enveloped him, as if a large copper furnace enveloped him. He was training himself at this moment, with mist wrapped around his body. He seemed to have turned himself into an immortal, containing the essence of heaven and earth, the energy of all things, waiting to transform. Climb the road to heaven, sing as you go, cross the boundless sea, and ascend to another heaven. The sea of suffering is boundless, and the waves are surging. He takes advantage of the wind and rises up. The divine bridge spreads out under his feet. He takes a step forward, and the stars move. A brand new world is about to appear. The double pupils are glowing, the yin and yang energies are intertwined, and you look straight into the brand new world. The path of cultivation in the boundless sea of suffering, one will ascend to the heaven and knock on the sky. He did not hesitate at all in the next moment. The sky was high and the land was vast. He entered a whole new world, full of vitality and full of the essence of life. At the same time, there was a rumbling sound inside Qinshuangji's body, 5 energies rose to the sky, and 5 dragon-like divine smokes rushed straight into the sky. Little guy, your cultivation speed is really not slow, and you have even caused such a strange phenomenon. It's really extraordinary. By the lake of the Yaoqi fairy pond, Queen Mother of the West looked over from afar with a smile on her lips, seeming very satisfied with Qinshuangji. Qinshuangji entered the secret realm of the Taoist palace and was faced with a choice. Among the 5 elements, which deity should he practice first? The mind is the master of the body and the root of everything. He also said, the heart is the organ of the sovereign, from which the spirit emerges. The heart is the head of the 5 internal organs. After hesitating for a while, Qinshuangji made up his mind to practice the divine treasure of the heart first. Qinshuangji opened his double pupils, breaking through the heavy fog, and walked straight forward to the front of the god of heart. The heat here is overwhelming, and the yang energy feels extremely strong. The god of the heart looks like an unopened lotus, without yet a human form. If you want to achieve immortality and hope for longevity, you must start from here. Essence and energy are the foundation of the human body. When entering the secret realm of the Taoist palace, what needs to be done is to transform essence and energy into spirit and allow gods to be born. Boom. The lotus-shaped divine treasure dispelled the mist. Qinshuangji felt relaxed all over, his pores opened, and a strange Taoist force flowed out, overflowing into every inch of his flesh and blood. Every inch of Qinshuangji's flesh and blood was emitting holy light, shining brightly, just like the light emitted by fairy gold. This is an extremely comfortable feeling. The whole body is warm, and the mind is as bright as the sun in the sky, just as the sun appears when all things are born. At this moment, he directly stepped into the first level of Dao Palace realm. The sky is high and the birds fly freely, the sea is wide and the fish leap freely. He reached a whole new realm and felt that his life level was also leaping along with it. Conferring upon Qinshuangji, the holy son of Yaoqi. The voice of the Queen Mother of the West came from the sky, rumbling and instantly resounding throughout the holy land of Yaoqi. Qinshuangji wore sunglasses and gently shook a glass of spirit wine in his hand. He took a sip, leaving the fragrance on his lips and teeth. Looking at the endless sea of clouds, his expression was indescribably comfortable. On the island, there are lush trees, protruding strange rocks, and misty sea of clouds, which looks very extraordinary. Half an hour later, all the monks who were about to go to the southern region had finally been reviewed, and the domain gate was about to be opened to reach the southern region directly. In the center of the island, there is a high platform made entirely of black jade, shining with divine light. This is the place for teleportation. Take care, holy son. The beautiful woman reappeared and bowed to him. Qinshuangji smiled and nodded, and then the domain gate opened. An unknown amount of time had passed. In silence and darkness, the scene in front of Qinshuangji's eyes kept changing, and he finally arrived in the southern region. After Qinshuangji finished shooting, he looked around and found that the scene before him was no longer as red and desolate as that in the northern territory. Instead, it was filled with lush green mountains, pleasant chirping of birds, beasts, and insects, and a vibrant and peaceful atmosphere. There are also colorful flowers, bustling crowds of people, and lush vegetation, which form a sharp contrast with the red and desolate nature of most of the land in the northern region. Qinshuangji flashed by in the blink of an eye, and his figure quickly disappeared in the bustling crowd, blending perfectly into the crowd. The long-lost outside air. Chen Xuanji's heart was in turmoil at the moment. He had stayed in the Holy Land for 2 years and had never really come out or gone deep into the masses. Looking at all kinds of people coming and going on the street, he finally smelled the breath of the world, and even saw a man. Chen Xuanji was filled with emotion. He had lived in the Holy Land for 2 years, with women all around him. He almost forgot that there were still men in this world. In the sacred land of Yaoqi, yin is stronger than yang. He even has a feeling that if things continue like this, he might gradually become effeminate. After sighing for a while, he put on his big sunglasses again, also to prevent others from accidentally seeing his double pupils and fearing that it would cause unnecessary trouble. As for if someone took the initiative to look for Chen Xuanji through the sunglasses, that would most likely be a different matter. Soon, he found out that he was overthinking. His outfit was not noticeable in the crowd, and could even be said to be common. Seeing many people dress strangely, Chen Xuanji's face couldn't help but twitch. There are so many masters of performance art. One person wore an oversized helmet that basically covered his entire head, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. Another person wore a tall hat that was more than a person tall. Some even wore cotton coats and trousers in June. Compared to you, I am the only mortal. Chen Xuanji inquired from many sources and roughly determined the location of the fire region. About a week later, Chen Xuanji arrived in Jin State. The state of Jin has a certain reputation in the southern region. The reason why it is known to cultivators is entirely because of a fire region within its territory. If we only talk about size, it is similar to the state of Yan. In the entire eastern wilderness, it is just a drop in the ocean and is nothing to be afraid of. The location of the fire region is in the westernmost part of Jin State. Chen Xuanji crossed a mountain range and finally arrived at the legendary fire region. People do not know why the fire region never goes out. No one knows how many generations it has been burning from ancient times to the present. It is difficult to say how long it has existed. Of course, the fire region is not a peaceful place. It is fine when it is peaceful on ordinary days, but if the flames are raging, even the powerful ones dare not stay there for long. The fire area stretches for about 100 miles. The outer area alone is extremely hot, and there is a faint red light rising into the sky inside. In the outer part, there are already many monks gathered here, but most of them dare not go deeper. Chen Xuanji used divine power to protect his body and moved forward towards the fire area. Chen Xuanji was a little frightened. The flames in there were too terrifying, with various different colors. The deeper he went, the more terrifying it was. Finally, even black flames appeared, which were extremely hot, but they could not do anything to Chen Xuanji. They just made his mouth feel dry and his body water was lost faster. When he reached the 5th level, golden flames also appeared. Chen Xuanji immediately felt something was wrong. The flame energy was too terrifying. It could be directly increased to a higher level. He felt as if his skin was about to burn, and his flesh and blood were gradually melting. Chen Xuanji took out a sports cup, which contained the holy spring water he had taken from the ancient forbidden land. He took a big gulp and felt his vitality recovering. A hazy glow appeared in his body again. Although his double pupil physique is unrivaled in the world, his physical strength is still a little lacking. If other people heard this, they would probably be dumbfounded and even want to beat him to death. Just relying on the strength of the flesh, he could reach the 5th level. Chen Xuanji frowned, he vaguely felt the limit of his physical body. Although his physical body was very strong compared to those with top physiques, there was probably a gap when compared with the top physiques in terms of physical strength alone. Then find a way to push your physical strength to a new level. Clearing his mind of distracting thoughts, Chen Xuanji took another step forward, going deeper and deeper. The further he went, the higher the level of the flames. Holy Sun, you can't go any further. Suddenly, a young and beautiful woman descended from the void. She had a delicate face, but her eyes seemed to contain a look of vicissitudes of life. She was wearing a purple dress and exuded a powerful aura, isolating the golden flames around Chen Xuanji. Chen Xuanji knew that this person must be the protector in the dark. He didn't expect him to be so powerful that he could force back the golden flames. Chen Xuanji was a little embarrassed, not knowing whether to continue moving forward. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something. The remaining purple air floating above the sea of suffering floated out. With a thought, the purple air surrounded it, and the surrounding fire retreated. This is. The pupils of the beautiful guardian shrank slightly. She recognized that this was the purple air that had descended from the sky. She was very shocked that even these flames could not get close to it. Elder, I'm fine, don't worry. Chen Xuanji smiled slightly, looking at the purple air surrounding him. A huge weight lifted off his shoulders, and he continued to move towards the next level of fire realm. The elder glanced at him without saying anything, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Surrounded by purple air, Chen Xuanji walked calmly towards the 6th level of fire. As expected, the flames of the 6th level had no effect on him. The 6th layer is called purple air coming from the east, and has purple flames. The flames here do not look like raging fires, but rather like purple mist flowing in a hazy color. The Hongmeng purple energy completely protected his body. As the purple energy flowed, it was immune to all fire. The purple fire seemed to be of the same origin as the Hongmeng purple energy, but it could not avoid the Hongmeng purple energy. Chen Xuanji did not stop for too long, but walked towards the 7th level of the fire domain. He was surrounded by the primordial purple energy and walked towards the 7th level of the fire domain. He had vaguely seen at the edge of the fire domain just now. It was a kind of colorful mist, which gave off a terrifying fluctuation that made people's hearts palpitate. So many dead bodies. Chen Xuanji was a little frightened. There were a lot of human-shaped ashes and some weapon-making waste lying here, which looked very dangerous. But although he felt a hint of burning breath, he felt that the Hongmeng purple chi could still hold on, so he still walked towards the center of the 7th floor. Chen Xuanji was surrounded by primordial purple energy, and the 5 colored flames on the side were isolated 10 feet away and could not get close to Chen Xuanji's body. Although the 5 colored flames could not get close to him, the heat wave hit him in the face, making him feel extremely hot. He felt that he could still bear it, so he found the hottest place and sat down cross-legged. At the beginning, Chen Xuanji did not dare to absorb a lot of flames directly. He only absorbed it bit by bit, and took out a small part into the wheel C first. Soon, he was covered by the 5-colored fire by the Yuhua Immortal Gold, floating in the flames. Not long after, the Yuhua Immortal Gold began to slowly deform, but the melting speed was very slow. He knew that it was because the power of the 5-colored fire was not enough. The firepower is a little insufficient. Let's try to reach the 8th floor. He stood up and walked slowly, and stopped when he was near the 8th floor. There was actually colorful mist in front of him. It looked peaceful and tranquil, but it contained extremely terrifying heat, which seemed to be able to burn the heavens. He began to wander around the edge to see if he could adapt to that temperature. Purple air surrounded him as he walked over step by step. No. Chen Xuanji only stayed on the 8th floor for half an hour before he felt he could no longer bear it. The horrifying rolling flames made him feel extremely uncomfortable. If he stayed there any longer, his life would definitely be in danger. What a pity. A part of the Hongmeng purple chi has already tempered my body, and now the Hongmeng purple chi is very thin. Otherwise, I could have tried to break through the 8th level. Chen Xuanji retreated back to the 7th floor again, feeling emotional in his heart. The primordial purple energy floating on his body helped him resist the flames, but it was also slowly dissipating. Although the changes were very obvious, he had to complete the tempering as soon as possible and must not stay in the fire domain for too long. On the 2nd day, Chen Xuanji increased the strength of the 5-colored fire. He sat still like a rock, surrounded by wisps of 5-colored mist, and his body surface was hazy. The 5-colored flames accelerated the melting speed again. Chen Xuanji once again drew some 5-colored fire into the wheel C and continued smelting. Just like this, over and over again, 7 days passed quickly, and Chen Xuanji felt that he had almost reached his limit. The previous flames had gradually extinguished, and he began to collect the 5-colored fire and put it into the wheel C. The Tai Chi diagram that was cast by the divine pattern, and engraved with the Western Emperor's character suddenly shattered with a loud bang, broke into pieces, and then sank into the 5-colored fire and merged with the Yuhua Immortal Gold solution. It's time to start the formal training. Chen Xuanji's eyes flashed, and a ripple rose in his heart. He sat cross-legged deep in the 7th floor, surrounded by primordial purple energy and emitting a faint light from his body, like a god. At this moment, he concentrated his mind and calmed his breath. The image of Tai Chi appeared in his sea of consciousness. It was circular in shape, with black and white colors intertwined, opposing yet unified, implying the meaning of Taoism following nature and all things being balanced. This is the Tai Chi diagram in his mind, and it also contains the creation of heaven and earth, and the great truth. Everything must be tempered in this way until it takes shape, without any mistakes or flaws. The instrument must be cultivated within the body so that it can be integrated with oneself. There is no other way, only in this way can it exert its greatest power. The flames surged like a five-colored mist. He tempered it with his heart and forged it with his spirit. His mental strength also reached a high level of concentration, and he continued to temper the Tai Chi diagram. Clang! There was unexpectedly a sound of iron hammering coming from the depths of the fire realm. This was the process of forging the Tai Chi diagram. Five-colored fire was billowing in the sea of wheels, creating a brilliant scene. Yaoi immortal gold is known as the most mysterious immortal gold and is rarely passed down from generation to generation. Although the difficulty of smelting it is not the most difficult, it is immortal gold after all, and it cannot be melted casually. Chen Xuanji thought that if he continued at this speed, it might take 3 months to forge it. While he was practicing the Tai Chi diagram, he re-engraved the Western Emperor's characters on it. In this way, time passed quickly. 2 months later. In Chen Xian's we'll see, above his sea of suffering, there is a Tai Chi diagram floating up and down, with chaotic energy flowing. It is not very gorgeous, but it has its own sense of returning to the original simplicity and nature, and following the natural way of Taoism. Chen Xuanji was very satisfied that he had completed the task ahead of schedule. He stood up, stretched his muscles, and glanced at the 8th level of the fire domain. Suddenly, he felt a burning and stinging sensation. Not good, the Hongmeng purple energy is about to disappear completely. Once it was completely burned out, he would be in danger. He immediately made a decisive move and quickly evacuated the 7th layer of fire, constantly looking down to catch up. Chen Xuanji was moving at an incredibly fast speed, which actually caused a fierce gust of wind, making the 7th level of fire domain emit an earth-shaking sound, which seemed to be clearly audible throughout the entire fire domain. In the 6th level of the fire realm, a fat Taoist priest with a red face was furious. He was practicing his weapon carefully when he was suddenly disturbed by a violent vibration, causing him to fail at the critical moment and almost vomiting blood. The 7th level. The fat Taoist priest Duanda suddenly felt a little dispirited, sensing that it was the movement from the 7th level. He immediately followed his mind. He couldn't afford to offend the people there. Anyone who could enter the 7th level could easily control him. He himself could only enter the 6th level with the protection of many secret treasures. So familiar. When the fat Taoist priest Duanda saw a figure rushing towards him from the 7th level of the fire realm, he subconsciously shrank his neck, hid behind a large rock, and looked over secretly. Chen Xuanji didn't notice him. He just focused on the road ahead and didn't want to stay any longer. This boy looks more and more familiar. Isn't he some powerful demon? How could he be so young and have such a high level of cultivation to enter the 7th level of the fire realm? I heard that the old thing, the Peacock King in the legend, likes to act young. No, he looks very familiar. And with this kind of aura, he is definitely not an old man. The spirit of life is full of vigor and vitality, it's a young man. The fat Taoist priest looked at Chen Xuanji's figure walking away, and felt that he looked familiar. He gradually overlapped with the young man in his memory who had taken away his spiritual weapon. He couldn't help but talk to himself, and then fell into deep thought. You wait for me. After a while, the fat Taoist priest Duanda screamed like a pig being slaughtered and was extremely angry. He finally remembered that it was this kid again who ruined his plans time and time again. Previously, he had accidentally taken away his spiritual treasure, and then he encountered people from the ancient families of the major holy places who forced him into the dark tomb. He finally escaped, and now he met this kid again. As soon as they met, he destroyed a weapon that he was about to practice. He was a little tearful at the moment, the flesh on his chubby face was twitching, and his round body was shaking slightly, not knowing whether it was because of anger or something else. Whoever is screaming, get out here. Suddenly, a figure rushed over from the 7th level of the fire domain. He was practicing on the 8th level of the fire domain when he suddenly felt a riot below him. He rushed out immediately and heard someone from the 6th level of the fire domain screaming like a pig being slaughtered. Seeing the terrifying aura of the person coming, Fatty Duan turned pale, his whole body was shaking, he was terrified, and hated Qin Xuanji in his heart. "Senior, please listen to my explanation." "Senior, please don't." Qin Xuanji had just come out from the outer area of the fire domain when he heard a group of cultivators talking about recent major events. "Alas, have you heard that the Demon Emperor's tomb has disappeared again? Maybe the treasure of our eastern wasteland human race will disappear forever." The Demon Emperor's tomb finally sank. The ruins were filled with resentment, with corpses piled up like mountains and blood flowing like rivers. In the end, they were still not conquered. The great emperor was extremely talented and brilliant. It was really not just talk. Even if several big figures from Zhongzhou came, it was still useless. At the critical moment, he escaped into the earth veins, and it was impossible to find his trace again. Qin Xuanji was a little dazed when he heard this. More than 3 years had passed, and the Demon Emperor's tomb had finally come to an end, temporarily coming to a close. I wonder how Yifan is doing now. I guess he's almost squeezed the Demon Emperor's sacred heart dry. Qin Xuanji sighed. He remembered that according to the original plot, at this moment, the Demon Emperor's heart could no longer bear Yifan's endless demands, so he broke through his sea of suffering and flew away. Demon Emperor Xingxin must be feeling bitter. He really can't bear it any longer. He is about to be squeezed out of everything. The secret of the word Jie of Taishuan Sect is about to be revealed. He came back to his senses and thought carefully. One of the 9 secrets is the All Secret. The All Secret can increase one's attributes tenfold, but the probability of triggering it is relatively low. In simple terms, the All Secret has a low critical hit rate and is not easy to trigger. But once it is triggered, it will be extremely terrifying. It can basically reverse the offensive and defensive situation and complete a Jedi comeback. This is the real supreme secret method, which has made countless great masters in ancient and modern times salivate over it. Qin Xuanji's eyes were extremely deep, and he was thinking about his next plan in his mind. After visiting the Yaguang Holy Land, he could almost start his journey to Taishuan Gate. Although Qin Xuanji was moving very fast, with his sleeves fluttering and dust-free, he still frowned. This was a bit too slow, which made him very dissatisfied. The domain gate was too far away and not moderate enough. He needed a treasure that could travel thousands of miles anytime and anywhere. Qin Xuanji stepped on the divine rainbow, his face was extremely calm, his black hair was as black as ink, falling naturally. He did not take up any ground, his white clothes fluttered, he was already 3 feet off the ground, and was passing through a lush forest. Dead, all dead. Qin Xuanji was shocked and looked down, only to see a white-haired old man crying and laughing in the forest, repeating a few words. Crazy old man. Qin Xuanji was startled and a sense of enlightenment arose in his heart. He slowly descended like a falling leaf, disappeared into the treetops, pulled over a large leaf, covering half of his face, and observed secretly. I didn't expect to meet this legendary figure not far from the fire region. As expected, he was just like in the legend, his condition was very abnormal and crazy. In this situation, he dared not get too close. If the old madman went crazy, he could basically just declare his death. After all, no one knew if there were any unlucky people who would be killed by him accidentally in this crazy state. After all, this crazy old man has lived for 6,000 years, and he is unrivaled in the world. It is said that he once killed the great Eastern Desolate God King with his bare hands. Now, no one knows what realm he has reached. He can be said to be the ceiling of today's combat power. At this moment, a woman in a purple dress appeared silently around Qin Xuanji. She was Qin Xuanji's protector. Don't get close to him, this person is too scary. 6,000 years ago, wasn't the extremely prosperous Tianxian Holy Land completely destroyed in the ancient Forbidden Land? How come there are still people alive? She had a delicate face and beautiful eyebrows, and her eyes were rippling as she stared at the crazy old man, feeling a little uneasy. The old madman was crying and making a fuss, his hair was as white as weeds and his clothes were tattered. This was a living history, and it was hard to believe that he had lived for 6,000 years. If I had known earlier, on the other side of the starry sky, there is an ancient country with a long heritage and extremely splendid civilization, but most people only know about its history of 5,000 years. Dead, all dead. The old madman cried and laughed, startling the birds in the forest. His voice slowly faded away, and he gradually went away, leaving behind a mad figure. The beautiful protector's tense mind relaxed, and as she watched the crazy old man go away, she realized that her back was already covered in cold sweat. The feeling of oppression from this old man was too strong. She felt that he could crush her to death with ease, which would not be much easier than crushing an ant. Chen Xuanji didn't feel anything and didn't experience much. The protector was more powerful, but he could feel the unfathomable power hidden in the crazy old man's body. A week later. Southern Region, Yendu. The territory of the southern region covers an area of Aurora. It not only has the Ji family, an ancient family with a long history, but also the immortal force Yaguang Holy Land, and the top sect, Taixuanmen. After all, there are only a few people standing at the top of the pyramid. Most of the southern region is still made up of small countries, occupying every corner of the boundless territory. Yendu, this city is indeed very majestic, covering a very large area. The city walls are like the endless Great Wall, stretching across the front. As we approached Yendu, we saw bustling crowds of people and the sounds of hawking, creating a very lively scene. Bingtang Beggar's Chicken, a century-old brand, don't miss it if you pass by. Grilled bullfrog, plump and thick. Eastern Wilderness grilled pidgeot, even the God King said it was delicious. Chen Xuanji had been away from the world for a long time, and when he suddenly saw these things, he actually felt as if he was in another world and felt a sense of familiarity. Perhaps the truth is that everything in this world is but a passing cloud of smoke, and is gone in a flash. People are still struggling to cross the sea of suffering, unable to reach the other side. Even the most powerful cultivators will be nothing more than a pile of yellow earth after several years. Chen Xuanji felt something in his heart and couldn't help but murmur. His tone was filled with sighs, and a trace of melancholy inexplicably appeared on his face. Little brother, don't be so pessimistic, okay? At this time, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared, came over and said, Little brother, although life is hard, you can still enjoy yourself. I know there is a good place for informal massage in this city. Chen Xuanji took off his glasses and glanced at him indifferently, ignoring him. However, the man felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave. Those eyes were too terrifying. After walking for a long time and gradually feeling the breath of the mortal world returning, Chen Xuanji suddenly heard a timid voice. Big brother. I'm hungry. Please buy me a bun. I beg you. Nanan is really hungry now. At this moment, Chen Xuanji found a dirty and pitiful little girl blinking her big eyes and looking up at him. The little girl's clothes were tattered and her face was covered with stains, but her eyes were clear, like crystal, without any impurities. Her dirty little hands were clutching the corners of her clothes, and she looked a little uneasy. Chen Xuanji hated this kind of scene the most. No matter where he was, he would feel sad when he saw poor people. Before, even when he was in a very bad situation, he would try his best to lend a helping hand when he saw people in distress on the street. He looked around, bought a few steaming buns, handed them to her, then immediately fumbled for a few copper coins from his arms and stuffed them into her pocket silently. The little girl held the buns and stared at Chen Xuanji's receding back in a daze. Chen Xuanji turned a corner and suddenly woke up. He looked back and found that the little girl was gone. His spiritual sense was like a drop in the ocean, unable to track her down. Little girl. Chen Xuanji was shocked. He was a little distracted on the street just now and didn't notice the little girl who appeared silently. Now he couldn't find any trace of her. He guessed that it was the little girl of Daogua of the Henren Emperor. Chen Xuanji sighed slightly. This little girl was the obsession of the ruthless emperor in the mortal world. She had experienced the vicissitudes of life and suffered from the coldness of the world, just to wait for that similar flower. 1 month later. Chen Xuanji had almost arrived at Yaguang Holy Land. The weather outside was enough to surprise him. The clouds were billowing and the mountains seemed to be floating in the sky, not sitting on the ground at all. Every mountain is majestic, some are shrouded in devilish clouds, some are surrounded by colorful mist, as if they have existed since the beginning of the world, exuding an ancient breath. It is said that in the deepest part, it is even more mysterious and magnificent. It is said that there are various temples from ancient times, and even a city of gods, standing in the clouds and never falling. Yaguang Holy Land. Chen Xuanji whispered, and then thought of many places. The Yaguang Holy Land has been passed down for more than 100,000 years, and has the ultimate weapon, the dragon-patterned black gold tripod. It seems to be controlled by the ruthless lineage. The Yaguang Holy Sun has cultivated the secret technique of the ruthless emperor, and his mind is deep and unpredictable. He needs to be careful of the heir of the immortal heavenly art. When Qin Xuanji arrived, there was an immediate uproar. The entire Yaguang Holy Land was excited, and everyone wanted to see whether the only holy son from Yaoqi really had 3 heads and 6 arms. The holy son of Yaoqi has arrived. I wonder what he looks like. It is said that he was born with double pupils, and once attracted purple air to the east for 30,000 miles. He has the potential of an ancient god. Zizi, the only male disciple of Yaoqi Holy Land in more than 100,000 years, is truly a role model for our generation. If you understand, you will understand. There was an uproar in the Yaguang Holy Land, and everyone was talking about it. They were very curious about this holy son of Yaoqi who suddenly appeared. Not long after, the elder who came to receive Qin Xuanji arrived. When Qin Xuanji saw him, he immediately felt a little embarrassed. This was an old woman, not young at all, with gray hair, but she looked very energetic and her cultivation was unfathomable. She was the old man from the Yaguang Holy Land who had wanted to take the demon emperor away from his tomb. When she saw Qin Xuanji, she couldn't help but smile on her wrinkled face and said, "It's you. When you disappeared, we searched for you for a while. I didn't expect that you would end up in Yaoqi by mistake." As if he could see that Qin Xuanji was a little embarrassed, the old man said, "It's all fate. Yaguang and Yaoqi have always been good friends and are as close as family. You don't have to feel any burden." Qin Xuanji nodded. Fate really plays tricks on people in this world. Although he had deliberately spread away in the beginning, he did not expect that the elder who greeted him today was the same elder from then on. This also left him speechless. Soon, Qin Xuanji appeared, and many disciples had already arrived and gathered on both sides of the road, wanting to see the true face of this Yaoqi saint with their own eyes. Hiss, he's so handsome. I'm afraid the list of handsome men in the East Wasteland will have to be re-ranked. He is truly as handsome as jade, with a natural quality. He is worthy of being the legendary saint of Yaoqi. This kind of temperament is rare in the world. This double pupil is so scary, I can't even look into its eyes. No matter where you are, watching the fun is a common human nature. Even cultivators are not immune to it. Qin Xuanji couldn't help but feel deeply moved and his heart was surging. Suddenly, the crowd of onlookers parted, and a man and a woman walked over. The man was tall and handsome, and the woman was graceful and elegant, making all the beautiful pearls and jades pale in comparison. They are spotless, walk lightly, and have an otherworldly aura, as if they are not in the human world, but rather like gods descending to earth. The holy son Yaguang is very handsome and tall. Even if he stands there casually and does not move, one can clearly see his extraordinary qualities. He is the kind of person who is outstanding and outstanding among men. The Saint Yaoqi of Yaguang was breathtakingly beautiful, like a delicate flower reflecting the moon, or like a divine moon hanging in the sky, shining brightly and radiantly, making the people around her feel ashamed. Every inch of her skin seemed not to belong to the mortal world, and it was crystal clear and carried the aura of an immortal. The two of them were also looking at Qin Xuanji calmly. They saw that Qin Xuanji had a handsome face, a tall and slender figure, and a calm and elegant temperament, like a banished immortal. They couldn't help but nod secretly in their hearts. After a conversation, the atmosphere among the three of them was almost harmonious. They were talking and laughing with each other. All three of them were smart and intelligent people, so they got along quite harmoniously. Half an hour later, Qin Xuanji went to a hall to visit the Holy Lord Yaguang. The Holy Lord Yaguang looked like a middle-aged man with a dignified look. His body was covered with divine rings. His cultivation was as unfathomable as the vast ocean. As expected by Qin Xuanji, this Holy Lord, whom he met for the first time, seemed to be quite curious about his double pupils. He looked at him carefully, encouraged him a few words, and finally gave him a fist-sized piece of divine source. This is incredible. A piece of divine source as big as a fist is really extremely precious. For old-fashioned saints of their level, ordinary sources are really nothing. Only the divine source can impress them. I didn't expect Saint Yaguang to be so magnanimous. Chen Xuanji felt a little emotional, but he thought that this holy land might have been controlled by a ruthless lineage, and with his physique, he might be targeted. Even if he had a bodyguard around him, it was difficult to guarantee his safety 100%. Let's get out of here as soon as possible. Chen Xuanji's eyes flickered, and he began to think again. He had completed the task assigned by the Queen Mother of the West of Yaoqi, so he could go back with peace of mind. At night, in the night sky, the moonlight was like water, and the stars were twinkling. Inside the Yaguang Holy Land, Chen Xuanji, the holy son of Yaguang, and the holy daughter of Yaguang were toasting each other, laughing and talking constantly, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Chen Xuanji was very humorous and behaved in a graceful manner. There was constant laughter while he was talking and laughing, which made Yaoshi laugh continuously, while Saint Yaguang kept toasting him. Brother Chen is the legendary double pupil body. In the future, he will surely shine and become famous in the East Wilderness. The holy son Yaguang toasted Chen Xuanji with a bright smile on his face. Yes, since the Green Emperor became a Taoist, within 10,000 years, the world of cultivation seems to have entered a bottleneck period, and the sacred is not obvious, but now various physiques are frequently appearing. It seems that another great era is about to come. Saint Yaoshi's face is like a peach blossom, like thin smoke covering the bright moon, like flowing light accompanying the moonlight. She looks like she is in the fairyland. Her red lips slightly opened, and said, "I heard that the Ji family's divine king body has been born." Yes, I heard that the ancient Ji family wanted to seize the demon emperor's sacred weapons and encircle the demon emperor's descendants. Later, the Ji family's god king body fought against the demon emperor's descendants. The holy son Yaguang also sighed. So what was the result? Chen Xuanji held a white cup in his hand and played with it, and asked with a smile. He naturally knew the final result, but he just wanted to confirm it. The God King body and the Demon Emperor fought to a draw, with no clear winner, and the Ji family did not obtain the Demon Emperor's holy weapon. The beautiful eyes of Saint Yaguang were shining, her face was fair and delicate, and she sighed softly, as if she felt a little regretful that the two geniuses did not decide the winner. Brother Xuanji, who do you think will win out between these two? The Qilin son of the Ji family who possesses the body of a divine king, or the descendant who possesses the blood of the demon emperor? The holy son Yaguang asked, and a rare hint of eagerness flashed in his calm eyes. It was fleeting, but Chen Xuanji still caught it. Chen Xuanji was shocked when he heard this. He was indeed the successor of the immortal heavenly art. He had some inexplicable obsession with these physiques and bloodlines. Chen Xuanji thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "Both of their bloodlines are very strong, so it's hard to say who is weaker and who is stronger." However, in today's world, many different physiques have emerged, and their physiques and bloodlines may not always be the best in the Eastern Wasteland. Brother Xuanji seems to know a lot about secret physical conditions. Why don't you tell me about them? The eyes of Saint Yaguang were bright, and he seemed very interested. Saint Daughter Yaguang also had bright eyes and a look of anticipation on her face. Let's not talk about the distant past. Let's just say that the saintess of the Purple Mansion Holy Land is a congenital Dao fetus, born in harmony with the great Dao, and her cultivation speed is extremely fast. The founder of my Yaoqi Holy Land, the West Emperor, also has the same physique. Saint Yaguang nodded, "We know this for sure. You mentioned the Eastern Wasteland before. Could it be that there are other places with outstanding people with peerless physiques?" Haha, I actually know something. Although our Eastern Wasteland occupies a very vast part of the world, there are also the Central Plains, the Western Desert, the Southern Ridges, and the Northern Plains. There are countless other places. How many bloodline physiques can be born in so many places? According to what I know, in Beidou, a large region away, there is a young man from an ancient family who is almost universally recognized as the best of the younger generation. He is said to have the potential to become an emperor. His name is Wang Teng. Wang Teng, I have heard a little bit about this person. He is known as the Northern Emperor. I wonder what magical powers he has. There was a gleam of brilliance in the eyes of the holy son of Yaguang, as if he was yearning for something. Chen Xuanji's mind was moved. Could this guy want to swallow Wang Teng? Calling himself the young emperor, what a boast. The genius of our Eastern Wasteland can at most be said to have the potential to be an emperor. I didn't expect this person to directly call himself the Northern Emperor. Yaoshi, the saint of Yaguang, had curved eyebrows and watery eyes. At this moment, her nose was slightly wrinkled, and she seemed a little dissatisfied. She is also a woman with a sense of collective honor for the eastern wasteland. Chen Xuanji smiled secretly in his heart, and said, "This person is really extraordinary. It is said that he has inherited the legacy of the great Emperor Chaos. In this way, he is indeed a legendary figure." The holy son Yaguang nodded, his soft long hair fell naturally, and a faint light enveloped him, like a god. When he was 2 years old, he was carried away by a fairy crane to seek opportunities, and he inherited the legacy of the Chaos Ancient Emperor. When he was 7 years old, he got the ancient golden chariot. When he was 9 years old, he got the Chaos Ancient Divine Talisman and the Heaven and Earth Holy Sword. When he was 12 years old, he got the blood of the Immortal Phoenix. Chen Xuanji spoke slowly and leisurely, his expression somewhat emotional, while Saint Yaoguang's pupils shrank slightly. Apart from being somewhat interested in the mysterious Northern Emperor, he also felt a little wary of this person with double pupils. There is no way he can be just the holy son of Yaochi Holy Land. The holy son Yaoguang thought to himself that this boy's pupils looked extremely terrifying, containing infinite power, which made people feel uneasy. What made him even more nervous was not the physique of the person with double pupils, but his identity. He had previously learned that the person with double pupils had only practiced for a few years, but he had already become so extraordinary. Moreover, he could tell all those strange stories and historical events as if he had experienced them personally, as if he had seen them with his own eyes. Such insights and arguments are simply not something an ordinary cultivator who has practiced for a few years can possess. Could he be the grandson of an ancient emperor or the son of a great emperor? The saint's son Yaoguang had a calm expression on his face and was smiling brightly, but his heart was already in turmoil. Looking at the changes in the holy son Yaoguang, his breath became a little unstable. Chen Xuanji laughed in silence. He had achieved his desired goal. Although it is unlikely that Saint Yaoguang will take action under the current circumstances, it is not ruled out that after I leave, he will have a backup plan and seek the origin of his double pupils. Revealing something so casually and unintentionally, showing one's extraordinary side, would inevitably make him feel worried. Such a deep-minded person would usually plan before doing anything, so in this case, he would be even more worried. 3 days later, Chen Xuanji bid farewell to the Lord of Yaguang Holy Land, and then to the holy son and holy daughter of Yaguang, and prepared to leave. "Brother Xuanji, why don't you stay here for a while? You have to leave in such a short time." The holy son Yaoguang tried to persuade him to stay, sighing. "Why not stay a little longer?" Yaoshi also tried to persuade him softly, with a sparkling look in her big eyes, charming and attractive. "No. We will meet again eventually. I am used to being an idle wanderer. I am sorry for bothering you all during this period. I will say goodbye now." Chen Xuanji looked at the two of them, smiled slightly and said, took a deep look at the two of them, waved his sleeves, turned around and left, very casual. Southern Region Taishuan Gate. Chen Xuanji looked ahead. There were towering mountains, majestic and beautiful. They could be described as extremely magnificent. Taishuan Sect is a famous sect located in the eastern part of Wei State. Apart from the ancient Ji family and the Yaguang Holy Land, no other force dares to say that it can suppress Taishuan Sect. At its peak, Taishuan Sect was even ranked among the top 100 in the eastern wilderness. It is a rare sect. Taishuanmen, the 108 main peaks are the most magnificent and are also the symbol of Taishuanmen. It is said that each of the 108 peaks represents an immortal heritage. Cranes are flying, the spiritual palace is misty, and the place is shrouded in clouds and mist. It is very peaceful. It has the spirit of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and the moon. It is like a treasure land of immortals, majestic and magnificent, with a variety of sceneries. Inside the mountain gate, people were surging. Although most people were not selected, there were still more than 1,000 people who passed the selection. Chen Xuanji knew that if these disciples chose to enter the first peak and were favored, they could be accepted as Taishuan disciples. Chen Xuanji walked forward naturally with big sunglasses on, and easily passed the first natural barrier. After asking around, he walked towards a dilapidated main peak. The main peak he climbed was not very majestic, only 3,000 meters high, and there were dozens of subsidiary peaks belonging to it, many of which were much higher than the main peak. Is this the Zhuofeng in the rumors? As Qin Xuanji climbed the mountain, he looked around carefully and found that the place was indeed very quiet. There were ancient wolf forests, old vines entwined, and it was very dilapidated, giving a feeling of desolation and loneliness. Zhuofeng, outstanding but not clumsy. Qin Xuanji opened his pupils and kept observing the main peak. He found that although the main peak looked dilapidated, it secretly contained the true meaning of the great Tao, which should not be underestimated. Qin Xuanji walked calmly and saw several figures from a long distance away. They were all in front of a dilapidated hall. There was a young boy and girl, and an old man. Someone is coming. In front of the dilapidated hall, an extremely hunched old man with white hair and cloudy eyes whispered. Yifan and Ji Ziyue both followed the old man Li Ruoyu's gaze and looked over there. Sure enough, not far away, there was a young man in white clothes and wearing big black sunglasses leisurely climbing the mountain. He had the temperament of a banished immortal, with a reserved spirit, handsome and elegant, and at first glance he was obviously a rare talent. Why does this person seem so cool to me? Ji Ziyue, the jewel in the Ji family's crown, was dressed in purple. She looked at Qin Xuanji, who was walking forward with big sunglasses on, and couldn't help muttering to herself. Brother Chen. Yifan was a little suspicious, looking at the figure of that person, with a little excitement in his heart. Although his appearance has changed a lot in the past few years, this big sunglasses is his standard equipment. It seems that no one else has this strange outfit except him. Hello, senior. Qin Xuanji walked forward gracefully, his white robe fluttering, and bowed to the old man Li Ruoyu with a smile. Young man, you are here for the rumored inheritance, right? Li Ruoyu smiled and nodded, quite surprised in his heart. He didn't expect that in such a short time today, Zhuofeng, which was rarely visited, suddenly became popular. It really surprised him. Brother Chen, is that you? Yifan was a little confused, but he didn't dare to fully confirm his identity, so he took the initiative to speak like this with a hint of excitement. Qin Xuanji took off his sunglasses, revealing his perfect and handsome face, and smiled slightly. Brother Yi, long time no see. It's really you. Yifan's voice was full of emotion, as if he couldn't believe it. He widened his eyes, and an inexplicable feeling arose in his heart. It was indeed very rare to meet an old friend in a foreign land. Ji Ziyue's big eyes showed a look of doubt. She looked at Qin Xuanji's double pupils with some surprise. Then her big eyes kept moving back and forth between Qin Xuanji and Yifan, and it was unknown what she was thinking. It's been a long time indeed. Qin Xuanji also felt a little emotional in his heart. In a blink of an eye, more than 3 years had passed in this world. Just by looking at the big sunglasses I wasn't sure it was you, after all your signature is holding a cigarette. Yifan sighed. You are the one with double pupils from Yaoqi in the Northern Territory. Although old man Li Ruoyu was trembling, at that moment, a rare strange color flashed in his cloudy old eyes. A person with double pupils. Ji Ziyue seemed very curious and said, according to rumors, Yaoqi Holy Land actually accepted a male disciple, so it must be you. Qin Xuanji smiled and nodded. Yifan beside him couldn't help but say, Brother Chen is so lucky to be accepted by Yaoqi Holy Land. He is really a role model for our generation and the envy of others. Upon hearing this, the little moon Ji Ziyue on the side secretly bit her silver teeth, revealing a shallow and cute dimple. She came forward and pulled Yifan aside, pulled his ear and exhaled, saying, Little fur boy, you look envious. Brother Yi is not bad either. He actually has a beautiful girl by his side. It seems that he is very lucky. Qin Xuanji looked at Xiaoye who was gnashing her teeth secretly and laughed in his heart, while Yifan felt a little embarrassed and showed a look of embarrassment. Yifan then hurried over, pulled Qin Xuanji aside, and said, Why did you leave Lingshu Cave Heaven? You and Pangbo are both missing, which made me worried. It was all an accident. I had just woken up from seclusion when I heard that you had gone to the original ruins, so I went there too. I didn't expect that after I got there, I accidentally stepped on the Dao pattern and was accidentally teleported to the northern region. Later, I accidentally saved a woman and followed her to Yaoqi. I was unexpectedly noticed by the people of Yaoqi and became a disciple of Yaoqi Holy Land. The one who is rumored to have the potential to become an emperor is really you. Yifan said with some emotion, I was thinking before, there is only one person with double pupils in Yaoqi, could it be you? I didn't expect it was you. A person with double pupils is very powerful, and he is even called an emperor. My brother, who has the divine king body, is not even called that. Ziyue muttered softly, feeling quite indignant. His brother was known as the Qilin son of the Ji family, a divine body of the eastern wilderness, but was not considered to have the potential to become an emperor. Little girl, the potential of being an emperor is nothing. I think my brother also has the potential of being an emperor. Chen Xuanji smiled and said, I heard that there is a young man in Beiyuan who calls himself the Northern Emperor. He usually calls himself the Young Emperor. Chen Xuanji would often pull out Wang Teng, the unlucky old man, and whip his corpse to divert attention. Chen Xuanji thought that as a young emperor, he should bear some pressure from public opinion, and there was nothing wrong with that. Humph, he actually calls himself the Northern Emperor. That person is even more arrogant than you. But it's all useless. In the future, all of you who have the potential to be emperors or young emperors will be suppressed by my brother. Ziyue, the girl in purple, is very beautiful and lively, with curved eyebrows, delicate face, and a slightly pretty nose. She is very arrogant and believes that her brother is the real supreme prodigy. Chen Ji couldn't help but laugh when he heard this, shook his head, and ignored this rather quirky girl. Don't pay attention to her, her brain is a little bit not working well. Yifan gave Chen Xuanji an apologetic smile, and Chen Xuanji shook his head slightly, indicating that he didn't care about it. When Yifan learned that Chen Xuanji had already broken into the secret realm of the Taoist Palace, he felt a little emotional. His current cultivation speed was already quite fast, but he did not expect that Chen Xuanji had already entered the secret realm of the Taoist Palace. However, what surprised Chen Xuanji was that when Yifan learned of his realm, although he was a little shocked, he did not look disappointed, but was still full of hope. This was very shocking. He was worthy of being the future Emperor of Heaven. He was indomitable, and his heart for the Tao was indestructible. It was difficult for him to be disturbed by external things. Yifan is really very outstanding. Not only has he achieved extraordinary success at a young age on Earth, but after coming to Beidou, he is still dazzling. It is true that outstanding people will shine wherever they are. I couldn't help but feel admiration for Yifan in my heart, but soon Yifan pulled himself down to the mortal world with another word and turned him into the legendary Yihei. Yifan lowered his voice and whispered, it is true that there are so many beautiful women in Yaoqi, which is enviable, but can your body bear it? Yes, this style is very Yihei. Just at this moment. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of breaking through the air was heard. In the sky, 7 or 8 figures flew over, then slowly landed and appeared in front of everyone. There were both men and women, all very young. Meet Uncle Li. Several people saluted to old man Li Ruoyu, and then looked at Chen Xuanji, Yifan, and the others. Senior, what kind of test do I need to pass to get started? Yifan asked. Elderly Ruoyu sighed slightly and then said, the inheritance of this place has never appeared, and it has been deserted for a long time. If you insist on staying, then you have passed all the tests. Hearing this, the disciples couldn't help but chuckle. They couldn't understand why these 3 people would choose such a main peak. It seems that this person has some problems with his eyes. No wonder he can't join other peaks. Does he want to be a drifter here? A young man glanced at Chen Xuanji indifferently and couldn't help but reveal a sarcastic smile. What a pity, he is so handsome but he has an eye disease, which basically makes him useless. Another female Taishuan disciple said softly, her eyes flickering and her expression somewhat regretful. Chen Xuanji's face was expressionless, his white clothes fluttered in the wind, and his eyes became deeper. This is Zhuofeng, one of the main peaks of Taishuan, and it is ruled by Senior Li. How can you, a bunch of rubbish, act so arrogantly and talk nonsense here? Chen Xuanji said indifferently that this was old man Li Ruoyu's territory and it was not a good idea to attack directly and quickly, otherwise he would have knocked them to the ground easily, so there was no need to engage in verbal battle with them. How dare you insult us? Those Taishuan disciples immediately became angry, their faces turned purple, and they were extremely furious. Chen Xuanji looked at the old man Li Ruoyu. Li Ruoyu knew what he meant. He shook his head slightly and turned to the disciples of Taishuan Sect and said, you all go back and don't disturb us here. After taking a look at the many Taishuan disciples, Li Ruoyu waved his hand casually, as if to drive them away. Many Taishuan disciples did not dare to disobey and bowed and left. Even though they were somewhat unwilling in their hearts, they had no choice but to leave. That kid with the eye disease is really sharp-tongued. Humph, no matter how eloquent he is, it's only a temporary pleasure. This mountain has indeed completely fallen into decline. Don't worry about him. This kid insulted us, are we just going to let it go? They are just people from the dilapidated main peak. They have Master Li to protect them on the mountain. After they come down the mountain, won't they be at our mercy? I've already told you that since you are from Yaoqi Holy Land, I can't teach you the Taishuan secret art directly. Old man Li Ruoyu was very frank and told him this. Chen Xuanji nodded. He was not interested in the Taishu Xuanfa, but in the secret of the word jie, so he would naturally not make things difficult for him. 2 days later, Chen Xuanji was awakened from his meditation and saw Yifen drawing his bow and arrow, which scared away many Xingfeng disciples. Chen Xuanji knew that this was old man Li Ruoyu preparing to reorganize the mountain gate. Yaguang reappeared. This meant that the secret technique would reappear. Suddenly, Taishuan was in uproar. Everyone knew clearly that Zhuofeng was going to rise again. Old man Li Ruoyu took the clumsy bow from Yifan's hand and placed it on the ancient jade steps. Then 9 kinds of jade stones and water waves flowed to submerge the clumsy bow, and then flames began to jump. The pitch-black ancient bow seemed to be burning, the flames flickered, and finally the bow merged into the 9th-level ladder and disappeared completely. The mountain is the main thread, the bow is the root. Chen Xuanji's mind moved, staring at the clumsy bow that had disappeared, all he had understood, and then he closed his eyes again and entered a state of cultivation. Yifen looked at Chen Xuanji, who was still in seclusion and practiced, but did not disturb him. He was a little worried about old man Li Ruoyu. Half a month later. The inheritance will appear. Chen Xuanji opened his eyes, they were sparkling and seemed to sense something. His double pupils became more and more mysterious, he could feel the subtle changes between heaven and earth without opening them. At the top of the clumsy peak, there was a void, extremely peaceful, with the grass and trees flourishing and then withering. One moment the leaves were green and juicy, the next moment they withered and died. At this moment, the 9-level ladder to heaven was hazy and surrounded by clouds. It was actually getting bigger and bigger. Then, jade-like buildings appeared on it, floating in the void. Old man Li Ruoyu floated up and his figure slowly rose into the misty palace. Chen Xuanji sat cross-legged on a mountain not far away, his pupils slightly dilated, carefully observing the changes. It was like a void, with Tao and reason intertwined. One thought brings about 100 generations of silence, one glance brings about a sea of changes. Chen Xuanji comprehended it carefully, his pupils glowing involuntarily, mysterious symbols dancing in his pupils, flowers blooming and withering, all things being born, and scenes of the universe's extinction constantly appearing in his eyes. Chen Xuanji's mind and body were united, and he experienced the many mysteries of the natural flow. The mountain returned to its original simplicity, and the entire mountain became a mysterious scripture. Call out. Chen Xuanji fell into a state of emptiness and clarity, his whole body immersed in that mysterious state. The sound of the great Tao was echoing in his ears. He was unaware of even the appearance of the Tai Chi diagram in the sea of suffering in his body. The Tai Chi diagram hung high above his head, emitting a hazy chaotic energy. Strands of chaotic energy hung down, surrounding Chen Xuanji's entire body in the chaos. His double pupils appeared even deeper. The patterns of the entire world emerged clearly in Chen Xuanji's eyes, as if everything had a traceable path, and his eyes were also analyzing the ultimate principles between heaven and earth. At the same time, Li Ruoyu also sat cross-legged in the sky, motionless, as quiet as a rock, listening to the wonderful sounds of heaven and earth. Zhuofeng, which has been in decline for many years, has seen its mysterious magic reappear. There are no strange visions of the sky falling or golden lotuses surging from the ground, but only a simple Taoist rhythm flowing. In Chen Xuanji's pupils, various runes are interweaving in an unpredictable manner, exploring the heaven and earth, constantly distinguishing and capturing, trying to take in every bit of the mysterious secrets into the sea of his heart. When heaven and earth come together, all things come into being. When yin and yang meet, changes begin. Chen Xuanji stood still like a mountain, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into all things on Zhuofeng Mountain, with stars gathering in his body. Boom. Chen Xuanji stood up, and the Tai Chi diagram above his head was also glowing, resonating with the star-like light in his body. Then the Tai Chi diagram suddenly flew back into the sea of suffering and remained motionless. It's done. Chen Xuanji suddenly opened his eyes, a terrifying aura filled the air, and it seemed as if stars were spinning in his eyes. One of the 9 secrets, the All Secret, has been completely obtained. Ding, a new sign-in location has been refreshed. Purple Mountain. Suddenly, the system, which had been silent for a long time, actually issued a prompt sound. Zishan. Chen Xuanchuan's eyes sparkled with an astonishing brilliance. Zishan is a place with endless legends. In the ancient times, it was said that the Immortal Emperor, who was revered by all in ancient times, sat and passed away here. Later, the Emperor Wushi took over his place, so it is also called Purple Mountain. The eastern wilderness god King Jiang Taishu, who had already achieved great success 4 or 5,000 years ago, was trapped there and has not escaped yet. On the distant mountain peaks, many Taishuan warriors felt the changes in Zhuofeng and couldn't help but discuss in low voices. Sure enough, Zhuofeng is outstanding but not clumsy. This plainness and primitiveness are more suitable for Zhuofeng. Today seems to be the beginning of Zhuofeng's great prosperity. Li Ruoyu, as his name suggests, is wise but foolish. He may become the new guardian of Taishuan in the future. His talent for cultivation is mediocre, or even poor. It is not easy for him to reach this point and walk on the path of the predecessors. Many Taishuan people realized that Zhuofeng would flourish, and Taishuan might also rise to another level and flourish in the future, and even be able to stand on equal footing with the Holy Land. At this moment, Chen Xuanji came to his senses and saw old man Li Ruoyu and Yifen standing on the top of a mountain not far away. He estimated that they had almost comprehended the secret method. You must be the ancient saint body. Old man Li Ruoyu stood on the top of the mountain, his face calm and his whole body full of Taoist charm. He looked like an ordinary old man. The golden sea of suffering is interwoven with thunder and lightning, something I have never seen before. Don't be nervous. I mean no harm to you. As if seeing Yifan's mood, a kind smile appeared on the wrinkled face of old man Li Ruoyu, which was very calm. A person with double pupils is also extraordinary. Such a pair of eyes can see through illusions and vanity. For you, all the creations in the world seem to be easy to take. Old man Li Ruoyu smiled and looked at Chen Xuanji. Chen Xuanji felt a sense of surprise in his heart. This old man was extraordinary, almost like a Taoist. Although Li Ruoyu kept talking about how extraordinary his eyes were, there was no fluctuation in his eyes, they were extremely calm. Such a natural and peaceful state of mind was that of a truly wise and transcendent Taoist, a true practitioner. In today's world, being able to cultivate the holy body to the divine bridge realm is very good. Are you really willing to join my Zhuofeng? Li Ruoyu asked Yifan, and Yifan seemed a little hesitant, as if he was weighing the pros and cons and could not make a decision immediately. I understand. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time. Li Ruoyu sighed lightly, as if he had expected this. His face was extremely calm, as if he was very indifferent to everything and was not surprised by honor or disgrace. Afterwards, Li Ruoyu brought Yifan down the mountain to accept him as a disciple, while Chen Xuanji stayed on the top of the mountain, continuing to comprehend the secret of the word all. The natural world, where all things return to their source, the way of nature, makes him feel like he is returning to all things, becoming one with all things, without distinction. In addition to his daily practice, Chen Xuanji and Yifan went to Zhuofeng to find various wild game for barbecue. They had a very pleasant time. It was a pity to say that Zhuofeng was on the tip of the tongue. Yifan became more and more absent-minded. Chen Xuanji laughed secretly in his heart, knowing that Yifan was thinking about how to escape. After all, this kid had too many secrets and was not suitable to stay in Taixuanmen for a long time. With the reappearance of Zhuofeng's inheritance, Zhuofeng is not as peaceful as usual, and has already vaguely become the center of Taishuan. Not long after, the crazy old man Tianxian from 6,000 years ago appeared, causing a huge uproar in Taishuan. Many important figures descended on Taishuan Zhuofeng, and Chen Xuanji also felt a little uncomfortable. It just so happened that Xingfeng sent an invitation, so Chen Xuanji went there with Ji Ziyue and Yifan to have some fun. The three of them came to the secondary peaks next to the main peak of Xingfeng. The mountains here are beautiful and the scenery is as beautiful as a picture scroll. The mist is like smoke, and there is a gurgling water at the foot of the mountain. Old vines and ancient trees blend together, which is very quiet. In front, on the grassy ground, there were some wooden tables, fruits and wine, and many young men and women were sitting on the ground. Ding ding dong dong. A man in blue is playing the zither. His hands are white and slender. He strokes the zither gently, giving people a feeling of agility and elegance. The sound is beautiful and pleasant, making people feel peaceful. He is Hua Yunfei. Seeing the three people coming, the men in blue stopped playing the piano and stood up first, followed by the others. With the arrival of the three of you, all the flowers and plants on my mountain have become brighter and more colorful. He was tall, about 24 or 25 years old, and his aqua-blue robe fluttered in the wind, giving people a feeling of agility and spring breeze. He has a good temperament, is gentle and elegant, and it is easy for people to like him. I have been in seclusion for more than 2 years, and I just came out of Beixingfeng today. I learned that there was some friction between my Xingfeng disciples and Zhuofeng. I asked you to come and see me today just to apologize, and there is no other intention. Seeing that the other party was so polite, Yifan didn't know what to say and quickly returned the courtesy. This brother has double pupils. Could he be the legendary saint of Yaoqi? A strange look flashed across Hua Yunfei's eyes and he was somewhat shocked. The man in front of him looked too extraordinary. He had an extremely handsome face, a slender figure, delicate features, and fluttering white clothes, unstained by dust, like a banished immortal. His double pupils also looked very astonishing. You are a dragon with a phoenix-like figure and a jade-like body. You are an unrivaled talent. You are worthy of being the only male disciple accepted by Yaoqi in more than 100,000 years. Chen Xuanji smiled faintly. The identity of the holy son of Yaoqi was indeed very difficult to conceal. Moreover, the two people from Yaguang Holy Land would also be here by then. Naturally, there was no need to conceal it. It would be better to admit it directly and frankly. Brother Yunfei, you're welcome. What's more, he vaguely felt that the protector of Yaoqi was not far away, so he was naturally fearless, so he appeared calm and indifferent. This is the confidence of powerful people. How come they have someone above them? After some more pleasantries, everyone sat on the grass. Li Xiaoman, who was behind Hua Yunfei, glanced at Yifan with an indifferent look. Little Yaya, who was standing aside, rolled her big eyes around and glanced at Li Xiaoman. She couldn't help but move closer to Yifan. Chen Xuanji was watching the show from the side and secretly laughing at Ji Ziyue's little movements. Today I will perform a song to apologize to all the brothers in Zhuofeng. Let's just forget about it and live in harmony between the two clans from now on. Hua Yunfei relaxed his brows and gently stroked the guqin. The tinkling sound of music came out, like a clear spring flowing under the moonlight, bringing people a sense of peace and tranquility. Hua Yunfei's hands are very light and nimble, stroking the strings like flowing clouds and water, or like fairy mist gently stirring, giving people a very ethereal feeling. Everyone was immersed in it, and then even birds were attracted and landed on the guqin and the grass. It was very harmonious and peaceful, almost blending in with the world. After the song ended, I was reluctant to leave for a long time. Chen Xuanji clapped his hands and sighed, Brother Yunfei, you are truly a man of heaven, you have the potential to be an emperor. Yifan was speechless. How could this brother tell everyone that he had the talent of an emperor? He had clearly said before that he had the talent of an emperor. Hua Yunfei, dressed in fluttering blue, sat there. Hearing this, his body froze slightly and he smiled, you are too flattering. I don't deserve the title of an emperor. He sighed softly, with a hint of sadness between his brows, and said, I heard that your hometown comes from a distant place with a brilliant civilization, which is very different from the eastern wasteland. It really makes me yearn for it. Yifan's heart was shocked, and he couldn't help but look at Li Xiaoman. Could it be that he had told everything and explained the situation on the other side of the starry sky truthfully and thoroughly? Chen Xuanji's eyes were shining with divine light, almost becoming tangible, as he looked at Li Xiaoman, who had originally looked calm and composed. After all, Li Xiaoman's cultivation was relatively low, and when she was swept by Qin Xuanji's gaze, she couldn't help but tremble slightly all over, and her face turned slightly pale. She looked at Qin Xuanji with a look of fear on her face. This young man, who also came from the other side of the starry sky, was actually so powerful. It really caused a storm in her heart. Our culture is truly brilliant and extremely glorious. The higher we look up to it, the higher it is. The more we study it, the stronger it becomes. Qin Xuanji sighed slowly, his eyes showing a sigh of regret. He was really speaking from the bottom of his heart, not pretending. The earth seemed simple, but in fact, its background was unfathomable. The darkness was turbulent, and the Supreme was unable to do anything for a short time, so he was forced to evacuate the earth and go to other places to cause trouble. Yi Fan on the side frowned and looked at Qin Xuanji involuntarily, and Qin Xuanji gave him a reassuring expression, which forced Yi Fan to suppress the doubts in his heart. He knew that Qin Xuanji was a man of propriety, so he did not say much at the moment, thinking that he would ask Qin Xuanji again later. He felt that the other party seemed to understand a lot. Really? If so, it's really extraordinary. I really yearn for it. I think your hometown has a necessary connection with our place. Ji Ziyue's eyes kept turning around. She listened to the conversation between them and felt a little dizzy. She felt that Yi Fan and Qin Xuanji had too many secrets and secretly wanted to dig them out. Afterwards, Hua Yunfei greeted the little moon Ji Ziyue. When they learned that she was the apple of the eye of the Huanggu Ji family, many people were very surprised, and even Li Xiaoman showed a strange look. Not long after, a dozen men and women came floating in. The men were handsome and the women were beautiful. They looked like a group of people in a painting coming hand in hand. Brother Hua, we are here. Why is Brother Hao Yue here? Ji Ziyue hid behind Yi Fan, muttering softly. Qin Xuanji knew that the slumber of old man Tai Xuanfeng had attracted many important figures from the Yaguang Holy Land and the Ji family to gather here, and their outstanding disciples also followed. It's true that we meet everywhere in life. Qin Xuanji smiled, and Saint Yaoguang was also here. She was a little surprised to see Qin Xuanji here. Ji Haoyue was dressed in a fluttering purple robe, as quiet as a bright crescent moon, very otherworldly, like a god-king descending to earth, surrounded by many halos. At this moment, Qin Xuanji felt a little disgusted in his heart. Not only did Ji Haoyue keep staring at Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue, he also glanced at him from time to time, giving him goosebumps all over his body. Purple moon. He stared at Ji Ziyue behind him, then looked at Yi Fan, frowning slightly, seeming a little dissatisfied. Brother Haoyue. Ji Ziyue jumped up and down, smiling sweetly, and hugged one of Ji Haoyue's arms. Have you been with him during the months you were missing? Why can't I be with him? Xiaoye wrinkled her nose slightly and said dissatisfiedly. Yes, we eat and live together. Yi Fan said lightly. You guy, stop talking nonsense, Ji Ziyue hit him. Young people, you know. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit weird, Qin Xuanji couldn't help but interject a word with a calm smile on his face, seeming a bit unfathomable. The words you know made the moment very calm, and one could hear a pin drop. Everyone secretly praised the honesty of the Yaoqi saint. He laughed secretly in his heart. My goodness, ever since Ji Haoyue met Yihei, his face seemed to have remained as black as the bottom of a pot. Everyone was speechless. My goodness, you look so young on your face, but you speak in such an old-fashioned way. It was obvious that you were trying to piss off this eastern wasteland divine body, which made many people feel strange. Those with double pupils. Ji Ziyue looked at Qin Xuanji, a gleam of brilliance flashed in her eyes, extremely sharp, as if a fairy sword was cutting through the void. I heard that people with double pupils have the potential to become emperors. I am very happy to see you. I wonder if we can have a competition. Don't fight with her, he's just a little brat. Ji Ziyue became a little worried when she heard that, and couldn't help but touch Ji Haoyue's arm. Brother Chen. Yi Fan was a little worried. He knew that Qin Xuanji was at the Dao Palace level. Even though Qin Xuanji was extremely talented, Ji Haoyue had cultivated extraordinary skills and might have already broken into the four extremes. If he faced him rashly, he might be defeated. Ji Haoyue's eyes were filled with divine light, almost becoming tangible, and a powerful fighting spirit burst out, terrifying. Why should I fight you? Chen Xuanji's face was as calm as a banished immortal, but he was thinking in his heart that the system for recharging the source was in great demand, and perhaps he could take the opportunity to make a fortune. What conditions do you have? Just ask. Ji Haoyue said this calmly, and everyone was a little shocked. He was indeed the heir of an ancient family, and his spirit was indeed extraordinary. If you lose, you have to give me 1,000,000 kilograms of source. Chen Xuanji stretched out a finger and smiled slightly. Can. Ji Haoyue was very calm. Chen Xuanji was also slightly surprised. He was really a rich man. Did he ask for too little? Chen Xuanji nodded slightly. He also wanted to know what level he was at now. He had a vague feeling that even if the opponent was one level higher than him, he could still defeat him. To be fair, I will directly compress it to the Dao Palace realm and will not take advantage of you. Hua Yunfei seemed to be thinking about something and wanted to stop all this, but in the end he did not say anything and just watched quietly from the side. Everyone present knew that Ji Haoyue's last battle against Yan Ryu, the descendant of the Demon Emperor, ended in a draw, which made him feel quite regretful. When he saw Chen Xuanji, a man who claimed to have the potential to become an emperor, he naturally couldn't help himself. Suddenly, above Ji Haoyue's head, there was an ancient bronze mirror, floating up and down, exuding a chaotic aura, and even dropping strands of mist like iron chains, as if imprisoning a part of the body. Void mirror. No, it's not a real void mirror, it's a replica of an extreme weapon. It's really mysterious and extraordinary. It can actually suppress a person's realm by one level. It is indeed a replica of the Void Emperor's instrument of enlightenment, its power is unfathomable. Many young people present couldn't help but sigh softly. The Ji family was indeed a family that had produced great emperors in ancient times. They were truly unfathomable and awe-inspiring. Here it comes. Suddenly, a blue sea appeared with sparkling waves, and a bright moon rose slowly. The moon rose above the sea in a strange phase, appearing behind Ji Haoyue, and the moonlight like water flowed towards Chen Xuanji. He had never underestimated Chen Xuanji, and he used his most powerful killing move right from the start. He didn't want to drag things out and just wanted to defeat this legendary young man who was said to have the potential to be an emperor as soon as possible to build up his own belief in invincibility. Chen Xuanji stood still with a calm expression. He stretched out a white jade-like palm with a glowing palm and greeted him. In his palm, there was actually a tiny star entwined. He used the moon rising from the sea right from the start. He wanted to crush the person with double pupils directly. Everyone in the world says that the saint of Yaoqi has the potential to become a great emperor. He once caused purple air to come from the east for 30,000 miles. He is the true young supreme. Brother Haoyue wants to crush the opponent with overwhelming force and establish his invincibility. The one with double pupils is in trouble. Although the opponent has suppressed his realm, he has reached the third secret realm after all. He can still suppress his opponent with visions. Everyone looked very serious. Ji Haoyue came up and directly performed the supreme vision of the bright moon rising from the sea. This was a sure kill. The phenomenon of a bright moon rising over the sea is indeed famous throughout the ages. Many powerful people in ancient times cultivated this phenomenon and it was very famous in the eastern wilderness. The moonlight swept over, seemingly gentle, but it contained a sharp and boundless murderous aura that frightened everyone present. Chen Xuanji stretched out his jade-white arm forward, and a bright star seemed to condense in his palm. Then, a nebula appeared around the star, like a rolling wave, rushing forward. Boom. The star in Chen Xuanji's palm suddenly shattered, and the nebula also dissipated. It was like a huge star explosion, directly shattering the moonlight on the strange vision. It's the star-splitting palm, a secret technique recorded in the Western Emperor scripture. It is rumored that the star-splitting palm can only be mastered in the 4 extreme secret realms. I didn't expect that he could master it in just the Dao Palace secret realm. Many people's pupils shrank slightly. Chen Xuanji was too strong. Facing the extremely terrifying will-see phenomenon, he was still able to fight back fiercely and seemed unaffected. Even Ji Haoyue frowned slightly. He didn't expect that his vision didn't seem to have any effect on him. According to previous experience in fighting enemies, unless the opponent has a treasure or his cultivation is higher than his, the opponent will always be affected a little when he fails to achieve the strange phenomenon. The vision of the moon rising from the sea has no effect on me. Chen Xuanji smiled faintly. He already knew about the strange phenomenon of the moon rising above the sea. When the moon just rose, the moonlight was already shining over invisibly. But just as they were about to reach Chen Xuanji's body surface, they all collapsed and disappeared without a trace. Because a layer of faint purple air automatically emerged on the surface of the body. I don't believe it. Ji Haoyue took a step in the void and approached quickly, like a falling goose, graceful and agile. The bright moon in the sky fell down, and the hazy moonlight flowed, pressing down towards Chen Xuanji, like a piece of sky pressing down. Chen Xuanji's pupils slightly turned, emitting a faint glow, slowing down the opponent's speed, and then he leaped flexibly, like a hidden dragon emerging from the sea, dodging it very easily and unrestrainedly. He also felt the bright moon pressing down on him, and its aura was very terrifying. It would be dangerous to take it head-on. What? You can get away with it just like that? Everyone present was shocked. Ji Haoyue's speed was too fast. Unfortunately, it was hard to find a match for him in his current realm. Moreover, Chen Xuanji's speed did not seem very fast either, but it seemed that he could capture that point and avoid it calmly. Ji Haoyue remained silent. After his attack was dodged, the bright moonlight above his head continued to shine, with soft rays of light overflowing, which was extremely astonishing. Call out. The bright moon was hanging high in the sky, and Chen Xuanji was right below it. Ji Haoyue himself did not move, but the beam of light had already torn the sky and earth apart, descended, and soon enveloped Chen Xuanji's head, as if it could easily turn him into dust. Boom. Chen Xuanji was not in a hurry. Even though he was enveloped by the beam of light, he remained calm. The sea of suffering in his body was churning and surging, and his whole body was steaming with heat, like a huge furnace burning fiercely. He circulated his divine power slightly, and a faint purple light began to appear on his body surface. Hongmeng purple energy. When purple light emerged from his body, the beam of light that had originally enveloped him and wanted to shatter him into pieces suddenly dissipated. Chen Xuanji revealed his true handsome appearance and walked forward calmly with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. His black hair fluttered in the wind and his eyes were as bright as stars. He seemed not to have suffered any harm and his breath was calm. Ji Haoyue was completely shocked. The opponent had not yet cultivated the vision, but he had resisted his bright moon on the sea many times. The vision that he was so proud of seemed to have little effect on him. It was the purple light outside his body that broke through Brother Haoyue's vision suppression. Hua Yunfei sighed slightly. He had a keen eye and saw through the other party's methods. Many people reacted as if awakened from a dream, staring at the purple light on Chen Xuanji's body in silence. It is rumored that people with double pupils are blessed by heaven and blessed with purple energy. I believe their bodies have been tempered by this energy of creation. It is truly a rare fortune. Yes, the purple air coming from the east for 30,000 miles is itself a miracle from heaven. With it on the body, one naturally has a certain immunity. However, ordinary miracles cultivated by the human body, unless they are very profound, will naturally have little effect on it. Not necessarily. It is said that the bright moon over the sea can turn 9 times. Brother Haoyue is a natural talent. He will not fail so easily. Some people also sighed like this, as if they had insight into some truth. Although Chen Xuanji had not truly cultivated the strange vision, he had gained a certain immunity to strange visions. Brother Chen is so powerful now, is this the power of the saint of Yaoqi? Yifen stared at the side, watching motionlessly. His heart was filled with shock and he was extremely shocked that Chen Xuanji could now compete with the body of the Eastern Wilderness God King. Ji Ziyue clenched her fists. Although she didn't want them to fight before, now that the fight was inevitable, she naturally hoped that her brother would win. At the moment, she was very nervous and couldn't help but pinch the tender flesh on Yifen's waist, making Yihei grin for a while. At this moment, Chen Xuanji's body changed again. The purple light that was originally attached to him turned into one purple dragon after another, roaring up into the sky, circling and dancing, making a roar that shook the heaven and earth. Hold head high. Hold head high. Hold head high. A huge purple dragon rose into the sky, its entire body glowing with purple light, as if it were a dragon body of flesh and blood made of purple gold. Its scales sparkled with light, as if it were alive. What's going on? Many people were startled, the roar of the dragon shook the heaven and earth, and many people looked sideways, including the elders of Taichun and Yaguang Holy Land and Ji family. The one with double pupils fights against the body of the God King. Soon, this piece of news swept across Taichuan in an instant. Many people were very surprised. They did not expect that these two geniuses would actually fight in Taichuan. Many people heard the news and called their friends to come, not wanting to miss such an unprecedented and shocking battle, because it is very likely to be recorded in history. Afterwards, dozens of purple dragons descended from the sky again and coiled around his body, making him look like an emperor descending to earth. Chen Xuanji's eyes were as indifferent as water, and his fist wrapped around the purple dragon was flashing with divine light. He took a step forward from the void, and was going to rush straight to the bright moon and smash it to pieces. Ji Haoyue looked calm, with divine rings surrounding his head and a bright moon hanging high above his head. He stepped on the blue waves of the sea and slowly moved forward step by step. Boo! Just as Chen Xuanji's fist wrapped around the purple dragon was coming towards him, suddenly Chen Xuanji felt the void ripples in front of him shaking slightly, and Ji Haoyue's body suddenly disappeared before his eyes. It's the Great Void Technique. Great Void Technique. The onlookers were all surprised. This was the unique skill handed down from the ancient Ji family. It was the secret method of the Void Sutra left by the Void Emperor. Chen Xian's attack missed and he saw Ji Haoyue disappear into the void, unable to find his whereabouts for the time being. The Great Void Technique is indeed terrifying. It is almost impossible to defeat it in close combat, and it is impossible to defend against it. Chen Xuanji knew that after the Great Void art was cultivated to the extreme, it would be impossible to capture his figure. He would be truly elusive and under normal circumstances, he could take the absolute initiative. For others, this trick of his is almost always effective, but for him, it is basically a waste of time. Chen Xuanji activated his double pupils, and his body emitted a layer of hazy precious light that enveloped him. Then huge dragons revolved around his body, making him like a supreme god. At this moment, a hazy color appeared in Chen Xuanji's eyes. His divine eyes were so bright that he could penetrate the void and see where Ji Haoyue was hiding. Open. Ji Haoyue was hiding in the void behind him, staring at him coldly. Chen Xuanji turned around and let out a low roar. His right eye actually shot out a dark light, which made the mountain tremble. The sky and the earth exploded, and the sky seemed to be splitting apart. So terrifying. Is this the power of double pupils? Everyone was extremely shocked. They opened their eyes wide and looked ahead in disbelief. At this point in the battle, Chen Xuanji, a man with double pupils, has finally started to use his innate magical powers. He is indeed a godlike being. The black light was flickering. It was like the netherworld fire of hell. It carried a breath of destruction with it and burned the void in front of it, causing it to distort and almost collapse. Even the elders of all the major forces were extremely shocked. It was just a Taoist palace, but such terrifying power was emanating from it. The man with double pupils is worthy of being the one with the potential to become an emperor as rumored. He is indeed extremely terrifying. The black light was extremely terrifying, as if it could penetrate gold and split rocks, piercing directly into the void and stirring up the wind and clouds. Ji Haoyue's face was filled with shock. He didn't expect that his traces could be found in the void. In order to avoid the black light, he reappeared from the void. He moved his body sideways, but he didn't expect that the black light would follow him like a shadow and shoot towards him again. He moved at an extremely fast speed and managed to avoid it, but was still hit on the shoulder by the black light. A string of blood flew up and he staggered backward, covering his shoulder. What? The Divine King body is actually injured. Is the person with double pupils going to be invincible? The undefeated Ji family divine body has actually fallen into the lower ranks. What a pity, such a genius was beaten to the punch by Yao Qi. A person with such strong fighting power will definitely achieve great things in my holy land, and may be on par with the ancient saints in the future. Many people from the Yaguang Holy Land immediately beat their chests and stamped their feet, expressing great regret. The people of Ji family were all very nervous. Ji Haoyue had been hidden by the Ji family for more than 20 years, and except for the draw with Yen Ryu, the daughter of the Demon Emperor, he had never been defeated. Some elders of the Ji family even knew that 2 years ago, Ji Haoyue had a secret duel with Hua Yunfei, the genius of Taishuan Sect, and both of them narrowly defeated the other. If he fails today, it will unfortunately be a severe blow to his faith and he may never recover from it. However, after the divine body Ji Haoyue retreated while covering his arm, his expression did not change at all. It was just that he had been hit by the edge of his shoulder, which was nothing to him. Great handprint of the void. Ji Haoyue shouted softly, and a huge black handprint descended from the sky, carrying the power of the void, like an ancient demon mountain descending, or like a piece of sky falling down, with unfathomable power. The secret techniques of the Void Sutra indeed contain infinite power. It is hard to imagine how brilliant and talented the Void Emperor who was once so powerful in the eastern wilderness was. Everyone couldn't help but sigh that this huge handprint was too terrifying, as if the sky was collapsing, causing the mountain to rumble. Puff. Many Taishuan disciples with relatively low cultivation levels who were watching the battle from a distance were still blown away like kites with broken strings by the strong wind created by the big handprint, even though they were far away. There were huge purple dragons wrapped around Chen Xuanji's body, which was very visually impactful. He clenched his fists, with the huge dragons wrapped around his hands, and directly hit the huge handprint in the void. Boom. 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 The place shook violently, and a huge handprint of the void covered it. A huge dragon roared and rushed out from Chen Xuanji's palm, and came into contact with the huge handprint of the void, and was annihilated inch by inch. The entire mountain seemed to be shaking, ancient trees in the distance broke, huge rocks exploded, and even a small waterfall was instantly evaporated by the terrifying energy of the collision. When the smoke and dust cleared, the two men stood facing each other in the void, like two fighting immortals facing each other. Chen Xuanji's expression was calm, his black hair fell naturally with a faint luster. The purple dragon on his body transformed into purple gas again and attached to his body surface, and then it was retracted into his flesh and blood and did not reappear. Ji Haoyue was panting slightly, his chest rising and falling violently. It was obvious that he had consumed a lot of energy, and the wound on his arm was still bleeding due to the stimulation. His face was a little pale, but his eyes were still calm and his fighting spirit was undiminished. A bright moon rises over the sea. The strange phenomenon of a bright moon rising from the sea reappeared. A sea appeared behind him, and a bright moon slowly rose behind him, as if it was constantly rising. Have you forgotten that this trick of yours is basically ineffective? Chen Xuanji smiled. Even though he was on the battlefield, he still looked calm, with a bright smile on his face and an extraordinary temperament, which made many Taishuan women who were watching the battle blush and their hearts flutter. This man not only has a stunning appearance and powerful strength, even the God-King body is suppressed by him, and his temperament is so fascinating. My Mingyue can make 9 turns. What just happened was only the first turn. There are still 8 turns left. You can try it. There was a halo on Ji Haoyue's head that was extremely bright and dazzling, and there were actually 8 more halos that were faintly visible. If they were connected together, they would look like a crown. At this moment, he really looked like a god-king walking down from the sky. That terrifying power just now only lasted for a short time. Too scary. It only took 1 turn. The person with double pupils is in trouble now. That's right, even if Yaguang has some immunity, it probably won't help. When Ji Haoyue's bright moon continued to rotate, Chen Xuanji frowned. He felt like huge mountains were falling one after another, but this time he did not use purple light to fight the enemy. He stood still as a mountain, feeling the pressure coming at him like that of an ancient sacred mountain. He was very bold and actually tested his physical strength at this moment. He can't move. Is the one with double pupils going to lose? Now it seems that the Eastern Desolate Divine Body is still superior. Some of the Ji family's elders couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, stroking their beards and smiling. It seemed that the Divine Body was still invincible, even the legendary people with double pupils were inferior to him. Brother Chen. Yi Fan's eyes were solemn. He was also observing this battle carefully. He felt that Chen Xuanji was not someone who would be defeated easily. Not enough, not enough. The bright moon turned 9 times, radiating brilliance, and auspicious clouds lingered around Qinshuangji. Finally, after a long time, the pressure from the bright moon became more terrifying. This Ji Haoyue is so powerful. Although his realm is suppressed, the power of Mingyue is almost reaching the second realm of level 4. Only at this moment did Qinshuangji fully feel the endurance of his body. His body surface seemed to be cracked, and traces of blood appeared on his arms. Is it finally time to lose? Ji Haoyue whispered, his face calm. It's almost time to end. Qinshuangji smiled indifferently, not caring about the bloodstains on his shoulders. He had taken the initiative to test it. If he had not taken the initiative to accept this strange phenomenon, he would not have been able to hurt himself at all. At this moment, his pupils glowed, and he actually propped up a soft light curtain to protect him, completely blocking the attacking force of the rotating bright moon. What kind of pupils are these? He actually constructed such a light curtain, and it was so simple to block the famous bright moon phenomenon on the sea in the East Desert. It was even more shocking than the purple air showing its power just now. Something even more surprising happened to everyone. Qinshuangji's left eye actually began to emit light. The pupil turned silver, and a white light flowed, like water, and then instantly enveloped himself, making his whole body bright and emitting a hazy and mysterious glow. At the same time, a powerful vitality blooms, just like the beginning of the world, when the gods are creating all things. At this moment, something happened that shocked everyone. The arm of Qinshuangji, which was originally stained with blood due to the pressure of the bright moon rising from the sea, began to emit a blazing light and was covered with runes. The surging life energy surged, and in an instant his arm was restored to its original state, and the injury was healed. What kind of pupil is this? It's so amazing. It recovered in an instant. Such unpredictable divine power, it's simply invincible. At that moment, many people couldn't help but scream. The change was too fast and they felt overwhelmed. Everyone was shocked. Did these pupils mean that the saint of Yaoqi was almost immortal? This would make him invincible in many duels. The faces of some of the Ji family's elders and celebrities were extremely ugly, and they were so gloomy that water could drip out of them. They originally thought that their Ji family's Qilin child would be able to quickly suppress the opponent, but they did not expect such a sudden change to occur. Ever since Qinshuangji recovered, they had a bad feeling in their hearts. At this level, the God King body might be defeated. Some people even secretly sent a message to Ji Haoyue, asking him to release the sealing power of the ancient mirror and quickly suppress the opponent, but Ji Haoyue remained unmoved. The expressions of Hua Yunfei and Saint Yaguang were changing. They could never have imagined this scene. When Hua Yunfei glanced at Qinshuangji, a hint of fiery look flashed in his clear eyes. Let's end it. Qinshuangji whispered, his palms and fingers glowed, a bright star appeared in his palm, electric light entangled between his 5 fingers, and the power to tear apart the heaven and earth emerged. The star-splitting palm reappears. Qinshuangji's palm quickly enlarged, and the star in the palm of his hand also rotated with it, making a rumbling sound, and electric flashes intertwined, as if a world was evolving. He jumped up, as agile as a dragon, as if he had rushed out from the boundless ocean, with overwhelming momentum. Sky-cutting finger. Ji Haoyue shouted, and stretched out his right hand. His fingers were like dragon scissors, and were as transparent as jade. He cut towards the sky and faced the star-splitting palm. Is it the supreme secret technique of the Void Sutra again? It is indeed terrifying. The ancient Ji family is indeed extraordinary. Apart from the Holy Land, who can compare with them? The ancient scripture of the Void is an unrivaled ancient scripture created by the great Emperor of the Void who observed all things in nature and captured the eternal and unchanging laws. The sky-cutting finger is one of the unique skills among them. It is extremely powerful. It is said that when it reaches the ultimate level, it can intercept the mark of the sky and trigger the power of the avenue. Ji Haoyue's fingers were sparkling and shining, emitting a divine light that reached the sky. His fingers moved like a few real dragons swinging their tails, crossing together and seemingly turning into a pair of dragon scissors, exuding a terrifying aura that made everyone change color. Boom. Chen Xian's star-splitting palm appeared and collided with the dragon scissors. The sound of clang was deafening, like the sound of metal clashing, and it was also like the ancient magic mountains colliding with each other. The entire mountain was in a state of violent shaking. Fortunately, the local mountain protection formation stabilized the foundation and a brilliant divine aura rose up in time to protect this place. Otherwise, this peak would have been riddled with holes and gullies. Chen Xuanji looked at Ji Haoyue and took another step forward. His 5 fingers were wrapped in electric light. At this moment, 9 stars appeared in his star-splitting palm, exuding a vast and majestic aura. Chen Xuanji took steps like a god king, constantly slapping forward, as if pushing the stars in the sky forward, opening and closing, extremely powerful. As for Ji Haoyue, the bright moon above his head rotated again, and the dazzling light pressed down. At the same time, he slapped out huge handprints in the air repeatedly, colliding with Chen Xuanji. The huge handprint in the void was like a piece of sky that continuously pressed down, dark as ink, and emitting an aura that suppressed the heaven and earth. Chen Xian's palms and fingers were glowing, divine power was surging in the sea of suffering, and his body was like a divine furnace, emitting tremendous light. He used the star-splitting palm repeatedly, constantly suppressing Ji Haoyue and forcing him to retreat. Many people's expressions changed slightly, knowing that this battle was about to end. Ji Haoyue stumbled back under Chen Xuanji's attack, his chest heaving violently, blood constantly flowing from the corners of his mouth, staining his clothes red. Brother Haoyue. Ji Ziyue's eyes were filled with tears and she was about to cry. Yi Fan, who was standing beside her, could only comfort her softly. Buzz. Above Ji Haoyue's head, there was an ancient bronze mirror, floating up and down, emitting a misty and chaotic aura. It was the ancient mirror that had just sealed his realm. The ancient mirror sank and floated, emitting chaotic rays of light that swept towards Chen Xuanji, piercing through gold and splitting rocks, and seemed to annihilate the void. A replica of the void mirror. Unfortunately, it's useless to me. Chen Xuanji smiled, his eyes shone with a dazzling light, there was even a clanging sound, his pupils were like the scorching sun, a scorching golden color, making it difficult for people to look at him. How could it be? Ji Haoyue was horrified. The other party's eyes did not contain any magical powers, but were burning like the sun. Qi. When the chaotic light hanging from the ancient mirror dissipated, under the godlike gaze, it was like a drop of water meeting the sun, it was all evaporated and disappeared without a trace. What made him even more shocked was that a situation suddenly occurred. He found that his figure trembled slightly, as if he was temporarily imprisoned, and Chen Xuanji's eyes changed again. A black light appeared, and instantly made the entire sky tremble. The breath of destruction burst out, and everyone once again felt the supreme power of Chongtong. Ji Haoyue was hit by a black beam of light. Black smoke came out of his chest. Then his whole body was shaking and fell from the sky, coughing up blood. Chen Xuanji, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face, and fell with his hands behind his back, looking indescribably carefree and indifferent. I lost. Ji Haoyue's face looked a little ugly. He used various methods one after another but couldn't suppress the opponent. He was already under great pressure, while the opponent was still strolling leisurely. The elders of the Ji family who were around all had very ugly expressions on their faces. They felt extremely depressed when they saw Ji Haoyue admitting defeat. Some elders even had gloomy faces and couldn't help but want to take action, but when they thought that the other party was from Yaoqi, they had to temporarily suppress their murderous intent. The Ji family's divine king body, which had been hidden for 20 years, suffered such a great defeat. What should they do? It is likely to have a major impact on the future. You know, those great emperors and ancient kings in the rumors basically swept through the world without any rivals. However, some elders also held out hope, thinking that Ji Haoyue had sealed himself up to the Dao Palace realm, and many of his magic spells could not be performed, which gave the opponent an opportunity to take advantage. No one expected this result, that the unprecedented physique of the God King would suffer such a great defeat. However, what Chen Xuanji did not expect was that this God King body did not unlock the realm sealed by the ancient mirror until it was about to lose, but maintained its strength at the Dao Palace realm to fight against him. We'll fight again when you reach CG. I will defeat you. What surprised everyone was that Ji Haoyue, who was recovering from his injuries, did not become depressed, but his eyes were shining with astonishing brilliance. The elders of the Ji family seemed to be relieved. They still had some fighting spirit, which was a good thing. The situation they were most worried about did not occur. An enemy defeated by me will never be considered as my rival. I will give you time to catch up, until you are out of sight. Everyone was shocked. How arrogant was this? People with double pupils are too confident. Perhaps this is what a true genius is, looking down on everyone, confident and invincible, shining brightly. In fact, he did convince everyone present with his strength. Yifen clenched his fists tightly, his heart surging. He was shocked by Qin Xuanji's earth-shaking strength, and he also wanted to urgently improve his own strength. Qin Xuanji stood proudly on the scene, dressed in a fluttering white robe, with a handsome face and a hint of childishness, but his tone was extremely domineering. Looking at the stunned faces of the people present, Qin Xuanji felt secretly happy. This was worthy of being one of Emperor Huang Tian's classic sayings. It was indeed very impressive and left everyone stunned. In fact, he himself felt that being able to defeat Ji Haoyue was nothing special. His Donghuang divine body was just ordinary and was far inferior to Chong Tong. Even if Ji Haoyue did not suppress his true original 4 extreme strength, he was not afraid and still had the confidence that he could suppress this divine king body with his double pupils. The rumor that people with double pupils have the potential to be emperors is not just talk, they really have such potential. Yes, even the divine king body was defeated by him. This will cause a huge uproar in the eastern wasteland. Not entirely. After all, Ji Haoyue suppressed his own realm. If they were both at the 4 extreme realms and fought, the divine king body would not necessarily lose. Some people felt sad about the rise of those with double pupils, while others felt sorry for Ji Haoyue for not using his true 4th level realm. But no matter what, one fact was before them. Ji Haoyue, the god king of East Wilderness, was indeed defeated in the battle against the one with double pupils from Yaoqi. This fact cannot be denied. Ji Haoyue glanced at Qin Xuanji and said nothing. A group of elders and celebrities from the Ji family surrounded Ji Haoyue with worried looks on their faces. Their faces all looked very ugly. Although Ji Haoyue's injury was not very serious, if the news got out, the reputation of the Ji family might be affected a lot. Brother Haoyue. Ji Ziyue ran over, with a gleam in her big eyes, and looked at Ji Haoyue with great worry, while the latter gave him a reassuring look. Get out of the way. Qin Xuanji saw many elders of the Ji family surrounding Ji Haoyue, and they looked at Qin Xuanji with vigilance in their eyes. They felt very aggrieved. The other party had double pupils and was the holy son of Yaoqi, so they did not dare to act rashly. Qin Xuanji smiled indifferently, his left eye began to emit a faint light, and his pupils turned silver at this moment. A stream of white light flowed and instantly rushed towards Ji Haoyue. Everyone then realized that Qin Xuanji was healing Ji Haoyue's wounds. An inexplicably complex expression appeared on Ji Haoyue's handsome face, and he found that his wounds were healing rapidly. The wounds gradually became smooth, no more blood was dripping, the bones were connected, and the blood and energy in the body gradually calmed down. Not long after, Ji Haoyue felt that he had recovered as before, and his whole body was emitting a hazy precious light. Although he was also able to use the secret method of healing, it was impossible for him to recover so quickly. Qin Xuanji's actions stunned everyone present. Not only did he defeat his opponent, but he also provided treatment to his opponent. What kind of broad mind and courage does this require? Qin Xuanji's action immediately won the favor of everyone present. Not only did he have an amazing background and strong strength, but he also had such courage when facing his opponents. However, after everyone thought about it, they felt that it made more sense. After all, the two did not have any deep hatred, it was just a simple exchange. He was worthy of being a man with the potential to be an emperor. His broad mind and tremendous courage impressed everyone present at once, including the famous elders of the Ji family. Their expressions softened a lot when they looked at him. Some Taishuan women had bright eyes and rosy faces. They looked at Qin Xuanji's tall figure and felt their hearts melting. Even the Saint Yaguang was moved at this moment. Looking at Qin Xuanji's peerless grace, a strange feeling arose in her heart. The holy son Yaguang sat there motionless, his hair emitting a faint golden light. He looked at Qin Xuanji in silence. We have found a treasure in Yaoqi Holy Land. It's a pity that he is not one of our disciples, otherwise he will surely flourish in the future, and even rival the Holy Land. Some elders of Taishuan sect looked at Qin Xuanji and were talking about it, secretly sighing that it was a pity that this person had already been taken away by Yaoqi, and they did not have this blessing. Well, although he can't marry into my Taishuan family, if there is a suitable girl in any family, you can introduce this child to her. It would be nice for her to become my Taishuan's son-in-law. The more resourceful elder Taishuan had already begun to look for a beautiful woman for Qin Xuanji in his mind. Everyone was shocked. The ability of this double pupil was too mysterious. Not only could it heal itself, it could even heal others. This was equivalent to a person with double pupils being a walking medicine king. At the moment, many people were very active and wanted to make friends with him. After all, such a genius is hard to come by once in 1,000 years. At this moment, the sparring match came to an end, and everyone returned to their seats. Even Ji Haoyue was not in trouble, and the gathering at Xingfeng continued. Hua Yunfei was dressed in a fluttering blue robe, ethereal like a fairy, with an indescribable spirit and charm. He raised his glass and said, "You are all outstanding people in the East Desert. May we never be enemies." Everyone raised their glasses and drank the fine wine in front of them. They had different thoughts. They would never be enemies. This kind of words were just for show. How could they never be enemies? They are all rare geniuses. If they want to make great progress, combat friction is inevitable, and collisions will happen sooner or later. Today's fight between the double-pupiled person and the Ji family's divine body could really be considered an extremely gentle competition. If there really was a clash between disciples of major sects, a fight to the death would inevitably result. However, everyone present was smart and did not show anything. Instead, they toasted each other, had a great time and were in a harmonious atmosphere. They talked about everything under the sun and it was very lively. Many geniuses showed goodwill and kept toasting Qin Xuanji. Most of them were local disciples from Xingfeng, and they were all impressed by Qin Xuanji's strength and demeanor. The elders of their sect were also secretly communicating with them, asking them to establish a good relationship with the person with double pupils. I heard that the people with double pupils in Yaoqi Holy Land are truly gods. Seeing them today, I found that they are indeed worthy of their reputation. Li Yuyu, the most outstanding female disciple of Xiaoyao sect, also took the initiative to step forward. She was very beautiful, with picturesque eyebrows and eyes, and a skin as white as ice and bones. Qin Xuanji smiled faintly and said, "I don't deserve to be called a god. There are so many heroes in the world, just like the stars in the sky. Not to mention the proud sons of heaven present here, as far as I know, the young patriarch of the ancient Wang family in Beiyuan, known as the Northern Emperor, Wang Teng. Chu." At this moment, the Beiyuan royal family. A young man with a heroic appearance suddenly woke up from his meditation and couldn't help but gnashing his teeth and said, "Which bastard has been talking about me? This Wang Teng is so terrifying, he really can't be underestimated. He actually has such a good fortune. No wonder he has such a reputation at such a young age. Sure enough, the world is so vast. Not to mention our eastern wasteland, just look at the Nanling Mountains and Zhongzhou, there are also many geniuses. Even the western desert may have hidden geniuses. We are too narrow-minded. Come on, let's toast to Brother Xuanji again." As the conversation was clinking glasses, everyone turned the topic to physical fitness. They were all very curious about Qin Xuanji's double pupil physique and Ji Haoyue's divine king physique. Everyone says that the eastern wasteland has a divine body. Not only does Brother Haoyue have a divine body, but even the double pupils that only exist in legends have appeared. This is really incredible. My divine body has developed an inexplicable feeling. You also have a special physique. Ji Haoyue looked at Yifan with a strange look in his eyes. He suddenly spoke like this, then looked at Ji Ziyue who was standing very close to Yifan, and frowned slightly. Could it be that Brother Yi is also a divine body? A woman in green asked. She was Li Yuyu, the disciple of Xiaoyao sect who had toasted Qin Xuanji before. If I were a divine body, I would have been hidden away from the world long ago. If I hadn't waited until I had achieved success in my cultivation, how could I be so free and easy? Yifan looked calm and composed, without saying a word. Chen Zuanzi sighed in his heart, saying that he was worthy of being called Yihei. His acting skills were so perfect that no one could match him. He didn't even blush or feel nervous. That's true. Everyone nodded and stopped asking questions, but Ji Haoyue would often unconsciously glance towards Yifan and Ji Ziyue. "Everyone, I will play another song for you and toast to you all. Hua Yunfei said with a smile. Everyone drank and talked happily again without saying much. The sound of the piano lingered, like running water in the mountains, or like the faint immortal music above the Guanggan Palace, which made people immersed in it. It has to be said that Hua Yunfei's piano skills are extremely high, almost at the level of Taoism. When his nimble fingers pluck the piano, it is like the soft light of the bright moon shining through the pine forest, or like the gurgling water soaking the rocks, outlining a picturesque and beautiful scene. When the song ended, everyone discovered that all the flower buds around the grass field had blossomed, emitting bursts of fragrance. People couldn't help but applaud and admire the artist. What an amazing talent. Chen Xuanji couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This man was a tragic figure, but also a man of amazing talent. As an abandoned child of a lineage of ruthless people, he had never been able to escape the cage of fate in his entire life, and could not swim out of the long river of destiny. Brother Yi, will you leave with me later? Chen Xuanji took the initiative to send a message to Yifan. He found it a little funny to see that Yifan seemed a little restless. There were too many secrets in this guy's body. He was very worried that he would be sliced and studied. He was just thinking about how to leave, because many people had already secretly communicated with him. Ji Ziyue told him that Ji Haoyue wanted to invite him to the Ji family, and Saint Yaguang also extended an olive branch to him. He was hesitating about how to ask Chen Xuanji, but he didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to invite him to leave Taishuan. This was really a pleasant surprise. He really didn't want to stay any longer. Especially Ji Haoyue, his eyes were too sharp, and the look he gave me was very unfriendly, as if I had kidnapped his beautiful sister. At this moment, there is a bright moon in the sky, with stars twinkling in the sky. The bright moonlight shines brilliantly, covering the entire mountain with a layer of gauze, hazy and harmonious. Chen Xuanji and Yifan stood up together and said goodbye to everyone. Yifan glanced at Ji Ziyue and nodded to her, and the latter smiled sweetly in return. Ji Haoyue's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot again. Just after the two of them walked down the mountain, a dozen smiling old men surrounded Chen Xuanji and Yifan. Chen Xuanji was slightly startled. The aura of these dozen old men was very shocking. Judging from their clothes, they were people from Taishuan and Xiaoyao sect, probably from the elders' generation. Yifan was very nervous. There were so many elders here. Although they didn't look at him directly, their eyes were all on Chen Xuanji. However, he still felt a little nervous, fearing that his secret would be exposed. The Taishuan sect elders were also very direct. After expressing their sincere love for the younger generation, they directly asked him if he was married. There was an elder in Xiaoyao sect who was even more amazing. He said that if Chen Xuanji was willing, he could introduce Li Yuyu, the most outstanding female disciple in Xiaoyao sect, to him and help them get together. Of course, it also depended on Li Yuyu's mind. This immediately left the Taishuan sect speechless. Although the Taishuan sect was similar in power to the Xiaoyao sect, both were giants in the eastern wilderness second only to the holy places and aristocratic families. However, Taishuan sect does not have a top-notch woman like Li Yuyu in both appearance and cultivation. There is only one Hua Yunfei who can be called peerless, but unfortunately he is a man. Chen Xuanji's handsome face turned slightly darker. After feeling the enthusiasm of this group of matchmakers, he repeatedly expressed his gratitude to the seniors for their concern. After Chen Xuanji made it clear that he was only yearning for the great Dao and had no interest in romance, the elders of Taishuan and Xiaoyao sect expressed their regret, encouraged him a few words, and said that he could come to their sect as a guest at any time, and then left in 2s and 3s. Chen Xuanji shook his hand and sacrificed a black jade platform. This was a rare item that could cross space. Normally, he didn't have many of them. This kind of thing consumed a lot of energy. He brought it from Yaoqi. When the two stepped onto the Xuanyu terrace, the void began to fluctuate instantly. Soon, the two left the Taishuan gate and came to a mountain range. Then, they rode the divine rainbow and found a nearby city. According to the range transmitted by the Xianyute, this city is located in the territory of Jin State, not far from the previous fire area. Brother Chen, what is this thing that you can actually carry with you and teleport? When Yifan learned that the Xianyute was a gift from Yao Qirua, he couldn't help but feel a little envious. Joining a big force is a unique advantage, which is really enviable. Brother Chen, you said before at Taixuanmen that the earth is very brilliant and glorious. What's going on? Chen Xuanji thought for a moment and said, my double pupils already have some magical powers before I even started practicing. I have looked east to Mount Tai and west to Mount Kunlun. In my eyes, the atmosphere of these famous mountains and lakes is even more magnificent than the holy places today. It seems that there is another world, and ordinary people can only observe a very small part of it. Moreover, this world has faint traces of Sakyamuni's relics in the distant western desert, and in another Ziwei star region, there may even be rumors that I, who went west through Hanggu Pass. Yi Fan's heart was shocked. As Chen Xuanji told the stories of those legends, it seemed that some layers of mystery in the ancient legends were gradually unraveled. No wonder Hua Yunfei seemed to be praising us so much. He probably guessed that there would be many relics of saints on earth. Yi Fan understood it very well. He himself was a fan of all kinds of strange ancient books. He was very familiar with many ancient secrets and was actually not unfamiliar with them. If we can find the legendary Sakyamuni and Taiching, does it mean that we can follow the footsteps of our predecessors and return to Earth? Yi Fan looked a little excited. He had been in this world for several years, but the Earth was still a concern in his heart, and he could never forget it. Now that he heard that he had hope of returning again, how could he not be excited? Accidentally falling into Beidou was not what he really wanted. Yi Fan then felt a little lost. After hearing about all the things on Earth, he seemed to think of his hometown again and couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Work hard. When you reach a certain level, you may be able to find the traces of the predecessors and find a way to go back. Chen Xuanji patted Yi Fan on the shoulder, his eyes were somewhat deep. As he said this, his thoughts were also flying. There were also good things on Earth, and he also wanted to go back. Alas, I don't know when it will happen. I am a casual cultivator, and I don't have the support of the Yaoqi Holy Land like you do. Why don't you introduce me to Yaoqi as well? Yi Fan smiled. He was indeed very strong-willed. After a brief loss, he quickly came to his senses and joked that he naturally knew that the Yaoqi Holy Land would not accept him. Okay, you know that Yaoqi generally does not accept male disciples, you can castrate yourself first, and then I can introduce you to Yaoqi. Chen Xuanji glanced at him casually and said, which made Yi Fan's scalp tingle and his crotch feel a little cold. This kid is also good at talking. The two talked for a while, and when Chen Xuanji said that he was about to go to the Northern Territory, Yi Fan stated that he wanted to stay and go to the Northern Territory after a while. Yi Fan actually wanted to go to the Northern Territory with Chen Xuanji, but Chen Xuanji was too eye-catching and could easily attract people's attention. He was afraid that he might be exposed, so he chose to go alone. What's more, Chen Xuanji had already introduced this area to him. There was a boundless and vast fire region. He was going to the fire region to forge his own cauldron. Let's say goodbye now. If you have anything important to do, you can come to Yaoqi to find me. By the way, be careful of Hua Yunfei, he is not as simple as he seems. Yi Fan felt a chill in his heart and nodded without saying anything more. Chen Xuanji did not return to the Northern Territory immediately, but rushed to a mountain range not far away with rich spiritual energy and dug out a huge cave. Elder, please protect me. Good. The beautiful elder in purple appeared in the void again like a ghost, bringing with her gusts of fragrance. Although she had a graceful figure and delicate face, her beautiful big eyes were extremely vicissitudes of life, as if they were full of stories. Chen Xuanji stepped into the excavated cave, and his fingers were like swords, shining with brilliance. He gently moved them, and in an instant a huge rock fell gently from above the cave, covering the cave tightly. For a whole half-month, Chen Xuanji was in seclusion. The sun in his body, which was the divine treasure of his heart, became increasingly fiery and transformed into streams of essence. But what puzzled him was that he seemed to be like the ancient holy body and had not transformed into a god at the Dao Palace realm. This made him very confused. Could it be that due to physical reasons, the stronger the physique, the less likely it is that a god will be born? Boom. The divine treasure of the heart rose and settled in the void of the human body world, like the blazing sun reaching its peak, an endless aura permeated out. Next is the lung god's treasure. Chen Xuanji practiced the Western Emperor Sutra, and his whole body was spotless and impure. Above his whole body was filled with energy, and above his body, a dragon energy was circling around his body. Chen Xuanji felt that all the pores in his body were about to open, and it seemed that his connection with the heaven and earth was becoming even closer. The lungs are the divine storehouse, connected to the divine path of spiritual energy, covering the internal organs, and are located at the highest position. They are known as the huagai and are called the leader of the 5 internal organs. All qi belongs to the lungs. Every breath you take is connected to the weather. Numerous source stones continued to shatter in front of him, transforming into rolling essences that continuously poured into Qin Xuanji's body. His cultivation was also improving rapidly. Boom. With the lungs' divine storage complete, Qin Xuanji's strength increased significantly again. He felt full of energy and had endless power. He finally entered the 4th level of the Taoist palace and, as he expected, he cultivated the divine storage of the spleen, which belonged to the earth element in the 5 elements. He suddenly opened his eyes, chaotic energy overflowed, almost turning into tangible substance, and with a loud bang, it cut open the stone door that sealed the cave in front of him completely. The 4th level of the Dao Palace. The protector elder looked astonished and full of disbelief. She had never seen anyone who could break through the 3 levels of the sky continuously, and in just 2 months. If this matter were to get out, it would surely shock the entire eastern wilderness. This kind of genius could not be surpassed even by the young emperors of ancient times. Qin Xuanji is tall and slender, his figure has grown a little taller, his black hair naturally falls on his shoulders, his face is handsome, and his whole body has an extraordinary temperament. Thank you, elder. Qin Xuanji bowed in thanks. The protector elder looked at him, nodded, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Return to Yaoqi and prepare to go to Zishan. Qin Xuanji used the Xuanyu platform to move over 2,000 miles and found the domain gate of the Yaoqi Holy Land in the southern region. He took out a large pile of source stones and opened the ancient domain gate again. In a radiant light, he returned to the Yaoqi Holy Land again. The Son of God has returned. Hello, Holy Sun. The Holy Sun is handsome again. As soon as Qin Xuanji appeared in the Yaoqi, he attracted the attention of many women. The Holy Sun, who had been away for almost a year, was back. Moreover, during this period of time, they soon heard some rumors that their Holy Sun had defeated the Ji family's divine king body, and the outside world was already in an uproar. Qin Xuanji's victory over the divine king Ji Haoyue caused a huge uproar, and the news spread from the southern region to the northern region within just 2 months. Those with double pupils have a unique physique, comparable to the innate holy body and the chaotic body. Some people have given high praise to the physique of those with double pupils, believing that their physique can be compared with the most terrifying physique in the first tier. The one with double pupils is the reincarnation of the ancient emperor. If the northern emperor doesn't show up, who will fight him? Wang Teng, this name was actually being mentioned gradually, and it had been spreading slowly since the gathering at Xingfeng. There were even rumors that the northern emperor Teng could punch the holy son of Yaguang and kick the divine king Ji Haoyue. Someone made such a comment, comparing Wang Teng with Qin Xuanji, causing Wang Teng's reputation to become more and more outrageous unconsciously. Qin Xuanji was stunned. He never expected that there would be so many people who were interested in gossip and spread the story so outrageously. Even such exaggerated rumors as Wang Teng punching the holy son of Yaguang and kicking the divine king Ji Haoyue were spread. As the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger. It is really terrifying. While Qin Xuanji was thinking about greeting these female disciples in Yaoqi, a smile as warm as spring breeze appeared on his handsome face, which was very gentle and sunny, making all the female disciples of Yaoqi slightly dazed. A hazy figure walked towards them from a distance with graceful lotus steps. Her body was as light as a thin cloud covering the bright moon or a gentle breeze caressing a jade flower. She had a stunning face and a gentle smile. It was the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi. The Holy Maiden of Yaoqi just came out and saw Qin Xuanji appear in Yaoqi from afar, so she took the initiative to come forward and say hello. Qin Xuanji smiled in response, and in his heart he could not help but sigh. This Yaoqi saint lady was truly stunning, worthy of being the goddess in the hearts of many men in the East Wilderness, and even monks and Taoists would be tempted to return to secular life upon seeing her. It was not just talk. You have made so many breakthroughs in such a short time. It is really unbelievable. People in the outside world say that you are the reincarnation of an ancient emperor. Now, there are probably more people who want to challenge you. Qin Xuanji burst out laughing and shook his head slightly. He already had such a great reputation now, and even Wang Ting had somehow benefited from it. After a few simple greetings, Chen Xuanji followed her to the fairy pond. His trip could be considered a business trip, so of course he needed to report his work to his leader, Queen Mother of the West. Beside the Yaoqi fairy pond, the water is misty and the essence is like a rainbow, constantly overflowing. Various rays of light are swallowing and spitting out like illusion, full of fairy air, nourishing the entire Yaoqi Pure Land. Beside the Xianqi Lake, there stands an ancient tree with branches shaped like a dragon and covered with crystal green leaves. Under the sunlight, it looks like pieces of emerald. There are already several peaches on the tree, which are hidden among the green leaves, and the fragrant and tempting aroma wafts from time to time. This is an ancient peach tree that is dozens of meters tall. More than 10 people cannot hug it together. The old bark is cracked like pieces of dragon scales, revealing the breath of a long time. This is the peach tree of the Yaoqi, and it is also one of the Yaoqi's cultural heritage. It is said that it was planted from a peach fruit that was the elixir of immortality that was brought out from the Shinshu, one of the forbidden areas of life, by a great figure of the Yaoqi in the past who risked his life many times. Although this peach tree is far inferior to the one in Shinshu, it is also an extremely precious spiritual object. After taking it, it can greatly increase lifespan. It is especially precious for some great figures who are about to enter the 10,000th year. The Queen Mother of the West sat under the peach tree, wearing a 9-phoenix hairpin on her head and a golden hairpin hanging down from her head, like a female fairy. She looked at Chen Xuanji who was walking towards her with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. At the same time, she was also extremely shocked in her heart. The young man in front of her was like a hidden dragon in the abyss. Although his temperament was neutral and peaceful, he had already vaguely formed his own momentum. And his realm is already the 4th level of the Dao Palace realm. With such talent, even the great emperors and ancient kings would probably have no more than this when they were young. After Chen Xuanji finished reporting his itinerary in Yaguang Holy Land, Queen Mother of the West was also extremely surprised when she learned that the Holy Lord Yaguang had actually given him a piece of divine source. That old man, he was finally generous this time. It's worth giving those 2 children from the Holy Land all those gifts every time they come to visit us. Queen Mother of the West smiled. Chen Xuanji was speechless. It seemed that you felt that there was only a saint in Yaoqi before, and you could only receive 1 gift, while the other party could get twice the gift in return, which was a bit of a loss. Is it true what they say about you being the reincarnation of an ancient emperor or the son of a great emperor? The Queen Mother of the West's eyes flickered, and she looked at Chen Xuanji expectantly, leaving Chen Xuanji speechless. He had never expected that the Queen Mother of the West, the Lord of Yaoqi, would be so gossipy. The Holy Maiden of Yaoqi stood quietly at the side, like a fairy flower blooming, with an elegant and ethereal temperament. Upon hearing the words, she also concentrated and calmed down, and was quite curious. Chen Xuanji. It's great to be able to defeat the Ji family's divine body, but you must not be proud and complacent. You need to be more diligent. Don't forget that there are so many talented people in the world. Not to mention Dong Huang, Wang Ting from the Beidou and Wang family also has the potential to be an emperor. The Queen Mother of the West had a serious expression on her face and warned very seriously. Chen Xuanji was speechless. He had mentioned Wang Ting all the time before, but he didn't expect that today the Queen Mother of the West would mention Wang Ting to warn him. Is this the cycle of cause and effect? Isn't this retribution? In the end, what surprised Chen Xuanji was that the Queen Mother of the West gave him a treasure, which was the West Emperor Tower, a replica of the Holy Lord's weapon. He loved it so much that he couldn't let it go. It was really a good thing. Chen Xuanji naturally knew that after he defeated the Divine King body, the Yaoqi Holy Land would definitely value him more and more. He never expected that they would even grant him such a treasure. Chen Xuanji returned to his palace on the top of Xiufeng Mountain again, sitting upright on the cushion, motionless, his mind immersed in the system exchange interface. Golden body liquid, 100,000 gene source. The tribulation spring, 100,000 gene of source. Lingbao water, 100,000 gene source. Chen Xuanji looked at the exchange list of 100,000 gene of source. He no longer cared about these spiritual liquids for baptizing the body. Now he was already a wealthy man with 1,000,000 gene of source. Naturally, he no longer cared about the things that could be exchanged for this little bit of source. Chen Xuanji switched the exchange page to the exchange interface of 1 million gene of source. Suddenly, his mind was moved. He actually found some good things. The quality of the items exchanged for 1 million gene was obviously improved to a higher level. 1 drop of a saint-level true dragon's blood is worth 1 million gene of energy. A saint-level ancient Buddha relic with 1 million gene of energy. A saint-level divine spear, worth 1 million gene of energy. Chen Xuanji did not hesitate. Although he knew that these things were good things, he exchanged them for the true dragon's blood without hesitation. This was what he needed most at the moment. He has no shortage of weapons, and he generally has no use for special things like relics. The most important thing is his current practice. Although Chongtong's attacking power is unparalleled in the world, one must also pay great attention to the strength of the physical body when practicing, and polishing the foundation of the physical body is also very critical. In ancient times, there were some powerful people who had achieved success in physical practice. They could cross the void with their physical bodies alone. Even if they had been dead for thousands of years, their physical bodies would not decay. With a thought, a tiny drop of blood-red dragon's blood essence entwined around Chen Xuanji's fingertips, emitting a hazy light. It was followed by a breath of essence, and it seemed that a dragon shadow vaguely emerged. Chen Xuanji lightly snapped his fingers, and the drop of essence blood turned into a stream of light, which immediately floated above Chen Xuanji's head, emitting precious light. Strands of essence gathered into blood-colored little dragons and merged into Chen Xuanji's body. Chen Xuanji closed his eyes and silently circulated the Western Emperor Sutra, directing the little dragons of blood and energy to various parts of his body and merging them into his limbs and bones. At the same time, a faint red light was emitted from the outside of his body, as if wisps of blood and energy were steaming out and turning into long dragons, constantly baptizing his body. Yeah. Above the surface of the body, there was actually a faint sound of a dragon's roar. This was one of the most critical features of the physical breakthrough, and it contained the origin of heavenly sound. Click, click. Chen Xuanji's whole body trembled slightly, and there was a faint sound of porcelain breaking. On the surface of his body, a layer of old skin fell off, and in its place was a layer of more delicate and white flesh, whiter and softer than many women. Chen Xuanji walked to the mirror and looked at himself now. His eyebrows and eyes were picturesque, and his fair complexion was so handsome that he didn't look like a human being. He has shiny black hair, skin as white as snow, red lips and white teeth, eyes as bright as black crystal, and is so handsome that he is almost enchanting. He couldn't help but touch his cheeks and shoulders, which were whiter and more delicate than before, and he couldn't help but sigh softly. Why do I feel like I'm wearing women's clothes? Next, it's almost time to prepare to go to Purple Mountain. Chen Xuanji walked out of the palace. He leaped up, his body emitting a hazy light, and landed on the top of the mountain. He was wearing fluttering white clothes and standing with his hands behind his back, as if he would fly away at any time. He stretched out his fists and feet, and suddenly there was a sound of wind and thunder. After being refined by a drop of dragon blood, this body had become extraordinary and contained terrifying energy. He even felt that he could knock down a dragon with one punch. Not long after, something unexpected happened to Chen Xuanji. Qi Ling appeared again, and this time she brought that poisonous milk girl Su Xin with her. Why are you here too? Chen Xuanji slightly side-glanced at Su Xin, who was standing next to Qi Ling. Su Xin was about 13 or 14 years old, with a delicate face, a straight nose, moist red lips, and big watery eyes. She looked very smart. Why, you don't welcome me? Why do I come here every time? It's because I'm afraid you'll kidnap my sister. Chen Xuanji was speechless. This little girl was a sister complex and was afraid that she would seduce Qi Ling. Hey, why do you look so good again? Are you a woman dressed as a man? Su Xin's eyes showed suspicion. The boy in front of her had red lips, white teeth, skin as white as snow, and was so handsome that it was almost demonic. It was easy for people to imagine that he was a woman dressed as a man. Chen Xuanji's smile disappeared instantly in the other person's eyes, and then he gave her a friendly slap. Su Xin felt pain instantly and looked at Chen Xuanji with dissatisfaction. He rubbed his little head and looked at Chen Xuanji, very dissatisfied. Let's follow the previous practice. I heard that you have defeated the Ji family's divine king body. Her eyes were bright, but she did not retreat just because the other party was able to defeat the Ji family's divine king body. There was a flame totem flickering in the heart of Qi Mei. She was wearing a fiery red feather robe, her breasts were full and her curves were undulating. A pair of long white legs were exposed in the air, slender and straight. Such a sexy and hot beautiful girl has a particularly strong warlike heart. Because most female disciples in the Yaoqi Holy Land do not like fighting, she can usually only practice with a limited number of sisters, which is naturally very boring for her. Naturally, he was delighted to see Qin Xuanji. Before, he was at the same level of cultivation as Qin Xuanji. Although his realm has now reached the Dao Palace realm, he is still not as good as Qin Xuanji. What? You have already reached the 4th level of the Dao Palace realm. Su Xian pouted her rosy little lips and looked a little unhappy. She had felt a little unbelievable when she heard that Qin Xuanji defeated the God King body. Qi Ling looked excited. Even though she knew that the opponent had defeated the God King body, she was still very interested and felt the fighting spirit burning in her. Okay. I can control my power. Qin Xuanji didn't say much and started training with Qi Ling. As expected, Qi Ling was soon exhausted and collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. She seemed exhausted, but her expression was very excited, and the flame totem on her forehead seemed to be burning. Qin Xuanji was shocked. This Qi Ling had an extremely terrifying talent and a strong fighting instinct. It was as if she was born for fighting. She also seemed to have a special physique. I'm going back first. Qi Ling seemed to have realized something and was going to go back to seclusion. She bowed to Qin Xuanji and said goodbye, then took her little sister Su Xian and walked away again, while the latter left her with a big grimace. Qin Xuanji was also ready to get up and leave the Yaoqi Holy Land and head to Zishan, which was the check-in location for the next stop, so he needed to make good preparations. He planned to go to Pingyan City first, look for some treasures, and make full preparations before entering Purple Mountain. After all, there were many dangers in Purple Mountain. Even the great divine King Jiang Taishu was trapped there for more than 4,000 years. There are always flying jade boats in the Yaoqi Holy Land that go to various bases in the Northern Territory at a very fast speed. Qin Xuanji plans to take the jade boat to a city thousands of miles away, Pingyan City, to see if he can find some good things. To her surprise, she found that the Saint Maiden of Yaoqi actually came to her on her own initiative and invited him into the Yaoqi's gambling stone shop. The Saint Maiden of Yaoqi told him that a new batch of stones had arrived at the Yaoqi Pingyan City's gambling stone shop. Qin Xuanji naturally agreed readily, and boarded a jade boat that was shining with 5-colored light with the Saint Maiden of Yaoqi. There were already many Yaoqi women on the jade boat, and it was almost time for the jade boat to set off. Your double pupils are mysterious, maybe I can tell something. The smile of the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi is like a blooming snow lotus growing in the Tianshan Mountains, so beautiful that it makes people intoxicated. Qin Xuanji nodded. He should be able to see through the stone. In the gambling stone shop, this kind of magical ability should be regarded as a plug-in. However, the ancient double pupils obtained by signing in through one's own efforts cannot be considered cheating. Can the things of cultivators be considered cheating? He patted his chest and said confidently, I, Qin Xuanji, am not cheating. Wait for me, wait for me. A clear female voice was heard, and a graceful girl flew over and landed on the jade boat. She had curved eyebrows, bright eyes, and a pair of big eyes that were blinking and full of spirit. She looked very lively. It was Daiqiu. Sister Saint, Brother Saint. Daiqiu smiled sweetly, and the Saint Maiden of Yaoqi nodded her head, smiled slightly, and gently pulled Daiqiu to sit beside her. Qin Xuanji's face darkened slightly. He was a soul in his 20s, but he was actually called like this. This cunning little girl really deserved to be punished. The jade boat flickered, and 5-colored light filled the air. Powered by the source stone, it moved at an incredibly fast speed, and in the blink of an eye it was already 100 miles away. Most of the land in the northern region is barren. Pingyan City is a relatively prosperous city near Yaoqi Wanli, located in an oasis with a radius of hundreds of miles. Qin Xuanji stood on the flying boat and looked down. The city below was an ancient city built entirely of reddish-brown boulders, full of the vicissitudes of time. When the jade boat passed through the sky and appeared above Pingyan City, it immediately startled many people. Everyone looked at the huge jade boat and recognized that the jade boat belonged to Yaoi. Suddenly, many people were very excited. They all knew what this meant. The person on the jade boat was most likely the Saint Maiden of Yaoi. As a well-known and peerless beauty in the Northern Territory, the Saint Maiden of Yaoi was extremely popular. When she appeared, even the disciples and saints of some big sects would follow her. And it was not limited to the East Wilderness. Even many geniuses in the North Plains and Zhongzhou would follow her and become her old lickspittles. Yaoi Fairy Stone Square is located in the eastern district of Pinyin City. It is a very quiet place, surrounded by ancient trees and green shades, very peaceful and harmonious. The jade boat was shining brightly, and before it landed on the ground, it caused an uproar inside. Some sharp-eyed people saw that the Saint Son and Saint Daughter of Yaoi had both arrived. Suddenly, many people rushed to the direction of Yaoi Fairy Stone Square, all wanting to see the true appearance of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. A drop of blood, crystal clear, faintly blooming with 5-colored immortal light, but it was majestic and contained a very terrifying energy, like facing the boundless void, vast and unfathomable. What kind of blood is this? Chen Xuanji was shocked. This drop of blood actually faintly revealed a murderous intent, like a great evil thing. It made his eyes slightly dazed, and then he felt a dull pain. And around that drop of blood was a piece of divine source the size of a little finger, which completely sealed that drop of blood. Just looking at it makes one feel extremely terrified. If it were cut open, who knows what terrible things would happen. Even Pinyin City might be turned upside down in an instant. At this moment, the Holy Maiden of Yaoi appeared, surrounded by fairy air. Lotus flowers bloomed with every step she took. Wherever her jade feet landed, petals fluttered, each one crystal clear, and a faint fragrance emanated from her. Did you find anything? The Saint Maiden of Yaoi whispered, her black hair dancing gently, her face was delicate and white, like an elf. This stone contains unknown contents. Chen Xuanji looked solemn. He raised his hand and took the stone. The outside was very rough, with a red luster flowing. Normally, there was nothing strange about it. He saw through the essence of the stone and knew that there was a drop of very terrifying blood inside. This kind of stone must not be cut at will, otherwise a catastrophe will occur. Really? Many elders have observed this stone. It doesn't look like an ominous object. The Saint Maiden of Yaoi frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. Where did this stone come from? Chen Xuanji asked in a deep voice. He thought of a scary place. I don't know. I need to check. When the Saint Maiden of Yaoi raised her hand, a booklet appeared in her hand. She flipped through it carefully, and suddenly her expression was shocked, and she put the booklet away. Come to the edge of the Taichu ancient mine. Chen Xuanji was shocked, and had a vague guess in his mind, saying, if what I saw is correct, there should be a drop of Emperor's blood hidden in it. Chen Xuanji roughly guessed that there was a large group of supreme beings in the Taichu ancient mine, which could be said to be the most forbidden of the 7 life zones, and this drop of Emperor blood should not belong to them. Because in the process, Chen Xuanji felt the power of the boundless void, which reminded him of the legendary Void Emperor who had made great achievements and achieved enlightenment through the boundless void. What? The Saint of Yaoi also changed color after hearing this. Your eyes can actually see through the vanity and the origin. Chen Xuanji nodded slightly, and the Saint of Yaoi was shocked. He had guessed and understood the magical power of the double pupils before, but he didn't expect it to be even more extraordinary than he imagined. Once these double pupils appeared, all the treasures in the world would be in their pockets. It was too terrifying. The more the Saint Maiden of Yaoi thought about it, the more frightened she became. What? Your eyes have such functions. You are not secretly watching us, are you? The girl Daiqiu standing next to her blushed a little and said in a slightly unnatural way. Chen Xuanji glanced at her and said in his heart, I'm not that boring. Your figure makes me sick. You. Daiqiu was stunned for a moment, and was unable to react for a short period of time. Then she reacted, her pretty face flushed, she gritted her teeth, and stared at him with great anger. Elder, please help me cut this stone. Chen Xuanji quickly pointed to a large rock near the lake that was stained with a lot of water. The elder nodded, took the stone in his hand, and used his fingers like a knife to remove the stones in front of him layer by layer. Click, Click. The stone skin falls like snowflakes, which unexpectedly has a unique beauty and contains special rhythm. The cutting technique of the stone also requires great care. Afterwards, a group of extremely pure source appeared. It was extremely crystal clear, with very few impurities, just like crystal. The surface was very textured, with flowing light and restrained aura. This is also a small right of the Son of God. He does not have to pay for the source of some stones. Of course, if he takes more, he will naturally need to pay a certain amount of stone fees. 100 pounds of energy. I'll give it to you. Chen Xuanji smiled and handed the 100 kilograms of source to Dai Qiu. Dai Qiu immediately burst into laughter and was overjoyed. How could he still have the tearful expression on his face? Chen Xuanji shook his head. This 100 kilograms of source was just like a drizzle to him. It was indeed not worth mentioning. He had plenty of source. The elders at the side were also filled with emotion. The Holy Son was so generous and had a keen eye that he could see through a precious stone at once. With such a peerless genius around, Yaoqi would surely prosper. The Saint Maiden of Yaoqi was shocked. A drop of Emperor's blood contained supreme essence and was an extremely precious thing. Now, at that time, such a peerless strongman had long disappeared. She didn't expect to get a trace of its essence. This great Emperor's blood essence seems to have fallen in battle and was accidentally sealed into the divine source. It contains boundless murderous aura and cannot be cut at will. Chen Xuanji reminded her very seriously. The Saint of Yaoqi also understood the seriousness of the problem and nodded slightly, saying, I understand. I will have someone send him to the Holy Land's fairy pond and will not cut him open for the time being. Chen Xuanji smiled and nodded. This was the safest way to deal with it. The Yaoqi Immortal Pond might be able to purify the murderous aura in it and turn it into a drop of pure blood essence. That would be a supreme blessing. Even if the murderous aura of the Emperor's blood that was cut out revived in the Yaoqi, with the West Emperor Tower not far away, he would naturally be safe and sound. A batch of stone from the Taichu ancient mine will be delivered this afternoon. I feel relieved now that I have your eyes. The Saint Maiden of Yaoqi smiled, like a fresh lotus blossoming, with white petals falling all over the sky. However, a strange look appeared on her face, which made Chen Xuanji's eyebrows jump. Knowing that the saint had the ability to see through him, he felt a little unnatural. I am a serious person. Chen Xuanji felt like crying but couldn't. He felt that he was wronged. Although he could see through ordinary cultivators without them noticing. I'll go out and look around other holy stone archways first. Good. The Saint of Yaoqi nodded, and in her heart she could not help but mourn for the other holy places. With such a pair of eyes, the other holy places would probably suffer heavy losses. Chen Xuanji smiled, greeted the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi, glanced at Dai Qiu, and instantly turned into a wisp of smoke, disappearing on the spot without a trace. In front of the immortal stone pavilion of the Purple Mansion Holy Land, Chen Xuanji stood with his hands behind his back. After paying a certain amount of source stones, he walked away leisurely, constantly observing his surroundings. The disciples of the Purple Mansion Holy Land who were guarding the gate could not help but whisper to each other after he entered. This person looked like an extremely noble person, with a dragon-like figure and a phoenix-like appearance, and his temperament was indeed natural. I wonder which powerful force he is from. The Holy Son of Yaoqi. Some people were sharp-eyed and had seen Chen Xuanji's figure from afar from the five-colored jade boat. They suddenly became restless and called their friends to rush to the Purple Mansion Holy Land. Different from the fairy stone pavilion in the Yaoqi Holy Land, inside the Zifu Holy Land garden, purple palaces are connected one after another, and all kinds of exotic flowers and plants grow along with the palaces. Inside the fairy stone pavilion, there is a faint flow of misty purple air, which is very ethereal and gorgeous. Chen Xuanji stepped in and looked at the various stones with deep eyes. The stones outside were similar to those in the Yaoqi Holy Land, and most of them were empty. He went straight to the depths. He suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a saint girl in the Purple Mansion Holy Land who was born with the Dao fetus. The Xiantian Dao fetus is one of the top physiques of the human race. It is naturally in harmony with the Dao, can be imprinted in the void, and can exert the power of the Dao of heaven and earth. If fighting with others, the Xiantian will be invincible. This physique combined with the holy body can give birth to the legendary holy body Tao fetus, which is one of the strongest physiques of the human race. Generally speaking, only the chaos body can be compared to it. Of course, his double pupils are definitely better than these two physiques, but the records of double pupils seem to have disappeared in the long river of history and are not well known. He remembered that in the original novel, the Saint Lady of Purple Mansion was basically unknown throughout her life, and eventually passed away in the course of time. The innate holy body and Taoist fetus. A bold idea suddenly emerged in Chen Xuanji's mind. What if he introduced the Purple Mansion Saint Yi Fan? Outside the Yaoqi Fairy Stone Square, there was a crowd of people and a lot of noise. After many people in Pingyan City got the news, they quickly rushed over. The gate was not open yet, but the five-colored jade boat had already landed on the open space of Xianshifang. A few streaks of light flashed by, and Yaoqi Saint Chen Xuanji, Dai Qiu, and others appeared one after another. Soon a notice was posted at the gate of Yaoqi Xian Shifang, stating that Yaoqi Xian Shifang would not receive guests in the morning and would reopen in the afternoon. People could only leave temporarily and wait to come back in the afternoon. Yaoqi Fairy Stone Pavilion is elegant and quiet, with exotic trees and rare herbs planted in the courtyard. Many stones are scattered around, like strange rocks and rockery, but it does not appear messy and has its own beauty. Many people come here to see the beauty of the Holy Lady of Yaoqi. After all, she is so famous. Not only in the East Wilderness, but even in the North Plains and Zhongzhou, people know about it. They all generally believe that Yaoqi is the most spiritual holy place, and the women there are all endowed with the spiritual wisdom of heaven and earth. The stones are hidden beside the pavilion covered with vines and the gurgling pool, giving a sense of returning to nature. Chen Xuanji felt a little emotional, thinking of the jadeite gambling on earth. If he could rely on the magic of his double pupils, he would surely be able to achieve great things. Chen Xuanji was very interested. This kind of gambling stone is actually a bit similar to the jade gambling stone on Earth. On Earth, unless you are a real European player or a gambling stone expert, you will basically lose 9 out of 10 times. Therefore, there is a saying that goes, gambling on stones is like gambling on your life. One cut will make you poor, and one cut will make you rich. As soon as the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi got off the flying boat, she had some trivial matters to deal with. She said something to Chen Xuanji and left for a while. Chen Xuanji was also extremely curious about this industry, so he planned to start from the outer courtyard area and look around slowly to see if there were any good things. Alas, we can only wait until the afternoon to come back. I wonder if we will have a chance to see the beauty of the Saint of Yaoqi. Hey, I heard that the Holy Son of Yaoqi is here too. I wonder what he looks like, but he can actually defeat the God King body. He is truly an unrivaled person. Haha, who would watch the Saint of Yaoqi? As a man, I am more looking forward to the fairies of Yaoqi. I heard that the Holy Son is extremely big and strong, with a leopard head and round eyes. He is strong and powerful, has 6 eyes, and a pair of wings. He is extremely terrifying. Is it that scary? Of course, otherwise how could Ji Haoyue, the divine king body, be ruthlessly suppressed by him? Outside the Yaoqi Fairy Stone Pavilion, several people were talking. Chen Xuanji's face suddenly turned black, and Dai Qiu was holding his stomach and laughing, his big eyes curved into crescent shapes. Go, 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 don't talk nonsense about the Holy Son. The guard of the Yaoqi Fairy Stone workshop at the door quickly spoke up and told the gossiping monks to shut up. The latter smiled awkwardly and left with a feeling of being unsatisfied. I never thought that I, the Saint of Yaoqi who was able to defeat Ji Haoyue, would be seen like this in the eyes of many people. This rumor is too terrifying. A tiger's back and waist, a leopard's head and round eyes. Dai Qiu laughed so much that she could hardly stand up straight. Chen Xuanji quietly walked behind her and ruffled her hair with a smile. Well, these are satisfactory. Dai Qiu gritted his teeth secretly. His strength was far inferior to Chen Xuanji's. He could only satisfy his urge with his mouth. There was no other way. Chen Xuanji shook his head, turned around and walked towards a pile of stones surrounding the courtyard. He activated his double pupils and looked over. There seemed to be a mysterious light flowing in his eyes. There really isn't anything good in the outer territory. Chen Xuanji's gaze was directed towards the origin, which could see through the illusion. The stone looked solid and impenetrable on the outside, but everything inside was clearly visible to him. Chen Xuanji saw that most of the stones were hollow, with no source inside. Even if there were some with source, they were very small and contained a lot of impurities. The value of some of them after cutting them out was even less than the source spent on purchasing the stones. Son, most of the stones outside are of low quality. If you want to find good stones, you need to go inside. At this time, an old woman who was guarding the stones took the initiative to kindly remind him. Chen Xuanji nodded, said nothing more, and continued to move deeper. He also had a sense of mischief. Perhaps the most ordinary stone outside might contain amazing good fortune. Perhaps there might be some divine source within the stone. It seemed that he was overthinking. After all, the fairy stone workshop in the Holy Land of Yaoqi has been in existence for a long time and there is no shortage of experts. If the stones are really of good quality, they would never be placed in the outer area. It is also said that the Holy Land of Yaoqi has mastered some source techniques. In the Great Ruler, Yaoqi was once good friends with the Source Master, and even the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi was the confidant of that Source Master. At this moment, due to the arrival of the Saint Son and Saint Daughter of Yaoqi, the Yaoqi Fairy Stone Pavilion was not open as usual. The few sparse people there were all women from Yaoqi, so the deeper and quieter it became, the deeper and quieter it became. Surrounded by ancient trees, gurgling springs and pools, and pavilions covered with vines, it has the scenery of a natural garden. Along the way, Chen Xuanji basically didn't see any good stones. After a quick glance, he saw through everything. He didn't even look down on ordinary sources worth 100 or so pounds. This was the heroism of being the son of God. If some cultivators from small sects were to fight each other for a pound of weight, they would even risk their lives. The gap is really too big. Daichio standing by seemed quite excited, turning over the stone for a while, patting it for a while, and seemed to be having a lot of fun, as if he was picking a big watermelon. He and Daichio went straight to the deepest part of Yaoqi Stone Archway, the source area of the Tianzihu. It covered a large area and even had a lake inside, with rippling water. There were pavilions and towers beside it. There were some willow trees beside the lake, with tender green branches and leaves beginning to droop down. Some stones were piled next to the willow trees. These stone piles come in various shapes and sizes. Some are as lustrous as jade, like a magical stone, others have a rough surface, as if covered with thick scales, and some even emit a hazy glow and are crystal clear. These stones are far superior to those of the outer grades and are obviously not of the same grade. Even people who don't know much about stones can tell their extraordinary qualities just from their appearance. Symbols were jumping between Chen Xuanji's eyes, shuttling back and forth among these stones, making him quite dazzled. There are quite a few source stones worth hundreds of kilograms, but Chen Xuanji still doesn't think highly of them. Wherever he looks, the stones seem to be completely exposed. This is... Chen Xuanji's eyes flickered. He saw a very special stone. Its surface was as red as agate. It was as big as a wash basin and rough, but it actually contained a drop of crystal blood. The potential of the innate holy body was absolutely terrifying. In his memory, Yifan's son Yi Yishui was the innate holy body. It took only more than 200 years to achieve the quasi-emperor realm. If that wicked big black dog knew his thoughts, he would definitely regard Chen Xuanji as a confidant. Before Yi Yishui was born, the Black Emperor had always been upset, and all he was thinking about was the innate holy body and the Taoist fetus. For the sake of the inheritor of the Wuxia Sutra, the big black dog was very worried. He wanted Yifan to seduce the innate Taoist fetus of Zifu so that there would be someone to inherit the Wuxia Sutra. If the innate holy body and the Taoist fetus were really born, Yifan would probably be able to rely on his son to win. The Wuxia Bell is spiritual and will definitely protect him. Moreover, the Yaoqi Holy Land has a deep connection with this physique and may also protect its growth. Chen Xuanji's mind was turning over and over, and he soon passed the outer stone area and came to the Tianzihu Park of Zifu Xianshifang. The place is lush with vegetation, towering rocks and hazy purple mist, creating a peaceful and holy scene. There are already quite a few people in the deep part of the Zifu Holy Land Xianshifang. As an old holy land, although the Zifu Holy Land has never produced a great emperor, it has been able to pass on immortality for hundreds of thousands of years, which is indeed unique. Ah, I heard that the Purple Mansion Saint is in Pingyan City. I wonder if there is a chance for me to catch a glimpse of her beauty. The Saint of Purple Mansion is one of the rare beauties in the eastern wasteland. She is extremely talented. I heard that she has a physique that allows her to enter the Dao. Her future achievements are limitless. Yes, the Saint of Purple Mansion has a natural beauty. I once saw her from afar and immediately felt that many women in this world are no more than this. Chen Xuanji's face darkened slightly. He recognized a familiar voice among them, who was talking quietly. It was the one who was talking about him outside the Yaoqi Fairy Stone workshop. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a very young man. His face was not very good-looking, but he had a very coquettish temperament. This young fellow, who didn't see the Saint Maiden at the Yaoqi Fairy Stone shop, actually rushed to the Fairy Stone shop at the Zifu Holy Land. He is really a pervert. As soon as Chen Xuanji appeared, he attracted many people's attention. After all, his appearance and temperament were too extraordinary, and it was difficult for him to keep a low profile. Many people looked at him with strange eyes. This young man has 2 pupils in one eye. He is the Holy Son of Yaoqi. The Holy Son of Yaoqi is so handsome and beautiful, rarely seen in the world. As expected, he is the one who can defeat Ji Haoyue, the God King, and stand shoulder to shoulder with Beidou. Many people were shocked and had recognized Chen Xuanji completely. After all, there could only be no one else here with such a temperament and appearance, and with double pupils, except the Holy Son of Yaoqi. Not long after, the people from the Purple Mansion Holy Land recognized Chen Xuanji and saluted him one after another. They were extremely polite in their words and also said that the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden would come to meet them later. Chen Xuanji nodded slightly without saying much. With the title of the Holy Son of Yaoqi, he was still very decent. In the eyes of outsiders, he was indeed extremely noble. What's more, Chen Xuanji was the only Holy Son of Yaoqi in more than 100,000 years. All the people present who can appear in the Tianziho gambling stone shop are generally not ordinary people. They are usually elders of a sect or the sons of the leader. Their identities are extraordinary. Such high-level parks cannot be entered without sufficient resources. Chen Xuanji's face was calm as he walked towards a pile of stones, where there were several oval-shaped stones the size of wash basins, placed there in a disorderly manner. Chen Xuanji's eyes were deep, like a star rotating in motion. The bright light flowed in his pupils, like a deep and bottomless starry sky. At that moment, several people looked towards Chen Xuanji's pupils, wanting to find out what was going on, but something unexpected happened. Puff! Several monks coughed up blood and retreated, and with an extremely strong will they withdrew from the state of looking at his pupils. They were extremely horrified in their hearts. These pupils were too terrifying, and at their level, they could not understand them at all. There were some people who were completely unable to control their bodies and just stood there motionless, while some others collapsed on the ground. Even a simple investigation was too much for them to bear. Those with double pupils are truly invincible. The same thought suddenly arose in many people's minds. The previous news was just hearsay, saying how extraordinary people with double pupils were. Now they finally saw it, and it was even more terrifying than the rumors. The one who could defeat the body of a god king was indeed not just talk. They knew in their hearts that the accident just now was not caused by the Saint Son of Yaoqi on purpose, but by that pair of divine pupils, which were the fortune of heaven and earth. It was difficult for ordinary people to explore them, and it would be easy to get into trouble if they rashly explored them. The Holy Son of Yaoqi, I have heard of your name for a long time. Your eyes are quite magical. The young man with a coquettish smile came over and said with a grin. Who are you? Chen Xuanji felt that this man was indeed a little special. He didn't look like the heir of any big force, but more like a petty gangster. My name is Tu Fei. Tu Fei grinned. Brother, I feel that your eyes are even more powerful than the legendary Yuan Tianqi's divine eyes. There are so many moving, beautiful scenery in this world, how can they detect your detection? Tu Fei's face was full of envy. It turns out that this is Tu Fei, the grandson of the 7th largest bandit in the Northern Territory. This kid is not a normal person. He is a typical big mouth and often talks about stealing a saint to be his wife. Chen Xuanji didn't want to pay attention to him. His heart was shocked and he looked over and found a good thing. He didn't expect that such a small place like Pingyan City could contain such a magical thing. Master, please help me cut this piece of source stone. Chen Xuanji raised his hand, his sleeves fluttered, a flash of light passed by, and he held the stone steadily in his palm. After looking at it carefully, he handed it to Qi Yuan's master. "Master, please cut the stone." Chen Xuanji's expression was calm, and he stood there as unperturbed as an ancient well. With the plug-in that allowed him to see through the things inside, he naturally no longer had any sense of anticipation, and did not show any nervousness. "Okay, I'm going to sacrifice the knife." The old man was very particular. He first bowed to the source stone, then picked up the knife and started to cut the stone. "The saint is here." The saint of Zifu was not very old, only about 20 years old. She walked slowly towards him with her purple clothes fluttering gently, like a purple fairy flower. She has a slender figure, a slim waist, and dancing hair. She is shrouded in a faint purple aura. Her stunning face is hazy, and her brows are shining brightly with purple light. Chen Xuanji looked at her and they greeted each other briefly. Zishan, the saint of Purple Mansion, had a very cold temperament. She was dressed in purple and looked as ethereal as an immortal, with a natural Taoist charm. Chen Xuanji was a little surprised. There was nothing special about the innate Taoist physique of the Purple Mansion saint. Her temperament was as indifferent as water, cold and pure, unlike that of an ordinary person. It seemed that she was born for the Tao and had no special emotional fluctuations. In the original history, after the birth of the Taiko clan, the Zifu Holy Land wanted him to marry Yifan, but she directly refused. Chen Xuanji came back to his senses and found that everyone present was silent for the time being, just staring at the stone that Chen Xuanji had chosen and was unraveling, looking forward to it. They all wanted to see what kind of ability this Yaoqi saint's son had. Click. The surface layer of the stone skin slowly fell off, and as the outer skin gradually faded, suddenly a soft light was reflected, and a pink fruit appeared, exuding a faint fragrance. "It's actually the human yuan fruit." Many people were shocked. This fruit was extremely precious. One fruit could extend one's lifespan by 100 years. It was even more precious to those old saints whose time was approaching. To some extent, it was even more precious than the source of God. Even Zishan, the saint of Purple Mansion, who was born with the innate Tao fetus, had a look of surprise. This saint son of Yaoqi was so discerning that he could choose such a magical object in such a short time. Chen Xuanji took out a jade artifact and put the human essence fruit into it to prevent the fruit's spiritual energy from leaking out. The double pupil physique is indeed well-deserved. Your eyes are really just as he said. Even Yuantian's divine pupils are not as good as them. The body of the saintess of Purple Mansion is graceful, like a blooming snow lotus. Although her smile is still cold, it is also extremely moving. Tu Fei, who was standing by, also hurriedly came to the side of Chen Xuanji and greeted the saintess of Purple Mansion with a smile on his face. The saintess of Purple Mansion frowned slightly at Tu Fei, looking somewhat displeased, but the latter did not seem to care and was still happy to talk to the saintess of Purple Mansion. Chen Xuanji and the Saint Maiden of Purple Mansion chatted with each other for a while, and the atmosphere between them was quite harmonious. Tu Fei, who was watching from the side, felt a little jealous. After chatting for a while, Chen Xuanji seemed to have thought of something and said, "I have a friend." "What a beast. I didn't expect that the saint of Yaoqi would be such a person. As an upright person, I am really heartbroken." Chen Xuanji and the Purple Palace Saint ignored Tu Fei and walked towards the Purple Palace with laughter and chatter. Since the Purple Palace Saint took the initiative to invite him over, he did not refuse, leaving Tu Fei in the wind with envy and jealousy. On top of the Purple Fairy Palace, Chen Xuanji and the Saint Maiden of Purple Mansion sat opposite each other on the ground, which was filled with fruits, snacks, and fine liquor. The two of them started chatting gradually, and the Purple Mansion Saint was very shocked. Although the new saint son of the Yaoqi in front of her had not yet reached the Four Extremes realm, his understanding of the Tao was very profound. After some sighs and discussions, she found that the other party actually had a more proficient understanding than her own innate Tao fetus. Surprisingly, during the conversation, I, the innate Taoist fetus, had some vague insights, and it seemed that I could make further progress. This is a very remarkable thing. Among the younger generation today, no one dares to say that his understanding of Tao can surpass that of himself, who is born with Tao. However, this person with double pupils has broken this convention. From time to time, the other party mentioned, "my friend," inadvertently showing the extraordinary qualities of this friend. During the conversation, he was quite respectful of his friend, which made the Purple Mansion Saint more and more curious. A friend who could be favored by the son of Yaoqi must not be an ordinary person. When asked who it was, Chen Xuanji just smiled and said nothing, saying that she would have a chance to meet him in the future, which made her even more curious. Chen Xuanji smiled secretly in his heart. It was too abrupt to suddenly bring up the idea of introducing Yifan to her. He should plant a seed in her heart first, so that he could make better arrangements later. He even began to think in his heart how to arrange a beautiful encounter between Yifan and the Purple Mansion Saintess when he met Yifan again in the future. The Saint of Yaoqi went to the Holy Land of Purple Mansion and cut out a human yuan fruit. Moreover, the news that the Saint of Yaoqi won the favor of the Saint of Purple Mansion and was personally invited by her to discuss the Dao soon spread. When the people in Pingyan City learned the news, they could not help but be dumbfounded. The Holy Son of Yaoqi was indeed so powerful that he could even find the human yuan fruit. Logically speaking, this kind of treasure is extremely rare even in the Holy City. The double pupils are even more terrifying than the pupils of the Source God. The double pupils that can see through illusions have once again refreshed people's cognition. After bidding farewell to the Saint of Purple Mansion, Chen Xuanji returned to the Yaoqi Fairy Stone Shop. At this moment, the Yaoqi Fairy Stone Shop had already opened, and many people were coming in one after another. The Fairy Stone Shop seemed very lively. There are quite a lot of LSP. Chen Xuanji was surprised to find that the majority of people coming to the Yaoqi Fairy Stone Shop were male cultivators, all of whom came for the reputation of the Yaoqi Fairy. For them, it doesn't matter even if they can't see the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi after all, most of the women in Yaoqi are very beautiful, and basically they are all beauties of heaven. And there are always people who dream of marrying a fairy from Yaoqi back home. Although the success rate is not high and Yaoqi girls rarely marry outside, there have been real successful cases after all. It is said that Yuan Tianshi, who was previously on good terms with Yaoqi and had cultivated the Yuan Tian Shanai, which also had the effect of perspective, would often go to Yaoqi. The reason behind this is worth pondering. Deep in the Yaoqi Tianziho courtyard, there is a loft built by the water. There is a hazy fairy mist there. The loft is hidden among the ancient trees, surrounded by lush greenery and shrouded in mist. The Holy Maiden of Yaoqi has beautiful eyebrows and eyes. As she plucks the zither with her delicate hands, the sound of the zither comes out like the sound of nature, cleansing the mind and making people relax involuntarily. At this moment, all the fish in the lake gathered in the clear water in front of the attic, swaying their heads and tails as if they were dancing, completely immersed in this wonderful music. The Saint of Yaoqi was beside her. A beautiful woman was lying on a chair beside her. She was sleeping peacefully with a faint smile on her face. It was Dai Qiu. Chen Xuanji clapped his hands with emotion, a look of amazement emerging in his eyes. The Saint Maiden of Yaoqi was too extraordinary. Her technique was almost like Taoism, not inferior to Hua Yunfei of Xingfeng. Seeing Chen Xuanji coming, she couldn't help but smile, and her smile instantly made the sun in the sky lose its luster. Then she descended from the attic like a butterfly, motioning Chen Xuanji to look at the stone on the side. There's nothing special about these stones. Hey, there is a heterogeneous source here, the quality is pretty good. Chen Xuanji looked at the pile of stones and made a casual comment. Upon hearing this, there was no surprise on the face of the Saint Maiden of Yaoqi. She just felt a little sorry in her heart that the cost of the stones at the edge of the Taichu ancient mine was not small. This time, the Purple Mansion Holy Land is going to vomit blood. The Saint Maiden of Yaoqi smiled slightly, like a warm breeze blowing into people's hearts, making them feel tingling and numb. It was obvious that she had also received some gossip. Although the human yuan fruit is precious, it is nothing for such a huge holy land. What, you want to go out? The Saint Maiden of Yaoqi was surprised that Chen Xuanji suddenly said that he planned to wander around the northern territory for a while and go out for some experience. But Elder Qingyu is not with you this time. If you go out rashly, I'm afraid there will be some danger. There was a hint of worry in the eyes of the Saint Maiden of Yaoqi. Elder Qingyu was the protector of Chen Xuanji when he went to the southern region before. This time when he came to Pingyan City, he did not follow him, but asked the protector of the Saint Maiden of Yaoqi to look after him. It's okay. I have my own ways. Don't worry about me. I will be back soon. Chen Xuanji shook his head slightly. Seeing his resolute tone, the Saint of Yaoqi had no choice but to say, okay, I will tell the people in the Holy Land. You must be careful. If you encounter something that cannot be solved, report the name of Yaoqi. Ordinary people dare not take action casually. Chen Xuanji nodded, turned around and left Yaoqi Fairy Stone Shop, and unexpectedly ran into that big-mouthed two flying over. No, my good brother, you are too rude. You are dating the beauty of Zifu Holy Land and leaving me alone outside, with the cold wind blowing and the kitten meowing. There are so many beautiful fairies in Yaoqi Holy Land, but you are still not satisfied. By the way, have you seen through the Saint of Purple Mansion? How's her figure? Describe it to me, describe it, and I'll give you 100 kilograms of energy. Tu Fei was beaming with joy and said in a somewhat obscene manner. Chen Xuanji was somewhat speechless about this rumored big mouth. This guy had no control over his mouth and dared to say anything, and he acted as if he was familiar with him. It was obvious that the Saintess of Purple Mansion knew what kind of person he was and ignored him, but he was still muttering to herself here. Ignoring him, Chen Xuanji used his profound skills and took a step forward, and his figure appeared 10 miles away. Pingyan City was not far from the legendary Purple Mountain. After asking passers-by, he quickly determined the location of Purple Mountain. 2 hours later, he arrived at Purple Mountain. Zishan Mountain is purple-brown in color, as if it were polished from dull purple gold. It is very thick and heavy, about 4,000 meters high and very steep. Chen Xuanji thought about it for a while and decided to go find the Emperor Jade, a token of entry into Zishan first. With that, it would be more convenient to enter and exit Zishan. He seemed to remember that there seemed to be a sect called Qingxia in the original text. This sect supported the bandits in the northern territory, doing all kinds of evil and having no conscience. In that place, there was the Emperor Jade of the Wuxia Great Emperor. While Chen Xuanji was trying to find out the location of the Qingxias, he was moving forward at a very fast speed and finally landed above an oasis. The green mountains and clear waters here were quite rare in the northern region, which was mostly desolate. Suddenly, Chen Xuanji's expression changed, and he found that there were several people in front of him riding on wild beasts with extremely ferocious faces. The iron cavalry came towards him, stirring up a cloud of dust, and looked in the direction of Chen Xuanji. Chen Xuanji looked calm. Those people were probably bandits with low cultivation levels. He was naturally calm and composed. He even wanted to capture a few of them and find out if they had any relationship with the Qingxia sect. But later, when those people arrived in front of Chen Xian, a young man who was leading the group and sitting on a wild beast, gently waved his folding fan and looked at Chen Xuanji with a lewd look in his eyes. The next sentence made Chen Xuanji's face instantly gloomy. Oh, there's actually a little girl dressed as a man. Are you interested in accompanying me to Qing Shaman to play? You're looking for death. Chen Xuanji's expression was cold and suddenly became extremely gloomy. It was obvious that these people in front of him were not good people. They were surrounded by bloody murderous aura, and they even dared to tease him. A clear lake between Chen Xuanji's eyebrows glowed and turned into a Taoist picture, covering and sweeping towards the people riding on the wild beasts. The bandits suddenly seemed to be stunned for a moment, their eyes were dull, like puppets. His realm was much higher than those people opposite him, and his spiritual consciousness was condensed by the essence of the fairy pool, which was extremely terrifying. After he covered the people opposite him with his spiritual thoughts, he found out after investigation that they were indeed guilty of numerous crimes that were too numerous to list. He no longer hesitated, and flicked his fingers. 5 or 6 streams of light burst out instantly, like shooting stars. The eyebrows of those people suddenly cracked, and blood holes appeared. They fell down from the beasts one after another. Just now, by detecting the spiritual consciousness of several bandits on the opposite side, he roughly understood the situation of this place. The young man waving the folding fan was Lu Qing'an, the son of the leader of this place. They usually supported the bandits to rob, and many people died at their hands. Although Qingxia sect is a sect, its essence is not much different from a bandit's den. Who are you? When the guards saw Chen Xuanji appear in front of the gate of Qingxia Gate, they immediately shouted out. Chen Xuanji said nothing. He stood quietly with his hands behind his back, as graceful as a fairy. He just glanced at him indifferently, his pupils glowing slightly. Before the little minion could react, he was instantly torn into pieces and exploded. Who is causing trouble here? A long roar was heard, and an old man broke through the sky like a meteor and landed in front of the mountain gate. I am the young Emperor Wangteng of Beiyuan. I came here to destroy this world. Chen Xuanji climbed up hundreds of stone steps without haste and stood by the water. His whole body seemed to become hazy and his temperament was ethereal. Beiyuan. Young Emperor. The elder's pupils shrank slightly and he was extremely shocked. He could not see through the other party's cultivation level at all. He was very afraid. How could he call himself the young emperor? Why did you kill my Qingxia sect member? When did I kill anyone? They were just a bunch of pigs and dogs. Chen Xuanji sneered and was in no mood to talk nonsense with him. He looked at the old man in front of him and waved his hand casually. A strong wind blew up and the old man's body exploded instantly, turning into a ball of blood mist. Ah! Devil! Immediately, a riot broke out in Qingxia sect. This young emperor who claimed to be from Beiyuan was really too terrifying. He killed their supreme elder in the blink of an eye. He was truly terrifying. Chen Xuanji took a step slowly. The group of people looked terrified, looking at the handsome and enchanting young men in front of them, as if they had seen the god of death. Puff! 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 The noise continued, and dead bodies kept falling to the ground. Suddenly, Chen Xuanji saw a bearded man falling to the ground, and then a piece of ancient jade fell to the ground. Chen Xuanji's eyes lit up, and he picked him up, held it in his palm, and immediately felt a warmth. Sure enough, this is the Emperor Jade of the Wuxia Great Emperor. This is an ancient jade, about half the size of a palm, with a large Emperor character vaguely engraved on it, exuding a desolate aura of time. After Chen Xuanji left Qingxia Gate, he was thinking about getting the Lihua Divine Furnace again. That was the weapon used by Emperor Hengyu before he attained enlightenment. It was a rare treasure and Chen Xuanji did not want to let it go. 2 days later, Chen Xuanji returned to Zishan from Lihua Sect and Xuanyue Cave. As expected, he had an Imperial Jade and a Lihua Divine Furnace in his hands. There are 9 pieces of Emperor Jade in total. It is undoubtedly difficult to get all of them, and he has no intention of collecting them all. Buzz. A flash of light appeared in Chen Xuanji's palm, and an inch-high stove appeared in his hand. The whole thing was sparkling, and bursts of hot air emanated from it. When Chen Xuanji saw the Lihua Divine Furnace, he couldn't help but think of the Divine Maiden Furnace that Emperor Hengyu had built for the human desires. It seemed that Emperor Hengyu was also a man with a story. Chen Xuanji obtained these treasures very easily. The strongest of these small sects was only at the 3rd or 4th level of the Taoist Palace. Chen Xuanji dealt with them as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. Chen Xuanji stepped onto the sky, his eyes glowing and filled with chaotic energy, as he looked towards the purple mountain in the center. 9 dragons guard one plant. With Zishan as the center, there are a total of 9 mountain ridges in all directions. One end of the 9 mountain ridges faces Zishan, forming a very regular pattern, forming the image of 9 dragons guarding. Chen Xuanji's double pupils were extremely mysterious. He vaguely sensed the mountain range due east, which seemed to be the safest area. Without hesitation, he quickly rushed there. The mountains to the east are towering and majestic, like a coiled dragon stretching across the front. The tall stone ridge is bare and reddish-brown in color, without any flowers or trees. It has a hint of purple, similar to the Purple Mountain. Go forward from the underground dragon road to the Purple Mountain. He searched carefully and finally found an ancient mine. After a careful exploration, he jumped down. The dark ancient mine is said to have been excavated tens of thousands of years ago and is full of the breath of time. It is extremely quiet here, with a hint of cold air flowing. Chen Xuanji began to restrain his aura, fearing to alarm some unknown existence. At the same time, the Tai Chi diagram in the Sea of Suffering flew out, hanging high above his head, dropping wisps of misty chaotic energy. It has to be said that the Tai Chi diagram is extremely mysterious. The wisps of chaotic energy that hang down seem to cover everything, making it impossible to explore. Chen Xuanji, who is covered by the Tai Chi diagram, seems to have returned to nothingness. As they walked deeper, the ancient mine became darker and darker. But for Chen Xuanji, this was not a problem at all. His double pupils could see through illusions, so this kind of darkness was meaningless and not worth mentioning. Suddenly, There seemed to be a sound of flapping wings coming from the front, and vaguely a humanoid creature was seen flapping its wings and rushing towards us. Didn't find me. Chen Xuanji was shocked. The creature was about 2 meters tall, with a wingspan of 4 meters. It had gray fur and flesh wings. It looked like a giant humanoid bat. It flew past him without seeming to see him at all. Chen Xuanji recognized that this was the offspring of a powerful bat, called a demon bat. Its strength was not very strong, but wherever this kind of demon bat appeared, it was undoubtedly a very dangerous place. Chen Xuanji's heart moved slightly. His Tai Chi diagram seemed to have the same effect as the stone clothes worn by Yi Fan in the original text. It was even more magical than the stone clothes worn by Yi Fan. This demon bat could not discover him. After Chen Xuanji continued to move forward for about 10 miles, he encountered many magic bats one after another, but with the exception of perception, none of them could find him. Chen Xuanji walked forward another 7 or 8 miles, neither hurried nor slow, and slowly advanced. He saw many stone carvings on the walls of the cave, all of which were left by the knives and axes of the ancients. After taking a quick glance, Chen Xuanji continued moving forward without further investigation. After walking for more than 30 miles, the soil on the ground suddenly became soft, and it turned out to be made of ashes. And as he went deeper, the place became increasingly gloomy and chilling, becoming more eerie and terrifying. However, when he walked past the pile of ashes, he saw a pile of dry bones instead. Crack! Chen Xuanji stepped on a piece of dry bones and suddenly a cold wind whistled. Shadows became dim and vague, and among the pile of dry bones, a series of hazy ghost figures appeared. However, Chen Xuanji was not afraid. He immediately concentrated and calmed his mind. Those ghosts did not seem to have discovered anything and retreated after a while. His guess was correct. This Tai Chi diagram seemed to be very effective in concealing the breath. The ghosts appeared just now only because of the noise of the dry bones. After walking a few more miles forward, the ancient mine was no longer dark. A soft light was flowing, and there was actually a sense of peace. He came to a place with rich spiritual energy, where 2 big holes appeared, one with spiritual energy rising to the sky, and the other with evil energy rising to the sky. Yin-yang eyes. The hole that spewed out the source energy was surrounded by bone fossils and filled with evil spirit, while the hole that shot out the evil spirit was surrounded by shining light and source stones all over the ground. Carrying the yin and embracing the yang, carrying the yang and embracing the yin, this is a completely natural Tai Chi diagram, not carved by humans, but formed naturally. Chen Xuanji's mind was shocked. This natural Tai Chi diagram was too magical. At this moment, he seemed to have realized something in his mind, and dots of light flowed in his pupils. The 2 pupils also underwent some changes at this moment, one yin and one yang, showing black and white colors rotating alternately. In Chen Xuanji's pupils, the light flashed, and the yin and yang energies continued to transform, and the pair of eyes also alternated between yin and yang, which was very magical. In his pupils, there was only the natural Tai Chi diagram in front of him, with the source energy and the evil energy flowing together. At the same time, the hazy chaotic energy of the Tai Chi diagram above his head became increasingly dense, seeming to wrap up Chen Xuanji completely, leaving only a pair of pupils outside, flickering. Chen Xuanji felt his mind was at peace. Everything in the world, except chaos, was empty. He seemed to be tracing back along the long river of time, back to the time when the world was not yet separated and the universe was just created. In his mind, the endless chaos turned into yin and yang energies. After countless years, the yin and yang energies turned into a pair of eyes. All things were born and died, and eras changed, just like the creation of the world. Chen Xuanji opened his mouth and rebuked lightly, and immediately the chaotic energy wrapped around his body dissipated a lot, revealing his complete figure. Double pupils open up the world. Chen Xuanji whispered, and the yin and yang energies slowly emerged behind him, constantly merging and interweaving together, as if trying to find a balance between the two. Soon, the Tai Chi diagram was formed and kept rotating behind him. As the rotation continued, the black and white colors of the yin-yang diagram turned into a pair of black and white pupils, which were extremely bright. The pupils were dim, looking down from the sky. The light beams were shocking, the universe was annihilated, and all living things sank, as if they could create the world. Chen Xuanji understood what he meant, and by observing the natural Tai Chi diagram, he actually awakened the gift of double pupils. Double pupils open up the world. Boom. While Chen Xuanji was still pondering his vision, he suddenly discovered that the natural Tai Chi diagram in front of him had automatically opened a door. The Tai Chi diagram, which originally had the flow of source energy and evil energy and formed thousands of sword beams, suddenly became extremely calm at this moment. Is it because I have awakened to this vision, and this natural Tai Chi diagram has sensed it, so it automatically opened the portal? Chen Xuanji felt quite uneasy, and suddenly he realized that he had been planning to use his own Tai Chi diagram and the imitation of the Yaguang tower to break through the top of his head, but now the natural Tai Chi diagrams Yin and Yang separated, and a portal appeared. He still did not dare to be careless. With the Tai Chi treasure map above his head, the Lihua God furnace appeared on his left shoulder, and the replica of the Western Emperor Tower he had obtained before appeared on his right shoulder. The three divine objects protected his body. Then, the light in his palms flashed, and he held a piece of imperial jade in his left and right hands and quickly entered the open portal of the Tai Chi diagram. Hoo-hoo! Chen Xuanji gasped for breath, his face turned an inexplicably red, and his whole body trembled. To be safe, he controlled three powerful treasures at the same time to protect his body, and he almost drained all the divine power in his body. His eyes were hazy. In front of him, there was a staircase made of green jade and a door made of white jade. A magnificent building appeared. This was the entrance to the interior of Purple Mountain. Ding, we have arrived at the sign-in location, Zishan. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Chen Xuanji was a little excited, and he kept thinking to himself, wondering what good treasure he could get this time. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the 8-star reward, Grass Sword Technique. It's actually the Grass Sword Technique. When the complete reward entered his mind, Chen Xuanji became slightly excited. According to the introduction, this is the inherited technique of the 9-leaf sword grass, one of the 10 evils. It is one of the 3 great sword techniques in legend. When practiced to perfection, it can even cut through time and space and split the universe. Chen Xuanji temporarily suppressed the surprise in his heart, walked up the jade steps, and began to look at the cave in front of him. It felt as cold and quiet as Dao Palace. This palace is entirely carved from ancient jade, and it is sparkling and extraordinary. However, at the end of the building, more than a dozen blood jade steps lead to a deep cave. Chen Xuanji continued to move forward and saw that there were many words written on the purple stone wall, written by the god King Jiang Taishu, Gu Tianxu, Li Mu, and even the Yaoqi Saint Yang Yi. Chen Xuanji continued to move forward. Inside the Purple Mountain, there was a misty purple aura flowing. It was not very dim and gave people a hazy feeling. Suddenly, Chen Xuanji was startled and felt that there was a demonic voice calling him from the depths of Purple Mountain, as if it wanted him to walk in a certain direction. Chen Xuanji had already put away the imitation Yaguang Tower and Lihua God Furnace, leaving only the 2 pieces of imperial jade in his hands. He held the 2 pieces of imperial jade tightly in his hands and put them next to his ears. Sure enough, the demonic sound suddenly weakened a lot. Chen Xuanji knew in his heart that it was the ancient creatures who were causing trouble. The 2 pieces of imperial jade were emitting a hazy light, constantly resisting the devilish sound from the depths. Not long after, Chen Xuanji discovered several skeletons in succession. They were gleaming with a jade-like luster and had clear finger holes on their skulls, indicating that several people had been killed with one blow. Chen Xuanji became alert. Such a powerful man was killed in one blow, which made him more vigilant. Although the Emperor Jade offset a large part of the magic sound, there was still some magic sound that attracted his mind. Heavy, Pupil. A sudden voice suddenly sounded in Chen Xuanji's ears. Even though he knew that the trapped person was the god King Jiang Taishu, he was still startled. Who are you? Although Chen Xuanji guessed it, he still had to ask. What if it wasn't? God King, Jiang Taishu. You, come here. The old voice was extremely weak, as if every word would consume a lot of his energy. Chen Xuanji followed the source of the sound and walked along the winding passage from an abandoned cave into another ancient mine. On the purple wall of the ancient mine, there was a tall and ferocious figure with a ferocious horn growing between its eyebrows and its body covered with fine scales. He took a few steps back, guessing that this might be an ancient creature. the one with double pupils. I will teach you a move to see how, well, you can understand. From the rough rock wall nearby, Jiang Taishu's intermittent voice came, very weak. At this time, a withered shadow appeared on the stone wall, made a strange posture, then raised its head and fell down. Then, a very short mnemonic entered his mind, which seemed very obscure and difficult to understand. One of the 9 secrets, the Dao secret. Chen Xuanji was pleasantly surprised. This Dao secret was known as the sacred fighting method. It could evolve into tens of millions of moves, which complemented his double pupils perfectly. With the Dao secret, his double pupils would not only be more powerful, but could also evolve into many killing techniques. Moreover, this Dao character secret can also improve the triggering record of the Taishuan Jie character secret, which is equivalent to increasing the critical hit rate again. Then he took a few steps back. The Tai Chi diagram above his head was hazy, with wisps of chaotic energy emanating from it. He was contemplating and practicing seriously. The Tai Chi diagram contains the ultimate principles of heaven and earth, the origin of all things, and has the effect of increasing the speed of enlightenment. It is very magical. After 3 days, Chen Xuanji understood the starting posture of the Dao character secret. Senior. Chen Xuanji called softly, but received no response, as if the other party had fallen into a deep sleep. Chen Xuanji immediately sat down cross-legged again and began to practice the beginning part of the Dao character secret again, combining it with his double pupils and integrating it. Before he knew it, more than 10 days had passed. Have you understood? I have almost completed the initial practice. Chen Xuanji directly performed the starting posture of the Dao character secret, combined with the power of his double pupils, and suddenly burst out with an incomparably terrifying and powerful fighting force, and the chaotic energy in his body also surged. Very good. Jiang Taishu was very satisfied. This young man with double pupils had grasped the essence. He performed the starting moves with great proficiency and was even stronger than he was back then. Senior, I'm here to rescue you. It's useless, you're too weak. Unless you have the legendary fruit that's close to the elixir of immortality. It's okay, Senior, I have. There was a flash of light in Chen Xuanji's hand, and a jade artifact appeared. With a slight shake, a red fruit appeared in the palm of his hand, shaped like a cherry. It was the only fruit left in the ancient Forbidden Land. This is the 9. Wonderful. Elixir of immortality. The voice of God King Jiang Taishu came over one after another, with a little shock and trembling. The opportunity is not small. I didn't expect that I would see the light of day again. Jiang Taishu's voice came again intermittently, with a little surprise. He never expected that the young man in front of him even had the legendary elixir of immortality. What a blessed person he was. Chen Xuanji immediately refined the 9 wonderful fruit, turning it into a ball of extremely pure spiritual liquid, flashing with rosy light and glittering with crystal clear liquid, which he then forced directly into the stone wall where Jiang Taishu was. The God King Jiang Taishu has been a devoted and loyal man all his life. He has an iron will and great righteousness. He is very reliable. It is worthwhile to use this fruit on Jiang Taishu. Suddenly, a faint red light appeared at the place where Jiang Taishu was, and the entire stone wall was glowing, very dazzling. Then, a misty air rose up, and a powerful and strong life force was so strong that it could not be dissolved. Ah! Jiang Taishu cried out softly, as the sudden source of life from the elixir of immortality poured into his originally dry body. His flesh was glowing with a faint luster. After the power of the elixir of immortality entered his body, it was like a long-awaited rain, nourishing every inch of his flesh and blood, making him full of vitality again. Chen Xuanji felt a little emotional. Saving the peerless God King with the elixir of immortality was a preliminary step in changing the trajectory of his fate. What's more, he happened to have the 9 wonders. The greatest effect of this elixir of immortality was to provide the source of life, which was exactly what Jiang Taishu needed as his life essence was almost exhausted. An hour later, Chen Xuanji saw Jiang Taishu, who had obviously recovered a lot. His originally skinny body had gradually gained some flesh and blood and was no longer so skinny. I'm much better now, my friend. Thank you so much. Jiang Taishu's voice came, no longer intermittent and weak, and although still a little weak, it was a world of difference compared to before. 2 hours later, Jiang Taishu's body seemed to have basically recovered, and his flesh and blood were almost the same as those of ordinary people. I'm coming out. The god king Jiang Taishu, who was trapped in the purple stone wall, slowly opened his eyes, and 2 brilliant divine lights burst out, seemingly able to tear the heaven and earth apart. Boom. The rock wall shattered in an instant, and Jiang Taishu's figure slowly emerged. However, at the same time, a shocking long roar suddenly came from the depths of Zishan mountain. It was so ferocious that it seemed to be able to pierce gold and split stone, causing Qinshuangji's eardrums to hurt and almost crack. When suddenly, a long bell sounded, like the sound of nature, and waves of the avenue spread out like the sound of a heavenly general, shaking the world, shaking the past, present and future, and calming the restless sound that was originally like a long roar like a tide in an instant. Who is the peak at the end of the immortal road? Once I see the beginningless path, it becomes empty. The ancients were not deceiving me. Qinshuangji felt a little emotional and his face was extremely shocked. He knew that this was the power of the Wuxia bell, intimidating the ancient races among them and making them dare not act rashly. The emperor at the pinnacle is truly awe-inspiring. Jiang Taishu also said that he had basically recovered at this moment. He was just as the legend said, vigorous and handsome, peerless. However, his vitality had just been restored, so he still looked a little weak. Thank you very much, my friend. If you hadn't come here, I would have passed away in this purple mountain. Jiang Taishu looked a little emotional, his eyes revealing a look of reminiscence. I didn't expect that a person with double pupils actually existed in this world. This is the legendary talent of a god. I will pass on the rest to you. Please watch carefully. Qinshuangji nodded, and saw Jiang Taishu making various postures continuously. At the same time, a mantra was transmitted into Qinshuangji's mind. The postures were so fast that it was dazzling. Jiang Taishu was truly like a god, with an aura that said, "Who else but me? I am the only one in the world." His fighting spirit was terrifying, and he was simply the incarnation of a fighting saint. In the end, the complicated changes suddenly became simple, and the myriad changes returned to one. The Great Way was simple, and attack and defeat were combined into one technique. Qinshuangji's eyes showed a thoughtful look, and the divine light of his double pupils kept flashing. Everything has its origin. 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. Qinshuangji's eyes revealed shock. He entered a wonderful state. His body moved unconsciously. Sometimes, stars appeared in his hands, and sometimes, his eyes were bright and shining, as if the years were rising and falling. His heart suddenly shook, and an eternal figure emerged. Thousands of changes merged into one, and he grasped the essence. 10 days later, Qinshuangji woke up from his state of enlightenment, stood up, his long black hair shining with a faint luster, his handsome face was very calm, his eyes were as deep as the starry sky, just like a god. I didn't expect you to master the fighting and winning method so quickly. Jiang Taishu was extremely shocked. The talent of this handsome young man in front of him was simply amazing. His comprehension was extremely charismatic. Thank you for the gift, senior. Qinshuangji bowed and thanked him. He once again obtained one of the complete 9 secret arts. Although his cultivation had not improved, his attack power would get a qualitative leap. What? You are from Yaoi. I have been trapped for too long. Has the world changed drastically? Even Yaoi has started to recruit men. Jiang Taishu had a look of regret, feeling that the years had passed and the world had changed so much. When Qinshuangji stated that he was a special one and the only man in the holy land of Yaoi, Jiang Taishu's expression calmed down a little. With your talent, it's no wonder that Yaoi made an exception. So, you came to Zishan to seek opportunities, right? Qinshuangji nodded frankly and said, this time I came here just for the origin heavenly book. Qinshuangji is very interested in the method of changing the world recorded in the source book. It can change the aura and disguise the appearance. It is simply the first choice for the small account to go online. He expected that if he logged into the holy city in the northern region with his trumpet and started cutting stones crazily, it would probably cause a major earthquake, and even his own reputation would be elevated. The saint of Yaoi has double pupils, but he didn't come to the holy city to take the treasures. And this sudden appearance of Yuan Tianshi is really too much. Compared with him, the saint of Yaoqi is really a kind person. Thinking of this, Chen Xuanji couldn't help but laugh secretly in his heart, and a kind of inexplicable expectation suddenly arose in his heart. When Jiang Taishu heard that Chen Xuanji was looking for the source of the heavenly book, he nodded slightly and said with a smile, "In this case, why don't we go together? I also want to pay homage to the remains of the ancient emperor and fulfill a wish in my heart." Chen Xuanji was shocked. The god king Jiang Taishu had been trapped in Zishan for thousands of years, but he still had such a character and courage. He was simply a wolf mite. He didn't know what to say. Chen Xuanji naturally agreed readily and went deeper with Jiang Taishu. On the way in the mines, they also saw many sleeping ancient creatures hibernating, but fortunately, they were not awakened. Not long after, the two came to an empty cave, which was like a hall, very spacious, just like a square. Chen Xuanji's pupils were shining and flickering. He was exploring the hall and soon found a skeleton. He was probably the Zhang Jie who entered Zishan at that time. Next to his bones was a silver book shining with a cold luster. The silver hook and iron painting, the vigorous brushstrokes, the heavy characters, and the flashing silver light are undoubtedly the source heavenly book. Chen Xuanji put away the origin heavenly book, and Jiang Taishu sighed, 1,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and so many heroes have been buried here. I have also seen this person in the past. Chen Xuanji was speechless. He dug a deep pit beside the skeleton and buried Zhang Jie's skeleton there. He also erected a stone tablet and bowed, saying, "Rest in peace, senior. I will make the name of Master Yuan Tianyi resound throughout the world again." After burying Zhang Jie, the two continued to move forward. A Tai Chi diagram appeared above Chen Xuanji's head, and wisps of chaotic energy dripped down to protect him. Jiang Taishu was a little surprised and said, "You are really lucky. You actually have a weapon made of Yuhua Qingjin. This is a divine material that the ancient emperors dreamed of." Not long after, they found a stone book standing on the ground, which was more than 10 meters long and about 1 or 2 meters thick. The stone scripture lies horizontally, and behind it is a pile of rocks covered with vines, and there are also ancient trees and grass entwined around it. As expected, Chen Xuanji was shocked. He found that when he approached the stone book, the two imperial jades also began to glow. The Sutra of the Beginningless. Jiang Taishu stepped forward, stretched out his hand and stroked the huge Sutra of the Beginningless in front of him, brushing off the dust on it. For a moment, his mood was in turmoil. When he came here that year, he regretted not being able to see the Sutra of the Beginningless and had written an inscription on the wall. The Wuxia Sutra was created by Wuxia Emperor, one of the most powerful emperors of the human race. It is absolutely unprecedented in history. Chen Xuanji also tried to open it, but found that it did not move at all. He felt that the stone book was heavier than a mountain and could not shake him at all. Apart from the innate Holy Land Dao Fetus or the 9 pieces of imperial jade, there is no other way to open it. Chen Xuanji opened his pupils, chaotic light flowed, his aura sparkled, and he stared at the Beginningless Sutra, trying to see through him. Unfortunately, when Chen Xuanji looked over there, he saw only chaos and nothingness, and could not see any of the mysteries of the scriptures. What a pity. This ancient scripture is unshakable. Even the great Emperor Wuxia participated in the creation of the universe and left behind a scripture that is so unshakable. Jiang Taishu was also very unwilling to give up. He circled around the Wuxia Sutra and tried every possible means, but he had to give up. Unfortunately, unless the Wuxia Great Emperor is resurrected or comes with a token, it will be difficult. You have 2 pieces of Emperor Jade, which is far from enough. Jiang Taishu shook his head slightly. In fact, he had tried to open it before, but failed. Now he tried again, but he didn't have much hope. Perhaps only the innate holy body and the Taoist fetus can see it. Chen Xuanji smiled slightly. The innate holy body and the Taoist fetus. It seems that the great Emperor Wuxia has such a physique. There may be hope to open the Wuxia Sutra. Jiang Taishu nodded slightly, then shook his head and said, "The innate holy body and the Taoist fetus are hard to find in ancient and modern times. It is too rare. I have a friend who is a holy body, and another friend who is a Taoist fetus. If they can combine, there is probably hope of giving birth to a congenital holy body and Taoist fetus." Jiang Taishu was speechless when he heard this. I didn't expect that both the Dao fetus and the saint body would appear in the same lifetime. This is really rare. However, this kind of thing requires mutual consent. Who is here? At this moment, Jiang Taishu suddenly shouted, his voice sweeping out like thunder, and swept to a place nearby. Chen Xuanji felt something in his heart, and his pupils glowed. He stared over and saw the figure of a big black dog, which rushed out like a black lightning. Chen Xian immediately guessed, apart from the wicked big black dog Yaguang, who else could appear in this hall? Although this dog once followed the great Emperor Wu Shi, his character was notoriously mean, and he was extremely unreliable. If it weren't for Yihei's good luck, I don't know how many times he would have been tricked to death by him. Could it be that an ancient creature has been born? It looks like a big black dog. Jiang Taishu had sharp eyes. Although he was still weak, he could clearly see the appearance of the Black Emperor and could not help but be surprised. It is said that Emperor Wu Shi adopted a black dog in his later years. I guess this is the one, because the ancient creatures cannot get close to this place. Jiang Taishu nodded and said, if this is really the dog raised by the Wu Shi great emperor, then it must have a history of at least hundreds of thousands of years. It's incredible. After a brief pause, Chen Xuanji and Jiang Taishu continued to go deeper. There was no way to get the beginningless sutra for the time being, so they went to the center to see if there was any good stuff. As the two continued to move forward, they discovered that there were many corpses under the ancient vine. They died at the roots of the plant, as if they had been sucked dry alive. They set foot on a path and approached the most mysterious place of Zishan mountain. In this place, the light was flowing and the orchid grass was planted on both sides, with a rich fragrance. Directly in front of them, a waterfall was cascading down, carrying with it misty water vapor, surrounded by spiritual energy, and flickering with five-colored divine light. God's source. Chen Xuanji was slightly startled. Under the waterfall, there was a large piece of divine source displayed on a stone platform. It was more than 2 square meters in size, but there were some cracks. Some creatures came out of it. Jiang Taishu saw it at a glance. Chen Xuanji nodded and said, it's probably the big black dog. Chen Xuanji raised his hand and took the 2 divine sources. He murmured, it's really a waste of precious gems. A local dog actually occupied such a large piece of divine source. Chen Xuanji seemed to be speaking casually, but his eyes were already looking everywhere. He had a vague feeling that the big black dog was still watching somewhere, perhaps because it was afraid of Jiang Taishu and did not dare to appear suddenly. The Black Emperor was hiding in a corner not far away, with array patterns set up around him. He gritted his teeth, wishing he could swallow Chen Xuanji alive. They actually snatched away all of his divine source and insulted his character. This was intolerable to humans, but not to dogs. The two continued to move forward, and suddenly a row of crystal coffins appeared. They were dim, densely packed, and engraved with mysterious patterns. Let's go. When Jiang Taishu saw those coffins, his expression changed slightly. Chen Xuanji naturally knew the weirdness inside and thought they might be the generals of the Immortal Emperor. So he went straight into the depths with Jiang Taishu. Soon, the road came to an end, and a huge platform appeared in front, full of traces of time. The area below the platform was actually covered with dragon grass and divine orchids, while above it there was a chaotic aura entwined, mysterious and unpredictable, as if it was a big world of its own. Chen Xuanji's eyes sparkled with divine light, and he vaguely saw a hazy figure sitting cross-legged on the Taoist platform, as if isolated from the past and present, suppressing the heavens. But when he turned his eyes again, the figure disappeared, like flowers in the fog, everything was like bubbles. How could the people on the Taoist platform of Wu Shi Great Emperor disappear in an instant? Jiang Taishu's expression rarely showed a trace of excitement, but when he saw the figure of Emperor Wu Shi disappear suddenly, he couldn't help but feel a little lonely. He looked up at the magnificent Taoist platform in the distance, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. The power of the Wu Shi Emperor is amazing. He intimidates all races, suppresses the 7 life forbidden zones, annihilates the gods from outside the domain, sweeps across the world, and is almost invincible in heaven and earth. He is feared by people from ancient times to the present. He is one of the most powerful among the emperors and ancient kings. Chen Xuanji looked around the Taoist platform again, his eyes flickering, and indeed found some medicinal kings growing on the rock wall. What a pity. Without the imperial weapons, we can't stop the chaotic energy. We picked ancient herbs. These medicinal herbs are at least 80,000 to 90,000 years old. They are really precious. If there are more than a dozen of them, they can even be compared to the immortality medicine. Let's go back. It seems that we are not destined to enjoy the good fortune here. Jiang Taishu sighed slightly. The ancient emperor was unfathomable. He knew that opportunities and fortune were not so easy to come by, which made him feel a little regretful. Chen Xuanji thought of the saint of Yaoqi and felt a little entangled. That woman was the former saint of Yaoqi and was sealed in the source of the gods. His own strength was not enough to save her. The two returned to the main hall again. Chen Xuanji took out 2 pieces of ancient jade and said, "Although I haven't collected all 9 pieces, I think that holding this emperor jade will also be blessed by the emperor, so it should be fine." Jiang Taishu nodded, and Chen Xuanji pressed the 2 pieces of imperial jade into the groove in the center of the altar. In an instant, a curtain of light burst out from the place, dissolving the void here. A soft and clear light flashed, instantly enveloping him and Jiang Taishu, and the place suddenly became hazy. The surroundings were pitch black and silent. 2 rays of light flew over. They were 2 pieces of imperial jade that suddenly flew over. Chen Xuanji quickly caught them. Crack! The void passage shattered, and the 2 fell from it, just in time to appear in a mine tunnel. This was the place they had just come in from last time. It was engraved with the murals that Chen Xuanji had seen before. It was from this passage that they entered Zishan. Jiang Taishu and Chen Xuanji immediately came out of the mine tunnel and soon they came to the ground. Jiang Taishu saw the light of day again and looked a little dazed. 4,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I wonder what kind of world is it now? Take this jade pendant. You are welcome to visit the Jiang family when you have time. Your Yaoqi holy land and I belong to the same northern region, so it is not too far from us. Chen Xuanji nodded and watched the god king Jiang Taishu fly away into the air. Then he frowned and found a big black dog rushing out of the mine. Chen Xuanji's eyes flickered, and he slowed down the other party's body, clearly seeing the whole appearance of this creature, a square head, big ears, snow-white canine teeth, and as strong as a bull. It was undoubtedly the Black Emperor. Chen Xuanji dodged the attack from the big black dog. When the big black dog saw that its attack missed, it immediately turned into a black lightning again, opened its bloody mouth and pounced at him, but Chen Xuanji still dodged it easily. "You bastard, put down your divine source immediately, and leave your Tai Chi diagram to me." The big black dog bared its teeth, its canines sharp, and glared with its big copper bell-like eyes, threatening viciously. Chen Xuanji was speechless. This black dog was really mean. When Jiang Taishu was with him, he didn't show up. As soon as Jiang Taishu left, he immediately jumped out. This guy had probably already started coveting his Tai Chi diagram when he was in the hall before. He knew the big black dog's character too well, so he would teach him a small lesson this time. Chen Xuanji knew that this big black dog had thick skin and flesh, comparable to a powerful person, so he was not prepared to attack him. Instead, he smiled at him and said, "Where did this dog come from? How dare you brag so much? I'm going to eat you." The big black dog's nose was almost crooked with anger. He had always been the one to steal other people's treasures, and now he was pecked in the eye by a wild goose after hunting geese all day. How could he not be angry? "Ha ha ha, I'm leaving now." Chen Xuanji flew into the air. He knew that the black dog could not fly and could only wave its claws and fangs below. Even though he had a profound understanding of formations, he could not react for a while. "The top of the immortals, proud of the world, with me, Wang Teng, I am the heaven. If you don't accept it, just come to Beidou and Huanggu Wang family to find me. Boy, I will remember you. Beidou and Wang family, right? This emperor will go there sooner or later, just wait for me." The big black dog's eyes were like bells, bursting with anger, his canine teeth were exposed, and he kept gritting his teeth. "Remember that you must come and seek revenge on me. How can I, the young emperor of the Wang family, be afraid of a little dog like you?" Chen Xuanji moved at an extremely fast speed, stepped into the void, laughed loudly a few times, and then his sleeves fluttered, turning into a stream of light and escaping into the distance. Beidou and royal family. Wang Teng, who was sitting on the Taoist platform, suddenly opened his eyes. For some reason, the profound skills he had been practicing just now seemed to be disintegrated because he sneezed. Normally, this situation would never happen, but it has been happening again and again recently. Not long after, he seemed to have thought of something, and his handsome face suddenly became extremely gloomy. Damn it! Is it Dong Huang? By chance, he had obtained the front secret, one of the 9 secrets. He was very sensitive to some things. He vaguely predicted that there seemed to be an unknown existence in the East Desert that disturbed his mind. What happened to Tenger? At this time, a middle-aged man with a very arrogant look walked in. After seeing the heroic young man sitting cross-legged on the platform, a look of pride and doting appeared on his face that looked very annoying. My son, he really has the potential to be an emperor. Tenger, what's wrong? Wang Teng's expression suddenly calmed down. He glanced at his father and said, Dad, I want to go to the East Desert. He began to use the secret method of the Western Emperor Sutra to conceal his figure. When he was flying in the air, his entire figure seemed to be shrouded in mist, making it look very unreal. He landed 1,000 miles away from Zishan mountain, found a relatively hidden valley, and quickly dug out a cave with his fingers as sharp as a knife. With a flick of his hand, a pile of crystal-clear source stones appeared. He casually set up some simple formations to isolate the aura of this place. He wants to break through again, to enter the 5th level of the Taoist Palace secret realm, and cultivate the last kidney divine treasure. Chen Xuanji pondered for a while, and with a thought, a fist-sized divine source emerged, emitting dazzling divine light. The whole thing was crystal clear and had a psychedelic color. Chen Xuanji's eyes focused and he found that the quality of this divine source was extremely pure and high. It was indeed worthy of being a gift from Saint Lord Yaguang. He immediately sat cross-legged, practicing the Western Emperor Sutra and entered a state of breakthrough. The kidney's divine treasure belongs to the water attribute among the 5 elements and is also a key part of the human body. Chen Xuanji's last divine treasure is this one. Once he breaks through, he will become a cultivator at the 5th level of the Taoist Palace, and his strength will be enhanced again. In the next 10 days, a huge amount of essence of divine energy poured into Chen Xuanji's body like a wolf smoke, and these divine energy were even about to transform from gas to liquid. What a pity! Chen Xuanji saw the divine spiritual energy flowing into his body, and his body became extremely crystal clear. He also found that a lot of spiritual energy was overflowing and the source energy was somewhat dissipated. There is no way around it. It is impossible to convert 100% of the source into what the human body needs. Some of it will definitely be lost. Some of the source energy scattered on the ground actually gave birth to some colorful flowers and plants after a day, which was very magical and extraordinary. In the Taoist Palace, Chen Xuanji's 5 major divine organs vibrated together, and the sound of the Tao rang out. I don't know whether it was my deceased self or my Tao self. They recited the grand scriptures and moved the Master of Life, making my current self eternal. In the Taoist Palace, the sound of chanting rang out continuously, deafening. He summoned the Tai Chi diagram, which was suspended above his head, creating a hazy atmosphere, isolating the chanting sound, fearing that it would pass through the formation pattern and spread out. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud earthquake. On the 5th day, divine light shot up into the sky, shaking the entire stone cave to the point of collapse. Even the formation patterns suffered a certain impact. Chen Xuanji opened his eyes, his pupils were shining brightly, his body was as crystal clear as jade. He slowly stood up, clenched his fists, and felt like he could overturn the world. Hey, what's going on? Chen Xuanji sat down cross-legged again. He felt that the kidney's divine treasure was a little special. It seemed to be much more powerful than the other 4 divine treasures. Could it be that because of this essence of divine source, the divine storage of the kidney has become even more powerful? Shaking his head, he did not think much about it. Of course, the powerful divine treasure could give people more surprises. Then he did not go out immediately, but took out the source book of heaven. Rays of silver light shot out, shining brightly, like diamonds shining in it. Look up and observe the patterns in the sky, look down and observe the laws of the earth, observe the patterns of birds and beasts, and the suitability of the land. The inner chi sprouts, the outer chi takes shape, the inner and outer qi multiply. The source book of heaven does not discuss methods of cultivation, but it is close to Taoism and covers a wide range of topics. It emphasizes the examination of the terrain of mountains and rivers, the structure of the landforms, and the changes in the weather. It involves the yin and yang and the 5 elements, as well as the method of the connection between men and nature. It is very mysterious and somewhat difficult to understand. Chen Xuanji looked at it carefully and became more and more shocked the more he read. This source heavenly book was very extraordinary and somewhat obscure. No wonder there were only a few generations of source heavenly masters after such a long time. Most of those who could become source heavenly masters had extraordinary talents. He quickly found the heaven-changing method in the source book of heaven, and watched it carefully, comprehending it thoroughly. He felt the rhythm of Tao flowing around his body, and wisps of chaotic energy spreading in his pupils. Not long after, Chen Xuanji's mind moved, his whole body crackled, and his shape began to change drastically. His originally tall and slender figure was no longer there, but became very bloated. Compared with before, he looked completely different. He exchanged a Taoist robe from the system and put it on. At this moment, he had completely transformed into Duanda's appearance, with a bloated body and a ruddy face. "I am Duanda." Chen Xuanji gestured a little, bowed, and took out a dustpan. He felt that it looked pretty good and was very satisfied. At the same time, Duanda was doing archaeology in an unknown ancient ruins. His mind suddenly trembled and he sneezed, which actually startled a psychic ancient corpse in the ancient tomb. How come a sneeze in a tomb that was fine just now startled an ancient corpse and caused him to revive almost 10 years earlier? Fatty Duan's face was originally rosy, but now it was as black as the bottom of a pot. He ran away, suppressing the doubts in his heart, and only regretted that he had 2 less legs. Chen Xuanji returned to Pingyuan City again. It was bustling with people and the sounds of hawking were endless. It had a population of 300,000. Although the city was not very big, it was quite lively. Chen Xuanji was bloated and wandered around the street with the appearance of a charlatan. He found that no one really paid attention to him. Even those who glanced at him were speechless. How could this monk be so fat? It seemed that he had a lot of money. Chen Xuanji soon arrived at the eastern area of Pingyuan City. The environment here was elegant, with many ancient trees planted here, and many people coming in and out of the gate. However, although there are still quite a few people in Yaoqi at this moment, it is no longer as lively as when the Saint Maiden of Yaoqi first arrived. After Chen Xuanji went forward to inquire with Yaoqi's disciples, he learned that the Saint Maiden of Yaoqi had returned to Yaoqi not long ago. No wonder there are fewer old perverts in Yaoqi Xian Shifang. Chen Xuanji was speechless in his heart, and the Yaoqi woman in front of him looked at him with a strange expression, as if he was a fat Taoist priest who was still thinking about the Yaoqi saint as a monk. He was not a serious person with a strange look. "Wulian Tianzuan, please do not tarnish my noble character with your suspicious eyes." After Chen Xuanji finished speaking, he disappeared outside the Yaoqi Fairy Stone Pavilion in the blink of an eye like a falling leaf, and soon arrived at the Zifu Holy Land. As he expected, the Purple Mansion Saintess had also left. He kept circling around in the Purple Mansion stone pile, but unfortunately he did not find any special stones. They were all about 100 pounds, and even the alien stones were rare. At that moment, Chen Xuanji quickly dodged and came out of the Purple Mansion Holy Land. He then went to Daoi Holy Land and Wanchu Holy Land, but found nothing. It was difficult to arouse interest in those worthless things. Chen Xuanji was walking on the busy street when he suddenly had the idea of going to the Holy City. It was the most prosperous place in the Northern Territory, with countless divine objects, which made him yearn for it. However, he planned to go back to the Holy Land of Yaoqi first, because he had a vague feeling that he had reached the 5th level of the Taoist Palace and was not far from the 4th level secret realm. On a whim, Chen Xuanji went to a restaurant, ordered a pot of old wine and a few side dishes, drank by himself, and heard some lively conversations among the monks. "Have you heard that the legendary ancient holy body has appeared again? It's unimaginable, it's invincible at the same level." "So what? It's just a crippled body. This is no longer the ancient times. This world is no longer suitable for holy body cultivation. I can only stay in the secret realm of the Taoist Palace for the rest of my life. Hee, I don't know what kind of shit luck this kid has. The opportunity is really against the sky." He actually got the source of the mother energy of all things. This is a real divine object. The great elder of the Ji family was so miserable. He was caught off guard and burned to death by this little cultivator. It was so pathetic. Your information is too outdated. It is said that this holy body is protected by the powerful peacock king of the demon race and has escaped. It is very likely that it has left the southern region and arrived in our northern region. Chen Xuanji felt emotional in his heart that Yifan was still able to stir up trouble after all, and his hatred value was about to reach the maximum. In addition, he had priceless treasures on him and no powerful force as his background, so it was hard for him not to be remembered by others. Hearing them mention the holy body, Chen Xuanji thought of Pangbo before he left. He thought that after waiting for the 4 poles, he should also go to the small world of the Green Dragon King to rescue Pangbo. Chen Xuanji thought silently. He was a little worried that Yifan might fail. After all, Pang Bo and he had similar interests and were a very nice person. He didn't want the other party to be possessed by the descendant of the demon emperor. Coming back to his senses, Chen Xuanji looked somewhat emotional. It turned out that the people who were most proficient in current affairs were these passers-by. Chen Xuanji raised his glass, drank it all, and pricked up his ears to listen to the heated discussions of those monks. He couldn't help but feel very comfortable. The northern territory is going to be lively now. The Jiang family has a divine body, Yaoqi has a person with double pupils, and now there is an ancient holy body. These people are not ordinary people. Chen Xuanji listened for a while, and suddenly heard a very regular sound of footsteps coming from the stairs, as if it was ringing in the hearts of everyone upstairs. At the stairs, a young man of about 13 or 14 walked up. He was dressed in white, with smooth black hair, snow-white skin, eyes like black gems, red lips and white teeth. He was very handsome, almost as handsome as Chen Xuanji. What ancient holy body? It's just a dog. I can catch it at will, use it to make medicine, and use it as a slave. As for the double pupils and the Jiang family's divine king body, they will be defeated by me sooner or later. The young man had the appearance of a dragon and a phoenix, and was as handsome as a person in a painting. However, he was very rude in his words. He regarded the ancient saint body as a local dog, and claimed that the Jiang family's divine body and those with double pupils were just ordinary. This stunned everyone, and some of them couldn't help but frown. Behind him followed 2 old men, dressed in gray, very old, with hunched backs, like 2 loyal old servants, guarding him motionlessly. Where did this kid come from? It's okay that he looks down on the ancient holy body, but he actually doesn't even take the people with double pupils and the Jiang family's divine body seriously. Some people couldn't stand it and immediately retorted. Humph, a frog in a well, how can you know the vastness of the sky? Forget about the ancient waste body. This time I came to the northern territory to deal with the Yaoqi double pupils. Who are you and why do you threaten to deal with people with double pupils? Someone asked in surprise, feeling very curious. Xia Jiuyo is just a commoner, not worth mentioning. The boy had a cold expression but a haughty look on his face, his nose almost turned up to the sky, and he seemed to be extremely proud of this name. Some people couldn't stand it anymore and sent out their divine thoughts to check on him. The 2 old men behind him immediately took action and forced several divine thoughts back, shocking everyone. These 2 old men were absolutely ridiculously strong. At that moment, no one dared to speak. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanji smiled lightly and shook his head. His laughter was particularly obvious in such a quiet environment and immediately attracted everyone's attention. The boy's senses were indeed very sharp. His eyes immediately shifted sideways and stared at him motionlessly. Chen Xuanji was a little surprised. When he first came up, he had already seen through the young man in front of him. He was just a woman disguised as a man. He was actually a young girl. He didn't expect that she was the disciple of Gai Jiuyo. That fat Taoist priest, what are you laughing at? Chen Xuanji smiled, and the fat on his face swelled up. He said, I laugh at your narrow vision and your ignorance of the true God. Haven't you heard that the Beidou and Wang family has a legendary young emperor? If you really think you are invincible, why don't you fight with the strongest Wang Teng? Xia Jiuyo smiled coldly and said, I have heard of this person. Sooner or later, I will find him. But before that, I will defeat the one with double pupils and take some of his blood essence. Chen Xuanji remained silent for the moment. He knew that Xia Jiuyo wanted to take some special physical essence and blood to make a powerful medicine in order to save the peerless hero guy Jiuyo, so he didn't say anything more. If this arrogant girl comes to Yao Qi at that time, he doesn't mind teaching her a lesson. Of course, he also has deep respect for the sick old man who has lived for more than 9,000 years. If he has the chance to obtain the magic medicine, he doesn't mind giving some to the respectable old man. Xia Jiuyo's filial piety is admirable, but his temper is really bad. If he really comes to Yao Qi, he will definitely give him a good beating to put down his arrogance. In the sacred place of Yao Qi, magical springs flow from the rocks, magical herbs grow along the cliffs, and auspicious beasts lie in the mountains. It has both ethereal fairy air and hidden wonders, and is extremely magnificent and colorful. Chen Xuanji changed his body shape and returned to Yao Qi again. This place is a long-renowned sacred land in the East Wilderness. Naturally, there is dragon energy lingering and rising, showing a fairyland scene. The fairy pool was filled with mist, and essence was like a rainbow, constantly overflowing to nourish the entire pure land of Yao Qi. The Queen Mother of the West had a calm expression, and when she saw Chen Xuanji coming back, she looked visibly relaxed. "You are finally back." The Queen Mother of the West was sitting under a huge ancient peach tree, with the Saint Maiden of the Yao Qi and a group of elders beside her. When they saw Chen Xuanji coming, they all smiled and were extremely kind. "I'm sorry to have caused everyone to worry." The Queen Mother of the West shook her head calmly and said, "Everyone has his or her own destiny. The future will be a dark and turbulent world. It is not wise to practice hard in troubled times. Just be sure of yourself." Chen Xuanji was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the Queen Mother of the West would be so open-minded. At the same time, he was also shocked. He thought that the Queen Mother of the West was not simple and she might have predicted something. "What's more, I gave you a replica of the West Emperor Tower, which contains my energy projection. As long as the Saint Lord doesn't attack you personally, you will be safe with this treasure in your hand." Chen Xuanji nodded slightly. The replica of the West Emperor Tower had the projection of the Queen Mother of the West. Under normal circumstances, others really couldn't do anything to him. "Your double pupils are amazing. Come and help us look at the few stone kings left in the Holy Land." Chen Xuanji nodded. Under the ancient tree, there was a strange stone that was crystal clear and shining. It absorbed the essence of the sun and the moon and had 9 orifices and 8 holes, as if it had life. Chen Xuanji's pupils glowed, and the light slowly flowed. He saw a woman of about 18 or 19 years old sitting cross-legged in the stone. Her eyes were closed, her whole body was shining, her skin was as white as jade, and she looked like a goddess. Chen Xuanji frowned slightly and said, "There is a female Holy Spirit in here. It is very likely that she will be born in 5,000 years. I am afraid it is not a blessing for Yao Qi." Upon hearing this, Queen Mother of the West pondered for a moment and said, "This stone has long been purified by ancient saints. Saints of all ages have preached to it. It is like a child of Yao Qi, the creation of Yao Qi." Chen Xuanji nodded. She didn't need to worry about the 9-aperture stoneman of the Yao Qi for the time being, as it was far from being born. Even if he was really born thousands of years later, if she was still alive, even if she had any evil intentions, she could only honestly play the role of the guardian of the Yao Qi. Chen Xuanji shifted his gaze and looked at a piece of stone. Inside was an egg, which was extremely mysterious. It came out of the wall and actually emitted thousands of auspicious rays of light. Among the strange stones, the egg is almost perfectly round, crystal clear and brilliant, exuding a mysterious aura and containing a rich source of life. A little fairy phoenix was sleeping inside, with 5-colored divine light lingering all over its body. It was radiant and colorful, and looked extraordinary and magical. It was probably the Prince of Heaven. "What's in there?" The Saint Maiden of Yao Qi who was standing nearby spoke, her voice clear and pleasant like the sound of a fairy flower. "Nothing, just a chicken. This chicken looks like it has a very powerful source of life in its body. If you eat it, the effect is probably comparable to an ancient medicinal herb that is hundreds of thousands of years old." Chen Xuanji's eyes flickered as he stared at the egg. He was a little moved. This was definitely a tonic. He even had the urge to refine it. Buzz. The strange stone shook violently and emitted 9 rays of divine light.
The mark on the egg was revived and all imprinted in the void, emitting terrifying waves, flying into the air and about to break through the air. Chen Xuanji saw that the body of the heavenly prince inside seemed to tremble slightly, as if he was a little frightened. The Queen Mother of the West quickly activated the West Emperor Tower and sent down a ray of supreme imperial power, stopping the Stone King from breaking through the air and causing him to fall back to the side of the Immortal Pond. What on earth is this? The Queen Mother of the West's expression became a little solemn. She would not take what Chen Xuanji said about a country chicken seriously, because this was one of the stones left by Master Yuan Tianshi, and it must be an extraordinary divine object. The descendant of the Immortal Emperor, a little fairy phoenix, is sleeping here. Chen Xuanji stared at the various mysterious patterns and brilliance intertwined on the body of the little fairy phoenix with a deep gaze. He was quite interested. This egg looked very extraordinary. No wonder the talent of the Prince of Heaven was so terrifying. But then again, this Prince of the Emperor is also notorious, and is of the same ilk as the Immortal Emperor. What? The descendant of the Immortal Emperor? Everyone's faces changed drastically, they were all extremely shocked. The name of the Immortal Emperor was well known not only among the ancient clans, but also among the human race. He is the supreme god in the hearts of all ancient races. During his reign, he looked down upon the universe and the heavens. All the evildoers of ancient and modern times despaired of him, and he even created the ancient era. But nowadays, the Immortal Emperor is more like a legend, and many people are not even sure whether there really was such an ancient emperor in the ancient times. Are you sure? The Immortal Emperor really existed. The Queen Mother of the West's black hair danced lightly, her eyes suddenly burst into a compelling light, and her expression seemed extremely solemn. The legendary Immortal Emperor, this matter was too important, even as a dignified person like her, she could no longer remain calm. It shouldn't be wrong. Chen Xuanji pondered for a while and said, "This time I accidentally entered Zishan and obtained the inheritance of Master Yuan Tianshi, and accidentally learned some secrets." When they learned that the unrivaled Emperor Wushi had once gone deep into the Purple Mountain and suppressed the Emperor's followers, they were so shocked that they could not speak. Moreover, the supreme inheritance of the Supreme Emperor Wushi, the Wushi Sutra and the Wushi Bell. This amount of information was so huge that they were dumbfounded. All these past events were lost in the years, mostly unknown to outsiders, and many ancient tribes were still sleeping somewhere. You got the Origin Heavenly Book. Do you really have the Beginningless Sutra and the Beginningless Bell? One of the elders was very excited and spoke tremblingly, his face full of shock. The great Emperor Wushi, what an amazing person he was. The things he left behind, just thinking about it, is enough to drive people crazy. Chen Xuanji nodded slightly and said, "It's a pity that if the innate holy body is not born, there is no way to obtain the supreme ancient scripture. I have a friend who is a saint body and another friend who is a Taoist fetus. If they can succeed, the offspring they give birth to will probably be able to reproduce the supreme grace of the great Emperor Wushi back then." Everyone looked at Chen Xuanji with an extremely strange expression, feeling that their own son was like a pimp, not very serious. The King of the West coughed lightly, pointed at the stone and said, "Master Yuan once said that if the king of the ancient times came to ask for this strange stone, he must hand it over, otherwise there will be a disaster. Master Yuan Tianshi back then may have known everything. I'm afraid that the ancient creatures will reappear in the world." Chen Xuanji could not help but remain silent. It seemed that the ancient race would not be sleeping for long. They might be born soon. However, he would see if there was a chance to blackmail the ancient race. He could not let them take away so easily. Take a look at the others. Chen Xuanji nodded, walked to the other side of the peach tree, activated the double pupil technique, and scanned the next few stones again. The divine light was dazzling and amazing. These 3 stone kings contain 3 different ancient stone ginsengs. They look like they are about 100,000 years old. Unfortunately, they have not yet been fully transformed into plant bodies. Chen Xuanji's eyes were burning. The 3 stone ginsengs embedded in the stone looked like human figures. More than half of them had turned into plant bodies, while the remaining small part was still in the state of stone and had not been completely transformed. Everyone in Yaochi looked a little surprised. This was an unexpected surprise. Stone ginseng was a rare thing that was transformed from stone into ginseng. It was over 100,000 years old and was very rare in the world.
It was a pity that it had not yet completely transformed. If it was cut out hastily, it would inevitably cause the loss of divinity, which would be a pity. Everyone decided not to touch these stone ginsengs for the time being and wait until they were completely transformed before taking them out. Chen Xuanji paced forward again and looked at the last two remaining stone kings. He first pointed to a piece of stone with layers of veins that looked like pieces of green-brown feathers. King Wang said, "There are broken bones of a saint and the spiritual imprint of the Taiyin Sutra inside. Unfortunately, it has been erased." Upon hearing this, Queen Mother of the West and some elders were shocked and regretful. If they had not been destroyed, Yaoqi would have had two ancient scriptures. Chen Xuanji pointed to another stone king next to him and said, "Here is the unknown red-haired figure of Yuan Tianshi in his later years." The Queen Mother of the West was startled and nodded slightly. She activated the West Emperor Tower, and a ray of divine light dropped down to suppress the two stone kings. The two stone kings shook, and the falling Taiyin holy power and the broken bones of the saint were wiped out, and some red hairs on the other side were also destroyed. Everyone was horrified, shocked by the strangeness of Qin Xian's double pupils, and also frightened by the terrifying objects sealed in the stone. If they cut it open rashly, they would be contaminated with ominous things and their lives would be in danger. Stone King will also have an ominous thing happen to him. Judging from the source, it is true that the Heavenly Master will have an ominous situation in his later years. Queen Mother of the West frowned slightly and looked at Chen Xuanji with some worry, even though they were all happy that Chen Xuanji had obtained the Yuan Tianshi and became the successor of Yuan Tianshi. Now that this ominous sign had appeared, they realized the seriousness of the problem. The ominous omen that had been rumored about Master Yuan Tian was real. The Yaoqi lineage has actually been very close to the Yuan Tianshi lineage since a long time ago. They also master some Yuan techniques and know a lot of secrets. Chen Xuanji smiled and shook his head. He looked vigorous, with white teeth. He showed a brilliant smile and said, "No one in the world can stop the path that I, Chen Xuanji, will take. I am confident that I will eventually crush all weirdness and eliminate all ominous things." Chen Xuanji's words were sonorous and powerful, and his spirits were high. The sunlight was shining down, and his hair was dyed with a faint golden light. He looked like a god. Everyone in Yaoqi had strange looks on their faces, including the Queen Mother of the West. They were all stunned by his words and shocked in their hearts. This heroic young man might really be able to become an emperor one day. The saint of Yaoqi raised her head slightly, and when she looked at Chen Xuanji, a strange look flashed across her eyes. Time is endless in cultivation. 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Xuanji is about to break through the Dao Palace realm and enter the Four Extremes secret realm. This was a very crucial matter, which immediately alarmed everyone in Yaoqi. The Queen Mother of the West and the elders specially allowed Chen Xuanji to go to the fairy pool to make a breakthrough and to protect him. In the Yaoqi fairy pond, Chen Xuanji closed his eyes and remained motionless. The Yaoqi was shrouded in mist, and vital energy rolled into his body like a rainbow, continuously nourishing his flesh. Crack, crack. Some divine sources continued to shatter and sank into the water. The dazzling light shot up into the sky, making people's eyes sting, and tears could not be held back for a long time, because a huge amount of essence rushed out and was guided by Chen Xuanji and sank into his body. A vast amount of vital energy was intertwined with the essence of the original fairy pond water, and it actually turned into huge dragons that rose up and penetrated the boundless sky. This is a shocking scene, with huge dragons running through the sky and the earth, and divine light rising into the sky. It seems that this place has turned into the place where all the dragons are naturalized. The many people watching included not only the Queen Mother of the West and a group of elders, but also a large number of young women from the Yaoqi, who all came over because they all knew that the gains from watching such a genius breakthrough would undoubtedly be enormous. What a generous act. There are so many divine sources. The Queen Mother is really willing to spend so much. Of course, after all, he is the only holy son of Yaoqi in more than 100,000 years, so he must be the most favored. The holy son is a man of great talent, and one that deserves respect. A group of Yaoqi women chattered and surrounded the Yaoqi, looking at Chen Xuanji, who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the fairy pool in white clothes and looked like a celestial being, with strange lights in their eyes. Chen Xuanji, dressed in peerless white, sat cross-legged in the fairy pond, his black hair flying and his body translucent. He looked like a banished immortal, peaceful and tranquil,
tempering his body with the spiritual energy in the sky. He felt that all the pores in his body were dilated, and the light transformed from the divine source was constantly entering and leaving his body. His internal organs and bones were dyed with a layer of dazzling brilliance, like dazzling glass. At the same time, Qin Xuanji's 5 great divine treasures rang together, and the sound of the great Tao was heard, resounding through heaven and earth, like the vibration of a Huangzhong Dalu, shocking everyone. Call out. Inside the Taoist palace, a Tai Chi diagram turned into a stream of light, rushed out from it, hovered above Qin Xuanji's head, and dropped a hazy color. This Tai Chi diagram, made of Yuhua lapis lazuli, is extremely mysterious. The yin and yang energies are constantly flowing, and it seems to contain the ultimate principles of heaven and earth and the true meaning of the Great Way, giving people a sense of enlightenment. It was the first time for many people to see the instrument that Qin Xuanji practiced, and they could not help but stare in astonishment. Throughout history, many people have practiced the Tai Chi diagram, but this seemingly simple instrument is more difficult to construct than more complicated instruments such as ordinary tripods and bells. The truth of the universe is simple. The original, ordinary, and simple Tai Chi diagram contains the most fundamental truth of the universe. Some people may spend their entire lives trying to understand it even briefly. Using the Tai Chi diagram as one's own weapon truly requires great courage. The Tai Chi diagram is hazy in color, and the light that falls down makes Qin Xuanji more peaceful and calm. The mysterious method of the Western Emperor Sutra is operating silently, the 5 great divine treasures are glowing, and the sound of chanting is endless, resounding throughout the fairy pool. Qin Xuanji is still practicing the Western Emperor Sutra, and has not chosen any so-called strongest scripture in each stage. He knows that the scriptures of the ancient emperors have different emphases and will have their own unique features in a certain secret realm. Qin Xuanji knew that if he practiced the so-called strongest ancient scriptures at each stage, the effect would be similar to that of practicing a single complete ancient scripture, or even not as good as practicing a single complete ancient scripture. In the original text, Yi Fen was looking for the strongest ancient scriptures in each stage only because he did not have a complete inheritance of the ancient scriptures. Since Qin Xuanji possesses the complete versions of all the secret realms in the Western Emperor scripture, he does not need to be obsessed with practicing different ancient scriptures. Of course, it would be better if we could get other ancient scriptures, which could be used for verification and reference. Then, a dozen or so red leaves flew over. The Tai Chi diagram shook slightly, absorbing all the leaves and attaching them to the Tai Chi diagram. At this moment, wisps of chaotic energy overflowed from the Tai Chi diagram again. The leaves are attached to the Tai Chi diagram, and the light flows, which seems to make the Tai Chi diagram look even more mysterious. The leaves flow with the charm of the Great Tao. This is the Enlightenment tea, a gift from the Queen Mother of the West, and it also reflects the heritage of the Holy Land. A mysterious light flowed through Qin Xuanji's body, and soon the dozen or so pieces of Enlightenment tea leaves intertwined to form lines, rushed into Qin Xuanji's body, and then all turned into powder. At this moment, Qin Xuanji's entire body seemed to have turned into a carrier of Tao, emitting various patterns. His essence was like a dragon, washing every inch of his flesh and blood. The 5 internal organs are all shaking, and the sound of the Tao is endless. It seems to come from ancient times, as if it has come across endless time and space. Chen Xian's precious body glowed, and vibrated with the sound of chanting in the Taoist palace. His flesh and bones also changed into another color, undergoing a drastic transformation. His pupils were also flashing with an inexplicable luster. Chaotic energy was everywhere, and there was actually a clanging sound. The endless mist suddenly dissipated, as if 2 peerless divine swords had come out of his body, destroying everything at once. Boom. At this moment, purple lightning fell from the sky, trying to strike him instantly. A mighty power from heaven swept over, causing everyone present to look horrified. What's going on? There is actually a heavenly calamity in the 4 extreme secret realm. Everyone present had a look of disbelief on their faces. This was simply like a fairy tale, so unbelievable. Qin Xuanji stood up from the fairy pond, head held high, looking at the oncoming heavenly calamity without any movement. In an instant, the purple sky thunder slammed over, but no scars were left on Qin Xuanji's precious body. Instead, his entire body began to sparkle, as if he had been faintly tempered by the thunder and lightning. What? How could this be? Am I dreaming?
Is it because I haven't recovered from my previous injury that I have this kind of hallucination? Many Yaoqi disciples were shocked. They saw an incredible scene. Qin Xuanji was actually drawing lightning into his body to temper his flesh. This is far from enough. Qin Xuanji smiled slightly. His whole body was in high spirits, his skin was spotless, and there was a faint electric glow around him. I thought so. The Saint Sun really has the talent of an emperor. He can even draw lightning into his body. How many people in the world can do this? Even a group of Yaoqi elders nodded slightly. Their initial worry turned into relief. With smiles on their faces, they looked at Qin Xuanji with increasing satisfaction. He was indeed the Qilin child bestowed upon them by God, and he was truly unparalleled throughout the ages. However, the Queen Mother of the West of Yaoqi looked a little solemn at this moment. She knew that the heavenly tribulation could not be so simple. In the sky, it seemed that there were still clouds of tribulation gathering, and the rumbling sound was endless. It seemed that seeing Qin Xuanji actually actively absorbing the heavenly tribulation into his body, there were actually several consecutive thunder tribulations condensing together, slowly turning into a purple sea of thunder. This was a vast ocean of lightning, with lightning surging down and thunder like a tide, shattering everything. It was extremely blazing, and the sky and the earth were covered in purple, as if the world was being destroyed. Good job. I'm just warming up. Qin Xuanji actually took the initiative to step into the sky. Divine light flickered between his eyes. Occasionally, when he opened and closed his eyes, endless light flowed, as if he was creating the world. His entire body was filled with surging blood and energy, like a furnace of immortality, emitting immortal light. Stars gathered in his palms one after another. His tiny body contrasted against the boundless sea of thunder, and he looked like an ant facing a dragon, but he was not afraid at all and actually took the initiative to attack the heavenly calamity. He was like a god, with overwhelming momentum. The stars gathered in his palms and rumbled, pressing down on the sea of thunder in front of him, as if he was pushing the stars in the sky. Boom. The sea of purple thunder connected the sky and the earth, and was extremely vast, just like the Milky Way in the sky pouring down, as if millions of huge stars were falling down. Seeing that Qin Xuanji actually took the initiative to attack the Sea of Thunder, even the Queen Mother of the West could no longer remain calm. She felt a little worried, but it was difficult for those who were undergoing tribulation to help, so she still needed to rely on herself. Chen Xian's star-splitting palm collided, and endless starlight tore through the sky and earth, drawing tracks in the void. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into an eternal light. Boom. 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 Chen Xian's divine power shook the world, and his blood was as vast as the ocean. More than a dozen thunders were actually dispersed by the rolling of his palms and fingers, which shocked everyone. No one expected that there was actually someone who could withstand the heavenly calamity. Even the ancient emperor was only as powerful as him when he was a teenager. But it would soon be submerged because the lightning was too intense, as if it was angered by the young men in front of it. The dazzling lightning filled every inch of space and soon obliterated Qin Xuanji's figure. A huge thunderclap shocked the world, purple lightning surged like a tide. This was a world of thunder and lightning that could destroy everything. The people of the Yaoqi Holy Land, looking at the sea of thunder in the center, were all extremely worried. This thunder was too terrifying. Even if they were just watching from a distance, they could sense a great sense of doomsday danger. It was hard for these people to imagine what kind of disaster Qin Xuanji in the Purple Sea was going through, and they all opened their divine eyes to look at the scene in the central Sea of Thunder. Qin Xuanji was in the Sea of Thunder, enduring the extremely terrifying power of thunder. Even he began to suffer from skin and flesh being torn apart at this moment, and a charred black spot appeared on his body. But he was very excited. Although the thunder was very terrifying, it was indeed a rare opportunity. At this moment, his divine consciousness also rushed out to accept the baptism of thunder. The powerful divine consciousness was honed and turned into a blazing beam of light that was almost burning. He was in excruciating pain, but he endured it. He knew that this was a rare opportunity. But at this moment, his blood was still surging. Although the Sea of Thunder was extremely ferocious, it could not cause fatal injuries to him. Once he really felt threatened, his left eye would glow and turn into silver. A stream of white light would flow and wrap himself, and his injuries would be healed quickly. It's terrible. This double pupil is really terrifying. It's almost like the healing ability of a medicinal king. As long as it's not killed instantly, it can basically recover. These double pupils make the Holy Sun basically invincible when fighting against opponents of the same level. I think that in today's world, the strength of our Yaoqi Saint Sun is definitely a rare existence among the many major forces. Although Qin Xuanji's skin was torn and blood splattered from time to time, his left eye soon glowed and his injuries recovered in an instant. Qin Xuanji frowned. After he absorbed some of the thunder, it gradually stopped coming close to him. Even though he could capture some of it occasionally, the conversion rate after absorbing it into his body was extremely low. Boom. The endless sea of thunder intertwined between heaven and earth, and gradually turned into a giant purple dragon. 100-foot-long purple dragon of thunder swooped down towards Qin Xuanji. Purple Dragon Tribulation. It's actually the Purple Dragon Tribulation. This is a tribulation that only the ancient emperors who reached the dragon transformation realm experienced when they were young. It's unimaginable why in the Four Extremes secret realm, there is a dragon transforming catastrophe about to come. Can he make it through? Many elders stood up suddenly, their hearts filled with anxiety, and they couldn't help but look at the Queen Mother of the West. A solemn look emerged on the Queen Mother of the West's face, and she shook her head slightly, indicating that the heavenly calamity was coming and they could not intervene forcibly. The Saint Maiden of Yaoqi and Daiqiu looked at the tall figure who was fighting against Zilong in the heavenly calamity, and a hint of worry could not help but appear in their beautiful eyes. Qin Xuanji's face changed slightly, knowing that the highlight was coming. An endless sea of thunder gathered together, and the thunder was like waves. After such a long time, it had brewed its strongest form. Hold head high. The huge purple dragon was glowing with purple light all over, with electric light entwined around its body. With a tremendous pressure, the dragon's body coiled, and its huge body filled the sky, like a purple dragon god king. A Tai Chi diagram flew out from Qin Xuanji's Taoist palace, hovering above his head, dropping wisps of chaotic energy to protect him. The light of annihilation. Qin Xuanji shouted in a low voice, and used his innate magical power. A black light shone brightly. This black light was like the fire of the underworld, and it carried a breath of destruction in its fierceness. The beam of light was shocking, and the black light tore through the sky and earth, clanging like countless heavenly swords being unsheathed and slashing directly towards the purple dragon. Ah! The purple dragon roared, instantly pressing down the sky and earth. Its huge 5 claws were wrapped with dozens of thick bolts of lightning, and it grabbed directly towards Qin Xuanji's crown. Double pupils open up the world. Chen Xian shouted loudly. At this moment, he could no longer hold back. This purple dragon was too terrifying. It was estimated that the Four-Pole secret realm could no longer resist it. Now he had to use visions to fight it. The yin and yang energies behind Qin Xuanji circulated and transformed into a huge Tai Chi diagram, which slowly rose up and appeared on his back, carrying the yin and embracing the yang, rotating continuously. When the dragon claws tore through the sky and earth, reaching down from the sky. The Tai Chi Dao diagram glowed, and the chaotic energy that came out of it filled the air. The dragon claws pressed down and collided with the Tai Chi Dao diagram, and it actually made a sound of metal clashing, shaking the 10 directions. The purple dragon was enraged, and it hovered its huge body, ready to press down. At the same time, dragon breath condensed from its mouth, swallowing up the heaven and earth, and even the sky trembled. Come again. Qin Xuanji shouted loudly, and the huge Taoist diagram behind him was spinning. The black and white yin and yang energies actually turned into a pair of eyes. The pupils were dim and extremely indifferent, looking down at the world like the eyes of God. The majesty of the gaze shocked everyone. It's so scary. Ah, I can't stand it anymore. After seeing those eyes, many disciples who were using their divine eyes suddenly found their eyes turned dark, and then began to bleed, and staggered backwards. The vision of double pupils, the divine power is unfathomable. The Queen Mother of the West was also very shocked when she saw the vision of Qin Xuanji. She could see that this was not a vision that had just awakened, but a vision that had already awakened before the Four Poles. If this news gets out, it will definitely be earth-shattering. It is too incredible that he can awaken his vision before reaching the 4 secret realms. Generally speaking, one must practice in at least 3 or 4 secret realms before it is possible to awaken the vision. He awakened so early, which shows that he has endless potential. Chen Xuanji walked in the void, even his hair was stained with electric light. The pair of eyes in the Taoist diagram behind him flashed with divine light, tearing the sky and the earth apart. Open. A pair of eyes behind Chen Xuanji suddenly showed a hazy color, and then the terrifying double pupil divine light spread out, shining brightly, and rushed towards the purple dragon like an overwhelming force. Click, click. The void was almost cracked by the pressure of the eyes on the Taoist diagram at the back. It was a very shocking sight. Hold head high. The purple dragon roared, and scales mixed with blood flew out from its huge body, dyeing the sky red. It looked very real, like a body of flesh and blood. Its abdomen was also pierced by Chen Xuanji and injured by those pupils. Two huge blood holes emerged, flowing out and falling from the sky, like a torrential blood rain. However, when it was about to land on the ground of Yaoi, a dazzling curtain of light rose up, isolating the blood rain outside. The isolated blood rain quickly turned into thunder and disappeared between heaven and earth. Just as Chen Xuanji was suppressing the purple dragon with the Taoist diagram, the dragon's huge body rolled over and hit Chen Xuanji's body heavily. Although the Tai Chi diagram on his head relieved a lot of his strength, it still made his blood boil. He staggered and fell from the sky and fell into the fairy pool. Holy Sun. Xuanji. Everyone was shocked and extremely worried, fearing that Chen Xuanji had died, and rushed to check. I'm fine, don't worry. Chen Xuanji actually sat up again slowly, his body was covered with wounds, but his eyes were still calm. His left eye glowed, wrapping himself up, and at the same time he drank a mouthful of holy spring water to heal his injuries. In the sky, the purple dragon that was about to break into pieces after being struck by the strange phenomenon of the double pupil opening the world let out an unwilling roar. Its figure gradually became illusory. This was a sign that the heavenly calamity was disappearing. An hour later, Chen Xuanji's charred old skin fell off, and his newly reborn body, bathed in lightning, was shining with precious light, and his body was filled with powerful strength. He stood up from the fairy pond, his eyes were extremely clear, his black hair was flying, and he was wearing a fluttering white robe. He looked like a fairy who had revived, with an indescribable Taoist charm. The path to invincibility is made possible by double pupils, and even a calamity from heaven cannot stop it. Chen Xuanji successfully advanced to the Four Extremes secret realm and experienced the purple dragon tribulation. However, his handsome face now looked extremely peaceful, with no joy or sadness, and his entire body was filled with an inexplicable Taoist charm. Judging from his appearance, there was no major change, but his eyes occasionally opened and closed, revealing a firefly light that revealed a heart-pounding feeling. Chen Xuanji, dressed in white, sat cross-legged on the top of Xiufeng Mountain. The mountain breeze blew over, and his black hair fluttered with it. He just closed his eyes at the moment, but there was an aura of immortal spirit on his body. After breaking into the Four Extremes secret realm, he finally officially became the Son of God. Although his combat power was unquestionable before, his realm was still somewhat inferior to those sons of God in the Holy Lands. Now he is finally worthy of the title. During this 1 month, he was consolidating his realm, and his own spiritual consciousness became brighter and brighter. The small lake between his eyebrows became clearer and more transparent, and filled with immortal energy. Cursive Sword Technique. Chen Xuanji pondered for a moment and began to watch the legendary nine-leaf sword grass's peerless magic. He knew that the nine-leaf sword grass was one of the 10 evils, its cultivation was extremely close to that of the Immortal King, and its combat power was unparalleled in the world. Its leaves are like swords, with 9 leaves in total. When the 9 leaves turn over, the sky and the earth turn upside down, and the sword energy cuts through the stars in the universe, making it invincible. A blade of grass cuts off the sun, moon, and stars. Chen Xuanji was extremely surprised that this magic was even more advanced and more unfathomable than the great emperor's method. However, after thinking about it, he was relieved. After all, the 10 evils were able to contend with the immortal kings. Back then, the nine-leaf sword grass had confronted several immortal kings, and its combat power was absolutely terrifying. But soon, Chen Xuanji began to frown. The nine-leaf sword grass technique could be practiced normally in the early stage, but in the later stage, if he wanted to practice it, he could only accumulate a large amount of resources to have the possibility of advancement.
Chen Xuanji pondered silently in his heart that in the chaotic ancient times of the perfect world, the practice of cultivators did indeed require the consumption of a large amount of resources. At the beginning, when Emperor Desolate Sky Shurhao was igniting the divine fire and practicing immortal energy, no one knew how much treasures of heaven and earth he had consumed. Emperor Huang Tian created the current practice system of covering the sky. In fact, he pays more attention to his own understanding of the world. With the improvement of practice, the demand for external resources is not as great as in the chaotic ancient times. Emperor Huang Tian probably realized that the world was about to change drastically, and knew that he needed to carve out a path of his own. That way, he would be less affected by this world. Chen Xuanji gradually came to realize that he would need the resources later, and now he could continue to practice steadily. Chen Xuanji immersed himself in practice. 3 days later, he slowly stretched out a finger as white as jade, and suddenly the shadow of a 9-leaf sword grass emerged and wrapped around his finger. Very good. A smile appeared on Chen Xuanji's lips. He had initially mastered the Chao sword technique, which made him extremely satisfied. His talent was extremely amazing. He quickly mastered the general idea and was able to perform it initially. He now had another offensive technique. Chen Xuanji set out again and went to the fairy pool to say goodbye to the Queen Mother, saying that he was going to the holy city. The Queen Mother told him that the Yaoqi festival would be held soon and he must appear at the festival. Chen Xuanji readily agreed. Then, what surprised Chen Xuanji was that Yifan killed Yaguang and 8 true disciples of the Ji family in front of the young cultivators of Zhuzhou. This news seemed to have wings and spread quickly, causing quite a stir and had even reached Yaoqi. He also received news that the Ji family's god King Body and his sister, the holy son and holy daughter of Yaguang, also appeared in Chaoyang city in the northern territory. All of them were preparing to participate in the Yaoqi holy meeting. Chen Xuanji thought for a moment. Yifan was about to go to the small world of the Green Dragon King, so he had to hurry over, otherwise Pangbo might be drained dry by the descendants of the Demon Emperor. Chen Xuanji arrived in Chaoyang city 1 day later. What made him speechless was that Yifan's portraits were posted everywhere in the city, and people from the Ji family and the Yaguang Holy Land were wanted for him. Chen Xuanji transformed himself into a bloated figure again. He took out a Taoist robe and put it on. He looked pot-bellied and his face was flushed. Immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Chen Xuanji paced slowly on the streets of Chaoyang city, trying to find out some news about Yifan. He wondered whether he had left so that he could make preparations. Catch this fat Taoist priest. This wicked Taoist priest has appeared again in the northern territory. Last time he was digging up my ancestral grave. Don't let him get away this time. Chen Xuanji hurriedly fled. More than a dozen Ji family monks chased after him, which made him tremble with fear. He transformed into a fat Taoist priest with a bloated body and was very flexible. While running away, he kept cursing this wicked fat man in his heart. How could he attract so much hatred? He recognized that the other party was a monk from the ancient Ji family. This fat Taoist priest was really wicked and almost bubbled up. He actually dug up other people's ancestral graves. He dodged continuously and entered one alley after another, and finally avoided the pursuit of the Ji family monks. It seems that the fat Taoist priest's trumpet cannot be used carelessly, otherwise it will easily take the blame for this evil Taoist priest. Chen Xuanji gnashed his teeth, feeling very unhappy about being blamed for no reason. Then his mind moved, and his bones crackled. He transformed into a very young man, quite handsome but a little cunning. He put on a brand new Taoist robe, and suddenly had the aura of a charlatan. Wulian Tianzuan, I am Wang Teng. Chen Xuanji changed his appearance and even his aura became very different. He walked out leisurely and generously, also holding a dustpan, looking extremely showy. Just after turning a few corners, Chen Xuanji's eyes lit up. He saw a big black dog flash by from the corner. It had a square head, big ears, eyes as big as copper bells, and a half-bald tail. Although its body had become smaller, Chen Xuanji could tell at a glance that it was Black Emperor. Chen Xuanji didn't know whether He Huang was still mixed with He like in the original book, so he followed him quietly. He Huang seemed to be very observant. He sensed that someone was following him and dodged like lightning. Chen Xuanji followed closely behind He Huang. Where did this stinky Taoist come from? He actually followed me. He Huang cursed in his heart, but his steps were not slow. Finally, Chen Xuanji chased him to a hidden alley, and Chen Xuanji finally saw Yi Fan and Tu Fei. Chen Xuanji quickly sent him a message, telling him who he was and asking him not to reveal his identity and to use Wang Teng as his alias. "Hurry up, kid, we might have been discovered." He Huang yelled. This dog was very rude. It hid directly behind Tu Fei and Yi Fan, pulled their trouser legs with its big claws, and looked at Chen Xuanji vigilantly. Yi Fan held the cauldron of the mother Qi of all things above his head, but he did not drop it directly. After hearing Chen Xuanji's voice transmission, he did not immediately believe it, but he did not take action either. He looked a little hesitant. "Wulian Tianzuan, I am Taoist Wang Ting from the southern region, nice to meet you too," Chen Xuanji said with a smile. "It turns out to be you, brother Wang Teng, how are you?" Yi Fan had a bright and sincere smile on his face. He came up and directly held Chen Xuanji's hand, showing his great joy and happiness. "Do you know each other?" The Black Emperor stuck out his huge head, and a hint of suspicion appeared in his big, copper-bell-like eyes. He looked at Chen Xuanji with a frown. "This is my friend." Chen Xuanji smiled but was speechless in his heart. Yi Hei's acting was so natural that he could be called the best actor. After hearing all the things Chen Xuanji had conveyed to him, Yi Fan finally believed it completely, and his smile became even brighter. "Why do you keep following me?" The big black dog was very alert, and its half-bald tail was about to stand up. Chen Xuanji smiled and said, "I see that you are extraordinary, and you can be called the king of dogs. I am curious." The Black Emperor bared his teeth, his mouth almost split to his ears, his back teeth even exposed, and said with a smile, "Boy, you have a good eye, I am the future Supreme Emperor. You are so lucky. You actually have the opportunity to obtain the source of the mother energy of all things. No wonder so many Holy Land families are hunting you down." Chen Xuanji glanced at Yi Fan, who smiled bitterly and said, "The holy object is so moving, there is really nothing we can do. By the way, when will the Yaoqi festival start?" Yi Fan said casually. "It will be a while yet." Chen Xuanji replied, knowing clearly in his heart that Yi Hei was probably feeling uneasy staying outside and wanted to find a place to hide. "What do you want to talk to me about? Do you want to go to Yaoqi?" Tu Fei asked. "Of course we can't miss the grand event of Yaoqi, but it's not for this matter. I want to ask you about the secluded place of King Qing Jiao, the fourth most powerful bandit in the Northern Territory," Yi Fan said. "The descendants of the Peacock King and the Demon Emperor should be there. I want to visit my old friend." Yi Fan replied, and at the same time sent a message to Chen Xuanji saying that Pang Bo might be there. Chen Xuanji replied through voice transmission, expressing his willingness to go to rescue Pang Bo, and Yi Fan was delighted. Chen Xuanji had a noble status as the holy son of Yaoqi, and when he entered and left the territory of the demon clan, they would have more protection in case of an accident. The big black dog He Huang's ears suddenly stood up. Until now, what he was thinking about in his heart was still the ancient scripture of the Demon Emperor. "You are not going for the Demon Princess Yen Ryu, are you? She is truly an unrivaled beauty. I have never seen a woman more beautiful than her." Tu Fei is indeed a big mouth, and he gave full play to his associations. "Do you know where the Green Dragon King's territory is?" Yi Fan asked anxiously. "Of course I know. Come to think of it, a fairy asked me about you last time. She was a very charming woman," Tu Fei said with a chuckle. "Take us to the Green Dragon King's retreat quickly." The big black dog interrupted. He was getting a little anxious and urged. Tu Dazue had a dark face, but ignored it and said to Yi Fan, "We must leave here immediately. You have caused such a big trouble that many people have come, especially the bastard yaguang Shengzi. There is no time to lose, let's withdraw quickly." Yi Fan's mind moved, and suddenly his whole body began to crackle. His face and body shape had changed, and even his aura had changed. His originally handsome face became sharp-browed and starry-eyed, and he was very handsome. He put on a purple robe. Chen Xuanji was shocked. This was not an ordinary disguise technique of Yi Fan. It was somewhat similar to the method of changing the world. Even his aura had changed. It seemed that Yi Fan did not get the source book of heaven but got other opportunities.
All directions of Tuzhou were in motion, and the surrounding oases also got the news. People were talking about it, all talking about Yifan, and the glory and desolation of the holy body were mentioned again. Some people mocked that the ancient waste body was destined to stay in the Taoist palace, while others felt it was a pity that the Holy Land could not reproduce the invincible power of the ancient times. Well, how do you feel about everyone talking about you now? Tu Fei rode on a green-haired lion and flew over the reddish-brown land. Alas, being at the center of a storm is not a good thing. Yifan and Chen Xuanji walked calmly in the void. If you can achieve perfection in your holy body, you will truly be invincible in heaven and on earth, and you can compete with the ancient emperors. Why must you be so cowardly? Tu Fei sighed. If a congenital holy body is born, it can grow up quickly. This kind of physique is more terrifying than the holy body. If it is taught and cultivated by this emperor, it will soon be able to protect you. The big black dog was also in the air, lying sideways on the black five-colored jade boat that he had transformed, and glanced at Yifan lightly. What a pity, I don't know if there is any innate Taoist fetus born now. Black Emperor sighed. I heard that the Saint of Zifu Holy Land is a congenital Taoist fetus. Boy, are you serious? The Black Emperor was originally lying on the jade boat, but suddenly he stood up, his big eyes like copper bells were bright and eager. It's a pity. It seems you have no chance. You've probably been beat to it by the holy son of Yaoqi. Tu Fei sighed. Why do you say that? The Black Emperor was somewhat anxious. Both the holy body and the Dao fetus were extremely rare. They were powerful physiques that were rarely seen in 1,000 years. There were even fewer records of both appearing in the same era. It was almost impossible for them to appear in the same era. I have seen the holy son of Yaoqi. This boy is extremely handsome and very powerful. I have seen him enter the boudoir of the holy maiden of Zifu with my own eyes. Tu Fei said with emotion, with a look of fascination and admiration in his eyes, while Chen Xuanji's mouth twitched. What's going on? Yifan was extremely curious and secretly sent a message to Chen Xuanji. After Chen Xuanji told him, Yifan didn't know what to say about his pimping and was completely speechless. That's not entirely true. Maybe they are just ordinary friends. Besides, this kid still has a chance even if they don't become a Taoist couple. Said Huang shamelessly. Yes, that's right. Xiaoyi still has a chance in the future. Maybe he can really give birth to a congenital holy body. That's a physique that can be compared to a chaotic body. By then, Xiaoyi can probably lead his son to sweep through all the major holy places. Tu Fei showed an obscene smile and looked at Yifan with ill intention, with an expectant look in his eyes. But I heard that the more powerful the bloodline, the more difficult it is to produce offspring. Tu Fei said. That's okay. This just requires this kid to work hard and diligently. He should work hard while he is young. Otherwise, when his realm is raised and his bloodline power becomes stronger, it will be even more difficult to give birth. Huang muttered, revealing a cunning look, as if he had arranged everything for Yihei. Yifan said nothing at this moment, his face was already darker than the bottom of a pot. At the same time, outside the holy land of Yaoqi, a young man left with a rather ugly expression. He had shiny black hair, snow-white skin, red lips and white teeth, eyes like black crystals, and was so handsome that he was almost a demon. Two old servants followed behind him. They were Xia Jiuyo and his group. He had just heard that the Saint Son of Yaoqi had left. He had wanted to challenge the Saint Son of Yaoqi before, but unfortunately something happened on the way which delayed him. Before he arrived at Yaoqi, the Saint Son had already left. The holy body in Chaoyang City has caused quite a stir. We should suppress the holy body first and extract the elixir from the human body. Xia Jiu said humorously. Xia Jiuyo summoned the Xuanyu platform, and with a flash of jade light, he flew away into the void with two old servants. They stopped in a mountain not far from Chaoyang City. There were lush ancient trees towering into the sky and huge rocks lying everywhere, creating a primitive and desolate scene. That is. The light in Xia Jiuyo's eyes suddenly became bright. He saw a blue light emanating from the distant mountains. The divine light shot up into the sky, and the blue mist was rising, which was very dazzling. Xia Jiuyo was startled and looked at the old servants behind him.
Two of the old servants nodded with burning expressions, knowing that a treasure was likely to appear in this forest. At that moment, the three of them turned into a stream of light and quickly fled in that direction. In the void filled with blue light, suddenly, a crack appeared in the void, and three figures fell from the crack in the void. Two middle-aged men and a handsome young man. Both men saw the place where the blue light was, and they couldn't take their eyes away for a moment. Their faces became a little excited in an instant, knowing that a treasure had been born. Young Master Wangtang is worthy of being called the Young Emperor. Even after encountering a void storm and an accident, he still had this adventure. A middle-aged man complimented. Wangtang put his hands behind his back, his sleeves fluttering, his long robe rustling in the wind, his face steady and calm, his posture majestic, his black hair draped over his shoulders. A fist-sized piece of eternal blue gold. Wangtang opened his martial arts eyes and looked directly over. Even with his state of mind, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Immortal gold was really too precious, not to mention eternal blue gold, which was known to be the hardest immortal gold. "Master, someone is coming." A middle-aged man whispered something in Wangtang's ear, and Wangtang noticed it. He glanced coldly at the people coming from a distance and said, "Don't worry about them. Let's get the blue gold first." The two men nodded in agreement and rushed to take action, using their magical powers to blow away the many rocks exposed on the surface. In an instant, all the grass and trees were broken and flew into the sky. Strong winds blew up, scaring some birds and animals in the forest and making them fly away. "Damn it, there are natural restrictions here, it will be difficult to break it in a short time." A middle-aged man frowned. It was impossible to break the ban in a short time, not to mention that a group of people were coming over there. It is indeed a great fortune. Xia Jiuyo, clad in white, spotless, rushed over and stared at the eternal blue gold that was about to be born with a fiery look on his face. "Who are you? Why don't you leave quickly? This is not a place you can get involved in." Xia Jiuyo showed no fear in the face of Wangtang and the other two. A sneer appeared on her handsome face, like a shaking golden bell. Behind her, two old men who looked like farmers followed her closely and confronted the three people in front. "Interesting, no one has dared to take away the fortune of my northern emperor Wangtang." Wangtang stood with his hands behind his back, speaking in an indifferent tone with a very cold expression, his tone full of arrogance and pride. "You are the legendary young Emperor Wangtang of Beidou. You are a frog in a well, unaware of the vastness of the world. How dare you call yourself young Emperor? Leave a bowl of blood and go away." A hint of surprise flashed across Xia Jiuyo's face, followed by arrogance. Facing this rumored young emperor, he was very cold and didn't take it seriously. The emperor cannot be insulted. Presumptuous. The two middle-aged men's faces changed and they shouted angrily immediately. The unbelievably handsome young man in front of them seemed to be even more arrogant than their young master. "I can see that you have a special physique, and I am also very interested. Well, I will suppress you myself, fight my first battle in the eastern wilderness, and announce to the world the unrivaled power of the young emperor of Beidou." Wangtang said indifferently. "You are just a piece of shit. Let me shatter your so-called ridiculous reputation." Xia Jiuyo also responded coldly. "You have finally become famous this time. The news will probably spread to the holy city." Tu Fei, Chen Xuanji, Yi Fan, He Huang, three people and a dog were on the road, and when they heard people talking along the way, they couldn't help but sigh. "That's nothing. When I was roaming the eastern wilds, your ancestors were still playing in the mud and peeing," said the big black dog proudly. "I really want to stew him." Tu Fei secretly communicated with Yi Fan, while Chen Xuanji stood aside speechless. This big black dog was really a dog with no ivory in his mouth and basically had nothing nice to say. "How long?" Chen Xuanji asked Tu Fei, and Tu Fei replied that if they continued flying like this, it would probably take more than 10 days. Chen Xuanji was speechless. The northern territory was so vast, the speed was not slow, but it also took so long. He now yearned for the realm of the ancient emperors, who could cross from Nanling to Beidou in one step. Chen Xuanji didn't want to hurry on like this, so he reluctantly took out a few pieces of xianyute, which shocked Tu Fei and Yi Fan. They actually had such good things, which made He Huang's eyes even more burning. Chen Xuanji and his companions determined the coordinates and crossed into the void. Black Emperor stared at Chen Xuanji from time to time, his expression seemed a little hot. Chen Xuanji felt the burning gaze of the Black Emperor and knew that this fellow must be wealthy after seeing him take out so many mysterious jade platforms. He must have paid so much attention to him because he thought that he might have some valuable treasures. This damn dog. Chen Xuanji cursed in a low voice, and the slight feeling of guilt in his heart for taking away his divine source disappeared without a trace in an instant. Finally, 3 days later, they arrived at Yunzha Prefecture. There were swamps everywhere, and it was shrouded in mist, like a water town. Unlike the red and desolate northern region, it resembles the beautiful scenery of the southern swamp, lush and green. The mountains are towering and huge waterfalls are everywhere, completely covering the mountains. It is all white with misty water vapor. There are also endless plains here. In addition to the towering ancient trees, there are rushing rivers everywhere, creating an extraordinary scene. In the northern territory, there is such a pure land. Chen Xuanji couldn't help but sigh in his heart that this old dragon really had a good vision and this place was indeed extraordinary. If you really go to seek refuge, there might be some trouble. You have the sacred object, the cauldron of the mother energy of all things, on you, which might attract the covetousness of some demon tribes. Tu Fei reminded in a low voice. You mean, it is possible that King Qin Jiao and King Kong Peacock will really take action? Yi Fen frowned. That's not the case. They are not that kind of people. But it's hard to say about other monsters. After all, there are all kinds of people in the monster tribe. If my family didn't have half a piece of ultimate weapon, they might be tempted by your mother energy of all things. What? You have a super weapon at home? He Huang immediately perked up, his eyes widened, and asked, how could you have one? Shoo, don't be too loud, this is the territory of the demon clan. Chen Xuanji reminded immediately. Although the big black dog looked fanatical, he lowered his voice at this moment. 2 days later, they came to the secluded place of King Qin Jiao. Tu Fei took out a jade pendant engraved by Tu Tian and opened up a strange and unfamiliar space. The space opened up by the ancient sages. A hint of surprise flashed across Chen Xuanji's face. You have a lot of experience, kid. I have a new respect for you. The big black dog looked at him in surprise. He was also very surprised in his heart, with a gloomy look in his eyes. Who is here? A shout came from a fairy mountain shrouded in clouds and mist ahead, and then several figures fell one after another. They were a group of very young men and women, with a demonic aura. I'm one of us. My name is Tu Fei, and I've been here before. Tu Fei replied. Several people checked his jade pendant, and after learning that he was the descendant of the great bandit Tu Tian, their expressions softened and they let them all go. This space is a world of its own, with mountains, waterfalls, pavilions, ancient vines and old trees, and endless beauty that is breathtaking. Ha ha ha, brother Tu Fei is here. I really missed you so much. A young demon-man landed with a few people. He was tall and strong, with a pair of crystal dragon horns on his head, which shocked them. He was a demon dragon. Brother Qingyi, you are indeed more elegant than before. Tu Fei walked forward with a smile. This is probably the little green-clothed dragon king of the demon clan. Chen Xuanji suddenly realized that this person had a good character in the original text, but unfortunately he passed away over time. Who are these people? Qin Yi asked. This is Yi Fan, this is Wang Teng. So you are two young heroes. The name of the holy body is well known. Could this brother Wang Teng be the young emperor from Beiyuan? I just happen to have the same name as him. I am absolutely not worthy of the title of Northern Emperor. Chen Xuanji smiled, his expression was very peaceful. Qin Yi smiled upon hearing this, then nodded and said, please come in, this is not the place to talk. He clapped his hands, and a huge crane flew from the sky, carrying several people up into the sky and soon landed on a beautiful mountain. Here, the palaces stretch out in a misty and ethereal manner, surrounded by clouds and mist, which is very much like the artistic conception of a fairyland. After entering Qingyi's palace, Qingyi took the initiative to introduce, I have another distinguished guest here. Who is he? Tu Fei asked curiously. He is the top expert of the younger generation of my demon race, the golden-winged little Pen King.
Is this the descendant of King Peng? Chen Xuanji smiled, and a hint of surprise flashed across his green-clothed face. The human in front of him didn't seem to be a simple person. Yes, the little golden-winged Peng King is the descendant of the powerful Peng King of the demon race in the central region of the eastern wasteland. He came here now, firstly, to participate in the grand event in the Yaoqi, and secondly, to challenge the Yaoqi double pupil master and the saint of Yaguang who are rumored to be here. Here, inside the palace, there are all kinds of carved beams and painted pillars, magnificent and golden. A row of beautiful demon women stand with their hands hanging on both sides of the magnificent palace, like the ancient heaven of the demon race in myths and legends. This is the golden-winged Peng King. Qingyi took the initiative to introduce. Among the several monsters, there was an extremely handsome young man with fair skin, golden hair, and as brilliant as the sun. The blond man stood up and nodded to everyone with a calm expression. Afterwards, when Qingyi began to introduce Chen Xuanji, Yi Fan and Tu Fei, two dazzling rays of light suddenly burst out from the eyes of the golden-winged little Peng King and stared at Yi Fan. But is he the one wanted by the ancient family and the holy land of Yaguang? Yi Fan nodded, his heart sank, thinking that this matter had really become a big deal. Even the demon tribe who had just arrived knew about it. Swish. The golden claws shone brightly, like an exploding sun. These were the claws of the golden Peng divine bird. The claw quickly enlarged in the air and grabbed towards Yi Fan, almost covering the entire hall. Bang! Chen Xuanji's eyes sank slightly, and he quickly flicked his fingers. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. It was like a meteor bursting out and shook the huge Peng claw away. What do you mean, sir? Chen Xuanji's eyes were gloomy as he questioned the golden-winged Peng King. This golden-winged Peng King was too overbearing to make such a sudden move. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the golden-winged Peng King was so domineering and took the initiative to attack without saying a word. They were even more surprised that this unknown little Taoist priest easily resolved the offensive of the golden-winged Peng King. After being slightly shocked, Qingyi and Tu Fei hurriedly questioned the golden-winged little Peng King. The golden-winged little Peng King had black hair draped over his shoulders and an indifferent expression. He looked at Chen Xuanji in surprise. Then he said indifferently to everyone, I just want to borrow an artifact from him. You want to kill people and steal the treasure, don't you? Chen Xuanji asked with a bad look and indifferently. I just want to borrow the Xianhuang origin root. Of course, if he resists, I don't mind borrowing his head as well. The golden-winged little Peng King put his hands behind his back, glanced at Yi Fan, and said, he is just a fallen waste. He is not of our race, so his heart must be different. What can we do if we kill him? Little bird, you'd better watch your words. Chen Xuanji sneered. This little golden Peng was too arrogant. He even wanted to take people's lives at every turn. Chen Xuanji was very happy to put a damper on such a pretentious person. What did you say? The golden-winged little Peng King suddenly turned around and became extremely cold, staring at Chen Xuanji. Don't think you can withstand one or two of my moves, and dare to speak to me like this. If I really fight, you won't have any chance. Ha 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 ha, this is ridiculous. Put away your arrogance. In my eyes, you are nothing but a mixed-race bird. I can suppress you with just a wave of my hand. Chen Xuanji's face was very cold. If it wasn't on the demon clan's territory, he wouldn't mind killing them on the spot. The golden-winged Peng King had his hands behind his back, his golden hair flying in the wind, his eyes extremely captivating, and the provocations of a little bird on his left and a stray feather on his right almost made his chest explode. Brother Peng and Brother Wang, why are you doing this? The little dragon king in green quickly organized himself. These people were all his guests, and this kind of occasion made him very embarrassed. Brother Xian. Yi Fan secretly sent a message to Chen Xuanji, and Chen Xuanji told him not to worry, that he could deal with him. I give you a choice. You can leave the root of the mother energy of all things, or I can take it myself. Otherwise, I have to do it myself. The golden-winged little Peng King was staring at the two men with murderous intent, especially Chen Xuanji, because he had caused too much hatred before. Don't go too far. Tu Fei couldn't help but get angry. Hee hee, so what if it's excessive? The golden-winged little Peng King burst out with murderous intent, which instantly enveloped Tu Fei. This was a person who was extremely cold and conceited, and it was difficult to shake his determination. Come and take it if you have the guts. You golden-winged bird, all you know how to do is brag. Yi Fan's face was unfriendly. Even a clayman would get angry, let alone him. I saw the Xianhuang Mother Qi cauldron flying out, with wisps of Xianhuang Qi entwined around it and hanging above my head, like an unbreakable supreme furnace. When the tripod was placed there, not only the golden-winged little Peng King, but also many cultivators from the demon tribe nearby, became enraged. Are you giving it to me voluntarily? It's just right for building my future imperial weapon. The golden-winged little Peng King spoke coldly, and stretched out a huge claw that covered the sky and the sun, and was about to grab the cauldron of the mother energy of all things above Yi Fan's head. Chen Xuanji's palms and fingers glowed, and he also stretched out a big hand to meet the huge claw of the golden-winged Peng King. Chen Xuanji's divine power was unmatched, and at the same time, he controlled the strength very well. His big hand held up the sky, forming a huge black hole, which actually pushed the golden-winged Peng King back several steps. Everyone's pupils shrank sharply. This young Taoist priest was too powerful. Judging from this simple fight, he was no different from a son of God. Who are you? There was a crazy murderous intent in the eyes of the golden-winged Peng King. The young Taoist priest in front of him tried to stop him again and again, and was actually able to block his divine power attack. Chen Xuanji did not answer either, but responded indifferently. This little golden-winged Peng King, according to its original trajectory, died in the heavenly gate set up by the great sage of the Tianpeng clan. His talent was just SOSO, and he just relied on his bloodline advantage to show off his power for a while in the early stage. No matter who you are, if you dare to stop me, that will only lead to your death. Behind the golden-winged Peng King, a divine bird appeared, Peng. The demonic power was surging like a surging ocean wave, carrying with it an extremely oppressive aura. Brother Peng and Brother Wang, please stop now and give me some face. Okay, I'll give you a favor and I won't attack you here anymore. The killing intent of the golden-winged Peng King was slightly restrained. Human ants, do you dare to come over and fight? The golden-winged little Peng King looked at Chen Xuanji with a deep gaze, and his fighting spirit burst out. Why not? Today, let me see what's so special about your home-cooked chicken and fish. Chen Xuanji also responded with a sneer. Chen Xuanji took the Xian step and disappeared into the palace of the green-clothed little dragon king together with the golden-winged little Peng King. Brother Qingyi, what should we do this time? This little golden-winged Peng King is too much, Two-Fei said dissatisfiedly. Alas, now that things have come to this, we can only quickly go to the Western Palace to invite Princess Yan Ryu over. Why should we invite Princess Yan Ryu? We can just invite King Qin Jiao over and slap him to death. This little bird is too arrogant. I am also very displeased with him. I like to eat braised little bird. The big black dog added in time, his canine teeth sharp. The green-clothed little dragon king shook his head. This was simply unrealistic. Behind the golden-winged little Peng King stood the Peng King, whose power was terrifying, even more terrifying than many saints. Let's go check it out quickly, they're probably about to start a fight. Everyone reacted and quickly followed the green-clothed little dragon king, flying out of the palace and to the outside world. Outside the palace, there are rows of longevity pines, strewn with strange rocks, rushing waterfalls, flowing mist, and the scenery is as beautiful as a poem or a painting. The figure of the golden-winged little Peng King disappeared, as if a god was moving, at an incredibly fast speed, showing his unique talent, the speed of the sky Peng. Chen Xuanji took the mysterious step, and as the light flowed, he was born and died with every step, beating like a loud drum. Many monster tribes also heard the news and rushed to this area to witness the battle between the most powerful monster of the younger generation and a mysterious powerful human. The source of the mother energy of all things is held by an ancient waste. It is like a pearl covered in dust. It should be mine. If you dare to stop me, I will kill you as well. You can come and die, and then no one can stop me from obtaining the source of the mother energy of all things and using it as a tool for my enlightenment. I will achieve the status of the great emperor just like the great emperor of the demon clan 10,000 years ago. The golden-winged little Peng King spoke with great determination, his golden hair fluttering in disorder, and two sharp rays of light shot out of his eyes. He stared at Chen Xuanji with murderous intent sweeping over him like a tide.
Even though he had suffered repeated setbacks in his previous attempts to deal with Qin Xuanji, his expression was still full of pride at this moment. He looked down on the world and was insolent. With your ability, you want to emulate the demon emperor from 10,000 years ago. You really overestimate yourself. Qin Xuanji sneered. Stop talking nonsense and let's see who's the winner. Buzz. The golden-winged Peking swung his golden fist, causing the void to shake. All the energy and blood in his body burst out instantly, and he came straight over to kill him with unparalleled demonic power. Qin Xuanji stood still like a bell, like a green pine tree, standing tall and majestic. Facing the extremely powerful fist of the golden-winged little Peking, he just slowly spread out a palm. Qin Xuanji's face was calm, his palms and fingers glowed slightly, and they enlarged in the air, as if they had turned into a sky, or more like a dark demon mountain. The sound of rumbling was endless, and it was about to fall down. Boom. The golden-winged little Peking did not dare to take it head-on and no longer rushed towards Qin Xuanji. Feeling a very powerful force, he dodged it immediately and used the extreme speed of Tianping again to pass by him, narrowly avoiding the huge palm print that Qin Xuanji had conjured up. Hiss! Everyone watched in horror as the golden-winged Peking narrowly avoided the huge palm print formed by Qin Xuanji, but the small hill on the mountain behind him was hit by the palm print and turned directly into powder. This human race has incomparable divine power. His body is like a volcanic furnace. The energy is vast and seems to be endless. Even someone as powerful as the golden-winged little Peking doesn't dare to confront him head-on. How terrifying. Such a person shouldn't be unknown. A perfect woman walked slowly towards him, her white dress dragging on the ground, her black hair gently dancing, her long eyelashes trembling, her eyes misty as if a divine lotus blossomed, her whole temperament ethereal. Princess. Meet Her Royal Highness the Princess. Yan Ryu also arrived at the scene at this moment. His beautiful eyes moved as he watched the two geniuses confronting each other motionlessly. I, Tianping, am destined to become the great emperor. His Xianhuang source root is prepared for me. It is a treasure given to me by God. You can't stop me. The golden-winged little Peking had flying hair on his head and spoke in a grim tone. He had suffered repeated setbacks and now he no longer had any reservations. The man in front of him was indeed very powerful, and he had to use his true strength now. The longevity pines are tall and straight, the ancient vines are vigorous, the top of the mountain is completely quiet, and the real battle is about to begin. Buzz. The eyes of the golden-winged little Peking shone brightly, his body rushed forward, and between illusions and disappearances, his divine fist burned like a flame. That was the divine aura beating, extremely dazzling and dazzling. Qin Xuanji snapped his fingers continuously, and 7 or 8 rays of light shot up into the sky. The bright light flowed like 7 or 8 meteors falling. At this moment, he was practicing the sacred fighting method. There were incomparable mysteries hidden in each and every move. Even simple moves were extremely powerful. 7 or 8 meteors fell down, red light shot up into the sky, as if it was burning, and fell indiscriminately towards the golden-winged Peking. The golden-winged Peking's eyes were like cold lightning, and he swung his extremely powerful golden fist, about to smash the 7 or 8 streams of light down. Boom. 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 The golden-winged little Peking waved his fists continuously, colliding with the light from Qin Xuanji's fingers. For a moment, the energy was overwhelming, like a tsunami, sweeping in all directions. Not far away, a mountain peak couldn't bear the weight and cracked apart. A corner of it collapsed, and rocks flew through the air, shattered, and raised a sky full of dust. The golden-winged Peking is injured. It's terrible. The physical bodies of the Tianping clan are extremely strong, not much worse than the ancient holy bodies, but they are actually injured. Could this young man really be the young emperor from Beidou? The faces of all the demon tribe members were gloomy. They didn't expect that their young king could not suppress this ordinary human. Now Qin Xuanji and Tu Fei were excited and secretly happy. This arrogant bird was suppressed many times, which made them vent their anger. Yifen even wanted to take the initiative to move forward and fight Tianping. He Huang, take the opportunity to bite him. Tu Fei ordered He Huang from the side. He Huang, who had been watching quietly and with interest, opened his bloody mouth and bit towards Tu Fei when he heard this.
I was bitten by a dog again. Tu Fei felt unlucky and cursed continuously, wishing he could stew the big black dog. The golden-winged little Peking had an unpleasant look on his face, because he found that his body, which he was so proud of, did not seem to have much advantage. He took Qin Xuanji's attack head-on, shaking those few streams of light, and actually caused some blood to appear on his knuckles. I said, "You don't have any chance in front of me." Qin Xuanji walked over leisurely, and in the blink of an eye, he was approaching the golden-winged little Peking. "I admit that your magic is amazing, but if you dare to compete with me in physical combat, it is undoubtedly a way to death." The expression of the golden-winged little Peking was icy, his golden hair standing on end, and he swung out a huge golden pengclaw, which was a gifted divine art that could kill a real dragon. It's ridiculous. Even if you use your innate magic, what can you do? In the same realm, the real Tianping has to bow down in front of me, let alone you, a mere mixed-blood descendant. Qin Xuanji also stepped forward, ready to verify his life and death skills. Qin Xuanji's hands traced a mysterious trajectory, and a misty breath spread. An illusory mountain appeared in the void, and on the mountain, ancient trees, wolves, birds, beasts, fish and insects appeared. Mountain opening seal. Qin Xuanji's mind moved, and he used the Dou character secret to activate the mountain-splitting seal. The mountains were towering, and tremendous momentum burst out, directly suppressing the golden-winged little Peking. Rumble. The mountain pressed down, and the golden-winged little Peking roared, shaking people's eardrums and making them hurt. His golden claws grabbed onto the ancient mountain. At the same time, a golden dragon phantom appeared. It had a thick body, and its scales were shining with golden light. Its whole body seemed to be cast from golden molten iron. It also coiled around the giant mountain, trying to tear him apart. Ah! The golden-winged little Peking's eyes were about to burst out, and his golden hair was about to stand up. The ground under his feet had silently become a lot lower. His peng claws were tottering under the ancient mountain opening seal, and he could hardly bear the pressure. "It's useless, just bow your head, ant." Qin Xuanji had a sneer on his face. At the same time, he activated his divine power and increased the power of the mountain opening seal. With the blessing of the fighting and victory method, the mountains rumbled and an unparalleled force swept over. Hateful. Half of the body of the golden-winged little Peking was suppressed in an instant and sank into the mud. The real dragon that was entangled on the mountain let out a mournful howl, and then disintegrated, and the Peng's claws were stained with blood due to the shock. Many demon cultivators were stunned. This human was too terrifying. His blood was boiling and he was almost as terrifying as a dragon or an elephant. Even the void was shaking. How is this possible? What kind of secret method is this? This seal of his may seem very ordinary, but it seems to be blessed by some secret method that can double his combat power. Many monsters were talking about this, their expressions were extremely solemn. This young man had been suppressing the golden-winged Peking from the beginning until now. If this news got out, it would definitely cause a huge earthquake in the eastern wasteland. The demon princess Yenryu stood quietly aside, like a pile of flowers and snowy trees, with an extremely perfect face, natural jade bones, and beautiful eyes that shone with a strange light. I didn't expect Brother Qin to be so talented, but he has already become so powerful. I wonder when I can achieve a holy body and be invincible in heaven and earth. Yifan clenched his fists, feeling quite uneasy. This kid is quite skilled, and seems to have mastered some forbidden techniques. This little bird is going to suffer a great loss. If this little bird's skills only stop here, the demon tribe will probably be able to start the feast soon. The big black dog huddled behind Yifan, staring at the two fighting people with its big eyes like copper bells, and couldn't help muttering. The hearing of many monsters was more sharp than that of ordinary people, and they all glared at Yifan and his team. Yifan's forehead was throbbing with anger. This dead dog really deserved it. He offended a group of demons with a casual word and made him suffer an unexpected disaster. What's even worse is that he hid behind Yifan and acted like an accomplice of Yifan. Open. Qin Xuanji's eyes moved, and the huge mountain suddenly rumbled. The scene on it gradually solidified, and then it exploded with a loud bang, turning into an incomparably terrifying energy storm, rolling in like a huge wave, shaking the heaven and the earth. The towering ancient trees not far away flew into the sky and broke apart one after another. A huge waterfall with misty water vapor fell down. Under this energy, it evaporated instantly and became dry. This power made all the monsters present feel cold. When the smoke and dust cleared, a deep pit more than 10 meters long appeared on the ground with gullies and ravines. The golden-winged Peking was lying in it. He struggled to stand up, but his tall body was shaking involuntarily, his hair was disheveled, and his body was covered with wounds and blood. He looked extremely miserable. He did not look as majestic as before. Roar. The golden-winged little Peking suddenly let out a long howl, his hair flying in the air, each strand standing on end. His strong body was demonic, his eyes were as murderous as knives. He used the Sky Peng's extreme speed to destroy several times, and soon rushed out of the deep pit, transformed into a Peng bird, his whole body shining with dazzling golden light, his bones crackling, and his breath gradually became stronger again. He recovered in such a short time. He is indeed a top young demon master with the ambition to become an emperor. King Xiaopeng, please quickly suppress this ignorant human being. Some followers of the demon clan, who originally had gloomy faces, instantly brightened up and were full of hope. Chen Xuanji sneered. The golden-winged little Peking in front of him seemed to have recovered, and his aura seemed to be even stronger than before. It was just that he had forcibly used some secret method, and in fact, his origin had been damaged. 180,000 swords. Tianpeng belonged to. The voice of the golden-winged little Peking instantly pierced through gold and split rocks, shaking the sky and causing many people's eardrums to ache and tremble. It's terrible. The golden-winged little Peking has really encountered a powerful enemy. He actually used his unique magical power directly. How terrifying. This human race is doomed to fail without a doubt. There is no suspense. You lowly human beings, just wait for death to come. And that black dog, sooner or later I'll stew you black. A cultivator from the demon clan glanced at Yifan with a very disdainful tone, thinking that Qinchuanji was about to be defeated and the source of the mother energy of all things was about to fall into the hands of the demon clan. What if not? Yifan's eyes were extremely cold, and murderous intent suddenly burst out. The mother energy of all things above his head dropped strands of dark yellow color, protecting him under his body. Yifan's face was calm. He had had quite a bit of luck in the past few months and thought that he had few rivals among his peers. Naturally, he would not be bothered by this demon cultivator who had just entered the Dao Palace realm. Okay, there's no need to be like this. Yen Ryu frowned slightly, and glared with her beautiful eyes at the demon cultivator who attacked Yifan. The demon cultivator didn't say anything more. After all, as the descendant of the demon emperor, his words still carried a lot of weight. Ah! Suddenly, the demon cultivator screamed. A black shadow suddenly appeared beside him. He felt a sharp pain in his leg. He looked down and saw that his trouser leg was already a bloody mess. The big black dog was mean and vindictive. He would behave himself if he couldn't afford to offend him. However, the demon cultivator at the Dao Palace realm was naturally not like that. He would never wait for revenge, so the Black Emperor would always strike hard at weak enemies. Everyone was speechless. It was true that a biting dog doesn't bark. This black dog was really extraordinary. The demon cultivator screamed and used his magic to hit him, but he didn't move at all. His body was extremely strong. On the field, sword beams quickly shot up into the sky like a volcanic eruption. Each sword was made from the feathers of the divine rock, and they were all emitting dazzling sword energy. The world turned into a sea of swords, a brilliant scene. No matter who you are, you will be killed here today and become a pile of bones on my road to becoming emperor. No surprises. The golden strands of hair on the golden-winged Peking's forehead moved without wind, looking extremely wild. At the same time, there was an extra weapon in his hand, shining with a dark light, which was extremely breathtaking. Great Wilderness Halberd. It turned out to be that invincible weapon. Someone recognized him at once, turned pale, and stepped back in horror. But it was far from over. The golden divine flames were burning all over the golden-winged Peking's body. Behind him, a picture of fighting a dragon appeared. A golden divine Peng was entangled with a real dragon, which was soul-shaking. 180,000 swords. Great Wilderness Halberd. Belonged to.
All of the golden-winged Peng King's unique skills and magical weapons appeared, and his momentum suddenly became extremely powerful, shaking the heavens and the earth, and overwhelming the world. Some of the onlookers could not help but tremble in fear, and knelt down with pale faces, unable to endure this horrible aura. Could it be that he really has the invincible demeanor of the great emperor when he was young? How long can he last with so much consumption? Yen Ryu looked at the golden-winged little Peng King and noticed some clues. Little Peng King is invincible. He will rule the East Desert in the future. Even if this young man is really the Northern Emperor Wangtang, he still has to bow his head. Some followers of the demon clan, seeing such a scene, were so fanatical that they could not help but bow down in worship. Thousands of sword beams rushed forward, splitting the sky and earth, submerging Qinshuangji below, and turning into a gorgeous ocean of swords. The murderous aura was like a tide, slicing through the sky. Chi, chi, chi. Thousands of sword beams intertwined, each one as thick as a bucket, like a revived dragon that could shatter the sky. Qinshuangji's whole body was glowing, and a faint purple electric light appeared on his body and wrapped around his body surface. He stepped into the void and clenched his fist with the sacred fighting method, like a god of thunder. At this time, 108,000 swords shook at the same time, with endless murderous intent, and they gathered into a huge divine sword towering into the sky, and slashed over. At the same time, the real body of the golden-winged little Peng King also began to attack, holding the great wilderness halberd and charging forward. The blade was sharp as snow, and there was actually a real dragon and a big peng entwined at the head and tail respectively. This was a combination of strange vision and demonic soldiers, and it burst out with an even more terrifying aura. Hey! Qinshuangji gave a light rebuke and opened his mouth to spit out a beam of light, which floated above his head and instantly turned into 100 meters high. It was a copper furnace, sparkling and glittering, with 5 colored light flowing, guarding it. It is the Lihua Divine Furnace. Qinshuangji's body had been tempered by the purple dragon tribulation, and was already extremely terrifying. Logically, he was not afraid of the many secret techniques of the golden-winged little Peng King. However, in order not to be too shocking and attract too much attention, he still sacrificed the Lihua Divine Furnace to protect himself. Die! The golden-winged little Peng King came charging over with the great wilderness halberd. The void trembled, and there was even a sound of cracking. The great Peng and the real dragon held the great wilderness halberd and bared their fangs and claws, pouncing on them. The fire god furnace was above Qinshuangji's head, with purple light blooming and thunder entwined on his body. He used his magic skills, but they disappeared one after another in the void, making it impossible to see his figure clearly. Unexpectedly, the next moment, something jaw-dropping happened. Qinshuangji stretched out 2 light golden fingers with a few illusory flashes, and blocked the great wilderness halberd that was about to fall down. At the same time, the lid of the Lihua Divine Furnace above his head opened, and a flame rushed out, turning into a sea of fire, continuously burning the 180,000 great swords in the void. Even if the sword lights occasionally bypassed the Lihua Divine Furnace, they were shattered one by the electric light wrapped around it. The whole audience was stunned and silent. Their minds were blank and they were speechless. They almost suspected that they were dreaming. The golden-winged Peng King, with dilated pupils, stared at Qinshuangji, who was holding back his supreme magic weapon with just 2 fingers, and was trembling so much that he could hardly speak. Qinshuangji glanced at him, his expression indifferent as he put his hands behind his back and said, "Even if I have to bear the endless sea of swords and fight against the invincible demon soldiers alone, I, Wangtang, will still be invincible in the world." Wow, so amazing. Many demon cultivators were dumbfounded. His voice was not loud, but very attractive, and he was in high spirits, with a look of confidence on his face. The expressions of the monsters present changed drastically. This young man was too confident, but they had to admit that he was extremely charming and talented. The golden-winged little Peng King was really far from being his opponent. The so-called ambition to be an emperor seemed like a joke. Let's end it. Qinshuangji dodged and fell from the sky away from the fire god furnace. On the wall of the furnace, the color of glass was flashing. He came at a high speed and knocked the golden-winged little Peng King away. He fell to the ground and raised a cloud of dust. In an instant, blood and flesh splattered all over the golden-winged Peng's body, and all the bones in his body were shattered. His whole body was convulsing, and there were dense cracks on his body.
He was almost torn into pieces. "Brother Wang, please spare his life." The green-clothed little dragon king and Yen Ryu hurriedly stopped him, fearing that he would really kill the golden-winged little Peng King. Chen Xuanji glanced at the extremely miserable golden-winged little Peng King indifferently, quickly put away the Lihua divine furnace, and spared his life. After all, they were in the territory of the demon clan and could not really kill him. Seeing this, many demons couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This human race still had self-awareness and didn't do anything too extreme. At this time, a beautiful witch quickly walked over and whispered a few words in Yen Ryu's ear. Yen Ryu's perfect face suddenly changed and she looked at Chen Xuanji. She got the news that the young Emperor Wangting from Beiyuan seemed to have really come to Donghuang. He should be the one from Beiyuan, there is no doubt about it, otherwise how could he suppress the golden-winged little Peng King? Yen Ryu's eyes moved as she looked at Chen Xuanji. She felt that his body was shining with a divine aura, becoming more and more extraordinary. Chen Xuanji defeated the golden-winged little Peng King. His body was spotless and his divine power was surging. Soon the light changed and he became calm again, with a restrained aura. A group of people surrounded the golden-winged Peng King with worried looks on their faces. Yen Ryu walked over and said, "Okay, his life is not in danger." She was as beautiful as a fairy from the Moon Palace, with her white clothes fluttering. She looked at the angry crowd of gods and calmed them down. The Northern Emperor Wangting is indeed worthy of being called the Young Emperor. With a wave of his hand, he suppressed the golden-winged little Peng King. Not necessarily. After all, the name Wangting is too common. He may not be the one from Beiyuan. Hey, count the people who are able to suppress the golden-winged little Peng King. In this vast eastern wasteland, how many people are there? Could it be that they are pretending to be him? Who would be willing to give up such an invincible reputation? That's right, I agree with what this brother said. If it weren't for Beiyuan young Emperor Wangting, I would have practiced upside down on the spot. A demon cultivator said solemnly. Everyone agreed with his words, saying they found them to be well-reasoned and convincing. Some people were skeptical, but most still believed that he was the peerless genius from Beiyuan. At the same time, some demon cultivators felt heavy in their hearts. Could it be that the human race was about to give birth to another great emperor? The golden-winged little Peng King collapsed there limply, like a dead dog. He finally woke up slowly, but he was so weak that he had to be carried away. As he walked away, he glanced at Chen Xuanji from afar and said weakly, "Wait for me, to enter the dragon transformation secret realm, and I will go to Beiyuan." Chen Xuanji didn't even bother to pay attention to him. This guy had too low potential. In this era when many geniuses were rising up, he was totally not good enough. Besides, what did your golden-winged little Peng King looking for Wangting have to do with me, Chen Xuanji? After hearing what many people whispered, the golden-winged little Peng King has basically confirmed that he is the young emperor from Beiyuan who has recently become famous. He is thinking of entering the dragon transformation secret realm and then challenging him for a duel. What a pity that we can't get such good, premium and high-end ingredients. The big black dog expressed his regret and couldn't help but mutter. Awesome, brother, you're really good at it. This weirdo was so powerful, but you dealt with it in no time. Tu Fei said with emotion. Boy, why do I feel that your temperament is somewhat familiar? It's a bit like someone I know. The big black dog circled around Chen Xuanji, sniffed the scent, shook its head, and slowly walked away. Brother Wang is so powerful, thank you so much for this time. Yifan sincerely thanked Chen Xuanji. Although he was confident that he had few rivals at the same level, the golden-winged little Peng King was at a level far beyond his, so he naturally felt a lot of pressure. Yen Ryu, who was standing by, appeared at the right time after everyone finished talking, with a sweet smile, making the spring scenery in this world brighter in an instant. She had a delicate face, fluttering white clothes, dancing black hair, and watery eyes that seemed to be covered with mist, giving people a dreamlike feeling. A hint of surprise flashed across Chen Xuanji's eyes. He had heard of this famous demon emperor before him a long time ago, but he missed the chance to see her last time at the demon emperor's tomb. Now it seems that this woman is indeed perfect. In his opinion, only the saint girl of Yaochi can compare with her. Brother Wang is extremely talented and has such powerful strength. He is worthy of being the legendary young emperor. How can I compare with the young emperor? I just have the honor of having the same name as him. Chen Xuanji said modestly with a sincere look on his face. Yan Ryu came over with graceful lotus steps and greeted Chen Xuanji. After hearing his words, she just smiled and nodded gently, but no one knew what she was thinking. Then he looked at Yifan, hinting that they couldn't stay here for long, as it might be dangerous. Yifan sighed and said, "Princess, you should know why I came here. I'm really worried and want to see him again." "I'm afraid not. We are still at a critical stage and cannot be disturbed within a few months," Yan Ryu said. Yifan and Chen Xuanji were shocked. If a few months later, Pang Bo might no longer be the same Pang Bo. "Brother Yi, Brother Wang, if you want to stay here any longer, you can come to my mansion." Yan Ryu gathered her hair and said softly. "Sorry for the trouble." "Thank you, Princess Yan." The two of them quickly agreed, knowing that this was Yan Ryu's good intention. Yifan was holding a treasure, and Chen Xuanji had also defeated the golden-winged Little Peng King. These two people might be in danger in the demon clan's territory. The big black dog was listless, but his eyes could not help but flash with excitement, as if he saw the demon emperor ancient scripture waving at him, and his mouth was almost watering. The small world discovered by King Qing Jiao is more than 200 miles in radius. Many monsters gather here, and there is a monster city standing there, which is also very prosperous. They came to a cave in the beautiful mountains, where there were palaces and little demons serving as servants. "See those clouds? The palace of eternal youth is floating above the clouds." Chen Xuanji secretly transmitted a message to Yifan, his eyes focused slightly, and suddenly a light flashed, and he saw the ancient palace above the clouds. By evening, Tu Fei had already gone away with a female fairy in his arms, leaving Chen Xuanji, Yifan, He Huang, and the dog staring at each other. "Can I enter?" Yifan asked with a frown involuntarily. He knew that Chen Xuanji had great magical powers and could probably see some clues. "It's not good. There are 18 layers of restrictions outside alone, and Taoist patterns are densely distributed." Chen Xuanji replied, glancing at He Huang by the way. "Boy, what do you mean? Why are you staring at me? Do you want to be my pet?" The big black dog had a bad look on his face. "You have to do this pattern, you are an expert in this area." "Boy, you seem to know me very well." The big black dog circled Chen Xuanji several times, looking a little surprised and uncertain. "Brother Chen, you seem to know a lot about this big black dog. What's its origin?" Yifan whispered. Chen Xuanji replied, "I read in an ancient book that the invincible Emperor Wushi accidentally adopted a little black dog in his later years and personally washed the black dog's hair and marrow. No wonder this guy's body is indestructible, I can hardly hit him." Yifan's heart was shocked. He did not expect that the origin of this big black dog was so great. He actually followed the Emperor Wushi. His origin was simply shocking. Yifan looked at the big black dog strangely and touched his chin subconsciously. His eyes changed instantly and became very hot. "What do you want to do, human pet? Why do I feel like you have some improper thoughts about me?" He Huang was very alert and stared at Yifan. Yifan was complaining in his heart. Logically speaking, he should have respected the Black Emperor who had followed the great Emperor Wushi. However, he always had the urge to beat this big black dog to death with a brick. Then Chen Xuanji brought the big black dog and Yifan to the sky and looked at the ancient palace from afar. "What does it take to break the ban?" Yifan asked softly. "Those floating meteorites are very strange. They are engraved with very powerful Taoist patterns. Only a powerful person can break them. It's also thanks to you, the Emperor, that I am here, otherwise everyone else would just be staring blankly." The big black dog had an extremely arrogant look on his face. "What exactly do you need?" Yifan asked anxiously. "I need some materials, but they seem to be very hard to find, unless..." The big black dog rubbed his hands, looking very embarrassed. "What is Chu Fei? Tell me. Unless there is a large amount of source, this will be very difficult for me." The big black dog glanced at Yifan with ill intent and laughed. "The source is not a problem," Yifan said indifferently. He raised his hand and a large amount of sources fell down in all colors, weighing tens of thousands of pounds. He Huang was almost drooling and he collected all the sources. "It's not enough." The big black dog glanced at Yi Fan and said casually. Don't listen to him. I know a little bit. These sources are definitely enough. 3 sources at most are enough. Where did you get so many sources? You threw so many sources out so casually, and suddenly became a nouveau riche. Chen Xuanji asked curiously, while Yi Fan touched his chin and laughed. It's just a small opportunity that I get occasionally. He glared at He Huang again. He Huang was too evil and extremely greedy. No one knew how much kickbacks he had taken. He was really hateful. Chen Xuanji was slightly surprised. It seemed that Yi Fan did not obtain the source book according to the original trajectory, but had another fortune. He threw out 10,000 kilograms of source casually, which was unspeakably generous. The big black dog stared at Chen Xuanji with a bad look and said, Boy, if you can't speak, don't say anything. You are ruining my business. If I hadn't suffered such a huge loss, how could I have done this? Speaking of which, your face reminds me of someone. The Black Emperor has a square head and big ears. He looked at Chen Xuanji with great displeasure and couldn't help feeling a little indignant. Chen Xuanji laughed secretly in his heart, thinking that the divine source of this big black dog is still in himself. The night wind was blowing, the sky was full of stars, and the 2 men and the dog turned back again. They saw a graceful figure in Yi Fan's house. A strange smile appeared on Chen Xuanji's face. He said goodbye to Yi Fan and turned to walk towards his own residence. The big black dog turned into a black lightning, approached the window, looked over, shook his head and walked towards Yi Fan, who was coming towards him. He Huang ignored Yi Fan and immediately staggered away cursing, muttering to himself, if he's not a Taoist fetus, what's the point of looking for this kid? The holy body is unparalleled and can withstand destruction, and it will always be vigorous. But when will this emperor be able to see the birth of the innate holy body and Taoist fetus? The next night, Chen Xuanji, Yi Fan and He Huang gathered again, thinking about how to enter the Palace of Immortality more safely. Then they flew to the vicinity of the Palace of Immortality on the jade boat that was modified by He Huang and was as black as a tortoise shell. Above the clouds, the Temple of Eternal Youth stands majestically. Years have left behind many traces of wind and frost, and there are obvious collapsed parts in many places. Meteorites, some as large as 10 meters and some as small as the length of a palm, lie around the Palace of Eternal Youth, like a natural stone forest, forming a very mysterious formation. This meteorite forest corresponds to the arrangement of the main stars in the sky. If it is accidentally triggered, even the powerful ones will be in danger. The Black Emperor's expression was extremely solemn as he piloted the jade boat around the Palace of Immortality. Various Dao patterns were engraved on the jade boat, shining with light so bright that it was impossible to open one's eyes. The Black Emperor threw the 2 sources engraved with Taoist patterns into the meteorite forest. After that, Chen Xuanji urged Yi Fan to take out the cauldron of the mother energy of all things and enter this area. Above Yi Fan's head, a 1-inch high small tripod quickly grew to 1 meter high, dropping wisps of mysterious yellow energy to protect them. The big black dog was jealous and had been coveting the tripod for a long time. When he saw the tripod appear, he couldn't help but pounce on it. The Emperor's holy object is like a waste of precious gems in your hands. He Huang couldn't help but mutter, but Yi Fan was too lazy to pay attention to him and kept observing his surroundings. Chen Xuanji followed Yi Fan and stepped forward. Lines of mysterious yellow energy filled the air and enveloped Chen Xuanji. The Black Emperor, driving the jade boat, was also approaching the Palace of Immortality. Black Emperor quickly moved the source engraved with Dao patterns that he had invested in and rearranged it again to avoid making a huge noise and being noticed by the demon clan. Afterwards, the 3 of them were quickly taken into the big cauldron. A stream of mysterious yellow energy shook gently, pushing open the stone door of the hall, allowing them to enter safely. The hall here is probably very heavy, and we shouldn't stay here for long. Let's go to the back quickly. Chen Xuanji reminded that they should not create any unnecessary troubles, and the best thing to do was to rescue Pang Bo as soon as possible. This ancient temple seemed to be carved out of a stone mountain, and was not built by ordinary means. Chen Xuanji knew that this was a very dangerous place called Yellow Spring Tomb, but it was sealed by ancient sages. As long as one did not do anything reckless, it would be basically safe. Finally, Chen Xuanji, Yi Fan and He Huang arrived at the last level of the hall. The spiritual energy in this place was rich and brighter. It was a small world of light. Pengbua. Yifan's heart trembled and he couldn't help but shout. In front of them, there was an altar covered by trees. A figure with an extremely strong body covered with fallen leaves was sitting quietly there. It was Pengbua. Pengbua, who was sitting cross-legged on the altar, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were extremely sharp, which were very different from the previous Pengbuas. It was like a peerless demon who had revived. Chen Xuanji was secretly shocked. There was a demonic aura about Pengbu. His temperament was very different from before. His body was even stronger, like a great wall of steel, indestructible. It was estimated that he was about to completely transform into a demon. Take action! Chen Xuanji shouted loudly. Although the Black Emperor was usually incompetent, he was very smart at this moment. He threw out hundreds of flags to block the area and prevent the enemy from escaping. Chen Xuanji took the lead in attacking. The space between his eyebrows was crystal clear and bright. The clear little lake between his eyebrows transformed into a spear filled with chaotic energy, which pierced through in an instant. How is this possible? Who are you? How could someone from the Four Extremes secret realm possess such a terrifying divine consciousness? Pengbu's face changed drastically, and a bright divine light shot out from his brow, colliding with the spear filled with chaotic energy, like the sound of metal clashing, making a clanging sound and sparks flying. It was very intense. Pengbu was horrified. This young man's spiritual consciousness was too terrifying. It actually carried a corrosive force that tended to destroy his own spiritual consciousness. At the same time, a golden sword appeared between Yifan's eyebrows and a vertical eye appeared between the eyebrows of the big black dog. A terrifying black light also swept over at the same time, causing the space to tremble and almost collapse. Hateful. Pengbu sat on the altar without moving. A light flashed between his eyebrows as he greeted the spiritual consciousness of several people. Boom. Not surprisingly, the consciousness of the three people were all very terrifying, and what's more, they were superimposed together, especially the consciousness between Qin Xian's eyebrows. The consciousness was indeed very special. It was baptized by the essence of the Yao Qi fairy pool. Although it looked peaceful, it contained the most terrifying corrosive power. Pengbu's face turned pale, and the light shattered directly. The spiritual senses of these people were very powerful. He didn't dare to be careless anymore, otherwise he might really capsize in the ditch. So he did not hesitate, he shouted, "The Demon Emperor's 9 slashes, destroy!" A terrifying divine light suddenly shot out from Pengbu's eyes, like two silver dragons rushing into the sky. The two silver eyes caused the void to collapse wherever they passed. It was extremely terrifying. Several people were terrified. It was worthy of being the secret technique of the Demon Emperor. It was truly extremely terrifying. Town. The Lihua Divine Furnace appeared in Chen Xuanfei's hand. With a flip of his fingertips, the 1-inch-high Lihua Divine Furnace was held in his hand, and then flew out to meet the terrifying silver light. It's useless. You can't stop me. Although this furnace is magical, you can't unleash its true power. Pengbu grinned, with demonic aura bursting out, looking at Chen Xuanji, Yifan, and He Huang, who had already walked out of the Xianhuangding with a somewhat eerie look. The silver light slashed at the Lihua Divine Furnace like a knife, and the clanging sound was endless. There were even some bumps on the surface of the Lihua Divine Furnace, but the Divine Furnace was very magical and soon returned to its original state. Let's end it. Remember to recite my real name, and you will be able to see eternal life in the cycle of reincarnation. Chen Xuanji suddenly felt something in his mind and was delighted. He had been using the riddle of fighting and winning by urging all, just now, but he did not expect that he succeeded after only trying it more than 20 times. The divine energy in the small lake between Chen Xuanji's eyebrows boiled, and rushed out like a tsunami, superimposed tenfold. Pengbu shouted, and a divine lotus emerged between his eyebrows. He wanted to start using the Demon Emperor's secret technique again, but the tenfold superimposed divine power was too fast. Using the Four Extremes realm to activate 10 times the Jie secret was far beyond that of ordinary powerful people. Ah! I won't give up. Pengbu screamed miserably. His huge spiritual consciousness was gradually being wiped out and there was no way to condense it again. Especially Yifan and He Huang, both of them were very vicious and had been prepared.
Just when Qin Xuanji's spiritual power slashed over, they appeared in time to give Pang Bo the final blow, so the opponent's spiritual consciousness was annihilated inch by inch, and a large part of it collapsed. Qin Xuanji had originally been thinking about using the power of his double pupils, but he didn't expect his luck to be so good that he triggered the secret of the word Jie in such a short time. Qin Xuanji was surprised that the old monster was not completely killed by this blow, and there was still a small part left. Qin Xuanji waved his hand, opened the lid of the fire god furnace, and took him in. This old monster is the descendant of the demon emperor and has the ancient scriptures of the green emperor on him. If you keep him alive and slowly drain him dry, you can get the ancient scriptures of the demon emperor. Damn it, did I scold this old monster too much? Am I hallucinating? The old monster has been sealed. At this moment, the real Pambo woke up and opened his eyes.